Reborn into the year 1997 during his university days, Yunfeng seizes every opportunity that comes his way. Even before graduating, he has already ascended to the status of a billionaire. May I inquire, Mr. Yi, how did you manage to balance your university studies while simultaneously establishing yourself as a billionaire? Reporters from various global media outlets interview him. It is the guidance of fate. It has allowed me to grasp every entrepreneurial opportunity, for such opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared and daring enough to take action. I must apologize, but my success is indeed non-replicable, for there exists only one Mr. Yi in this world. Yi Yunfeng responds with a smile. Chapter 1. Venturing into the wholesale market after rebirth. In the Great Xia Kingdom, Jiang Province, the capital city Jiangzhou, at Jiangzhou University. Have I truly been reborn? In the freshman dormitory room 113 of the College of Liberal Arts at Jiangzhou University, a boy with acne on his face, dressed in a short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, stands bewildered in front of the bathroom mirror, murmuring to himself. Yi Yunfeng touches his face, gazing at the prominent acne on his forehead and his strong, muscular arms, struggling to believe his circumstances. Splash. He turns on the faucet, scooping a handful of cold water to splash on his face. The slightly chilly water jolts him awake, after which he vigorously rubs his face. Looking back into the mirror, he realizes that he has indeed been reborn. Yi Yunfeng recalls that this is the second day of his arrival at university, marking the beginning of his freshman year. Today is September 3rd, 1997, and the official registration date is tomorrow. He arrived a day early due to the distance from home. Yi Yunfeng gazes at his youthful self, lost in thought, as memories of his life after university flood back, having spent over a decade as a teacher. He later transitioned from the education sector to government work, meandering through 2 decades of life, only to find himself on the brink of retirement. Last night, he had indulged in drink with friends, and to his astonishment, he awakens to find himself reborn. Could it be that my previous life's mediocrity prompted the heavens to grant me another chance? Yi Yunfeng muses quietly, though the memories of his past life seem to be fading, becoming increasingly indistinct, leaving him uncertain whether he is truly reborn or merely experiencing an elongated dream. After drying his face with a towel, Yi Yunfeng returns to sit on his bed, reassessing the familiar yet unfamiliar dormitory. The room, spanning over 20 square meters, contains 3 sets of bunk beds against the walls, while one wall is occupied by a window overlooking the corridor, with a bathroom nearby. Undoubtedly, Yi Yunfeng is the first to arrive in room 113. Thus, he selects the lower bunk nearest the entrance, placing his clothes inside the wooden cabinet by his bedside, which can be locked. Glancing at the time, he sees it is only 8 o'clock, signaling that it is time for breakfast. He does not change his clothes, slipping on his sneakers before heading out. As he passes the management office, he peers in and sees that the administrator is still Lu Dajia, Lu Shoujuan, a petite woman nearing her 40s. Since he has yet to acquire a meal card for the school cafeteria, Yi Yunfeng decides to venture outside for breakfast. At the school's entrance, students from various departments have set up reception desks, comprised of sophomore students responsible for guiding and welcoming the newcomers. Yi Yunfeng exits through the east gate of Jiangzhou University, where across the street lies a rice noodle shop named Jilixiang, known for its delightful flavors. He and his roommates once enjoyed frequenting this establishment. "Boss, a large bowl of beef rice noodles, please." Yi Yunfeng enters the shop and calls out, sweeping his gaze around, and finds that everything within the shop is exactly as he remembers. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." The proprietor's voice echoed from within. On the wall, the prices for rice noodles were displayed, with all flavors categorized into large and small bowls. The former priced at 4 yuan and the latter at 3, which is rather affordable in the provincial capital of Jiangzhou. However, Yi Yunfeng hails from the remote mountainous region of Zhouchuan in Tianhe City, several hundred miles away, where he resides with his parents and a younger sister, Yilan Yin, who is in the 2nd year of junior high school. Previously, his parents toiled in agriculture, laboring from dawn until dusk, with their annual income merely sufficient for the family's expenditures, accumulating at most 1,000 yuan in savings. After Yi Yunfeng entered high school and began studying in the county, his living expenses significantly increased. Consequently, his father, Yi Dahong, sought employment at a construction site in Hujing province, earning a monthly wage of 500 to 600 yuan, which allowed them to save an additional 2 to 3,000 yuan annually beyond household expenses. After dropping him off at school yesterday, his father returned home, as he would soon have to return to work at the construction site in Hujing province. After all, Yunfeng's living costs in the provincial city had escalated compared to his high school days. Upon his departure, his father provided him with 1,800 yuan for tuition, along with an additional 500 yuan designated for his first month's living expenses and pocket money. The previous evening, Yunfeng purchased a bucket, basin, towel, soap, 10 clothes hangers, as well as toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a cup from the school store, spending a total of 58 yuan, which left him feeling quite pained. As he savored the fragrant beef noodles, Yunfeng contemplated the necessity of economizing in the future, considering whether he might seek some part-time work on weekends to earn a bit of pocket money. Suddenly, he recalled the dream he had the previous night, where it seemed that every item of the wholesale market near the West Gate, just a few streets away from Jiangzhou University, was being sold at a discount. This was not a memory from the past, but rather a vivid dream from last night, in which he had purchased various items in bulk to sell to others, seemingly making quite a profit. Eureka! Yunfeng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with realization. He understood that all new students would need to acquire essential living supplies, including buckets, basins, towels, soap, clothes hangers, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and cups. However, purchasing these items from the school store would cost 58 yuan, whereas buying them at the wholesale market would undoubtedly be much cheaper. If I acquire an entire set, as long as it is slightly less expensive than at school, there is certainly profit to be made. Despite having been reborn at the age of 18, Yunfeng possessed the wisdom and mindset of someone in their 40s or 50s, enriched by decades of experience, leading to thoughts that diverged from those of his peers. He hastily finished his breakfast, settled his tuition at the school's payment office, and departed with all his savings of 500 yuan. Yunfeng jogged away from the school's West Gate, taking 20 minutes to reach the West Gate Wholesale Market, one of Jiangzhou City's small wholesale markets, which was currently offering discounts on various goods due to impending demolition and reconstruction. Moreover, the discounts were quite substantial, significantly lower than the usual wholesale prices. Indeed, upon entering the West Gate Market, Yunfeng observed all the shops adorned with discount signs, with some stores even labeling themselves as 2 yuan shops or indicating clearance sales, including various essential items in 8-piece sets. Yunfeng inquired about the prices at the shops, but wholesale purchases required a minimum of 20 items. Buying individually would not yield much of a discount. "Excuse me, how much is this bucket?" He stepped into a store that sold buckets and posed the question to the proprietress seated within. 15 yuan for retail, 10 yuan for wholesale. If I purchase a larger quantity, can I receive an additional discount? 8 yuan for orders of over 100, 6 yuan for orders of over 200. The proprietress scrutinized him, noting his youth, and pondered before responding. "I need at least 200, but can I purchase them in batches?" Yunfeng inquired. "Young man, you must be a university student, right? It seems many new students are starting today at universities in Jiangzhou. Are you planning to sell these to them?" The proprietress astutely deduced his identity and intentions. Chapter 2. The 8-piece set. Sister, you truly have an eye for this. Since my family hails from the countryside, I wish to seize this opportunity to procure some items to sell to the freshmen and earn a bit of pocket money. Yunfeng nodded in agreement. "Very well. Since I need to clear out my stock as well, I'll offer you a wholesale price of 6 yuan each. But you must purchase at least 20 at a time." The shopkeeper's wife smiled, evidently supportive of his endeavor. "Thank you, sister. My name is Yunfeng, a student from Jiangzhou University. I still need to visit a few other shops to gather some items, and I shall return shortly for the buckets." Yunfeng said with excitement. "Go ahead. It's commendable to earn money through your own efforts." The shopkeeper's wife nodded approvingly. After spending 2 hours, he visited at least 2 or 3 stores for each of the 8 types of goods, comparing prices and ultimately discovering that he could assemble the entire 8-piece set for just 25 yuan. Thus, he used the 500 yuan he had on him to purchase 20 sets of the 8-piece set, requesting 2 old woven bags from the shopkeeper's wife to carry them, and set off towards the university. Though the 2 large bags weighed nearly 100 pounds, Yunfeng, having grown up doing various chores and standing at 178 centimeters tall, found it effortless to carry them. After more than half an hour, he returned to the campus. He avoided the shops near the east gate of the school and entered through the west gate, heading directly to the basketball court. There was a crossroad here leading to both male and female dormitories, a path almost all freshmen would traverse. As soon as Yi Yunfeng set down the bags, he spotted an upperclassman accompanied by two freshmen approaching. He smiled and said, "Greetings, junior students. Are you in need of these daily necessities? The 8-piece set is only 45 yuan, while purchasing them individually from the store would cost at least 58, making this a savings of over 10 yuan. He cleverly portrayed himself as an upperclassman, and indeed, the guiding upperclassman did not impede him, but instead smiled and remarked to the two freshmen. His 8-piece set is indeed cheaper than the school store. However, do check the quality. Rest assured, the quality is absolutely guaranteed to be on par with that of the school store, Yi Yunfeng assured them, thumping his chest for emphasis. The two freshmen hesitated for a moment before approaching to inspect the 8-piece items. One of them nodded and said, "The quality does seem quite decent. I'll buy a set. I won tea, as I still wish to explore outside the school," the other freshman replied, opting not to make a purchase. However, Yi Yunfeng did not press him, allowing them to decide at their leisure. Among the freshmen, there were all sorts of individuals. Some found the price appealing and preferred not to venture out, thus opting to buy a set after hearing Yi Yunfeng's words, while others were skeptical or wished to shop around, and some were simply disinclined to pause. Regardless, Yi Yunfeng managed to sell all 20 sets within an hour, some for 45 yuan each, while others haggled him down to prices of 40, 42, or 43 yuan, all of which he accepted. After selling the 20 sets, Yi Yunfeng counted his earnings, averaging nearly 43 yuan per set, which meant he had made over 350 yuan in just 1 hour. Overjoyed, he promptly returned to the West Gate wholesale market to procure another 20 sets of the 8-piece set, resuming his position by the basketball court to await the next wave of freshmen. "Senior, how are you pricing these items?" Two female students asked as they approached from the direction of the dormitory. "The 8-piece set, essential for all newcomers, is just 45 yuan each," Yi Yunfeng explained, showcasing the quality of the items. "Oh my, that is so inexpensive. I spent over 50 yuan for these items at the school store. And they didn't even include a drying rack." One of the girls exclaimed in frustration. "Really? Then I'll buy a set. I was just about to head to the school store for these." The other girl responded excitedly, promptly selecting a set. When assembling the 8-piece sets, Yi Yunfeng had thoughtfully catered to both male and female preferences, incorporating pink towels, slightly smaller buckets and basins, and toothbrushes and cups in more feminine colors. Each round trip to the West Gate wholesale market took about an hour, while the selling time accelerated, averaging nearly 2 hours to sell 20 sets and earn around 350 yuan. Fully aware of the rarity of this opportunity, he refrained from resting at noon and did not return to the dormitory, making continuous trips to the wholesale market. He made 2 trips in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, and by 9 o'clock in the evening, Yi Yunfeng had sold a total of 128-piece sets, earning over 2,100 yuan. "Hello, my name is Billionaire, and I live in the upper bunk." One of his 3 new roommates introduced himself as Yi Yunfeng returned to the dormitory, where 3 were already present. "I'm Yi Yunfeng. My friends call me Crazy," Yi Yunfeng replied, shaking his hand and nodding. "I'm Zhang Mingliang," chimed in a delicate-looking boy with glasses seated on the lower bunk. "Hello, I'm Wang Su," introduced another boy from the lower bunk, who had a center-parted hairstyle and flirtatiously brushed his hair back with his fingers. "Crazy, when did you arrive? I haven't seen you all day?" Zhang Bueling asked, curiously glancing at the 2 large woven bags Yi Yunfeng had just set down. These were the last batch of goods Yi Yunfeng had hurried to procure before the wholesale market closed, intending to sell them by the basketball court first thing in the morning, allowing him to make an additional trip. "Hey, aren't you that senior selling the 8-piece sets by the basketball court?" Suddenly, Zhang Mingliang exclaimed, pointing at Yi Yunfeng with an incredulous expression. "Ahem. I'm just making a bit of extra money," Yi Yunfeng replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed after being outed by his roommate. However, since the term social death had yet to be coined, and his mindset differed from that of the freshman, he cleared his throat and added, "What 8-piece set? What do you mean?" Wang Su asked, puzzled. "It's the bucket, basin, towel, soap, drying rack, toothpaste, toothbrush, and cup," Zhang Mingliang explained. "An 8-piece set? How much is it?" Zhang Bueling inquired. "I spent nearly 60 yuan at the school store," he replied. "The school store is that expensive? Crazy sells it for only 45 yuan. Zhang Mingliang asked in shock. Chapter 3. Soaring together with roommates, such a bargain? "Oh, why didn't I come across Crazy?" Zhang Bueling lamented, simultaneously questioning Yi Yunfeng. "Where do you sell them? It's possible that I was restocking when you passed by. I usually set up my stall at the crossroads by the basketball court." Yi Yunfeng nodded in agreement. "Perfect timing. I still haven't purchased these items." "Crazy. Sell me a set." Wang Su approached. "Sure," Yi Yunfeng replied, pulling a set from his pocket and handing it to Wang Su, only charging him 30 yuan. "My wholesale cost is only 30 yuan. I'll give it to you at cost since we'll be brothers from now on. Additionally, Liangzi, I shall refund you 15 yuan, charging only the cost price." Yi Yunfeng addressed the two, though he refrained from disclosing that the actual cost price was 25 yuan. Madman, if you have a lucrative avenue, would you be willing to share it with us? Jiang Buliang inquired, leaning in closer. Certainly. With 2,000 to 3,000 new students enrolled. If we manage to sell to 1/5 of them, we could amass several thousand yuan, Yi Yunfeng replied. Here's the plan. I'll handle the procurement. And the 3 of you will sell at the basketball court. I'll only take 5 yuan profit per item, and you can split the rest. Regardless of how many you sell, he mused, well aware that even a full day's effort would yield him no more than 100 sets alone. However, with more hands on deck, charging 35 yuan per item would grant him a 10 yuan profit. And he was confident they could sell an additional 200 sets in a day. Moreover, with the influx of new students concentrated within a mere 2 to 3 days. Tomorrow promised to be the most opportune day. Failure to seize this chance would mean losing the opportunity to earn from the newcomers altogether. So, how many sets did you sell today? Wang Su asked. I've sold around 40 to 50 sets today, though some were sold at a discount of 40 yuan. Yi Yunfeng replied, having strategically downplayed his sales to avoid alarming them with the truth of having sold over 100 sets and profiting over 1,000 yuan. In the summer of 1997, a typical civil servant earned merely over 500 yuan a month. With various allowances, it barely exceeded 800. Those working outside earned between 700 to 800 yuan monthly. Thus, Yi Yunfeng's earnings for the day equated to his father's wages from 2 months of labor. Enough to support him for over half a semester. Truly a staggering figure to disclose. That means you've made 200 to 300 yuan. How astonishing. Zhang Mingliang exclaimed. Well, let me treat you all to breakfast tomorrow morning. Yi Yunfeng quickly offered, a move aimed at fostering camaraderie, which was readily affirmed by his 3 roommates. It's only just past 9. Some new students in the dorms might not have purchased these items yet. Why don't we go door to door and inquire? We might sell everything. Jiang Buliang suddenly suggested. Great idea. Let's test the waters today, so we can gain some experience for tomorrow. Wang Su nodded, and Zhang Mingliang jumped down from his bunk. All right, let's each take a set and see what we can do, Yi Yunfeng said, his eyes lighting up at the prospect. After more than half an hour, the 4 returned to dorm 113. Yi Yunfeng brought back 20 sets of 8-piece packages, and apart from the one given to Wang Su, he managed to sell the remaining 19 sets entirely at 45 yuan each within the boys' dormitory. Here, this is your labor fee, Yi Yunfeng said, handing 50 yuan to each of the 3, wishing to avoid any impression of being stingy, despite their new acquaintance. No need for that. This was just practice for us. And besides, you're treating us to breakfast tomorrow morning, Jiang Buliang from the upper bunk declined. Exactly, tonight's efforts don't count. Let us settle the labor fee tomorrow. Wang Su concurred. Right, breakfast is on you, madman. Zhang Mingliang nodded in agreement. All right, let's rise early tomorrow. The wholesale market opens before 8. And we should seize the opportunity to profit, Yi Yunfeng concluded, reclaiming 150 yuan and addressing his roommates. After a brief chat post-shower, they retired for the night. Yi Yunfeng, fatigued from the day's labor, quickly fell asleep, only to be roused by Jiang Buliang's voice. Madman, it's 7:20, rise and shine. Yi Yunfeng instantly opened his eyes, turning to find the other 3 already awake. Wang Su was in the balcony washing up, while Zhang Mingliang had gone to the restroom. Soon, Yi Yunfeng finished freshening up and led the trio directly to the west gate, where they found a relatively clean noodle shop. Each ordered a large bowl of noodles and a thick piece of guokue. The noodles cost 4 yuan a bowl, while the guokue was 2 yuan each. But together they were hearty enough to satisfy a young man's appetite. By the time they arrived at the wholesale market around 8, Zhang Yinxia's bucket shop had just opened. And upon seeing Yi Yunfeng, her face lit up with a warm smile. Sister Zhang, we'd like to take 100 buckets, Yi Yunfeng called out. Go ahead and fetch them yourself. Zhang Yinxia nodded, delighted by the industriousness of these college students, in contrast to her brother, who squandered his days socializing. Liangzi, you count the buckets here. The larger ones for boys, count out 50 and set them aside. And the smaller ones for girls, these are the best. Count out another 50 and place them over there. Yi Yunfeng instructed Zhang Mingliang. He then led Wang Su and Jiang Buliang to other wholesale shops. This time, Yi Yunfeng secured 100 sets of items, which he had arranged outside Zhang Yinxia's store for repackaging. He also requested several old woven bags to facilitate the transport. To save time, he spent 20 yuan hiring a tricycle, loading 100 sets onto it, and within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the west gate of Jiangzhou University, with all 4 of them jogging alongside. Liangzi, keep an eye on things here while we make our first trip inside, Yi Yunfeng instructed. After unloading 100 sets at the entrance, he, along with Wang Su and Jiang Buliang, each carrying 2 woven bags, ventured into the school. Subsequently, he directed Wang Su to set up their stall by the basketball court, while he and Jiang Buliang returned to the west gate to bring back the remaining 4 bags. Previously, When Yi Yunfeng had been alone, he displayed only 3 or 4 sets before him, but with more people now, he laid out 10 sets, promoting the bundled items to passing new students, attracting some purchases, and drawing a crowd of upperclassmen. In fact, it was commonplace for students across various universities in Daxia to engage in small businesses. Some sought to gain experience and bolster their confidence, while others genuinely needed to earn pocket money or even cover living expenses. Chapter 4. Earning 10,000 yuan in 3 days. Students sold an array of small items, from drying racks, socks, books, tapes, and more, compact and easily transportable, and not overly expensive, constituting small-scale enterprises. Previously, students at Jiangzhou University had sold toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, and soap. Yet it was Yi Yunfeng who innovatively packaged several items together into sets, thus garnering the attention of upperclassmen. Their offerings were indeed affordable, and the quality was satisfactory, undercutting store prices by over 10 yuan. Some new students who had purchased sets the day before would encourage hesitant newcomers as they passed, helping them solidify their decisions. Consequently, by 11 o'clock, all 100 sets had been sold, and Yi Yunfeng, having returned to the wholesale market with Jiang Bouillon at 10, brought back another 100 sets before 11. At noon, Yi Yunfeng purchased 4 boxes of lunchboxes from outside the school, and as they tended to their stall while eating, they were all in high spirits, for half of the 100 sets had already sold. After lunch, we'll go get another 100 sets. By the way, are there any more roommates coming to our dorm? Liangzi, after you finish eating, go back and check if the other 2 have arrived. If they have, tell them about this and see if they wish to join us, Yi Yunfeng said as he ate. After dining, he accompanied Jiang Bouillon once again to the wholesale market. Around 2 in the afternoon, they procured another 100 sets, and by then, 2 boys had joined their booth, Guozuan and Jiang Yekue, roommates from room 113. Following mutual introductions, Yi Yunfeng addressed the 2. Brothers, we have a day and a half left. Let us seize this opportunity to make a profit. Not only will we all share in the dividends, but I shall treat everyone to hot pot tomorrow evening. Indeed, we shall strive hard, Guozuan exclaimed with enthusiasm, reflecting on how, upon entering university, he was thrust into such a large-scale commercial endeavor, an experience like none he had ever encountered. I will certainly sell more. Jiang Yekue nodded vigorously in agreement. You surely haven't sold these items yet. Each of you should take one home for personal use, Yi Yunfeng encouraged, igniting their competitive spirit. With the addition of 2 more helping hands, Yi Yunfeng and Jiang Bouillon tirelessly shuttled between the wholesale market and the school, wrapping up their day at around 9:30 in the evening, having sold over 460 sets in total. Yi Yunfeng charged 35 yuan per piece for both cost and profit, netting over 4,600 yuan, more than double what he would have earned working solo. The remaining profit amounted to over 3,600 yuan, distributed among Jiang Bouillon, Wang Su, and Zhang Mingliang, each receiving 850 yuan, while Guozuan and Jiang Yekue each took home 530 yuan. I earned so much in a single day? Zhang Mingliang exclaimed incredulously, counting the money in his hands. Ha, am I dreaming? I made over 500 yuan in one afternoon, almost as much as my father earns in a month. Guozuan wiped his eyes, revealing he too came from a rural background and received only 300 to 400 yuan monthly for living expenses. I never imagined I would start earning money in college. This is my first income, Wang Su remarked. A fortune, an absolute fortune. Jiang Yekue chuckled foolishly. Brothers, with registration for new students happening tomorrow, let us rest early and work hard again tomorrow. Although business may not match today's, we can still earn a few hundred yuan. Yi Yunfeng hurried to a campus store to purchase several buckets of instant noodles, distributing 1 to each of them for a late-night meal. On the 3rd day, indeed, the number of new students arriving at school had significantly diminished. However, the business for room 113 remained decent by around 6 in the evening. They had sold 400 sets, though the final 120 sets were sold at a reduced price of 36 or 37 yuan, thus lowering the overall profit. Consequently, Yi Yunfeng adjusted the profit for these last 100 sets, ensuring at least 5 yuan remained for distribution, resulting in a total profit of just over 3,800 yuan. The remaining 5 individuals shared 2,600 yuan, netting each of them over 500, which delighted them immensely. Even Jiang Yekue and Guozuan ended up with over 1,000 yuan each, sufficient for 2 months of living expenses. As for Yi Yunfeng, he had amassed a grand total exceeding 10,500 yuan over the 3 days, an undeniably substantial sum. Thus, at noon, he discreetly visited a commercial bank outside the school to deposit 10,000 yuan. Now, with roughly 1,000 yuan remaining, he deemed that after treating his friends tonight, the remainder would suffice for a month's living expenses. Keeping his promise, Yi Yunfeng took everyone out for a celebratory meal after they had showered. heading to a nearby spicy hot pot restaurant where they indulged heartily. The six of them consumed over 30 bottles of beer, which was remarkable considering most had little prior experience with alcohol. "Man, I'm truly amazed by your drinking capacity," Jiang Boyang said, slightly swaying as he pulled Yi Yunfeng aside. Although it was Yi Yunfeng's first time drinking, he had had his fair share in the past, managing to consume at least 10 bottles. "Brother Feng, from now on, you are my elder brother," Zhang Mingliang slurred, having only drunk 3 bottles but already feeling tipsy. "Man, if there are more opportunities to make money, we must keep the brothers together and prosper," Wang Su exclaimed, throwing an arm around Yi Yunfeng's shoulders. "Yes, yes. From now on, I will follow Brother Feng's lead. I want to earn my own living expenses in college," Was Yuan nodded emphatically, trusting his instincts that following Yi Yunfeng would not lead him astray. "Absolutely. I will also heed Brother Feng. Following him is sure to bring wealth." Zhang Yekue continued to grin foolishly, though his drinking capacity was only second to Yi Yunfeng's, having consumed at least 7 bottles. However, the hot pot meal was reasonably priced. The 6 young men feasted heartily, and even with over 30 bottles of beer, the total bill only came to 157 yuan. When settling the bill, Yi Yunfeng persuaded the owner to waive the leftover change, saving an additional 7 yuan. Though they were now considered wealthy, 7 yuan was nearly enough for 2 days' worth of breakfast in these times. His sister could enjoy a week's worth of pocket money at school, prompting Yi Yunfeng to maintain a frugal approach. He planned to write home at the end of the month, informing his parents to cease sending living expenses and instead reserve the funds for his sister's education, as he was capable of earning what he needed. Naturally, if he were not concerned about raising his parents' suspicions, he might consider sending some money home. But he feared they would doubt his ability to earn such sums, thus postponing any intention to send money back. Moreover, Yi Yunfeng anticipated that requesting his parents to stop sending living expenses would likely be met with disbelief, potentially prompting them to write back with inquiries and unnecessary worries. Chapter 5. Is this really a university? On the morning of September 7th, in classroom 307 of the School of Arts at Jiangzhou University, over 40 male and female freshmen gathered together, with only a handful of boys among nearly 30 girls, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. The students surveyed one another, with only those from the same dormitory feeling somewhat familiar, leading to a division in the classroom where girls predominantly occupied the left side and boys the right. "Is everyone here? Is this all the people in our class?" A girl with large eyes murmured to her roommate, scanning the boys in the room. "Brothers, our class has more girls than boys. We must seize this opportunity and secure ourselves a girlfriend early, or else we'll be targeted by the wolves outside," a tall, robust boy whispered to a few others while surreptitiously observing the girls. 307 classroom. "This is the one, right?" Suddenly, the door burst open, accompanied by laughter and chatter. As 5 boys entered, joking amongst themselves, Yi Yunfeng, having stepped outside for a moment of urgency, returned to find all eyes in the classroom upon him. "Brothers, is it because we are too handsome?" Wang Su, leading the group, flirtatiously tossed his hair and paused to address the others. "Move along, you're blocking us." Jiang Boyang gently nudged him, and the group filed inside, taking seats in the front row of the girls' side. "Looks like there are other classmates in our class." "Now there are more boys," one girl remarked. "There are a few decent-looking boys in this dormitory, but why do they seem somewhat familiar?" Another girl mused. Not only some girls, but also several boys felt that the newcomers appeared somewhat recognizable, yet before they could ponder further, Yi Yunfeng re-entered. "Senior, why are you in our freshman class?" As he stepped into the classroom, a girl immediately rose to her feet and inquired, "Do you know me?" Yi Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you the senior who sells the 8-piece suits? Several of my dorm mates have purchased them from you. I can't be mistaken. Can I?" She laughed. "Indeed, aren't they the seniors who sell the 8-piece suits? How did they end up in our class?" At that moment, those who had purchased the suits recalled their familiarity with a few of them. "Haha, what a misunderstanding. We arrived early, so we took up a part-time job to earn some pocket money. If we claimed to be freshmen, no one would believe us. And some seniors might even give us trouble, so we decided to present ourselves as seniors instead. Hello everyone, I am Yi Yunfeng from dormitory 113. Consider us acquainted." Yi Yunfeng chuckled as he introduced himself and gracefully took a seat. "Wow, how incredibly dashing. To impersonate a senior and conduct business right after entering university. How bold," exclaimed several girls, gazing in disbelief at the group from dormitory 113. "To think they were actually our classmates. Audacious enough to start a business the moment they arrived on campus. How audacious." The boys regarded them with a mixture of wariness and respect. In an era where most were relatively naive, the abrupt business endeavors of Yi Yunfeng and his companions made many feel like mere novices. As the chatter began to settle, a warm, mellifluous voice resonated from the entrance. A middle-aged man, wearing black-rimmed glasses, entered the classroom with a smile, surveying the students. "Hello, everyone. I am Zhu Wenbin, your counselor." However, unlike high school homeroom teachers, university counselors operate differently. University life and learning are largely reliant on self-discipline and initiative, so my role is mostly nominal. I will relay important information from the department, but the class committee will organize activities. "Ah, you are Yi Yunfeng, correct? I heard your introduction, and I believe you would be well suited to be class monitor. Here's the deal. Since September primarily involves military training and classes are temporarily suspended, you will serve as the acting class monitor, responsible for class matters. You can also designate other temporary committee members. Here is my contact number, both home and office. Please compile the contact information of both male and female students from each dormitory so we can communicate via phone regarding future matters. In a moment, please organize introductions among everyone and guide them to the department to collect their military training uniforms. We will gather at the sports field at 3 o'clock for training. That's about it. I leave the rest in your capable hands." The middle-aged teacher entered the classroom, introduced himself, and promptly handed over the responsibilities of the entire class to Yi Yunfeng before waving goodbye and exiting. The new students exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the turn of events, including Yi Yunfeng, who could hardly believe that the university counselor had left them after just 2 minutes. "What is going on? What just happened?" Some students cautiously inquired of their peers, but everyone shook their heads, unsure of how to proceed. "Are we perhaps enrolled in a fake university?" Someone asked timidly. "Is this what university life is like? It feels overwhelmingly liberating." A few students sighed deeply, unable to comprehend the situation they found themselves in. "Hey, now you are the acting class monitor. It's your time to shine." Wang Su nudged Yi Yunfeng, who sat beside him, snapping him back to reality. "Wow, Zhu Laosher is quite unreliable." Yi Yunfeng instinctively stood up, recalling that in his past life, things had not unfolded this way. Had his rebirth brought about a butterfly effect? But surely, it couldn't manifest so swiftly. Upon seeing Yi Yunfeng rise, the previously murmuring students fell silent, their gazes converging on him as if he were their anchor. "Well, Zhu Laosher's appointment was rather unexpected. I didn't see that coming. However, since the teacher has entrusted me with this noble task, I shall reluctantly serve you all for the time being. Let's do this. Each dormitory should elect a dorm leader, and please provide me with the dormitory numbers, phone numbers, and names of all residents. Then, let us take turns introducing ourselves to foster acquaintance. I'll reintroduce myself. I am Yi Yunfeng from dormitory 113, a native of Tianhe City in this province, coming from a rural background with limited experience. I hope to receive your support in my duties." Yi Yunfeng did not ascend the podium, but instead stood beside it, surveying the class before speaking. The previously uncertain crowd suddenly understood their purpose, and they began to take turns introducing themselves. Each dormitory nominated a leader, and they started recording the relevant information as Yi Yunfeng had requested. "Hello, everyone. My name is Chu Wanxiu, from Jiangzhou, residing in dormitory 445. I have an independent spirit and a penchant for adventure. I hope to forge friendships with all of you." Most students kept their introductions brief, merely stating their names and origins, often adding a polite request for camaraderie. However, some introductions left a lasting impression. The most animated were the members of dormitory 113, including the previously shy Zhang Mingliang, who, after 2 days of business exposure, confidently introduced himself and even volunteered to serve as the temporary labor committee member. While Yi Yunfeng listened to the introductions, he did not pay too much attention, but found himself recalling fragments of memories that revived echoes of his former university days. Back then, coming from a rural family made him feel inferior, leading to an introverted demeanor. He adhered to a conventional path throughout his university years, maintaining a moderate distance from classmates, except for a few from his dormitory. However, having spent 4 years together and attending several reunions later, he had come to know them well. As he scanned the audience, memories of his classmates began to resurface. Our class comprises 50 students, with 23 males and 27 females, a classic case of yin overpowering yang. Yet, having so many beautiful girls to share 4 years of university life is indeed a visual delight, though the boys must remain vigilant not to let high standards hinder their quest for partners in the future. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Yi Yunfeng stepped forward and smiled at the class, eliciting laughter. Some girls blushed, and amidst the chuckles, the atmosphere grew more relaxed and less formal. "Next, I would like to propose that Chu Wanxiu take on the role of deputy class monitor, overseeing matters on the female side. Chu, would you be willing?" After the laughter subsided, Yi Yunfeng turned his gaze to Chu Wanxiu. He was aware that she was a local from Jiangzhou, with a family of considerable influence. Her father was a government official, while her mother engaged in business. She came from a well-off background and, after seemingly marrying abroad, returned home post-divorce around 40. bringing with her a child of about 10 years. Thank you, class leader Yi, for your trust. I am more than willing to serve everyone. Chu Wanqiu stood up and nodded in response, exuding an air of grace that set her apart from her peers. While she may not be the most strikingly beautiful girl in the class, there are several who surpass her in looks. Her demeanor is unmatched, thus each possesses their own unique charms. Thank you, classmate Chu. As we are not yet addressing academic matters, let us postpone the election of the study committee until after military training. I will appoint a few classmates to serve as temporary class officers. I hereby designate Wan Lu as the Cultural and Entertainment Committee Chair. As there will be a freshman arts performance after military training, which necessitates your guidance in rehearsing the programs, I appoint Gan Yu as the Sports Committee Chair, Wang Su as the Organizational Committee Chair, and Zhang Mingliang as the Hygiene Committee Chair. For now, these will suffice, as they are merely temporary roles. After military training, once we are all better acquainted, we shall re-evaluate and choose new class officers, including other positions. Next, I will need 2 representatives from each male dormitory and 1 from each female dormitory to accompany me to collect the military training uniforms. At that time, the boys are to assist in delivering the girls' uniforms to the bottom of the female dormitory. Each dormitory should designate someone to wait below. That covers the essentials for today. The temporary class officers should remain, while the rest of you may disperse. Remember, we shall gather at the sports field at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Please do not be late. Although university life offers a measure of freedom, arriving late to military training upon just entering school may have repercussions for everyone. If it becomes part of your record, it could tarnish your reputation for a lifetime. Yi Yunfeng was straightforward, promptly appointing several temporary class officers and conserving resources by refraining from appointing unnecessary positions, selecting only those that were essential. The majority of the newly enrolled students were still in a state of confusion, unfamiliar with the school environment and regulations, resembling naive newcomers. And none had the audacity to voice dissent. Subsequently, Yi Yunfeng addressed the temporary class officers who remained, saying, I have little to add. Let us discuss what further actions we need to take. I believe we should foster greater familiarity among classmates. However, communication may occur during military training, so it is best to approach it gradually. Other matters can wait until after training, at which point we can consult the student council regarding our class duties. Chu Wanqiu suggested. Class leader Yi, what programs should we prepare for the freshman arts performance? Wan Lu timidly inquired. This girl, a dancer, possesses several routines, but is somewhat reserved in nature. I will have each dormitory assess the talents within their ranks and compile a list. Ultimately, we shall determine what to present, as military training has only just commenced, leaving us 3 weeks for preparation. Yi Yunfeng replied with a nod. Madman, what is the role of the organizational committee chair? Wang Su asked. You are responsible for coordinating all activities conducted by our classmates, liaising with each dormitory. Making your position quite significant, Yi Yunfeng explained calmly. Isn't that something the class leader should handle? Wang Su queried, perplexed. I cannot manage every detail myself. There are numerous matters to consider. Your role is to execute the tasks, Yi Yunfeng said, clearly delegating responsibilities to Wang Su. Gan Yu, as sports committee chair. Military training constitutes a specialized form of physical training. Therefore, you must arrive early to oversee attendance and manage other military training-related announcements. As for Zhang Mingliang, you will be responsible for organizing the cleaning of our classroom, room 307, as well as maintaining the cleanliness of the training grounds during military training. That will suffice for now. Yi Yunfeng then addressed the remaining 2 committee members. He subsequently made his way to the College of Liberal Arts office building, seeking the location for the distribution of military training uniforms, where he encountered a student leader with a square face overseeing the process. Greetings, senior. We are from class 1 of the 97th cohort in the College of Liberal Arts. I am the temporary class leader, Yi Yunfeng, here to collect our military training uniforms. Hello, junior. I am Yuan Bodu, the vice chairman of the student council of the College of Liberal Arts. How many students are in your class? We only have large, medium, and small sizes for the uniforms. Have you accounted for the sizes? The other inquired, nodding. We were unaware of the size specifications, but our class does not have any exceptionally large individuals. We will need medium and small sizes. Specifically, we require 23 medium sets for the boys and 27 small sets for the girls. If any individuals find their sizes unsuitable, I will arrange for exchanges later. Yi Yunfeng responded, shaking his head thoughtfully. That should be sufficient. Please remind everyone to wash the uniforms over the weekend when military training is not in session, and ensure they are returned clean after training concludes, Yuan Bodu advised amiably, overseeing the counting of the uniforms. Rest assured, senior, we will return them in pristine condition. Yi Yunfeng affirmed, nodding in agreement. He then instructed the boys to step forward to collect their uniforms, while some assisted the girls in retrieving theirs. directing them to deliver the items to the bottom of the female dormitory. That concludes the morning. Everyone should return to their respective tasks. We shall reconvene this afternoon, he declared. After collecting the uniforms and exiting, several class officers remained by his side. Yi Yunfeng waved goodbye and departed with Wang Su and Zhang Mingliang. Chu Wanqiu and Wan Lu walked back together, initially in silence, until Chu Wanqiu broke the quiet. Wan Lu, what are your thoughts on our class leader? Huh? Wan Lu hesitated, unsure of the question's intent, and awkwardly replied, he seems quite knowledgeable and impressive. Unlike us and other classmates, he appears unperturbed by the unfamiliar environment. Wan Lu continued, reflecting. Moreover, I believe his thoughts are more mature than ours. He possesses a certain calmness, as if he has weathered many storms. It's remarkable that he is of similar age to us. I wonder how he has gained such experience. Chu Wanqiu smiled subtly, her gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. Wan Lu noticed this and yearned to inquire further, but feeling the unfamiliarity between them, she dismissed the idea of asking. As the afternoon marked the commencement of military training, the instructors responsible for their training were young soldiers from the Eastern Theater of the Armed Police Force of the Great Xia Nation, some of whom even garnered admiration from the girls. Yi Yunfeng merely fulfilled his responsibilities, stepping forward when needed, delegating notifications to Wang Su, while communicating with the girls through Chu Wanqiu. Although it was September, the sun shone brightly, with outdoor temperatures nearing 38 degrees Celsius. The students sweated profusely during training, some gradually tanning, yet their physical fitness improved significantly. Madman, I heard that Jiangzhou Medical University is starting their freshman orientation this weekend. Jiang Yekue whispered to Yi Yunfeng during lunch on Thursday. This fellow, with a somewhat goofy appearance, was quite talkative and enjoyed mingling with others. In recent days, he had even been engaging with several girls and frequently returned with tidbits of information. Who did you hear that from? Yi Yunfeng inquired with curiosity. Li Mingming mentioned that her cousin had been accepted into Jiangzhou Medical University and would only arrive at school on Saturday, asking her to assist with directions at the station. What do you think? Should we organize another sale of the 8-piece set? Jiang Yekue inquired. Although he recognized the opportunity, the prospect of managing it alone left him completely bewildered. Thus, he confided in Yi Yunfeng, hoping he would take the lead, while he merely contributed effort and shared in the profits. Of course we should. After all, we have no military training this weekend, so resting is still resting. Isn't it appealing to make 1,000 yuan? Yi Yunfeng nodded in agreement. Let us inform everyone and aim to sell 800 sets in 2 days. Jiang Yekue exclaimed with enthusiasm. All right, let us discuss this further tonight, Yi Yunfeng responded. Classmate Chu Wanqiu, may I consult you about something? During the afternoon break from military training, Chu Wanqiu sat beside Yi Yunfeng, who seized the moment to ask. Feel free to inquire, except for my measurements. I'm an open book. Unexpectedly, her bold remark caught Yi Yunfeng off guard. I wanted to ask when the new students at Jiangzhou Medical University start classes this year? Yi Yunfeng bypassed her jest and asked directly. This weekend, Chu Wanqiu replied without hesitation. Is that true? Yi Yunfeng instinctively probed further. If you doubt me, why ask? My grandfather lives at Jiangzhou Medical University. I overheard them chatting about it while dining there before the semester started, she retorted with a roll of her eyes. Thank you then. With this confirmed information, Yi Yunfeng felt a wave of relief and began strategizing for the weekend as profit-making venture. Are you all planning to sell the 8-piece set again? May I join? Chu Wanqiu, perceptive and astute, guessed Yi Yunfeng's intentions and nudged him. Are you familiar with Jiangzhou Medical University? Yi Yunfeng inquired. Of course. My grandparents live nearby, so I often visit. Rest assured, with me guiding you. Even the gatekeeper won't stop you, she assured confidently. All right, since our dormitory is short on hands, let us invite your dormitory to join us. Yi Yunfeng agreed. Really? That is wonderful. Chu Wanqiu exclaimed joyfully. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, Yi Yunfeng shared the developments with his roommates, invigorating their spirits after a long day of training. Who are the girls in dormitory 445? Those who usually hang out with Chu Wanqiu seem quite decent. Wang Su remarked excitedly. The crazy one did well. Perhaps this opportunity could help our brothers with their lifelong affairs. We'll definitely count on you as our matchmaker. Zhang Buliang chuckled. Doc, why? Which girl do you fancy? I prefer someone like Li Mingming. Even the typically reserved Zhang Mingliang said, his eyes gleaming. I'm fond of Zhang Xiao from dormitory 446. What should I do? Jiang Yekue scratched his head. What is the worry? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. We're close by, so chances will abound. Doc Wai, let me teach you. If you like her, pursue her bravely. Success is guaranteed, Wang Su encouraged. I think Zhao Yana from dormitory 447 is quite lovely, petite and charming, Guo Ziyuan expressed his preference. After several days of military training, the daily roll call had fostered a slight familiarity among the students, and both boys and girls began to take notice of one another. However, many girls were currently more focused on the instructors, showing little interest in the boys. Notably, Yunfeng did receive some gestures of goodwill from girls, such as being offered bottled water and chewing gum, which he graciously accepted without further adu. Chapter 8. Seizing the opportunity to tease Wang Hui. The 6 girls in dormitory 445 included Chu Wanxiu, Li Mingming, Shi Lui, Xiu Shufang, Wang Hui, and Dong Xiaojun, with Li Mingming serving as the dorm leader, although Wang Hui was the most vivacious. During dinner that evening, Chu Wanxiu disclosed the news. Sisters, this weekend, class leader Yi is willing to take our dormitory to Jiangzhou Medical University to sell 8-piece sets. The profits will be shared. Are you all willing to join? Really? Wanxiu, is there such a good opportunity? Did you sacrifice yourself for the benefit of everyone? Wang Hui immediately inquired with excitement. This is a great opportunity to hone our skills and earn money. I'm willing to participate, Shi Lui readily agreed. Wanxiu, you're not actually developing feelings for class leader Yi, are you? The boys from dormitory 113 aren't bad, especially Zhang Mingliang, who helped us with our military uniforms without a complaint, Li Mingming noted. What nonsense are you talking about? We're together every day, we've never been alone. When have I had any dealings with class leader Yi? Chu Wanxiu quickly interjected. Why are you so anxious? Class leader Yi calls you every day. Who knows what you two discuss privately? Xiu Shufang teased. But since we'll be sleeping in, and it's boring, we might as well go see how they operate. She added with a smile. I heard Jiang Yekue say they made several hundred yuan before, Dong Xiaojun chimed in. If we tag along this weekend, we could probably earn 200 to 300 yuan, right? She mused. Since everyone is willing to join, let us prepare accordingly and all follow class leader Yi's instructions. Also, let us keep this under wraps for now. I'm worried that if other dormitories find out, they might also approach class leader Yi, and if too many join, he might not take us, Chu Wanxiu cautioned her friends. Wanxiu, honestly, do you have feelings for class leader Yi? I've noticed Wanla brings him bottled water every day. I suspect other girls are also keeping an eye on him. So seize the opportunity, Wang Hui remarked. Oh, I've just entered school. I haven't had enough fun yet, and don't wish to date right now. If any of you like class leader Yi, go pursue him yourself, Chu Wanxiu huffed. However, after saying this, she felt a twinge of unease. Having observed some situations over the past few days, she worried that if a girl did manage to win Yi Yunfeng's heart, she might feel a pang of sorrow. Just as the boys' nighttime conversations often revolved around girls, the girls' discussions soon focused on the boys in their class, eventually moving on to the military training instructors, with the consensus that the instructor from the adjacent class was the most handsome. In truth, the newly minted college girls were generally quite innocent, both in demeanor and in matters of the heart. Thus, every year during military training, some girls would form close bonds with instructors, and some even found romantic relationships. Before they knew it, the weekend had arrived. However, Friday evening's military training stretched until after 8 o'clock before they were finally dismissed. Afterward, the members of dormitory 445 and dormitory 113 did not leave, but gathered together after the others had dispersed. Class leader Yi, what is the plan for tomorrow? Just say the word, and we'll follow you through thick and thin, Wang Hui declared, speaking with the bravado of a streetwise girl. Everyone should rest early tonight. We'll meet at the West Gate at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Don't forget to have breakfast first. Otherwise, we might not have time for lunch once we get busy. I'll handle the rest, Yi Yunfeng instructed. Yi Yunfeng said little, merely offering a brief admonition before departing with his roommates. At 7:30 the next morning, the 12 students from 2 dormitories gathered outside the West Gate of Jiangzhou University, where the 6 girls gazed eagerly at Yi Yunfeng, imagining the adventures they might embark upon together. We divided into 2 groups. Classmate Chu Wanxiu led 3 girls and 3 boys to Jiangzhou Medical University to scout for a suitable spot for a street stall, ideally a location akin to our university's basketball court, through which all new students would pass on their way to the dormitories. Meanwhile, I took the other group to the wholesale market to procure supplies. Yi Yunfeng efficiently assigned tasks, and soon both groups set off on their respective missions. Class leader Yi, how much will it cost for 8 sets at wholesale? Will we sell them for 45 yuan each? How much profit can we make? Wang Hui questioned, trailing closely behind Yi Yunfeng and chattering incessantly. Mind your inquiries. I shall not disclose matters pertaining to business secrets. You ought to engage in more work and indulge in less gossip, understood? Yi Yunfeng replied tersely, his brow furrowing. Wang Hui had a reputation for her loquaciousness, which had previously led to her offending others and experiencing ongoing dissatisfaction in her endeavors. Thus, he felt compelled to deliver a cold admonition. Wang Hui sensed the chill in Yi Yunfeng's voice and the sharpness of his gaze, which startled her into a shiver. She quickly nodded in compliance, murmuring, I understand, I want to ask again. It dawned on her that despite appearing to be of the same age, Yi Yunfeng seemed to belong to a different realm entirely. His piercing gaze was reminiscent of those she had encountered only in the eyes of adults. At times, excessive chatter can alienate others, even inadvertently offending those who are not to be trifled with, leading to unimaginable consequences, unbeknownst to oneself. Reflecting on Wang Hui's past misfortunes, Yi Yunfeng deemed it prudent to issue her a warning, lest she repeat the same errors in the future. All right, I understand, Wang Hui replied, visibly intimidated. Retreating to walk alongside the others, no longer daring to provoke Yi Yunfeng. Sister Zhang, we're here to support your business once again. Upon entering the Westgate wholesale market and spotting Zhang Yinxia just starting her day, Yi Yunfeng greeted her with a smile. Ah, little Yi has arrived. It's been a week since the semester began. How is business treating you? Zhang Yinxia inquired, realizing that Yi Yunfeng's visit was not merely for casual perusal. Today marks the start for the new students at Jiangzhou Medical University, and we're here to extend a warm welcome and offer our assistance to them. Yi Yunfeng replied with a grin. You're quite bold, even daring to encroach upon the business of Jiangzhou Medical University. Impressive, Zhang Yinxia remarked, giving him a thumbs up. A mix of surprise and admiration evident in her expression. Please prepare 500 buckets for us, with equal numbers of large and small sizes. Xiaobu, you and Wang Hui take care of organizing the buckets here. The rest of you, follow me over there, Yi Yunfeng stated straightforwardly, subsequently delegating other responsibilities. Jiang Buliang, nicknamed Buzi, had initially been suggested to be called Liangzi, but he refused. Only after treating everyone to breakfast did he consent to being called Xiaobu. Understood. Jiang Buliang responded, smiling at Zhang Yinxia before he and Wang Hui began moving buckets outside. Chapter 9. Li Mingming deceives his cousin. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfeng led the others in sweeping through various shops, acquiring 500 of each item and transporting them to the vacant space beside Zhang Yinxia's store. They commenced sorting, placing the 8-piece sets into buckets, with basins atop the buckets. Subsequently, they packed the items into woven bags. After preparing 100 sets, Yi Yunfeng called for a tricycle to transport the goods to Jiangzhou Medical University, instructing Guiziyuan to accompany the tricycle. Jiangzhou Medical University lay only a few streets away from Jiangzhou University. The Westgate Market was merely half an hour's journey, and the tricycle arrived in a little over 10 minutes. Thus, within half an hour, Guiziyuan returned alongside the tricycle, leaving Jiang Buliang to guard the remaining stock. Yi Yunfeng, accompanied by Wang Hui, Li Mingming, and Dong Xiaojun, hurried to the medical university to assist in moving the goods inside. Upon reaching a three-way intersection, they spotted Chu Wanxiu and others setting up their stall, energetically promoting their wares to the throngs of new students passing by. A large crowd of freshmen surrounded them, some inquiring about prices, others comparing products, while yet others fumbled for cash, and a few hesitated, consulting their companions. Hey, freshmen! You didn't bring any of these essentials, did you? Come take a look. We have the most necessary 8-piece set for only 40 yuan. And the quality is excellent, truly a bargain. Dear ladies, check out our 8-piece set. We have specially designed options for girls, priced nearly 20 yuan less than the school store. Buy a set, and you won't regret it. Passers-by, don't miss out. Essential 8-piece living supplies for the new students. No need to run around shopping. You can simply carry them to your dormitory, and the prices are unbeatable. Come see for yourselves. At that moment, Wang Su, Zhang Mingliang, Jiang Yekue, along with Chu Wanxiu, Shi Lui, and Xiu Shufang, 3 boys and 3 girls, were enthusiastically hawking their goods, drawing a considerable number of freshmen to observe and make purchases. How's the situation? Yi Yunfeng inquired as he approached, noting it was already past 10 o'clock and over an hour since the first batch of goods had arrived. However, he observed that not much stock remained along the roadside. Leaning closer to Chu Wanxiu, he asked, how are sales going? Sales are excellent. Our 8-piece set is priced affordably, nearly 20 yuan cheaper than in stores, Chu Wanxiu replied with a smile, explaining that Yi Yunfeng had set the price at 40 yuan, making it even more appealing to new students. Are you girls managing all right? I doubt you've had prior experience with street stalls. Yi Yunfeng inquired with a chuckle. Initially, we felt a bit shy, but seeing the boys unafraid bolstered our courage. Plus, using the approach you taught us to present ourselves as upperclassmen made the freshmen respectful. No one dared to give us a hard time, and soon we lost all apprehension, Chu Wanxiu responded with a grin. Insane. We've already sold over 120 sets. I reckon we should be able to sell 500 to 600 sets today, Wang Su chimed in, leaning closer to speak softly. Considering Yi Yunfeng's earlier mention of a wholesale price of 30 yuan per set, if they could sell 500 to 600 sets in a day, that would yield a profit of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. Yi Yunfeng had indicated he would only take 3 yuan per set, allowing for a distribution of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan among the group. Each person would thus average 300 to 400 yuan. Additionally, with another day of sales tomorrow, they They could collectively earn 7 to 800 yuan over the 2 days. Although the inclusion of the girls meant the boys might earn slightly less, their assistance lightened the workload, and the combination of genders proved to be quite harmonious for their efforts. All right, I'll retrieve some cash and bring another 1 or 200 sets. Let us aim to sell over 6 or 700 today. Yunfeng nodded, noting he hadn't brought much money with him, leaving some shops still unpaid. It was only after noon that Yunfeng returned to the medical university campus with the remaining group and goods, also bringing 12 boxed lunches for everyone to share. Given that the new students had just arrived on campus, few would be resting during lunch. They mostly wandered around to familiarize themselves with their new environment. The three-way intersection served as a vital thoroughfare, ensuring a steady stream of passers-by drawn to the stall, leading to numerous sales and curious onlookers. Moreover, a few students, upon entering the school, purchased daily necessities from the store adjacent to the school gate. After a comparison, they discovered that nearly identical items were available at a significantly lower price elsewhere, inciting their ire towards the store and prompting some hesitant newcomers to make swift purchases. Overall, the 8-piece set encompassed the majority of essential items required by freshmen, saving them the time of leisurely selection, and with its reasonable pricing, the business flourished remarkably. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Mingming's cousin, Li Minglong, arrived at Jiangzhou Medical University to complete his registration. Initially, it was planned for his cousin to pick him up from the station, but after hearing from new students that the university had organized vehicles to collect freshmen, she decided against going. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Li Minglong exclaimed in shock upon seeing her while following senior students to handle his enrollment procedures. "Xiaolong, come here, I need to talk to you," Li Mingming urged, anxious that her cousin might reveal she was not a student at Jiangzhou Medical University. She pulled him aside and explained, "I went to the station to meet you, but seeing the special vehicle for your school picking up freshmen, I chose not to wait there. I ended up following the vehicle to your university. Unexpectedly, I encountered a fellow townsman, that tall senior I knew from school. Though you don't recognize him, they were setting up a stall here, and since I was free, they invited me to help. By the way, you haven't prepared your daily necessities yet, have you? You should buy a set of the 8-piece pack here. Getting everything from the store would cost around 60 yuan. But they are selling it for only 40 yuan, a remarkable bargain." Li Mingming spun a tale and encouraged her cousin to buy a set. "Junior, since he is your brother, let us sell him a set at cost price," said Yunfeng, who overheard Li Mingming's fabricated story and promptly gifted a set of the 8-piece pack to Li Minglong, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Thank you, senior." Li Minglong expressed his gratitude hurriedly after receiving the gift. By 8:30 in the evening, the group had astonishingly sold all 700 sets of the 8-piece packs. Though exhausted, everyone was exhilarated. As they returned to campus, Yunfeng treated everyone to skewers at a roadside stall, and despite the presence of female companions, the boys refrained from drinking excessively as they had on a previous occasion. On Sunday, the group rose early and, after gathering at 7:30, split into 2 teams to rush to the medical university and the Ximen wholesale market, quickly procuring goods to deliver back to campus and continue their street vending hustle. To be on the safe side, Yunfeng initially acquired 500 sets, conservatively estimating they would sell at least that many today, with plans to assess further inventory based on demand. Chapter 10, another 1,000 yuan earned. After 10 o'clock, once Li Minglong finished his tasks, he came across his cousin again, helping to sell the 8-piece packs. He expressed his guilt for not earning money for her the previous day, insisting on lending a hand. "That'll be a labor of love for you, Junior," Yunfeng acknowledged. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, only 30 to 40 sets of the 500 remained, and it was anticipated they would sell out by around 3. However, Yunfeng noticed a decline in the influx of new students, as most newcomers were identifiable by their large bags. "Tell me, do you think we could sell another 100 sets?" Yunfeng queried, gathering Chu Wanxiu, Wang Su, and Jiang Buliang for a discussion. "I feel the number of new students is diminishing, but there are likely still some who have yet to purchase their necessities. 100 sets should sell out, but anything more might be a stretch," Chu Wanxiu replied. Indeed, after noon, I sensed a decrease in buyers. And I also inquired, "New students must gather in classrooms by 7:30 in the evening, so we can sell only until around 6. After that, no one will be around. Thus, 100 sets should suffice," Wang Su concurred. "Exactly. These 8-piece packs are unlike other items. If we have too many left over, we cannot take them back for personal use. Selling another 100 sets would bring our total to 600 for today, and combined with yesterday, that's 1,300 in total. I heard there are about 3,000 freshmen at the medical university, which means nearly half have purchased our 8-piece packs. We should be thankful," Jiang Buliang agreed. "All right, I'll go grab another 100 sets. Regardless of the time, once we sell out, we'll call it a day and head out for hot pot." Yunfeng nodded, considering everyone's opinions to avoid unilateral decision-making. As anticipated, the number of buyers dwindled as the day progressed, and by around 6 o'clock, the remaining 8-piece packs were finally sold out, bringing a sigh of relief from Yi Yunfeng as he led everyone out of the medical university. Li Minglong left shortly after 5, needing to gather with his classmates. And Yi Yunfeng planned to invite him out for a meal another day to clarify the situation, preventing any potential misunderstandings in the future. He was still considering developing Li Minglong for future business endeavors. After all, having a familiar ally within the medical university was an optimal choice. At 6:30, 12 individuals, 6 boys and 6 girls, from 2 dormitories arrived at a spicy hot pot restaurant on the food street, reserving an empty private room. After ordering, Yi Yunfeng asked the server to hold for a moment while they held a brief meeting before the food arrived. Before we eat, let us divide the earnings from the past 2 days. Yi Yunfeng closed the door and addressed the group, who were all incredibly excited, especially the 6 girls, as this was their first experience earning money independently. In total, they sold 1,308-piece packs, with each set costing 30 yuan. Both the capital and supply chain were provided by the madman, meaning he would receive 3 yuan per set, totaling 3,900 yuan. After deducting living expenses and tricycle fares over the past 2 days, they were left with 8,752 yuan. The madman contributed an additional 48 yuan to round it to 8,800 yuan, which was to be evenly split among the 11 of them, yielding an average of 800 yuan each. The distribution method had been agreed upon before the activity. Initially, the roommates from dormitory 113 insisted Yi Yunfeng take 5 yuan per set, but he conceded 2 yuan per set. With the number of participants doubling, he had to lower the price to 40 yuan per set, resulting in smaller individual earnings for everyone after 2 days of hard work. Here's your share of the profits. Jiang Buliang began distributing the money, and when Chu Wanxiu and the other girls received their shares, some trembled with disbelief, as they had never earned so much money before. Am I dreaming? We made this much money in just 2 days. I've never experienced anything like this. Sure, Louis remarked in a daze. Indeed, it's almost unbelievable that we could earn over a month's worth of living expenses ourselves. Xiao Shufang exclaimed with excitement. Class leader Yi, if such opportunities arise again in the future, you must include us. We promise to work hard and endure any hardships. Li Mingming smiled. Thank you. Class leader Yi. Following everyone to set up stalls these past 2 days has taught me so much. This is a valuable life experience. Wang Hui nodded in agreement. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to hot pot to celebrate our first successful collaboration in earning money, she announced. However, everyone should keep their money safe first. And I'd like to remind you of a few things. Just because we earned so much in these 2 days doesn't mean making money is easy. Such opportunities may not come around again. Therefore, the money in everyone's possession, aside from the essentials for daily living and academic pursuits, should ideally not be squandered on luxury items. It is indeed easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but the reverse is a much more arduous endeavor. We must avoid cultivating habits of profligacy. Furthermore, we cannot allow ourselves to be consumed by the pursuit of wealth. After all, we are still students, and our academic responsibilities should take precedence. Earning money outside of school is merely a form of practical experience, enriching our life and social skills while providing a modest allowance. But it should not be our sole focus. Yi Yunfeng took it upon himself to impart some wisdom to everyone, drawing from his years of experience in the world, which could be deemed as life maxims. Rest assured, class leader Yi, we will certainly allocate our funds wisely and refrain from any ostentation among our peers, responded Chu Wanxiu, comprehending Yi Yunfeng's intent with a nod. Indeed, after my college entrance examination, I worked alongside my brother on a construction site. After toiling all day, I earned only 20 to 30 yuan a day. After a month and a half, my earnings amounted to merely that. So I understand that making money is no easy feat, and I will be prudent with my spending, Guizhuan added earnestly. Absolutely. We will all be frugal and help lighten our family's burdens. Wastefulness will not be tolerated, Dong Xiaojun chimed in, with the other girls nodding in agreement. All right. Let us call the waiter to bring out the dishes, Yi Yunfeng said with a smile, prompting Zhang Yekue to open the door and summon the staff. The hot pot feast lasted over 2 hours, during which everyone engaged in lively conversation. The girls even dared to sample a small amount of beer, their faces flushed with excitement. The experiences of these 2 days rapidly drew the male and female students from the 2 dormitories closer together, although no sparks had yet ignited. They interacted as if they were old friends. During this time, Yi Yunfeng earned an additional 10,400 yuan. And after spending 280 yuan on the hot pot, his savings swelled to 20,000, with an extra 5 to 600 yuan remaining for living expenses. Chapter 11, Just for Fun. On Friday, the second week of military training, September 18th. The school announced that each class should prepare a performance for the freshman arts gala at the end of the month, coinciding with the conclusion of military training. Consequently, at 7 in the evening, Yunfeng summoned several temporary class committee members to discuss in classroom 307. Let us brainstorm, everyone. The evening after the military training ends, we need to present a performance for the freshman arts gala. What should our class showcase? Yunfeng initiated the discussion. Our class has many talented individuals, but to present something noteworthy at the school-wide freshman gala, we must prepare diligently. Wan Lu, the cultural committee member, remarked, having gathered information on classmates' talents through the dormitory leaders. I believe individual solo performances are not the way to go. It would be best to select a program that involves the entire class, as it fosters a sense of collective honor and helps everyone become acquainted more swiftly, proposed Chu Wanxiu. Let us go for a choir. A grand chorus that everyone can participate in, suggested Zhang Mingliang. A choir might be too rigid. We could adopt a medley format, merging several songs together. Those who aren't singing could perform a dance, allowing everyone to engage, Wang Su advised. I've heard there will be auditions with a medley. I worry about the short preparation time hampering our coordination and potentially failing to pass the auditions, Ganyu interjected. Wan Lu, please clarify the audition rules for everyone. Yi Yunfeng directed his gaze toward Wan Lu. The most crucial rule for auditions is innovation, particularly encouraging original works, which accounts for 60% of the evaluation. If we could create an original piece, that would be splendid, Wan Lu informed the group. Creating an original piece is no small feat, and the time is too limited. If it were for the New Year's gala, we might have more time to prepare, but for the freshman gala at the end of the month, it seems quite rushed. Chu Wanxiu shook her head. Original work, you say? How about I write a new song? What do you think? Yi Yunfeng suddenly proposed. Recalling some past songs that were set to become popular the following year, such as Meeting in 98, The Girl Across the Street, Look Over Here, and It's All the Moon's Fault. The group paused, taken aback by Yi Yunfeng's suggestion, gazing at him incredulously. Chu Wanxiu hesitantly asked, Class leader, you can write songs? Of course. I've composed quite a few during high school. It's one of my passions. Plus, I mentioned I can play the guitar, right? I enjoy singing while playing and often perform my own compositions, Yi Yunfeng stated with a hint of pride. Indeed, he had learned the guitar after starting work out of boredom, and he had since honed his skills, often entertaining himself with music, thus retaining memories of many future classic songs. Really? Can you sing a bit for us? Wan Li's eyes lit up. Well, I wrote a song during the holidays called The Girl Across the Street, Look Over Here, which includes these lines. The girl across the street, look over here, look over here. This performance is splendid. Please don't pretend to ignore me. The girl across the street, look over here, don't be frightened by my appearance. I am quite charming. Yi Yunfeng cleared his throat and sang a few lines. Although his voice lacked distinctiveness, he captured the melody of the lyrics quite well, staying mostly in tune. Despite being just a few lines, the youthful melody and playful tone left several in awe, with Chu Wanxiu and Wan Lu staring wide-eyed, unable to believe their ears. Meanwhile, Wang Su, Zhang Mingliang, and Ganyu gazed at him with admiration, as if beholding an idol, feeling a sense of unexplainable awe. Ahem. Sorry, that's all I remember for now. I can't recall the rest, Yi Yunfeng chuckled, addressing them with a smile. Class leader, did you truly write that song? Chu Wanxiu asked intently, making Yi Yunfeng feel bashful under her penetrating gaze. It's not that great. I just wrote it for fun, he replied with a grin, feeling no pressure of plagiarism. No, class leader, this song is exceptionally written. Can't you remember any more lyrics? Wan Lu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The rest will come back to me slowly. I should be able to recall more, Yi Yunfeng thought to himself, feeling a surge of pride. Wow, I never expected you to be such a literary soul, capable of writing songs. Those lyrics are genuinely delightful, Wang Su marveled. Absolutely, Feng Ge. Teach us how to sing it when we get back. I want to learn. Zhang Mingliang eagerly nodded. Why don't we perform this song at the Freshman Arts Gala? I think it would be perfect for a duet, and it would be great for dancing as well. What do you all think? Ganyu suggested. That song won't do. I've been feeling inspired lately, and am in the process of writing a new song that expresses the freshers' hopes for the future. I'll strive to complete it tonight, Wan Lu declared. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, Wan Lu, gather the musically inclined classmates in the classroom. Let us test out my original song, Yi Yunfeng countered, shaking his head. He was determined to unveil Meeting in 98 first, as it was slated for release during the New Year's Gala, with the director currently rallying a group of creators to compose the piece. Very well. We'll be waiting to hear the class leader's new song tomorrow. Wan Lu smiled sweetly and nodded, her gaze towards Yi Yunfeng bearing an unusual intensity that piqued Chu Wanxiu's vigilance. I have a guitar at home. I'll retrieve it tonight, and we'll be in the classroom promptly at 8:30 tomorrow morning, Chu Wanxiu quickly declared. That evening, Yi Yunfeng intentionally scribbled and revised, wasting dozens of pages before finally completing the song A Rendezvous in 98, which left his roommates in awe. The next morning, the entire class gathered in the classroom, buzzing with excitement upon hearing that the class leader would personally write a song for the cultural performance. Open your hearts, shed the shyness of spring, and let the dance whirl. Break through the winter's silence, as the warm embrace carries heartfelt greetings, a gentle drizzle bathing yesterday. In that exhilarating moment, you welcomed me with warm eyes, greeting me with the joy I brought from yesterday. Yi Yunfeng inscribed the lyrics on the blackboard, and some classmates softly recited them, savoring each line. Come, come, let us rendezvous in 98. Let us meet under the silver moonlight, in the warmth of affection. Come, come, let us rendezvous in 98. Let us meet in the sweet spring breeze, in our everlasting youth, hearts intertwined, year after year, regardless of distance. The song's melody flowed gently, penetrating the verdant embrace of spring, adorned in a new guise. As tomorrow approached silently, we listened to that soft breath, urging us to embrace one another's dreams. You welcomed me with warm eyes, greeting me with the joy I brought from yesterday. Come, come, let us rendezvous in 98. Let us meet under the silver moonlight, in the warmth of affection. As Yi Yunfeng finished writing the lyrics, the classroom buzzed with chatter, some discussing the content of the lyrics, while others expressed their admiration for him. Chapter 12. Who is the class leader's dream goddess? The class leader's lyrics are exquisite. He truly is a literary talent from the College of Arts. I think the line about shedding the shyness of spring and breaking through the loneliness of winter deserves further consideration. Come, come, let us rendezvous in 98. These lines are particularly catchy and are bound to become the most popular lyrics. But how should it be sung? Do you think the class leader can compose the music? Meeting under the silver moonlight, in the warmth of affection, those lines are simply too romantic. Do you think the class leader is thinking of his dream goddess? Who could the class leader's dream goddess be? There are many girls in our class who admire him, but only Chu Wanxiu seems to have a chance. After Yi Yunfeng wrote down the lyrics, he turned to pick up the guitar that Chu Wanxiu had brought, sitting at the first row of desks, and announced to everyone, "This is my original song titled A Rendezvous in 98. It expresses our aspirations for the future as university freshmen and reflects our longing for a beautiful life and hope for the new year." As soon as Yi Yunfeng finished speaking, Chu Wanxiu stood up to applaud, and the entire class followed suit, expressing their admiration for their class leader. This song will be our class's entry for the competition. Everyone must practice diligently. Those who sing the best will lead the chorus, while the others will participate in the dance. Class leader, can you compose music? Wanla asked excitedly, then turned to Yi Yunfeng. I cannot compose music, but I have a melody in my heart that I can play on the guitar, Yi Yunfeng replied, shaking his head. I understand sheet music. Class leader, could you perform it once? I will transcribe it onto sheet music, Wanla hurriedly suggested, while Chu Wanxiu handed over her cherished guitar. This was the guitar she had exclusively used during her lessons, never before lending it to anyone, let alone a male classmate. Yet she willingly offered it to Yi Yunfeng without hesitation. Thus, Yi Yunfeng strummed the song A Rendezvous in 98, recalling the melody from memory, performing it several times, while Wanla diligently transcribed the sheet music. As Yi Yunfeng played repeatedly, classmates began to quietly sing along, and soon a few students, particularly those musically inclined, had grasped the basics. During the weekend, the entire class focused on learning the new song, with Wanla organizing the 6 boys and 6 girls who sang the best into a lead group, while the remaining students participated in the dance, with Yi Yunfeng as the sole guitar accompaniment. Although sheet music had been created and other instrumental accompaniments could be added, time constraints prevented more extensive preparations, leaving Yi Yunfeng to accompany alone. In the final week of military training, the most thrilling event was the trip to the military camp for live ammunition shooting practice. Though each student was allotted only 5 bullets, the experience was exhilarating. The military training report event took place on the morning of September 29th, and everyone diligently completed the report performance. Perhaps due to the upcoming freshman cultural performance, all the new students were filled with anticipation for the evening's activities. That afternoon, the class rehearsed their program with fervor, and even as the instructor departed, no girls went to see him off. Everything passed in tranquil silence. On the evening of September 30th, the sports field of Jiangzhou University was abuzz with excitement, as over 3,000 new students gathered alongside older students from other grades, creating a sea of humanity both inside and outside the venue. Professor Wang, we appreciate your presence tonight. I apologize for taking up your valuable time. Standing before the podium, 2 rows of VIP seats were arranged for distinguished guests, including the leadership of Jiangzhou University and special invited judges. At this moment, Vice President Zhang Zhiming of Jiangzhou University was shaking hands with one of the judges, smiling as he introduced him. This is Wang Xiaolin, the Vice Dean of Jiangzhou Music Academy and a renowned musician and composer in Daxia. Principal Zhang, you are too kind. I have been eager to get out and seek inspiration, Wang Xiaolin replied with a smile. Currently invited to participate in the theme song creation for this year's Spring Festival Gala, though he had yet to find a direction. Let us hope the young talents of Jiangzhou University can surprise you. Zhang Zhiming nodded, before greeting the other distinguished guests. Wang Xiaolin settled into his seat, engaging in conversation with the other esteemed guests, all of whom were familiar faces from various university circles in Jiangzhou. At 7 in the evening, with twilight still lingering, the freshman cultural performance officially commenced. Under the flickering neon lights, a succession of performances unfolded, as groups of young male and female freshmen showcased their youthful vigor and enthusiasm on stage. As Wang Xiaolin graded each performance, his mind wandered to the requirements set forth by the director of this year's Spring Festival Gala, Zhang Shuo, regarding the theme song. This year, our country has experienced a series of significant events, with the return of Hong Kong and Macau to the motherland, symbolizing our nation's flourishing progress. Thus, the theme song should ideally reflect this sentiment. The theme song creation team consisted of 8 prominent composers from within the industry, all of whom had convened for discussions multiple times, yet the 3 songs produced thus far had all been rejected by Director Zhang. His stipulation was clear. The team must deliver a new song after the National Day celebrations, followed by composing the music, selecting performers, choreographing the dance, and a myriad of other tasks, all within an extremely tight time frame, leaving the entire creative team under immense pressure. Dear students, as we approach the final quarter of 1997, the forthcoming year of 1998 beckons to us with the promise of new beginnings, much like the aspirations of every freshman. Let us eagerly anticipate and yearn for what lies ahead. Let us collectively embrace the arrival of 1998. The following performance comes from the first class of the 1997 cohort of the School of Arts, presenting their original song titled A Rendezvous in 1998. Featuring vocals by Chu Wanqiu and others, with accompaniment by Wan Lu and guitar by Yunfeng. At that moment, the host on stage began to announce the next program. And upon hearing the original song, A Rendezvous in 1998, Wang Xiaolin felt a surge of energy, his focus sharpening instantly. On stage, Chu Wanqiu led the performance, as 3 male and 3 female singers took their positions at the back of the stage. Wan Lu guided the accompanying dancers onto the stage, while Yi Yunfeng, clad in casual attire, settled into a corner on the right, cradling his guitar beside 3 microphones. As the lights illuminated the stage, Yi Yunfeng commenced the prelude, drawing Wang Xiaolin's gaze toward him as he attentively listened to the melodic introduction. Opening our hearts, shedding the shyness of spring. The dance steps whirl and break the silence of winter. The warm embrace carries heartfelt greetings, as gentle rain showers upon yesterday. Yesterday, in that thrilling moment, you welcomed me with your warm gaze, greeting me with the joy I brought from the past. Chapter 13. The Arrival of Sleep Meets the Pillow. Upon hearing the lyrics, Wang Xiaolin's eyes sparkled. His left hand instinctively joined in rhythm with Yi Yunfeng's strumming, as if the lyrics painted a vivid picture of winter yielding to spring, revitalizing the earth with exuberance. You welcome me with your warm gaze, greeting me with the joy I brought from yesterday. Come, come, let us rendezvous in 1998. Let us rendezvous under the silver moonlight. Let us meet in the warmth of affection. When the male singers harmonized this segment, Wang Xiaolin became exhilarated, realizing that this song encapsulated the very theme he had been contemplating and yearning to express for the upcoming Spring Festival Gala. Come, come, let us rendezvous in 1998. Let us meet amidst the sweet spring breeze, in the eternal bloom of youth, hearts entwined, year after year, regardless of distance. As this portion of the song resonated throughout the venue, both the new and returning students erupted in enthusiasm, applause and cheers resonating continuously, as everyone's spirits were undeniably uplifted. Come, come, let us rendezvous in 1998, let us meet year after year, regardless of distance. Ultimately, as the performers repeated this segment, the students below joined in a rousing chorus, culminating in a euphoric climax for the evening. Wang Xiaolin felt a flush of excitement, instinctively recognizing that this song was precisely what the Spring Festival Gala needed as its theme. To his astonishment, the theme song that the creative team had struggled to finalize over the past month had been discovered by him at Jiangzhou University. Come, come, let us rendezvous in 1998. Let us meet year after year, regardless of distance. At this moment, countless students stood up, waving their arms in interaction with the performers, repeatedly singing these lines. While Wang Xiaolin, not waiting for the program to conclude, marked a perfect score of 10 on the evaluation sheet. Indeed, he awarded them full marks. Although the performances were not particularly outstanding, and there were minor missteps in the dance, the accompaniment was impeccable. Overall, the original composition significantly enhanced the class's presentation. "What a splendid song," remarked a nearby judge, nodding in approval. "This song is beautifully written. It could easily serve as a theme song," another judge commented. A rendezvous in 1998, filled with hopeful expectations for the future, radiating positivity. Even the university leaders, who were not musically inclined, could discern the song's merit. "This program is commendable, and the lyricist deserves special attention," said Ian Dunming, the president of Jiangzhou University, to the leaders beside him. "Class monitor, how did we perform? Do you think our dance was satisfactory? Surely, we must be in contention for first prize. Look how excited everyone is. Come, let us rendezvous in 1998. Let us meet year after year." After descending from the stage, the classmates of Class 1 were elated, fully aware that their performance had garnered immense popularity. Undoubtedly the highlight of the evening. Thus, they rallied around Yi Yunfeng, cheering enthusiastically, while some continued to hum the melody. Although most students could not recall the entire song, they remembered the most poignant lines, which did not hinder their joy. Unquestionably, when the final results were announced, the performance A Rendezvous in 1998 by the first class of the 1997 cohort of the School of Arts was awarded the grand prize of the 1997 New Student Arts Gala at Jiangzhou University. Yi Yunfeng, as the lyricist and class monitor, ascended the stage to accept the award, presented by Professor Wang Xiaolin, who had specifically requested the honor from Vice President Zhang Zhiming. "Congratulations on winning the grand prize. Are you the author of this song?" Wang Xiaolin inquired as he awarded Yi Yunfeng. "Thank you, teacher. I wrote this song," Yi Yunfeng replied with calm composure. "I am Professor Wang Xiaolin from Jiangzhou Music Academy, currently composing the theme song for the Spring Festival Gala. I believe your piece A Rendezvous in 1998 is exceptionally suitable for this year's gala. Would you be willing to collaborate with our production team?" Wang Xiaolin asked. "Really? Professor Wang, could my song actually be performed at the Spring Festival Gala?" Yi Yunfeng feigned surprise. "Absolutely. Alongside 7 other music instructors, I am responsible for crafting the theme song for the gala. Yet all 3 of our current compositions have been rejected by director Zhang Shua. Hence, I wish to present your song to him. From my perspective, your composition is entirely worthy of being the theme song, but ultimately, it is director Zhang's decision. Should it be selected for the Spring Festival Gala? It would greatly benefit you," Professor Wang affirmed. "Then I would certainly be willing. Please give me a call, Professor Wang, and I will reach out to you tomorrow." Yi Yunfeng eagerly responded. "Here is my contact information. I will await your call tomorrow," Wang Xiaolin said, having prepared a note to hand to Yi Yunfeng with a smile. Yi Yunfeng reciprocated the smile, realizing that he had pushed A Rendezvous in 1998 forward precisely to capture the attention of the Spring Festival Gala. Initially concerned about how to disseminate the song, he was pleasantly surprised to find a music expert from the gala's creative team among the judges. It was indeed a serendipitous moment, akin to finding a pillow when one is sleepy. Professor Wang Xiaolin, too, felt this stroke of fortune. Upon returning home that evening, it was already past 10 o'clock. He felt no inclination to sleep. Instead, he held on to his notes of the lyrics he had recorded live and dialed director Zhang Shua regarding the Spring Festival Gala. "Professor Wang, is there good news?" Zhang Shua, the busy director of this year's Spring Festival Gala, had many responsibilities, with the theme song being a primary concern. The creative team had been established for over a month, commencing discussions in mid-August. During this time, instructors had proposed several original songs, but upon reviewing the lyrics, she had rejected them, as none evoked the essence she sought. Director Zhang, "Indeed, I believe I have found the theme song for the Spring Festival Gala," Wang Xiaolin replied with a smile. Subsequently singing a rough rendition of A Rendezvous in 1998 from memory, particularly repeating the last few lines multiple times. On the telephone, Zhang Shua remained silent on the other end, yet her breathing quickened, particularly with the last few lines of the lyrics resonating powerfully within her soul, igniting a fervent passion. Come, let us rendezvous in 98. Come, let us meet in 1998. Heart to heart, a promise made, year after year, regardless of distance. Gradually, she began to hum along with Wang Xiaolin, her eyes gleaming brighter with each note, until she could no longer contain herself and interrupted. "Professor Wang, did you compose this song?" No. This is something I discovered at the Freshman Arts Gala today at Jiangzhou University. It was written by a first-year student, and I've arranged to discuss it with him in detail tomorrow," Wang Xiaolin replied hastily. "Very well, I shall personally come to Jiangzhou tomorrow to meet the author," Zhang Shua declared promptly. Chapter 14, on copyright. October 1st marked the beginning of the holiday. Among the 6 residents of Dormitory 113, Jiang Buliang, Wang Su, and Zhang Mingliang, who lived relatively close to home, returned home, while Guiziyuan, Jiang Yekue, and Yi Yunfeng, who resided farther away, opted not to return to save on travel expenses. Brother Feng, do you have any plans for the next few days? Guiziyuan inquired of Yi Yunfeng. Not particularly. However, since we are studying in Jiangzhou, it is imperative that we familiarize ourselves with the city and its surrounding attractions. Therefore, I plan to explore the area a bit during these days, Yi Yunfeng replied thoughtfully. In truth, he had a vague recollection of Jiangzhou and its attractions, though those memories were now decades old and rather hazy, prompting his desire to revisit and see them anew. Then let us go together, Jiang Yekue chimed in eagerly. That sounds good. However, I have some other matters to attend to today, so let us go tomorrow instead, Yi Yunfeng suggested, recalling his need to contact Wang Xiaolin. Shortly after 9 in the morning, following breakfast, Yi Yunfeng used the dormitory phone to reach out to Wang Xiaolin. Professor Wang, good morning. This is Yi Yunfeng from the School of Arts at Jiangzhou University. Are you available this morning? Ah, Xiaoya. I've been anticipating your call. By the way, I have some wonderful news. Ms. Zhang Shuo, the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala, has arrived in Jiangzhou this morning. Let us meet at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel across from the Jiangzhou Music Academy at 10:30, Wang Xiaolin exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement upon hearing Yi Yunfeng's introduction. Very well, I will be at Jiangzhou Grand Hotel at 10:30, Yi Yunfeng confirmed. The distance between Jiangzhou University and Jiangzhou Music Academy spanned half the city, requiring about an hour by bus. Therefore, Yi Yunfeng promptly left, boarding the bus to head in that direction. During this time, there was neither subway nor high-speed rail, making the bus the most common mode of transport, or alternatively, taxis, which were often too expensive for students, costing upwards of 50 to 60 yuan for a single trip. The bus, however, only required 3 yuan, albeit with a longer travel time. Although Yi Yunfeng had recently come into some money, he remained frugal. With no urgency, he took his time on the bus, leisurely perusing a book. Around 10:20, Yi Yunfeng arrived at the side entrance of Jiangzhou Music Academy. Upon alighting, he spotted the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel ahead, a prominent landmark towering 33 stories high. Entering the hotel lobby, he quickly scanned the area and noticed Professor Wang Xiaolin engaged in conversation with a gray-haired middle-aged woman in a nearby lounge area. Professor Wang, this must be Director Zhang. Yi Yunfeng approached, and upon seeing him, Wang Xiaolin stood and waved, while the middle-aged woman turned her gaze toward him. Yi Yunfeng smiled and inquired, is this indeed Ms. Zhang Shuo? Yes, this is Ms. Zhang Shuo, the chief director of this year's Spring Festival Gala, Wang Xiaolin confirmed with a nod. Director Zhang, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Yi Yunfeng, a freshman from the School of Arts at Jiangzhou University. I truly appreciate you making the trip to Jiangzhou. Yi Yunfeng extended his hand to shake hers. Xiaoya, I hope I'm not intruding. I heard from Professor Wang last night about your composition, Rendezvous, in '98. Although I've only heard him sing a few lines, it left a significant impression on me. I believe it aligns perfectly with this year's Spring Festival Gala theme, Zhang Shuo expressed sincerely. Director Zhang, I have brought the original manuscript of the song with me. Yi Yunfeng nodded, presenting her with a thick stack of manuscript paper, encompassing everything from initial concepts to drafts and numerous revisions, totaling around 20 to 30 pages. Zhang Shuo and Wang Xiaolin perused the pages, clearly recognizing the effort Yi Yunfeng had invested, as they nodded in appreciation. Xiaoya, you've truly struck gold with this piece. The lyrics are catchy and undeniably possess the qualities of a popular song. I'm confident that once showcased at the Spring Festival Gala, it will resonate throughout the nation. Wang Xiaolin praised, opening the heart, shedding the shyness of spring, dancing in spirals, breaking the silence of winter. The warm embrace carries heartfelt greetings through the gentle rain that bathes yesterday. Yesterday, oh yesterday, in that exhilarating moment, you welcomed me with your warm gaze. Bringing forth the joy from yesterday, Zhang Shuo remarked, holding the final version of the manuscript, softly humming along while tapping the rhythm. Though she had only heard Wang Xiaolin sing it once the previous night, the melody lingered in her memory. Xiaoya, do you sing it yourself? And was it you who accompanied with the guitar last night? Have you found someone to compose the music? Wang Xiaolin suddenly inquired. Professor Wang, I have not yet found anyone to compose the music. The accompaniment and the rhythms sung by my classmates were based solely on my own intuition. But I truly cannot compose music. I need a professional for that, Yi Yunfeng replied, shaking his head. Xiaoya, would you be willing to sing it for us now? Zhang Shuo asked, her gaze filled with anticipation. Certainly, I shall sing a soft rendition for you, Yi Yunfeng replied, and before the two, he sang a gentle version of the song. Though without accompaniment, the essence of the piece still shone through, catching Zhang Shuo's attention. Director Zhang, how does this sound? Perhaps you could discuss the song with Xiaoya first, and after lunch. I can take you both to my music room, where Xiaoya can accompany himself on the guitar while singing it again, and I will assist in composing the score. Wang Xiaolin proposed. Indeed, Professor Wang is a renowned musician in our country. If you could assist with the composition, the outcome would undoubtedly be even better. Yi Yunfeng chimed in enthusiastically. Xiaoya, would you be willing to transfer the rights of your song to the Spring Festival Gala team? I intend to use it as the theme song for this year's gala, premiering just before the midnight countdown, which I believe will surely surprise the entire nation. Zhang Shuo stated, gazing at Yi Yunfeng. Director Zhang, it would be my honor for my song to be selected for the Spring Festival Gala. I can grant the song's performance rights to the gala team free of charge. However, I must retain other rights. In other words, it may be sung freely during the gala or used for any charitable endeavors by the team, but if it is to be used commercially or by artists for albums, I will certainly require a copyright fee, Yi Yunfeng replied with a smile. In truth, during this period, young individuals who understood copyright were few and far between, especially considering Yi Yunfeng's clear distinction between the temporary performance rights and the copyright itself, which prompted Zhang Shuo to regard him with renewed interest. The young man is quite remarkable, possessing such extensive knowledge about copyright matters. As long as you are willing to allow your song to be used for the Spring Festival Gala, the copyrights will undoubtedly remain with you. Our program team would never dream of profiting from your work. Furthermore, should we designate your song as the theme for the gala, I am confident that numerous artists will be eager to acquire the rights to your song, allowing you to earn a substantial sum. Zhang Shuo said with a smile. That would be ideal, Yi Yunfeng replied, showing no signs of embarrassment. For him, this song was sure to yield significant financial returns in the future. Chapter 15, A Wonderful Piece of News. In the afternoon, following Wang Xiaolin's suggestion, Yi Yunfeng accompanied Zhang Shuo to Jiangzhou Music Academy, heading for Wang Xiaolin's private music room. Although the school was on break, many students still frequented the campus. The music academy was primarily populated by music enthusiasts and prodigies, among whom were numerous stunningly handsome men and women, creating a dazzling atmosphere. Xiaoyi, don't you think there are quite a few beautiful women in our music academy? Have you considered transferring here? Suddenly, Wang Xiaolin inquired mysteriously. Yi Yunfeng paused, a line of question marks appearing above his head. Professor Wang, I lack any musical specialty. Why would I transfer? Xiaoyi, you may have misunderstood. Not all students at the music academy are exceptionally talented. For instance, you could easily pursue a degree in music composition, ultimately becoming a professional lyricist. You could also learn composition, enabling you to write both lyrics and music yourself. Wouldn't that be splendid? Wang Xiaolin painted a bright picture for Yi Yunfeng, yet he shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Professor, but I have no intention of developing a career in music. The creation of this new song stemmed from my passion for writing poetry and lyrics, and I merely felt inspired. If you were to ask me to engage in professional music composition, I might find it utterly intolerable. Thus, I prefer to regard songwriting as a hobby rather than a lifelong vocation. Yi Yunfeng dismissed Wang Xiaolin's suggestion, though he was aware of numerous classic songs in his memory. He was certainly not cut out for that line of work. Inwardly, Yi Yunfeng resolved to refrain from plagiarizing songs in the future, should he attain fame. The risk of exposure would be quite awkward. Of course, occasionally showcasing his talent and releasing a classic song prematurely seemed feasible to him. Subsequently, in Wang Xiaolin's private music room, Yi Yunfeng strummed his guitar and performed Meeting in 98 several times, while Professor Wang transcribed the score based on his playing. Zhang Shuo listened intently, keeping the beat with a smile on her face. Although her time was precious, and today's visit to Jiangzhou would consume an entire day, she felt no regret. Securing the theme song for this year's Spring Festival Gala would allow her to confidently arrange other matters, alleviating a significant burden from her mind. In the end, Yi Yunfeng and Zhang Shuo, representing the Spring Festival Gala program team, signed an authorization agreement. Yi Yunfeng granted the program team permission to use the song Meeting in 98 for this year's gala without charging any fees. Simultaneously, the agreement stipulated that the program team could not use the song in any other context without paying copyright fees. Director Zhang, I personally suggest that this song be performed as a duet by Na Yin and Wang Fei, symbolizing a collaboration between mainland and Hong Kong artists, which would carry extraordinary significance this year. Finally, Yi Yunfeng offered a small suggestion, aware that even without his input, the two would likely perform together. However, he hoped that by proposing it, he might forge connections with the two singers. This was a deliberate move on Yi Yunfeng's part, as he intended to occasionally unveil a classic song in the future, and knowing individuals within the industry would facilitate finding suitable performers. In contrast to others of his generation, Yi Yunfeng possessed a heightened awareness of copyright issues, understanding that it would only grow in importance, and he was certain that this song would bring him long-term copyright income. Xiaoyi, I'll save you a ticket for the Spring Festival Gala. You should come and experience the atmosphere firsthand, Zhang Shuo said as she prepared to leave. Yi Yunfeng was taken aback. He knew how challenging it was to obtain tickets for the live event, which were typically inaccessible to the general public. He never expected Zhang Shua would offer him one. Thank you, Director Zhang. Even if I can't use it, it will serve a purpose, so I sincerely appreciate it. In the following days, Yi Yunfeng, along with Guiziyuan and Jiang Yekue, explored various attractions within Jiangzhou and its surroundings. Fortunately, their household registrations had already been updated to Jiangzhou, and they had changed their IDs to reflect their residency in Changming District, allowing them free access to local attractions. As the holiday came to a close, everyone returned to school, embarking on the true experience of university life. Counselor Zhu Wenbin reappeared, presiding over the class elections to determine the class committee members. Unsurprisingly, Yi Yunfeng was unanimously elected class monitor, with Chu Wanqiu as vice monitor, Jiang Kun as study committee member, and Yuan Yu as the youth league secretary. Other roles, such as health committee member Zhang Mingliang, organization committee member Wang Su, cultural and entertainment committee member Wan Lu, and sports committee member Gan Yu, remained unchanged. Additionally, a discipline committee member, Chen Hong, and a life committee member, Xiang Xia, were added. Monitor, you can't play favorites. If there are future opportunities to earn money, be sure to include us. Word of Yi Yunfeng's recent money-making ventures with Dorm 445 had spread throughout the class, prompting inquiries from students in other dorms. Yi Yunfeng had never considered hiding this, as nearly one-third of the class had purchased items from him when he sold the 8-piece sets. The 6 female classmates from Dorm 445, having collaborated with him, each earned 800 yuan in just 2 days, and this was soon known among the boys as well. Well, everyone, let's prioritize our studies. Earning money should be secondary. However, rest assured, if an opportunity arises, I will definitely include everyone. Yi Yunfeng felt compelled to clarify. But let me state this up front. If anyone fails to study diligently and flunks during the final exams, I will not be bringing them along for any future opportunities. Yi Yunfeng reluctantly agreed to this, but he took the opportunity to make a request to the entire class. Meanwhile, upon Zhang Shua's return, she convened the 8 expert professors of the creative team to discuss the song meeting in 98, ultimately receiving unanimous approval to designate it as this year's theme song for the Spring Festival Gala. With the theme song confirmed, everyone could now begin composing additional songs. I also need to contact the performing artists. Zhang Shua nodded in agreement. When reaching out to mainland singer Na Yin, she readily agreed upon reviewing the lyrics, as she felt a deep connection to the song. However, contacting Hong Kong artist Wang Fei proved more complicated. Her management company had high demands, placing considerable importance on Wang Fei's debut in mainland China and exhibiting a meticulous attitude towards the song. Nevertheless, despite the convoluted process, after Wang Fei personally auditioned the song, she ultimately agreed to perform at the Spring Festival Gala alongside Na Yin. On October 20th, Yi Yunfeng received a sudden phone call from Professor Wang Xiaolin. Xiao Yi, I have some excellent news. Chapter 16, a buyout of 5 million, or royalties. Yi Yunfeng chuckled and inquired, Professor Wang, what is this good news? A renowned singer from our country has inquired about your song, A Promise in 98, expressing her desire to purchase its copyright. If you are interested, I can facilitate this arrangement and set up a meeting with her agent in Jiangzhou. Wang Xiaolin stated, this is indeed splendid news. Thank you, Professor Wang, for your assistance. I would appreciate it if you could confirm this for me, and we can discuss the details further upon meeting. Yi Yunfeng replied, feeling unsurprised that a singer wished to acquire the song, as he was aware of its promising future. Furthermore, he had already discerned the identity of the singer, as she had originally included this song in her album. Later that evening, Professor Wang called to confirm, Xiao Yi, the singer interested in purchasing the song's copyright is none other than the famous artist Na Yin, whom you recommended to sing it last time. After reviewing the lyrics, she agreed to perform at the Spring Festival Gala and has taken a liking to this song. So it is this esteemed lady. When is her agent coming? Yi Yunfeng inquired. This weekend, in 2 days. The meeting will take place at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. I will call you once they arrive, Wang Xiaolin excitedly replied. Although the copyright for the song belongs solely to Yi Yunfeng, Wang Xiaolin had assisted him in composing the music and earned co-authorship. Thus, he could expect to receive a portion of the earnings should the copyright agreement be finalized. Soon, the weekend arrived, and Yi Yunfeng took the bus once more to the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, where Wang Xiaolin awaited him in the lobby. Hello, Professor Wang. I apologize for making you wait. Yi Yunfeng greeted him upon entering. You took the bus, didn't you? No need to worry. Public transport is often delayed. Wang Xiaolin waved his hand dismissively. Subsequently, Wang Xiaolin led Yi Yunfeng to the 10th floor, knocking on room 1008, where they were greeted by a woman in her 30s, with a round face and a slightly plump figure. Professor Wang, you've arrived. Please, come in. She welcomed them into the room. The spacious room was divided into an inner and outer area. The former likely served as a bedroom, while while the latter was a small reception area furnished with a sofa, coffee table, and a kitchenette. Allow me to introduce. This is Yi Yunfeng, the lyricist of A Promise in '98, a student at Jiangzhou University. Xiao Yi, this is Lu Fangfang, the agent of the renowned singer Na Yin. You may address her as Fang Jia. Wang Xiaolin, already acquainted with Lu, took on the role of intermediary for the introductions. Hello, Xiao Yi. Greetings, Fang Jia. Lu Fangfang extended her hand for a gentle handshake, both sharing polite smiles as they acknowledged one another. Once seated, Lu Fangfang poured tea for them, taking a place on the sofa opposite Yi Yunfeng. Xiao Yi, I trust Professor Wang has conveyed my purpose here. Let me be forthright. Na Jia is quite taken with your song A Promise in '98 and intends to purchase the copyright for 200,000. What are your thoughts? Lu Fangfang assessed Yi Yunfeng with a keen gaze before directly addressing the matter of the song's purchase. I am grateful to Na Jia for her interest in my work. And I also appreciate your journey to Jiangzhou, Fang Jia. Personally, I would be thrilled to have Na Jia perform this song, which is why I initially recommended her to director Zhang. I am confident this song will achieve remarkable success, especially after the Spring Festival Gala, which will undoubtedly elevate its profile. Fang Jia, my proposal is to establish a revenue-sharing agreement for any future albums or commercial performances by Na Jia, or even if the song leads to other copyright opportunities, I would be satisfied with a 50-50 split. Additionally, I would require a signing fee of 100,000, as Professor Wang has contributed to the composition and deserves some remuneration for his efforts. Yi Yunfeng remarked with a smile. A 50-50 revenue split? That is simply unfeasible. Lu Fangfang countered, momentarily taken aback, then quickly shook her head in rejection. Xiao Yi, while your song is indeed commendable, it will only enjoy fleeting popularity next year. After '98, its resurgence will be challenging. Therefore, our offered price is exceedingly fair. If you are dissatisfied, we can negotiate a slight increase, but it won't be substantial. As an experienced agent, Lu Fangfang was well-versed in negotiation tactics and immediately sought to downplay the song's value, offering a minor increase as an incentive, a common strategy to lead the other party toward acceptance. Fang Jia, I acknowledge that a 50-50 split may seem excessive. However, I firmly believe that the value generated by this song will far exceed this amount in the future, making a revenue-sharing agreement mutually advantageous. Allow me to make a sincere concession. I will maintain the signing fee at 100,000, with 80,000 for myself and 20,000 for Professor Wang. For the revenue split, I am willing to accept just 40%. What do you think? Yi Yunfeng began to negotiate, setting an ambitious price point. As the concept of revenue-sharing agreements was still relatively novel in the domestic market, with many unfamiliar with its implementation, following a revenue-sharing model may lead to complications. We prefer a straightforward buyout. Xiao Yi, please propose a buyout price. Lu Fangfang firmly shook her head. Fang Jia, a buyout is certainly possible, but the price may be beyond your expectations. I am not asking for much, just 5 million to secure the full copyright of this song. Yi Yunfeng stated with a smile. Wang Xiaolin nearly dropped his teacup in shock, while Lu Fangfang's eyes widened in disbelief at the figure presented. It's essential to note that in 1997, possessing 100,000 in assets was considered affluent, while a million would signify true wealth. Thus, Yi Yunfeng's demand of 5 million was not merely ambitious, it was audacious. Xiao Yi, this is rather unreasonable. Selling a song for 5 million, who would believe that? How many singers do you know who earn 5 million in a year? Lu Fangfang shot Yi Yunfeng an incredulous look. Fang Jia, you prompted me to name a price, yet now you express disbelief. I am confident that the future value of this song will greatly surpass that figure, yet you seem unconvinced. Consequently, to mitigate risk, let us pursue a revenue-sharing agreement. You would only need to pay the initial 100,000, and if the song does not yield profits, you will incur no further losses. Conversely, if it proves successful, a revenue share will still be feasible, Yi Yunfeng proposed. Wang Xiaolin, I think Xiao Ye's suggestion is quite reasonable. It allows both parties to share the risk and represents a potential win-win situation. Wang Xiaolin concurred, having grasped the essence of the conversation. Professor Wang, we have never engaged in such agreements, nor do we possess a relevant template. It seems rather cumbersome, Lu Fangfang admitted, scratching her head. Fang Jia, why not consult Na Jia? If a buyout is on the table, I assure you I will not settle for less than 5 million. However, if we go for a revenue-sharing model, I would only require 40%, allowing you 60%. This way, should this song become a major hit, you can reap greater profits without incurring significant upfront costs. Please discuss this among yourselves, Yi Yunfeng concluded. I'll make a call. Please enjoy your tea. I shall be back shortly. Lu Fang, feeling helpless, had no choice but to retreat to the inner room to make a phone call. Xiao Yi, why not simply ask for 500,000 outright? Why wait for a share later? That seems rather cumbersome. Professor Wang Xiaolin remarked softly after Lu Feng closed the door behind her. Professor Wang, I believe this song of mine will generate substantial revenue in the future. Far exceeding 50,000, Yunfeng insisted. I've heard that in foreign countries, such revenue-sharing collaborations are quite common, yet they remain rare in our country. Typically, only partners in entrepreneurial ventures sign equity agreements. I wonder if Nain would agree, Wang Xiaolin replied, shaking his head. He felt that Yunfeng would be better off securing a buyout, as it would minimize complications and allow for a more significant immediate payout, which could be utilized for purchasing property or investing. Wouldn't that be preferable? Yunfeng did not respond further, but instead extracted a book from his backpack and began to read. Wang Xiaolin peered over, surprised to find it was a volume on classical poetry. He did not expect this young man to exhibit such composure. After more than half an hour, Lu Feng emerged from the inner room. It was unclear whether she had been on the phone the entire time or simply wished to give Yunfeng some space. However, upon seeing him engrossed in his reading, her lips twitched slightly. She sensed he was no ordinary university student, for typical students lacked such steadiness. Xiaoyi, are you reading a professional book? How can you be so serious while out having fun? Lu Feng inquired, clearing her throat. As the class monitor, I must set a good example in my studies. Besides, I enjoy my leisure time, and I tend to squander it. So I seize opportunities to catch up when I can, Yunfeng replied, putting away the book. Lu Feng, what did Najia say? Wang Xiaolin asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. Najia still prefers a direct buyout to avoid future complications. Xiaoyi, your price of 5 million is indeed rather outrageous. Najia suggests a buyout for 50,000. What do you think? Lu Feng looked at Yunfeng as she spoke. Sister Feng, I truly do not wish for a buyout. If you insist, the price must not drop below 5 million. Perhaps you could call and negotiate further. I believe a revenue-sharing agreement would benefit us all. Truly a win-win situation. Yunfeng shook his head. His conviction in securing a revenue-sharing agreement stemmed from a dream he had the previous night, where every detail of the negotiations, including the ultimate bottom line, was revealed to him. Thus, he presented his terms without hesitation. Ah, young man, if you are unbothered by complexities, then we shall acquiesce to your wishes. Lu Feng sighed, conceding to Yunfeng's request. During her phone call with Nain, Lu Feng faced little hesitation in agreeing, as Nain was determined to acquire the song, sensing it would elevate her popularity. Regarding the revenue-sharing agreement, if it indeed proved lucrative in the future, sharing 40% with Yunfeng would not be a loss for her, especially compared to the 5 million buyout, which the company would never be able to afford. Sister Feng, the 10,000 signing fee must be post-tax. Wang Professor and I cannot be burdened with taxes on our meager earnings, Yunfeng stipulated. Lu Feng nodded, recognizing that the tax issue was trivial for the agency, but the revenue-sharing agreement posed a challenge since Lu Feng had no template. I've drafted some terms for the agreement. Please take a look, Yunfeng said, retrieving several pages from his backpack, outlining the main points of the revenue-sharing agreement he had formulated during his bus ride. In the years to come, with the rise of the internet across various industries, especially in novel websites, music platforms, and live streaming services, the revenue-sharing agreement would become a commonplace contractual format. And Yunfeng was well aware of how to navigate this terrain. It seems you were well prepared, Lu Feng remarked, glancing through the document with astonishment. Indeed, while the revenue-sharing agreement may seem ahead of its time now, you will soon find that it will become widely adopted across many sectors, Yunfeng affirmed. Once Lu Feng comprehended the agreement and reconfirmed it with Nain and the company over the phone, she descended to find a printing shop and had the contract printed. Before signing the agreement, Lu Feng withdrew 100,000 yuan in cash from the bank to hand over to Yunfeng, who immediately offered 20,000 to Wang Xiaolin. Professor Wang, please accept this small token of appreciation for your assistance. I shall not be polite, Wang Xiaolin accepted, having aided Yunfeng in arranging the music. Since the composition was already Yunfeng's, finding another musician would not have been an issue, so he made no demands when it came time to sign the revenue-sharing agreement. Sister Feng, I truly appreciate your help. Yunfeng deposited the money into his savings account at the bank, watching as his balance swelled to 100,000. The sight of those zeros brought a smile to his face. Yet, what brought him greater joy was the revenue-sharing agreement in his hands. He was confident that in a few years, this song would yield millions. However, should Nain insist on a buyout, Yunfeng would still consider it, willing to accept 5 million, as that amount would afford him numerous opportunities in this era. Even as the memories of the past faded, he retained insights regarding significant future endeavors. Yunfeng understood that the internet would soon flourish, with colossal enterprises like Tencent emerging the following year. Thus, he was determined to seize opportunities for wealth accumulation and strategic investments, striving to build a foundation for future capital. Yi Yunfeng recognized that in the forthcoming landscape, the most lucrative sectors would not be those of entrepreneurs, but rather that of capital itself. Those who adeptly capitalized on opportunities often reaped rewards 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Quietly returning to campus, none of his classmates were aware that, unbeknownst to them, their class monitor had transformed into a small fortune holder with 100,000 in savings. Chapter 18. The Million-Dollar Sock Business. On the evening of November 3rd, shortly after Yi Yunfeng and his companions returned to their dormitory from evening study, a knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Jiang Buliang asked as he opened the door. "Fellow alumni, as the weather has turned chilly, do you need socks? I have a variety of cotton socks. The school store sells them for 250 a pair, but I can offer them for just 2 yuan each." A bespectacled male student entered, a backpack slung across his chest, promoting his wares as he pulled out several pairs of socks. No, Jiang Buliang waved his hand dismissively. Life at university often involved door-to-door sales of various items, including everyday essentials, study materials, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, socks, keychains, nail clippers, batteries, and more. "Let me have a look," Yi Yunfeng said, stepping forward to examine a pair of socks, only to find them somewhat coarse. "I have a higher quality sock as well, but they cost 3 yuan a pair." The bespectacled student noticed Yi Yunfeng's frown, seemingly disapproving, and quickly presented another type of sock. "This one is indeed pure cotton, but isn't it a bit overpriced? 3 yuan could buy nearly a pound of pork back home," Yi Yunfeng remarked after scrutinizing the socks, ultimately shaking his head. In the end, no one purchased the socks, yet the bespectacled man remained undeterred. After politely excusing himself, he proceeded to knock on the doors of other dormitories. "Why don't we also consider selling some socks?" suggested Wang Su. "The weather has started to turn cold, and everyone is in need of them. Let us visit the wholesale market tomorrow, Saturday, and see what the wholesale prices are for socks," proposed Yi Yunfeng. He nodded in agreement, feeling that after a brief respite, it was time to engage in some productive activity. The next day, the 6 roommates made their way to the train station's wholesale market, as the previous Westgate market was under renovation and would not reopen for at least another year. Upon locating the sock wholesale section, Yi Yunfeng meticulously browsed through the various types available, soon identifying the 2 styles the bespectacled man had previously promoted. "What are the wholesale prices for these 2 types of socks?" Yi Yunfeng inquired. "The semi-cotton socks are priced at 80 cents per pair, while the pure cotton ones are priced at 150 yuan per pair, with a minimum order of 500 pairs, the vendor replied. The profit margins are 120 yuan and 150 yuan respectively. If we can sell them, there is some profit to be made, but the margins are rather slim," Yi Yunfeng remarked to his companions. From the previous night's promotion, it was evident that the inferior quality socks were priced at 2 yuan per pair, while the superior ones were at 3 yuan, which was still too steep for most university students. Even though each member of their dormitory had some funds, none were inclined to make a purchase, leading Yi Yunfeng to conclude that this business venture was unviable. "Let us continue to browse and see if there are other opportunities," he suggested, and everyone agreed to abandon this pursuit. That night, Yi Yunfeng had a dream about a sock factory in the suburbs of Jiangzhou, which had an excess of nearly 10 million pairs of socks due to cancelled processing orders, and was contemplating selling them off at a low price to pay the workers. On Sunday, he promptly set off to the factory, eventually locating it by midday. Its remote location and small size, coupled with the lack of formal paperwork due to its processing nature, rendered it in quite a difficult predicament. "Excuse me, is this a sock manufacturing facility?" Yi Yunfeng asked as he approached the factory, where an elderly man in his 60s was guarding the entrance. The courtyard inside was barren and cluttered with debris. "Who are you looking for?" the old man asked, his demeanor somewhat unwelcoming. "Sir, I am in the sock business and heard from a friend that you have socks available for wholesale, so I came to see if we could do business together," Yi Yunfeng explained. "Are you here to buy socks?" The old man's expression brightened with surprise, and he quickly inquired. "Of course, if I weren't here to buy socks, why would I have come all this way?" Yi Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. "Is your factory manager available?" Yes. Please have a seat. I will call her right away." The old man hastily invited Yi Yunfeng to sit in the guardroom and offered him a glass of water before dashing off. Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 individuals hurriedly approached. At the forefront was a girl in her 20s with large, wavy hair and a round face, panting as she arrived. Yi Yunfeng stood up upon their arrival, and the girl paused at the entrance to catch her breath while the old man trailed behind, admonishing her to slow down. "Hello, I am Yi Yunfeng. I heard that your factory has a batch of socks to dispose of, so I came to explore potential collaboration." He introduced himself first. "Hello, I am Zhang Yi, and this is my father, Zhang Jianzhou." "Who informed you about this?" the girl asked, surprised. "I heard about it from a friend during dinner last night, but I'm not sure how he found out," Yi Yunfeng replied vaguely. Zhang Yi was understandably puzzled. as the cancellation of the processing order had occurred only a few days prior, and the workers' demand for wages had only surfaced the day before. It was only yesterday that she had decided to liquidate the accumulated stock of socks, intending first to pay the workers who had been owed wages for a year, and then consider shifting the business model. She even offered the socks as payment, but none of the workers accepted. However, she had not anticipated that someone would learn of the situation so quickly and come to inquire about purchasing the socks. Yes, my factory is not a formal establishment. We merely process orders for a foreign trade company in Hujin province. The profit margins were already thin, and I did not expect that after nearly half a year of production, they would simply cancel the order. Fortunately, most of the materials were supplied by them. So my primary loss comes from the workers' wages. That's why I want to liquidate the stock quickly to pay them, especially with the year-end approaching, Zhang Yi explained. Feeling that Yi Yunfeng had already gleaned the full story from her workers, she chose to be transparent and shared the entire background with him. May I see your socks? Yi Yunfeng asked, nodding. Follow me. They are all in the storeroom. We produce 1 million pairs of socks each month, and currently, we have about 6 to 7 million pairs accumulated from the past 6 months. I wonder how many you might need. Zhang Yi led the way, inquiring as they walked. I can't guarantee more than 1 million pairs, Yi Yunfeng contemplated aloud. That would be a tremendous help to me. I currently owe the workers several 100,000 yuan in wages and have promised to settle everything by the end of the month. Otherwise, they might cause a disturbance. Zhang Yi sighed in relief upon hearing his response. Once inside the storeroom, Yi Yunfeng beheld boxes of neatly packaged socks, all made of pure cotton and available in only 2 styles, male and female, resembling those found in school stores and the train station wholesale market. These socks were initially intended for export trade, but due to fluctuations in international shipping routes, the order was cancelled, resulting in significant losses, Zhang Yi lamented. Zhang Jia, may I inquire about the original wholesale price of your socks? What are you planning to do with them now? Yi Yunfeng asked, having inspected several boxes. We processed them for the client, using their materials, and charged a processing fee of 30 cents per pair. The actual cost per pair is around 80 cents. We can sell them to you at a super low price of 70 cents per pair, Zhang Yi stated, clearly aware of the pricing. Zhang Jia, I sincerely wish to conduct business with you. As you mentioned, the raw materials were provided by the client, and the processing cost is merely 30 cents. So I can offer you 50 cents per pair for an order of 1 million pairs. What do you think? Yi Yunfeng countered. Young man, you cannot negotiate like that. Although our processing cost is merely 30 cents, it is entirely reasonable to wholesale such socks for 70 or even 80 cents in the market. Is it not a tad too low to offer only 50 cents? Zhang Yi interjected hastily. Sister Zhang, I assure you I am not haggling indiscriminately. While you might seek out those wholesalers in the market, I suspect they would not be so accommodating if they were aware of your situation. Moreover, consider the prospect of ordering 1 million pairs at once. It is nearly an impossible feat. If you secure this deal, you would be able to settle the workers' wages. Consequently, you could retain the remaining socks and sell them gradually at a higher price, as all the profits would then belong to you. Yi Yunfeng remarked with a smile, confident in Zhang Ye's eventual agreement, for in last night's dream, she had ultimately acquiesced after some deliberation. Indeed, Zhang Yi appeared somewhat torn, prompting her father, Zhang Jianzhong, to offer his counsel. Daughter, I believe Xiao Yi is quite sincere. Let us proceed with this deal. As long as we can settle the wages for the workers by the end of the month, we will be able to breathe easier. We can manage the remaining socks later without incurring losses. Very well, Zhang Yi sighed, ultimately nodding in agreement. Sister Zhang, there is another matter I must discuss with you beforehand. At present, I can only pay you 100,000 up front, with another 150,000 a week later, and the remaining amount settled 3 days before the end of the month. Would that be acceptable? Upon receiving Zhang Ye's consent, Yi Yunfeng proposed another request. Are you suggesting a payment plan? Zhang Yi furrowed her brow, apprehensive that unforeseen circumstances might hinder her ability to pay the workers' wages by the month's end. To be frank, I am merely a student at Jiangzhou University. However, I have earned this 100,000 in the past 2 months, and I am confident that within a month, I can sell off the majority of the 1 million pairs of socks, making the payment of your 500,000 entirely feasible. Yi Yunfeng revealed the truth to her. You are a university student? It seems you are not an ordinary individual, possessing such a knack for earning money, Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Sister Zhang, I shall not conceal it from you. My market primarily consists of various universities in Jiangzhou. I can organize a group of students from these institutions to promote the socks through certain methods. With the onset of colder weather, the demand for socks is high, and given that your socks are made of pure cotton and reasonably priced, they are sure to sell. However, Yi Yunfeng continued, both you and I need to move volume swiftly to sell a large quantity of socks, which necessitates a lower profit margin per pair. This strategy is crucial for quick sales and cash flow. He succinctly shared his thoughts with Zhang Yi, believing she would opt for collaboration, especially as she was currently in need of funds. Brother, in light of your sincere intentions, I agree. You are indeed helping me. If I were to sell 1 million pairs of socks on my own, even at 50 cents each, I might not accomplish it within a month. As mealtime approached, Zhang Yi invited him to her home for dinner, where they could discuss the contract details. Zhang Yi's mother, learning that Yi Yunfeng was there to assist with the sock sales, was exceptionally pleased and treated him with warmth akin to that reserved for a son-in-law, even preparing 2 additional dishes. During lunch, they engaged in light conversation, and Yi Yunfeng shared some of his experiences at university. Zhang Yi admired his audacity in pursuing entrepreneurial ventures right from his first year. No wonder you had the courage to come seek us out upon hearing a rumor. It seems you possess a keen acumen for business. I foresee great success for you in the commercial realm, and should you prosper, do remember your friend. At that moment, Zhang Yi had already begun to regard Yi Yunfeng as a friend. After lunch, the two drafted a contract, and subsequently, Yi Yunfeng took Zhang Yi to the bank to withdraw 100,000, which she accepted, agreeing to personally deliver the goods. Since Yi Yunfeng did not have a warehouse, all the socks were stored at Zhang Yi's factory. He would simply call her for what he needed, and she would deliver them in her van. Yi Yunfeng hurried back to school, gathering his dormitory companions to share the good news, albeit presenting the wholesale price of each pair of socks as 90 cents. My plan is this. Pure cotton socks have a wholesale price of $1.50 at the train station, while school shops sell them for $2.50. Our advantage is significant. I intend to bundle 3 pairs together for $5 and include a small gift with the purchase, believing this approach will facilitate rapid sales. It turned out that Yi Yunfeng aimed to employ promotional strategies that would soon be trending, utilizing bundled sales and gifts, a novel concept in the current era. Chapter 20, a full-class mobilization. Nevertheless, as Yi Yunfeng had invested all his money in the socks, he borrowed 1,000 from each of his dormitory mates and took them to the train station's wholesale market, where they purchased some inexpensive items like keychains, nail clippers, colorful hair ties, bookmarks, and celebrity cards. That afternoon, Yi Yunfeng requested Zhang Yi to deliver 30,000 pairs of socks and enlisted the female residents of dormitory 445 to handle the sales in the girls' dormitory, while he and his male dormitory mates managed the boys' dormitory. The cost for 3 pairs of socks, including the gifts, totaled $3, allowing for a profit of 50 cents per bundle, with the remaining profit of $1.50 shared equally among them based on the numbers sold. Yi Yunfeng informed everyone of the plan. To ensure safety, he divided the 6 students in each dorm into 3 groups, each responsible for a separate building, going door to door to sell and assess how many socks they could move that evening. The boys and girls were each divided into 3 groups, each carrying 200 bundles of socks and gifts, and Yi Yunfeng provided them with a unified sales pitch: pure cotton socks, 3 pairs for $5, plus a free gift worth $1. First come, first served while supplies last. While Yi Yunfeng was confident that the sales would yield positive results, he couldn't shake off some anxiety. If his judgment proved incorrect, he risked being left with a substantial stock of unsold socks, resulting in significant losses. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the first dormitory door, Yi Yunfeng cheerfully announced, "Hello everyone. We have pure cotton socks, 3 pairs for $5, and a free gift worth $1. First come, first served while supplies last." Inside the dormitory were only 4 students, initially somewhat resistant to sales pitches, yet upon hearing Yi Yunfeng's words, they turned their attention towards him, evidently intrigued. "What socks? 3 pairs for just $5, and a gift?" one inquired. "They must be of the poorest quality, likely to wear out after a day, making it a waste of money," another speculated. "You can take a look. They are indeed pure cotton and quite thick. I assure you, they will last through an entire winter without falling apart." Yi Yunfeng replied with a smile, showcasing the socks. "And there are gifts, keychains, nail clippers, postcards, and bookmarks. Feel free to choose whichever you like." Guo Ziwan, accompanying him, quickly chimed in, proudly presenting an array of gifts for their inspection. "Ah, these socks are quite splendid. Indeed, they are the thick kind that the school store sells for $2.50 a pair," exclaimed a student with delight. "Indeed, these little tokens would cost at least $1 each in the school shop. It appears that you are quite fair in your business dealings," another student chuckled. Subsequently, they all eagerly pulled out their money to purchase their share, selecting gifts that pleased them, while incessantly praising Yi Yunfeng and his partner for their principled approach to commerce. With this promising beginning, Yi Yunfeng finally felt a weight lift from his chest. As expected, by the end of the evening, the boys had sold a total of 2,800 pairs of socks, with each group averaging nearly 1,000 pairs. Meanwhile, the girls' 3 groups astonishingly managed to sell over 3,200 pairs of women's socks, surpassing the boys' sales. As the female students were particularly fond of the assorted gifts, with some purchasing 2 or 3 pairs of socks. Tomorrow at noon, Let us set up stalls outside the cafeteria, targeting the dormitory areas for both boys and girls, in hopes of selling the remaining stock, Yunfeng said joyfully. The following afternoon, amidst the two stalls, everyone shouted, "Pure cotton socks, 3 pairs for $5, plus a complimentary gift worth $1. First come, first served. Until supplies last." This soon attracted a throng of students, and after inspecting the socks and gifts, the majority eagerly reached for their wallets to make a purchase, contentedly selecting their preferred gifts. In just one midday session, they sold out all remaining men's and women's socks. Yunfeng not only recouped the $18,000 in costs, but also earned a profit of $17,000, receiving a commission of $1,250 for his efforts. Thus, within a mere day, his funds amounted to $36,250, allowing him to repay the $5,000 owed to his dormitory mates, leaving him with just over $30,000. Class leader, you have discovered a lucrative avenue. Why not involve us? At that moment, the male and female classmates approached him, expressing their desires. Today, we are merely testing the waters. I will prepare to include you all in the next phase, Yunfeng replied with a smile, instructing the respective dormitories to notify willing participants to gather after school. To his delight, the entire class showed up, buzzing with excitement upon hearing the success stories of 2 dormitory groups who had earned over $1,000 from selling socks last night and that noon. Classmates, our promotional strategy is unique. We bundle 3 pairs of socks for just $5, along with a complimentary gift. This approach significantly broadens our target audience. Our actual cost is $3.50, leaving a profit of $1.50 to be shared among us. If executed properly, this venture promises substantial returns. Moreover, my ambition extends beyond Jiangzhou University to encompass nearly 20 other colleges and universities across Jiangzhou. With a combined student population of 500,000 to 600,000, we need not sell to every student, even if just a third partake. We could move between 150,000 to 200,000 pairs, yielding profits of over $200,000 to $300,000. Calculating for our class of 50 students, the average profit per person would be around $5,000, equivalent to over half a year's salary for a typical worker, but achievable within a mere month. Furthermore, our target market is not limited to university students. Once we secure partnerships with various colleges and vocational institutions, we can employ the same promotional tactics in local communities, potentially reaching sales of around 100,000 pairs. In summary, as long as everyone participates and works diligently, we can collectively earn a year's worth of living expenses and pocket money within a month. Is this self-sufficient endeavor something everyone is willing to undertake? Yunfeng's motivational speech was filled with vivid detail. However, aside from initially discussing specifics with his dormitory brothers, he only disclosed the cost of $3.50 and the shared profit of $1.50 to others, withholding further details to prevent jealousy over his earnings. Of course, who wouldn't want such an opportunity? A student exclaimed loudly. Yes, yes. Class leader, you take the lead. And we will follow, another chimed in with a smile. By aligning with the class leader, we too can earn our living expenses. Another student excitedly clapped the table. Chapter 21. The Strategy for Conquering Jiangzhou's Colleges. Very well, we will have 60,000 pairs of socks delivered immediately. Let us pair up and cover all the dormitories we missed last night. Although we have already sold 1,000 pairs, our university has over 30,000 students. I am confident we can sell several thousand more, Yunfeng instructed. That night, 12 students from dormitories 113 and 445 dispersed, each leading a small group to familiarize themselves with the sales process and ensure everyone understood the promotional strategy. Tomorrow, each of you should reach out to your classmates and fellow townsfolk at other colleges and universities, appointing one representative at each institution to collaborate with us. We will allocate a portion of the profits to them, enlisting their help as local insiders, and possibly even hiring some individuals from their schools. Classmates, we are about to embark on a significant endeavor, encompassing nearly 20 colleges and universities across Jiangzhou. Such an undertaking is unprecedented. Only our class, the 1997 cohort of the Faculty of Arts, possesses the audacity to achieve this. Yunfeng continued to share his plans to penetrate other colleges and universities. It is imperative to recruit local representatives. I am confident that as long as the incentives are appropriate, we will not lack suitable candidates. After dinner, Zhang Yi delivered the 60,000 pairs of socks and casually inquired, "Brother, how did the 30,000 pairs from yesterday sell?" "Sister Zhang, by noon today, we sold out all 30,000 pairs. Tonight, I will gather the entire class for training in our school, as we plan to expand to other schools starting tomorrow night. So please prepare 150,000 pairs for me," Yunfeng replied with a smile. Zhang Yi widened her eyes in disbelief, then gave him a thumbs up. Thrilled that the more successful Yunfeng's sock sales became, the smoother their partnership would proceed, allowing her to quickly settle the workers' wages. Class leader. I have compiled the information provided by each student regarding their connections at various colleges and universities. Based on our selection criteria, I have identified several capable candidates for collaboration. Please review them, one student reported. Given the large number of participants, Yunfeng opted not to engage in direct selling that evening. Instead, he organized the inventory in the dormitory, ensuring that when any group ran out of socks, they could return to him for restocking. Meanwhile, Chu Wanqiu was assigned the task of compiling the information on students and townsfolk from each school, including their characteristics, and ultimately selecting suitable collaborators from each institution. These individuals seem promising. We can certainly partner with them for sales commissions. As for the others, we can invite them to assist without commission, offering them wages instead. Yunfeng assessed the information carefully, nodding in agreement. Then I shall have the relevant classmates contact these individuals tomorrow at noon to confirm the particulars of our collaboration. Should there be any changes, we can reach out to others, and those who have come to assist can be contacted later. How does that sound? Chu Wanqiu pondered before speaking. Excellent. Let's proceed with that. Yunfeng nodded in agreement. By 10 o'clock that evening, Yunfeng instructed everyone to wrap up for the day. After tallying the results, it was revealed that 12,000 pairs of socks had been sold, a figure that exceeded Yunfeng's expectations and illuminated the market for socks within the school. After deducting costs and commissions, the total profit for the evening amounted to 18,000 yuan, translating to an average of 360 yuan per person, which Yunfeng promptly distributed, igniting excitement among the group. I earned 360 yuan in just half an evening. It feels like a dream. Many classmates expressed disbelief. Earning 60 to 70 yuan per hour, was it truly that simple? Why had they not stumbled upon such opportunities before? It was evident that following the class monitor had its rewards. With the class monitor, there's always food to share. With the class monitor, there's always money to be made. With the class monitor, we need not worry about living expenses. Indeed, class monitor, we must strive diligently and seize the opportunity to secure our living expenses for this semester. Though they were aware that following Yunfeng would lead to financial gain, the tangible receipt of 360 yuan left everyone exhilarated, as though they were in a dream. Do you now comprehend the feeling of earning through your own labor? This is the essence of our self-reliance and industrious study. It also alleviates the burden on our families. Tomorrow, our objective is to expand into other universities and colleges, with each institution temporarily assigned a collaborative partner. They will subsequently be integrated into our internal system for profit sharing. Regarding the list of classmates and fellow townspeople provided, some individuals may not possess the temperament for collaboration. However, should we require assistance at these institutions, we may prioritize them for hiring, offering them a wage of 20 yuan per hour, equivalent to the daily earnings of an ordinary worker. Of course, I hope all of you remember one crucial point. Our commercial secrets must not be indiscriminately divulged, including the identities of our collaborators. We may only discuss matters pertaining to collaborations with their respective schools and refrain from discussing other topics to prevent leaks that could compromise our business. After allowing the excitement to settle, Yunfeng summarized the evening's events and arranged the tasks for the following day, emphasizing the importance of confidentiality. While others could not replicate his methods due to the unavailability of similar prices, revealing the base prices could lead to detrimental consequences for their business. On November 6th, Yunfeng, accompanied by his classmates, began reaching out to various universities and colleges in Jiangzhou, connecting with students and fellow townspeople, and personally negotiating the details of collaboration with potential partners. He then organized 2 to 3 classmates into groups based on the size of each institution, collaborating with partners to establish sales teams, and enlisted additional classmates and fellow townspeople for assistance. That very night, they commenced selling socks across the campuses. It must be said that Yunfeng's innovative sales approach, combining packaged sales with complimentary gifts, captivated many students' hearts. Even those who were initially reluctant to purchase socks were compelled to buy a pair for the sake of the gifts. From 5:30 in the afternoon until 10:30 at night, they managed to sell 30,000 pairs of socks that evening, averaging about 1,500 pairs per school. Yunfeng recouped his costs and commissions that night, totaling 105,000 yuan, while the entire operation generated a profit of nearly 45,000 yuan. After deducting over 5,000 yuan in wages for the helpers at various schools, nearly 40,000 yuan remained. With 50 students in the class and 20 collaborating students, a total of 70 individuals participated in the profit sharing, resulting in an average distribution of 550 yuan each. Chapter 22 thus became a millionaire. The initial collaboration proved to be exceptionally successful, not only eliciting cheers from the entire class, but also igniting excitement among the 20 collaborators, who found a sense of achievement and solidified their confidence in the partnership. Dear classmates, Tonight's success demonstrates the viability of our sales approach. So we must continue to exert ourselves. The number of students purchasing socks is only 1/20th of the total. If we strive to promote our product, even capturing a quarter of the market would suffice for our living expenses for the entire semester. We might even save a portion for the next semester. Of course, we must remain diligent with our studies during the day. Earning money should be reserved for after class. I believe this endeavor has yielded not only monetary rewards, but also invaluable lessons. Yunfeng did not forget to provide some motivational words, as activating everyone's enthusiasm was essential for maximizing profits and fostering further achievements. In the initial week, the nightly sales remained consistent, averaging around 30,000 pairs of socks sold, with each participant earning over 500 yuan. However, after a week, business began to decline, with nightly sales dropping to 20,000 pairs, continuing to decrease until the weekend of the following week, when only 5,000 pairs were sold. Overall, within 2 weeks, approximately 300,000 pairs of socks had been sold, saturating the market at Jiangzhou's various universities and colleges, with nearly half the student population having purchased socks. Yunfeng, combining his principal and commissions, had recouped 1,050,000 yuan, in addition to participating in profit sharing of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. All participants in this venture, including the 20 collaborators, each earned 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, leaving them elated and cheerful. Even the classmates and fellow townspeople hired from various schools earned over 1,000 yuan each, with the total number of students benefiting exceeding 140 to 50. At this juncture, Yunfeng still had 100,000 pairs of socks remaining. If sold in full, it would yield additional profits. And his gaze turned towards the citizens of Jiangzhou. On the afternoon of November 19th, Yunfeng invited Zhang Yi to meet, intending to settle his debts in advance. After all, Zhang Yi had been delivering goods for him daily without mentioning payment, and he felt it was only fair to reciprocate. Zhang Jia, today I intend to clear all my debts so you can settle your workers' wages without the burden of worry, Yunfeng said, treating Zhang Yi to a bowl of wontons at a street stall. I truly did not anticipate your remarkable ability to sell 90,000 pairs of socks in just half a month. With so many universities and students in Jiangzhou, there must be many capable individuals, yet none surpass you, Zhang Yi remarked, giving a thumbs up. You're too kind, sister. I'm just an ordinary student who simply enjoys pondering certain matters, Yunfeng replied with a smile. Regardless, thank you for bailing me out, Zhang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, do you think you could wholesale some more socks to me? I still have 100,000 pairs left, which is neither too many nor too few. I would like to request 50,000 more pairs, if possible. Yunfeng seized the opportunity to make an uninvited request. You've sold to all the universities. Who do you plan to sell them next? Zhang Yi asked, surprised but not dismissive. Jiangzhou is a large provincial capital city with a permanent population of 7 to 8 million. Selling several tens of thousands of pairs of socks is hardly a significant matter. Yunfeng replied. As long as the right method is found, I can assure you that selling 1 million pairs of socks will pose no problem. Though the pricing must remain exceptionally low, as I intend to relinquish nearly half of the profits, Yunfeng expressed to Zhang Yi. In truth, once the workers' wages are settled, my socks can gradually be wholesaled, and it wouldn't matter even if it extends into next year. However, in appreciation of your assistance, I shall wholesale another 500,000 pairs to you at the same price. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, realizing that the subsequent profits would be her own. Thus, although the sales process might be prolonged, she could potentially earn double without resorting to the current rock-bottom pricing. After negotiations, the two parties entered into a new agreement, with Yunfeng directly paying Zhang Yi 650,000 yuan. After deducting the initial debt of 400,000 yuan and an additional 250,000 for the 500,000 pairs of socks, he was left with a mere 400,000 in savings. Subsequently, he organized his classmates to set up stalls outside various residential communities in Jiangzhou, selling socks at the same rate of 3 pairs for 5 yuan and still offering gifts. However, the gifts they provided were no longer the trivial items needed by students, but rather practical household goods such as small bowls, plates, spoons, pot scrubs, gloves, and chopsticks, despite the wholesale price being the same at 30 cents per item. These were items suitable for every household, making this sales approach particularly popular among the residents, especially the elderly. Moreover, with the cold weather, families were in need of socks, and the pure cotton socks offered by Yunfeng's team were not only affordably priced, but also accompanied by gifts, resulting in a steady stream of customers at their stall every afternoon, with some even purchasing 5 or 6 sets at once. By the end of the month, on November 29th, Yunfeng had nearly sold out the 600,000 pairs of socks, with only a little over 100 pairs remaining, which he distributed among his classmates for personal use. Throughout this month, Yunfeng seized the opportunity to elevate the sock business to unexpected heights. transforming an initial capital of 100,000 into a profit of 1,500,000, ultimately amassing a savings of 1,150,000, thus becoming a millionaire. Of course, others were unaware of his substantial earnings. They only believed that he had made around 200,000, as he had informed them that his commission was 50 cents per 3 pairs of socks. Nevertheless, Yunfeng generously treated his entire class, including the 20 collaborators, to a lavish meal costing over 2,000 yuan, further solidifying their trust in him. The girls from his dormitory and those from Chu Wanqiu's dormitory bore a greater share of the workload, initially guiding others and later serving as group leaders. But they received the same compensation as everyone else. Yunfeng also awarded each of them an additional 1,000 yuan as a token of appreciation, planning to cultivate them as the backbone of a dedicated group in the future. Indeed, his approach garnered high recognition from these individuals. Both the boys from his dorm and the girls from dorm 445 privately referred to him as Brother Feng, signifying their acknowledgement of him. On November 30th, a Friday, with no classes in the afternoon, Yunfeng arrived at Jiangzhou Commercial Bank, armed with his identification card and bankbook, to initiate the process of opening a securities account. Mr. Yi, may I inquire what type of investment you are interested in? Our bank has professional investment advisors who can assist you with various investment operations. The bank clerk inquired cheerfully after he completed the account setup. Yunfeng attributed her warm demeanor to his personal charm, completely dismissing any connection to the 1,100,000 yuan now in his account. Yes, could you kindly introduce me to one? Yunfeng nodded affirmatively. Mr. Yi, please take a moment to relax in our VIP room. I will bring someone to meet you shortly. By the way, my name is Gu Chuyan, the clerk exclaimed, visibly delighted, as she escorted him to the adjacent VIP lounge, pouring him a cup of hot tea while introducing herself. Thank you, Gu, Yunfeng replied nonchalantly, perceiving that Gu Chuyan was at least in her 30s. Despite her meticulous makeup, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes betrayed her age. Shortly thereafter, the sound of clicking heels echoed as Gu Chuyan returned with a younger woman, the rhythm of their footsteps akin to a melodic performance. Mr. Yi, this is our esteemed investment advisor, Xia Wanlan. Wanlan, this gentleman before you is Mr. Yunfeng. Please feel free to discuss matters with him. Gu Chuyan expertly introduced before excusing herself to attend to her other responsibilities. Hello, Mr. Yi. It is a pleasure to assist you. May I ask what services you require? Xia Wanlan, appearing to be in her early 20s with minimal makeup, radiated youthful vitality and had a sweet appearance. Yunfeng scrutinized her, suspecting she might be hinting at something, yet her gentle smile conveyed no such intentions. I am interested in international options, but I am uncertain about the leverage options available. Yunfeng posed the question earnestly, now convinced of her sincerity. Mr. Yi, I have the authority to offer a maximum leverage of 20 times. Anything higher would require approval from our vice president, Xia Wanlan responded. 20 times. That should suffice, Yunfeng contemplated before decisively stating. I expect you to execute trades according to my directives for the foreseeable future. With his capital of 1,100,000 and the 20-fold leverage, he would effectively wield a capital of 22 million, allowing him to seize advantageous opportunities amidst the impending financial turmoil sweeping across Asia. Indeed, Yunfeng had gained a clear understanding of the forthcoming financial storm through a vivid dream the previous night, encompassing its various trajectories. Although he had recalled that a financial crisis would engulf Asia within the year of his rebirth, his knowledge had been limited. The dream had filled in the gaps in his understanding, presenting him with a lucrative opportunity. Thus, he ventured to open the account today, having long contemplated securing leverage from the bank. For someone well-versed in the dynamics of the impending financial storm, stepping into this realm felt akin to gathering riches. Mr. Yi, I have no objections, Xia Wanlan affirmed, embodying the principles of a professional investment advisor. Following this, Yunfeng and Xia Wanlan signed several cooperation agreements, detailing the service fees extracted by the bank and her commission structure. Ms. Xia, let us proceed with this arrangement. I will return next Monday morning, Yunfeng concluded, rising from his seat. Mr. Yi, do you require me to arrange transportation for you? Xia Wanlan inquired with a smile. No need. I prefer to stroll, Yunfeng replied, shaking his head, as he wished to keep his identity as a student discreet. He was destined for wealth, yet he understood the importance of discretion, opting for a path of quiet prosperity. On the final day of the month, a Saturday, the boys from dorm 113 and the girls from dorm 445 had made plans for a picnic at the banks of the Nantuo River on the outskirts of Jiangzhou. Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm, rising early to venture to the market near the school to procure ingredients, fruits, and various utensils, while also preparing alcohol stoves and pots. The youthful energy was palpable as they engaged in carefree banter and playful antics, relishing their time together without a care in the world. Although Yi Yunfeng had matured in his mindset, he intentionally cast aside other concerns in these moments, joining in the revelry of eating, drinking, taking photographs, playing cards, and basking in the sun, relishing the joys of youth. After 3 months of camaraderie, particularly through their frequent business dealings, Yi Yunfeng observed that among the 2 dormitories, several couples had begun to emerge. For instance, Zhang Mingliang had expressed an attraction towards Li Mingming from the beginning, and during this time, Yi Yunfeng had made efforts to arrange outings for them together. Unexpectedly, their relationship had rapidly progressed. Similarly, Jiang Buliang and Shi Lui, initially strangers, had developed a mutual appreciation through their interactions, occasionally exchanging meaningful glances. Yi Yunfeng recalled from his past life that Zhang Mingliang eventually dated Li Mingming, while Jiang Buliang remained single until graduation, hindered by his family's poverty and his resulting insecurity. However, after this period of entrepreneurship, Jiang Buliang had gained experience, confidence, and a newfound boldness, shedding his previous feelings of inadequacy. Moreover, hailing from a rural background with 3 younger siblings, he had always been industrious, having shouldered family responsibilities from a young age. As Yi Yunfeng observed the bustling preparations, it was evident that Jiang Buliang was at the center of the activity, with several girls assisting him. "I never imagined you could do so much," Shi Lui remarked with a smile, even taking the initiative to wipe the sweat from his brow. "When my parents are busy, I am the one who cooks and handles all the household chores for my younger siblings," Jiang Buliang replied without a hint of embarrassment. "Buliang, boys like you who can manage household tasks are rare. You should seize the opportunity," Su Shufang teased softly. "What are you thinking about?" Chu Wanqiu asked, having helped out for a while, and noticing Yi Yunfeng lost in thought as he gazed at the river. "Nothing much. I just caught a whiff of something delicious and am trying to resist drooling," Yi Yunfeng joked with a smile. Chu Wanqiu tilted her head, sensing that although he was smiling, there was an inexplicable depth in his expression, as if an invisible barrier separated them. Chapter 24. I have 2 matters to discuss with everyone. Although they had known each other for some time, Chu Wanqiu still found it challenging to voice certain questions. Thus she chose to sit beside Yi Yunfeng in silence, gazing at the river. Despite it being late November, the breeze by the river was brisk, but the withered reeds provided some shelter, and herons and other birds occasionally graced the banks, adding a touch of delight to the scene. During lunch, they gathered around a waterproof cloth spread on the ground, sharing food and laughter, their youthful exuberance echoing by the riverside. In the distance, other groups of young people could be seen, similarly engaging in joyous camaraderie, leaving traces of their youth in the air. I have 2 matters to discuss. First, I am planning to establish a student organization called the Self-Reliance Society, with the goal of promoting self-sufficiency and encouraging everyone to engage in part-time work during their free time. This will not only alleviate the financial burden on our families, but also hone our personal skills. My vision is to start with the 12 members of our 2 dormitories, gradually expanding to include classmates from our year, then alumni from various grades, and ultimately encompassing all universities in Jiangzhou. What are your thoughts on this? After lunch, as they cleaned up the litter and settled down to play, Yi Yunfeng addressed the group. "Brother Feng, I'm with you. Whatever you decide, we will follow." Jiang Buliang was the first to respond, having earned over 10,000 yuan working alongside Yi Yunfeng, a sum equivalent to his father's earnings over 2 to 3 years. Recently, he had written home to inform his family that he could support himself while studying and requested they cease sending living expenses. Not only that, but he also sent home 500 yuan, not out of reluctance to send more, but rather fearing that sending a larger sum would raise doubts. "You're on point. We all wish to follow your lead," Zhang Mingliang chimed in. His family was somewhat better off, but he had never seen such a sum before. Under Yi Yunfeng's guidance, they had managed to earn it in just 3 months, a feat accomplished mostly during evenings and weekends, without hindering their studies. "Absolutely. Our class leader has enabled us all to earn enough for half a year's living expenses. Everyone is eager to follow your lead," Li Mingming, in sync with Zhang Mingliang, added enthusiastically. "Class leader, how do you intend to establish this society? There are many clubs in the school, but most focus on hobbies. If we were to create a new society, we would need to apply to the school and draft our own regulations." Chu Wanqiu began to contemplate the finer details, prompting Yi Yunfeng to nod approvingly. She could potentially become a valuable ally. "As for the regulations, we can model them after other societies and incorporate some specific to ours. For instance, membership could come with strict criteria, such as maintaining passing grades. Otherwise, members would be encouraged to withdraw. Additionally, adherence to organizational arrangements is crucial. If we engage in business, we must avoid unhealthy competition and establish internal regulations. The organizational structure can also draw inspiration from other societies, but we need to leave room for branches in other schools. Ultimately, I envision our society evolving into a coalition of student organizations across Jiangzhou's universities. Yi Yunfeng shared his thoughts, and soon the group became animated in discussion, offering numerous constructive ideas and suggestions. Wanxiu, you will take charge of the application and drafting of the regulations. You all assist her, and in the future, everyone can take on mid-level leadership roles within the society. Wanxiu will be the vice president, Yi Yunfeng concluded as he delegated various preparatory tasks to Chu Wanxiu, knowing he would be preoccupied starting next week. Brother Feng, weren't you supposed to mention two matters? What is the second one? Wang Su inquired once Yi Yunfeng had organized the society's affairs. The second matter also pertains to earning money. I have a lead on stock trading. If anyone is interested, I invite you to invest some funds with me. I anticipate around threefold returns within 6 months. Of course, participation is entirely voluntary. I will provide you with an investment agreement, and should anyone wish to withdraw their funds, just inform me a few days in advance. I seek your opinions on this matter first, and I will also consult other classmates later. This opportunity is exclusive to our class, so please refrain from discussing it with outsiders to avoid complications. Yi Yunfeng gazed at the crowd, embarking on the discussion of the second matter. Initially, his intention was to quietly engage in stock trading and accumulate wealth discreetly. However, considering the amicable relationships he shared with his classmates, both in this life and the previous one, he pondered and ultimately resolved to lead them towards prosperity together. Naturally, with the limited funds his classmates possessed, even with a threefold return, they could merely earn 20 to 30,000 at most, which would pale in comparison to his own gains. Do you know how to trade stocks? Some were unfamiliar with the concept, yet Chu Wanxiu expressed her surprise and inquired. Her mother dabbled in stock trading as a mere pastime, investing only a few tens of thousands, and often faced losses. I have some knowledge, Yi Yunfeng replied succinctly, allowing them to contemplate the proposition. Those willing could contribute funds the following day, while he would not impose on those who were not inclined. Brother Feng, I still have 9,800 yuan. I'll keep 300 for living expenses and give you the rest. Zhang Buliang was the first to approach Yi Yunfeng with his commitment. Leave 800 for yourself. Frugality is essential, but you shouldn't live in too much austerity. Given your relationship with Shi Lui, you might occasionally need to dine out or watch a movie together, so it's prudent to have some spare cash, Yi Yunfeng advised, patting his shoulder. Despite Zhang Buliang's modest background, he possessed strong values and a diligent work ethic, now wholly devoted to Yi Yunfeng. I can give you all my money. And if that is insufficient, I can ask my family for more. Wang Su was next to step forward, having witnessed Yi Yunfeng's adept leadership in business, conquering all universities in Jiangzhou. He felt that Yi Yunfeng's future was extraordinary and wished to closely follow him. That won't be necessary. Contribute whatever you can. The aim is merely to earn a little extra for everyone's comfort, Yi Yunfeng replied, aware that asking parents for money could raise concerns and potentially draw them to the school. Ultimately, Yi Yunfeng was heartened when classmates from both dormitories expressed their willingness to invest. This was the highest form of trust in him. That evening, he summoned the dormitory leaders and briefed them on the matter, asking them to relay the information to their peers, inviting contributions the next day from those interested. Chapter 25, A Triumphant First Battle. The following day, nearly all classmates arrived to contribute funds. Besides dormitories 113 and 445, which had pooled nearly 10,000 each. Others contributed 4 or 5,000, essentially handing over their earnings from their time with Yi Yunfeng. However, there was an exception. Chu Wanxiu directly presented him with 50,000 yuan. How did you manage to gather so much money? Did you ask your family for it? Yi Yunfeng inquired. No, I simply took out all the red envelope money I've saved over the years. I'm counting on you to earn me some dowry. Chu Wanxiu replied with a smile, lightheartedly joking. Well, you've chosen the right person. I should be able to return you a house by next year without any issues. Yi Yunfeng chuckled. At that moment, the average housing price in Jiangzhou was around 1,200 per square meter, meaning a 3-bedroom apartment of 120 square meters, including renovations, would roughly cost 200,000. Although they joked, Yi Yunfeng understood that this was a testament to Chu Wanxiu's unwavering trust. After all, in this era, 50,000 yuan could buy a house in a small county town. Who would readily hand such a sum to a relative stranger? For every contribution he received, Yi Yunfeng would draft an agreement stipulating that the funds would be invested under his management, with 60% of the profits allocated to the investor and 40% as a consulting fee. In the end, Yi Yunfeng managed to gather around 350,000 yuan from his classmates, boosting his capital to 145,000. On Monday morning, following his first lecture, Yi Yunfeng hurried to the commercial bank at 10:30. Mr. Yi, there is only half an hour left in the morning trading session. Do you wish to make any moves? Upon his arrival, Xiao Wanlan breathed a sigh of relief, escorting him to the trading room and offering him a cup of hot tea. Please transfer the 350,000 to my account first. I'll assess the situation afterward, Yunfeng replied calmly. The financial storm originating from Southeast Asia had been underway for 4 months, and since mid-last month, the epicenter had shifted to the Korean won, which began to depreciate sharply against the US dollar. Yunfeng examined the international market, noting that the exchange rate stood at 132.823 won. But he anticipated a significant crash in the coming fortnight, projecting the rate to plummet to 173760 won by the 13th, which would yield him over 400 points in profit. Mr. Yi, the funds have been transferred to your account, Xia Wanlan reported a few minutes later upon returning to the trading room. Please proceed with a short position on the won at 20 times leverage. Placing all orders at 1330 won, Yunfeng instructed immediately. Mr. Yi, the recent decline of the won has not been substantial. Might this approach be overly aggressive? Xia Wanlan cautioned. Manager Xia, simply execute my orders. If you cannot comply, I will seek a different advisor, Yunfeng responded coldly, exuding an air of authority that caused Xia Wanlan's expression to shift. I apologize, Mr. Yi. I will not question your decisions again, she quickly conceded. Yunfeng merely nodded, watching as she utilized his 145,000 capital, leveraging it to 29 million in a bet against the falling won. I will be preoccupied for the next few days and 1T return, await my instructions. Remember, no operations are to be conducted without my explicit orders. Once everything was set in motion, a weight lifted from Yunfeng's shoulders as he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming profits. However, as he exited the commercial bank, he reiterated his instructions to Xia Wanlan. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will follow your directives without fail. Should I arrange transportation for you? She promptly offered, nearly faltering under the intensity he had just displayed. No need. You carry on with your duties, Yunfeng replied, waving his hand as he departed the commercial bank. He strolled the streets for a while before returning to school just before noon. In the following days, Yunfeng made it a point to visit the bank's securities department daily, monitoring the international market and the won's trajectory. However, for nearly 10 consecutive days, he refrained from any transactions. Xia Wanlan did not rush him, having observed the won indeed in a downward spiral, experiencing a significant drop. Initially skeptical of Yunfeng's strategy, her perspective gradually shifted, and she began to trust his judgment. This seemingly youthful individual was undoubtedly a prodigy in the realm of stock trading. Despite his brief exposure, Yunfeng's approach instilled a profound sense of confidence in her. On the afternoon of December 13th, Yunfeng arrived early at the trading room. Mr. Yi, as of this morning's close, the exchange rate of the won to the dollar has fallen to 173,698 won, reflecting a decline of nearly 407 points since your entry, Xia Wanlan excitedly reported upon his arrival. Once the market opens, place all sell orders at 1737 won, Yunfeng nodded in affirmation. Yes, Mr. Yi. Without hesitation or doubt, Xia Wanlan proceeded to execute Yunfeng's directives. At 2:30, with merely 30 minutes remaining before the afternoon trading closure, Xia Wanlan completed her operations and promptly settled the results of the short selling of the Korean won. Mr. Yi, we shorted the won with a principal of 29 million, achieving a profit margin of 48%. After deducting various service fees and taxes, the earnings amount to 11,500,000. Your account now holds 12,950,000. As she reported the settlement results, her voice trembled slightly. Having worked in this field for over 3 years and having encountered numerous clients, she had never before made such a substantial profit in a single transaction. Time remained, and similarly leveraging 20 times to short the Japanese yen, she decided to invest 10 million. Please transfer 450,000 to my bank account. Yunfeng instructed with an air of indifference, fully aware that the turmoil in Korea would have a significant impact on Japan, thus leading to a dramatic devaluation of the yen. However, he refrained from investing all his funds, reserving 250,000 as a precaution against the yen's recent fluctuations. He also transferred 450,000 to his bank account for potential needs. After Yunfeng departed, Xia Wanlan returned to her office and immediately utilized her mother's stock trading account to invest the 200,000 using the same 20-fold leverage to go long on the yen. This 200,000 represented her mother's savings from years of trading, combined with all of Xia Wanlan's personal savings from her years of work. The reason for risking her entire fortune was her unwavering faith in Yunfeng. If he was confident enough to stake 10 million, he must possess substantial assurance. Wanlan, is there a specific operation that Mr. Yi will conduct until the market closes today? Gu Qiuyan inquired softly as they left work together. Chapter 26. The Establishment of the Self-Reliant Society. While details could not be disclosed, Xia Wanlan shared that Mr. Yi had managed to multiply his investment 8-fold within 10 days. Could you include me in your venture for some profits? Guqian asked. Yet, due to banking regulations, all bank employees and investment advisors were prohibited from trading with their own accounts. Give me your father's account, and I'll assist you in trading tomorrow. Whether you can profit depends on your belief in Mr. Yi, Xiao Wanlan offered, though she did not explicitly state her intentions. Yi Yunfeng was pleased and returned to the academic building to attend the inaugural meeting of the Self-Reliance Society. After roughly 10 days of navigating bureaucratic procedures led by Chu Wanqiu and others, they finally secured approval from the school's Youth League Committee to establish a new association. All 50 members from the 1997 class of the College of Arts had applied to join this society, while others also rallied their hometown friends and high school peers. They vaguely hinted at the 2 battles fought prior to the society's formation and how they had managed to secure a year's worth of living expenses in a short time, piquing the curiosity of others. Dear alumni, the Self-Reliance Society is a new organization established under the guidance of the school's Youth League Committee, dedicated to self-sufficiency and self-reliance. Through diligent work during our spare time, we strive to earn the funds necessary for our tuition and living expenses, alleviating the burden on our families while honing our abilities and preparing ourselves for society, allowing our youth to shine through hard work. The requirements for joining the Self-Reliance Society were outlined, and then Chu Wanqiu invited Yi Yunfeng to the podium to speak. President Chu has already conveyed the society's various details quite clearly, so I shall not reiterate. Here, I wish to share some thoughts on the creation of the Self-Reliance Society. I come from a rural background, hailing from Belian town in the mountainous region of Zhongchuan, Tiana City. It is no small feat to emerge from such a secluded place, and the sacrifices my parents made to support my university education are even more significant. Thus, upon arriving at school, I pondered whether I could earn my own living expenses through hard work. On the day of registration, I purchased some essential items from the school store, such as buckets, basins, towels, toothpaste, and clothes drying racks. While familiarizing myself with the surroundings, I stumbled upon a business opportunity at the Westgate Market, where I realized I could wholesale 8-piece sets to sell at the school for a profit. On the first day, I sold 100 sets alone, earning around 1,000 yuan. On the second and third days, I involved my roommates, and we each made over 1,000 yuan within 2 days. Later, I took President Chu's dormitory to Jiangzhou Medical University to sell, and in 2 days, everyone earned an additional 800 yuan. Last month, I found another lucrative opportunity, rallying all 50 classmates and over 100 friends from other universities in Jiangzhou to sell over 100,000 pairs of socks. Although we had to attend classes during the day and work until past 10 at night, the results were gratifying, as each of us earned enough for a year's living expenses. Thus, while challenges and hardships exist, they are surmountable, and we young people should not shy away from toil. Among us, 2/3 hail from rural backgrounds, and it is no easy path for any of us to pursue education, nor for our parents. Why then can't we strive for self-sufficiency? Even if we cannot earn all our living expenses, earning even a portion can lighten our family's burdens, sparing our parents from excessive toil. Moreover, through this process, we will grow more rapidly and gain invaluable experiences that cannot be learned from textbooks. I do not wish to dwell further, but I vow to seek out more opportunities, ensuring every member of the society can earn living expenses during their spare time, laying a solid foundation for their future. Friends and fellow members, do you remember the fervor of youthful camaraderie? Do you recall the ambition of sailing against the wind toward the boundless sea? We are in the prime of our youth, the time to strike while the iron is hot. If we do not strive now, when will we? Yi Yunfeng gradually recounted his initial steps in self-reliance, detailing the process and rewards of working alongside his roommates and classmates, ultimately inspiring enthusiasm and fervor among the audience. President Yi, we are willing to follow you. Youth without effort will only lead to future regrets. We do not wish to become the sorrowful elder. We must begin striving now. Indeed, my elder sister has better grades than I. To support my education, she left school to work before graduating from high school. My parents toiled daily in the fields, managing over 10 plots of land, often too exhausted to speak during meals. They have endured too much hardship. As adults, we have no reason to continue to rely on our parents' hard work. If we can be self-sufficient, who wishes to remain a parasite on their parents? I believe the Self-Reliance Society, under President Yi's leadership, will undoubtedly become the finest organization in our school. In the lecture hall, filled with over 100 individuals, not only were all seats occupied, but many stood in the aisles and at the back, fervently shouting, with some moved to tears. Subsequently, Chu Wanqiu, along with the middle management of the Self-Reliance Society, began to group the members, dividing them into over 10 small groups by grade and department, selecting a leader for each group to oversee the society's mid-level operations. This is merely the preliminary framework for the Self-Reliance Society. Yi Yunfeng intends to reach out to other universities in Jiangzhou to establish branches of the society at various institutions. The initial candidates for membership will be those students who were previously invited to sell stocks by these universities, utilizing them as a breakthrough. He aims to promote the society across campuses, ultimately forging a vast alliance of academic societies. That evening, the residents of Dormitory 113 gathered with those from Dormitory 445 for a communal dinner. Yunfeng also invited a few class committee members, as they hold mid-level positions within the Self-Reliance Society and have been instrumental in assisting Chu Wanxiu with numerous tasks during this period. Tonight, I shall treat you all, he announced. Firstly, I have wonderful news. We have conducted our first investment operation today, and after deducting various service fees, the net profit stands at 20%. This means that some of you who invested 1,000 yuan have earned nearly 2,000 yuan. Reflect on this. Whether you wish to reinvest these profits as principal or take them as dividends is entirely up to you. Please let me know your decision by tomorrow. As he shared this exciting news, a chorus of cheers erupted from the more than 10 young men and women present. Chu Wanxiu, in particular, covered her mouth in astonishment. Having invested 50,000, she realized she had made a profit of 10,000 in just 10 days, far exceeding her mother's stock trading gains. Chapter 27. Profits are indeed real. What? Brother Feng, are you saying my investment has earned nearly 2,000 in just over 10 days? You're not joking, are you? Jiang Buliang exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Is it really that easy to profit from stock trading? Can I invest even more? Wang Su inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Brother Feng, if this is the case, could we really multiply our earnings several times over in 6 months? Guo Ziyuan added, his excitement palpable. You're amazing, Brother Feng. My uncle has been trading stocks, but has reportedly been stuck in losses, having earned little over the years. Perhaps I've actually earned more than he has. Zhang Mingliang chuckled. Class monitor, do you think the money we invest, combined with our earnings, will be enough to cover my tuition and living expenses for 4 years of university? Asked Dong Xiaojun from the girls' dormitory. That is definitely not a problem. Our tuition is only 2,000 to 3,000 a year, and living expenses are merely 5,000 to 6,000. Altogether, it won't exceed 30,000, right? Xiao Shufang calculated on her fingers. However, let us not get too carried away. While we are indeed making money, such opportunities are rare and not something we can expect daily. The time required for future investments may be longer, and the profits may not be as substantial as this time. Nonetheless, I remain confident that in the coming 6 months, we can earn even more together. As for whether to continue investing or to withdraw profits, that decision rests with each of you, Yunfeng stated with a smile. I have no immediate expenses, so I will continue my investment. My living expenses for next month are still covered, Jiang Buliang immediately declared. I too shall reinvest everything and let my money work for me. I once heard someone say that while it's easy for money to generate more money, it's not easy for people to earn. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Hui chimed in, citing others' wisdom to bolster her point. In the end, all roommates from both dormitories chose to continue their investments, and Yunfeng nodded in agreement. Naturally, after returning, Yunfeng also briefed the heads of various dormitories on the situation, gauging their thoughts. To his surprise, every classmate expressed unwavering trust in him, choosing not to withdraw any profits or principal, but instead to rely on Yunfeng to lead them to greater rewards. In the following 2 weeks, Yunfeng refrained from visiting the commercial bank, instead focusing on intense preparations for the upcoming final examinations alongside his classmates. Days were spent attending classes, and nights were dedicated to studying in the library, a routine that continued until the successful completion of exams at the month's end. On the last day of December, Yunfeng arrived at the commercial bank, where Xia Wanlan awaited him with eager anticipation. Mr. Yi, our bank's annual meeting is scheduled for January 10th, and the leadership has specifically invited you to attend. Here is your invitation, she said, serving him hot tea while presenting a red invitation card. Who else will be attending the annual meeting? Yunfeng inquired thoughtfully. Notable figures from Jiangzhou's business community, spanning various industries. For instance, a vice president of the Jiangzhou Kaihua Group, a human resources director from the Jiangzhou Pharmaceutical Group, and other industry elites. Xia Wanlan enumerated some prominent companies and individuals. Very well, I will attend. By the way, prepare for today's operation, Yunfeng acknowledged. The tumultuous upheaval in the Korean peninsula was still in its final throes. Yet it had significantly impacted Japan's economy, resulting in a notable decline of the yen against the dollar. This moment was opportune for capitalizing on the yen's depreciation, especially since Japan's economic collapse had begun in the first half of 1998, with a substantial drop in the yen-to-dollar exchange rate occurring between March and June. Yunfeng's withdrawal from this venture was strategic. He intended to short the Indian rupee, as the next nation facing economic collapse would be India. While the decline of the yen would not match the previous drastic fall of the Korean won, Yunfeng's substantial investment yielded an approximate 18% return. After accounting for various service fees and taxes, he netted $28,870,000, bringing his personal capital to over $40 million. Yunfeng transferred $370,000 to his personal bank account, leaving $4,100,000 in his securities account. He then instructed Xia Wanlan to short the Indian rupee, committing $40 million to the endeavor while retaining $1 million as a safety margin. However, due to the significant amount, Xia Wanlan's authority was limited, permitting only 10-fold leverage. Yunfeng did not mind, as opting for 20-fold leverage would have amounted to $800 million, where even slight fluctuations could jeopardize his $1 million safety net. Thus, he settled for less leverage, accepting a smaller profit. After Yunfeng departed, Xia Wanlan headed to the president's office. "President Zhu, I have something to report," she began. Xia Wanlan was not intending to betray Yunfeng, but according to bank policy, it was essential to inform leadership about significant clients. "Has Mr. Yi made any recent moves?" President Zhu Wanbin inquired. "Today, Mr. Yi executed a transaction with profits nearing $30 million. His securities account now exceeds $40 million, qualifying him as a VIP client, which is why I am here to report," Xia Wanlan replied, carefully omitting any details about Yunfeng's specific actions, adhering to industry regulations and professional ethics. "Immediately submit the application for Mr. Ye's VIP status and prepare a black card for him. Also, has he been invited to the annual meeting?" President Zhu continued. "An invitation has been extended, and Mr. Yi has confirmed his attendance," Xia Wanlan affirmed. "Prepare a full set of high-end suits for Mr. Yi as a gift for the annual meeting, and notify him to collect them before the event." President Zhu Wanbin continued with his arrangements. "President Zhu, Mr. Yi did not leave any contact information. He came here on his own, so I have no way to inform him," Xia Wanlan said, shaking her head. "Then let us gift him a fine pager. And when he visits next time, we shall present it along with the black card and suit. It is imperative that we invite him to the annual meeting. Xiaoxia, from now on, you shall solely attend to Mr. Yi. If we can retain this significant client, you will receive commendations every year," President Zhu promised Xiaoxia with grand aspirations. That evening, Yunfeng convened a class meeting, which also served as a distribution of funds. "Dear classmates, tomorrow marks the beginning of our holiday. Considering that everyone will return home for the new year, I would like to distribute some money to each of you, so you can buy gifts for your families," he announced. "This sum does not come from your principal. Rather, it results from a recent operation yielding a 9% profit. Most of you should have around 500 in profit. This money is for you to enjoy the new year and bring joy to your families. Rest assured, when the semester resumes, you will receive another sum sufficient for next term's living expenses." Yunfeng distributed the profits, beginning with the other dormitories and concluding with the girls' dormitory 445 and his own. Chapter 28. A person of great ambitions. Due to the higher investments from the two dormitories, each individual's profit hovered around 1,000 yuan, which Yunfeng also fully distributed. "Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, class leader. Thank you, Crazy." The students were all exhilarated and expressed their gratitude to Yunfeng. "Please remember to keep your money safe and be cautious of pickpockets while traveling home. Do not lose your funds," Yunfeng reminded them. Once everyone had departed, only Chu Wanxiu remained, having invested the most. Now with a principal amount of 60,000 and a profit of 5,400 yuan. "Will you take all of it, or just a portion?" Yunfeng inquired. "Please give me 2,400 yuan. I wish to buy gifts for my elders and parents. However, I anticipate that I will have additional investment to contribute when school starts. Will you accept it then?" Chu Wanxiu smiled. "At your age, is it still acceptable to receive New Year's money?" Yunfeng chuckled, understanding her intent. "Both my father and mother are the youngest in their families, making me the youngest in my generation. I receive quite a bit of New Year's money every year, and as long as my elders are willing to give, I certainly cannot disappoint their goodwill. By the way, when do you plan to return home?" Chu Wanxiu asked playfully. "I may have to wait a while longer. I still have some matters to attend to here," Yunfeng replied vaguely, handing her 2,400 yuan. He was not lying. He intended to apply for the establishment of an investment company after the new year. In addition to starting the company, Yunfeng needed to find an office location and purchase a residence. At that time, even in Jiangzhou, the capital city, housing prices were not exorbitant, averaging around 12 to 1,300 yuan per square meter. A 100-plus square meter apartment, including renovations, cost around 200,000. At this moment, Yunfeng had over 800,000 in his bank account, making the purchase of several apartments quite feasible. The next day, his roommates began returning home. The school grew quiet as the cold wind howled, carrying with it the crisp, yellowing leaves. Yet, Yunfeng was busy preparing the necessary documentation for company registration and scouting for apartments near the school. After several days of viewing over a dozen properties in various neighborhoods, he ultimately chose an apartment in the Beihu community, located 3 streets away from the school, adjacent to Behu Park. At that time, the residential buildings were still low-rise, no more than 6 stories high, with ample green space and a pleasant environment. Most importantly, there was a gate on the south side of the community connecting directly to Behu Park, perfect for morning runs. Crossing through Behu Park and merely traversing one street led directly to the west gate of Jiangzhou University, making it incredibly convenient, taking just over 10 minutes to reach the campus. After a final inspection, Yunfeng made the purchase, spending around 160,000, including taxes, renovation deposits, and property management fees. Moreover, he acquired a shop outside the community near the entrance of Behu Park, spanning over 60 square meters at 3,000 per square meter, totaling nearly 200,000. Subsequently, through the real estate company's introduction, Yunfeng found a renovation company, carefully discussed the renovation details, and signed a contract to have both the apartment and shop renovated. However, I hope you can complete the shop's renovation during the New Year period. My requirements are quite simple: plumbing and electrical work, tiled flooring, a partition in the middle, a restroom inside, a lounge area, and an office space outside, Yunfeng specified. His aim in establishing the company was not to be taken lightly. It had to appear professional to attract investors. Naturally, he did not plan to hire staff initially, preferring to handle operations himself, as investment primarily hinged on execution. Once the business gained traction, he would then hire specialized personnel. For instance, Xia Wanlan was a target of interest for Yunfeng, should her capabilities prove satisfactory. He planned to approach her in due course to discuss the possibility of her managing the investment firm. After the new year, the relevant departments at the school resumed operations, and Yunfeng brought various documents and proofs to seek the necessary approvals from the school's leadership. "Student, you wish to start a company?" A woman in her 40s, a leader, asked with surprise. "Yes, I would like to try my hand at entrepreneurship while learning. Although I may face failures, I believe I can gain valuable experience for my future career," Yunfeng replied with a smile. "Fengyun Fund Investment Company, Limited? You intend to venture into investment?" The female leader, upon examining Yunfeng's documents, expressed astonishment at his ambition, while also cautioning him. "You must understand that starting an investment company is no simple task. It requires networking and a substantial capital base. Moreover, success in investments often hinges on luck. One misstep can lead to significant losses." "Thank you for your concern. I am well aware of these risks," Yunfeng assured her. "In truth, I have a cousin who is a financial expert returning from overseas. Although the company will be registered under my name, she will primarily handle operations." Yunfeng wove a benevolent fib, realizing that without it, the female leader might be reluctant to grant him approval. "I see. However, do keep in mind that as the registered owner, you bear legal responsibility for the company's operations. Do not be careless," the leader warned before finally agreeing to stamp his documents. "Thank you, I understand," Yunfeng replied with relief, gratefully acknowledging her assistance. "As for the meal, there is no need. Should you find success, it would be a point of pride for our Jiang University." He expressed genuine admiration for her support. "My daughter has turned 20 this year, possibly a tad older than you, yet she languishes at home throughout the holidays, reluctant to venture out. I earnestly wish she would embrace the world outside," lamented the female executive. Unbeknownst to her, the investment company she is stamping today would, in the future, ascend to the ranks of internationally renowned investment institutions, becoming an everlasting legend of Jiang University. Years later, when reminiscing about this episode, she would recount to others, "At that moment, I perceived this young man as exceptionally commendable. Not only was he generous and cheerful, but he also possessed remarkable ideas, a person destined for great endeavors. Though slightly younger than my daughter, he exhibited a remarkable maturity in his dealings, spoke with great decorum, and wore a warm smile. He even mentioned treating me to a meal, though I declined at the time." Chapter 29, VIP Black Card User. After completing the formalities at the school, Yunfeng proceeded to the commercial bank, where he sought out Xia Wanlan to print a statement of his financial transactions. "You merely need to verify that my securities account holds over $1 million in funds. There is no need for further elaboration," he instructed her. "Mr. Yi, I will assist you promptly. Additionally, the bank has prepared for you a prestigious VIP black card, along with some gifts," Xia Wanlan replied, her delight evident upon seeing Yunfeng, especially since President Zhu Wanbin had entrusted her with certain tasks. Soon, after sipping half a cup of tea in the lounge, Xia Wanlan returned with the documentation and a package. "Mr. Yi, here is your VIP black card. With this card, you can withdraw up to $1 million in cash from any branch of the commercial bank across the nation. Furthermore, it grants you privileges such as transportation services and business class seating on airlines partnered with the bank. This ensemble for attending galas includes a shirt, a tie, a complete suit, and leather shoes, valued at around 5,000 yuan. Additionally, there's a black gold level pager to facilitate your communication. Xia Wanlan showcased each item to Yi Yunfeng. Oh, I was just contemplating acquiring a pager. I had no idea your service would be so thoughtful. In that case, please convey my gratitude to your leadership. Yi Yunfeng acknowledged, understanding that the bank's generosity was a means of retaining high-value clients, and thus refrained from being overly formal. Recognizing that it was they who sought his funds for deposit. After departing the bank, Yi Yunfeng first visited a telecommunications company to activate the pager, subsequently sending Xia Wanlan a message with his pager number. He then proceeded to the relevant department to file for the establishment of a company, submitting the necessary documents and awaiting a response in a few days. Days passed, and on January 9, 1998, the day before the commercial bank's annual meeting, Yi Yunfeng received notification from the relevant department that his application had been approved. He promptly collected the requisite qualifications, feeling a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Finally able to embark on his endeavors. At an advertising company outside the school, Yi Yunfeng acquired a box of business cards, which bore the title founder and chief consultant of Fengyun Fund Investment Company, Limited, along with his pager number. Given Yi Yunfeng's financial standing, he could have afforded a mobile phone in that era, albeit the contemporary models were cumbersome, akin to bricks, and quite inconvenient to carry. In a year or two, mobile phones would evolve into commonplace communication tools, particularly the renowned Nokia, compact yet highly functional, serving not just for communication, but also as an impromptu nutcracker. He hoped that tomorrow's annual meeting at the commercial bank would secure his first investment. Yi Yunfeng silently anticipated the event. The following afternoon at 6 o'clock, clad in the complete suit gifted by the commercial bank, Yi Yunfeng arrived at the venue of the annual meeting, the Jiangzhou International Hotel. This five-star establishment ranks among the most luxurious hotels in Jiangzhou, serving as a hub for hosting foreign dignitaries. The commercial bank maintained a close partnership with Jiangzhou International Hotel. Thus, the annual meeting had been hosted here for several consecutive years. Yi Yunfeng took a taxi, but alighted half a mile from the hotel, leisurely making his way there. Mr. Yi, you've arrived. It's my oversight. I should have arranged for a vehicle to collect you, Xia Wanlan, dressed in an evening gown, exclaimed as she greeted guests at the hotel entrance, quickly approaching him. This girl, merely 5 or 6 years his senior, was quite the conversationalist. Immediately linking arms with Yi Yunfeng and chiding herself for not arranging transportation. There's no need for such formality. I live nearby and can stroll over, Yi Yunfeng replied. He had come alone, as attendees of such annual meetings were permitted to bring companions or, in the case of older individuals, their children to expand their networks. However, upon noticing that Yi Yunfeng was unaccompanied, Xia Wanlan felt a surge of delight, as it afforded her the opportunity to remain by his side, sparing her from being assigned to entertain the older gentleman. Upon entering the lobby, Yi Yunfeng was struck by the opulent decor, grand and resplendent. Although it could not compete with the conceptual international hotels of 1 or 2 decades hence, it was remarkably advanced for its time. Inside the lobby, several young women in evening gowns engaged guests in conversation. They were Xia Wanlan's colleagues, assigned to provide service for the evening. Before long, Xia Wanlan escorted Yi Yunfeng to the 12th floor via the elevator. Upon reaching the annual meeting hall, they observed clusters of individuals engaged in conversation. Though Yi Yunfeng recognized none, President Zhu, Mr. Yi has arrived, Xia Wanlan announced. Mr. Yi, allow me to introduce you to President Zhu Wanbin of our provincial commercial bank, she said, guiding Yi Yunfeng to a middle-aged balding man who was chatting with several peers of similar age, surrounded by a few younger individuals. Ah, Mr. Yi, I have long wished to meet you. I only hesitated to disturb you as I heard from Xiao Xie that you have been quite busy. Now that we finally meet, you truly embody youth and promise, making the rest of us feel rather aged, Zhu Wanbin exclaimed, stepping forward to shake Yi Yunfeng's hands with enthusiasm, expressing a palpable eagerness to engage with him. His actions drew the attention of those nearby, who began to speculate about Yi Yunfeng's background. Yet, the younger attendees exchanged glances, some dismissively, for they were all affluent scions, each harboring their own pride. President Zhu, you flatter me. I have always appreciated your support, which has enabled me to accomplish various endeavors. The esteemed individuals gathered here are seasoned elites from diverse fields, the architects and contributors to our nation's development, and exemplary figures for us younger generations to aspire to. Might I request you to introduce a few of these venerable seniors? Yi Yunfeng smiled and nodded, subsequently gesturing toward the middle-aged individuals around him, and requested Zhu Wanbin to make the introductions. Today, Yi Yunfeng's presence at the annual meeting was motivated by a desire to forge new connections and promote his Fengyun Fund Investment Company, Limited, in the hope of attracting potential investors. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce a distinguished guest of our commercial bank, Mr. Yi Yunfeng. Though Mr. Yi is still in the bloom of youth, He possesses a wealth of experience and impressive achievements in the realm of investment. Having recently ascended to the status of a black card VIP at our commercial bank, I can divulge a glimpse of Mr. Ye's remarkable accomplishments. Within a mere month, he has managed to accrue returns of 20 to 30 times his initial capital in the international investment market. For those esteemed executives interested in exploring opportunities within the international market, I encourage you to engage in discussions with Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Lin Shimin, the Deputy General Manager of Jiangzhou Kaihua Group. This is Ms. Gong Jihua, the Human Resources Director of Jiangzhou Pharmaceutical Group. Mr. Li Shuyan, the General Manager of Jiangzhou Expectation Feed Group, and Mr. Duan Zihui, the Deputy General Manager of Jiangzhou Energy Reserve Company. Zhu Wanbin, ever diligent in his duties, has indeed facilitated Mr. Yi Yunfeng's introductions to several prominent individuals, although he has not included their offspring in these introductions. As Mr. Yi Yunfeng greeted the distinguished executives, he exchanged business cards, engaging in brief, yet meaningful conversations with some. Observers noted that despite his youth, he exhibited a remarkable maturity in his demeanor and discourse, displaying a composure rarely seen in individuals of his age in the presence of such industry titans. However, upon learning that Mr. Yi is an investor, some regarded him with a hint of disdain, offering only polite nods. Others, however, expressed keen interest, recognizing that his status as a black card user at a commercial bank implies considerable financial acumen and capability. Among the curious young individuals nearby, some were also dabbling in stocks and investments, surprised to discover that this newcomer shared their interests, particularly when they heard President Zhu highlight Mr. Ye's extraordinary returns of 20 to 30 times in just 1 month. Many began to speculate on the amount of capital he must have initially invested. Imagining an investment of 5 million, they mused, would not his profits exceed 100 million? This revelation prompted the initially haughty youths to seek Mr. Ye's acquaintance. Mr. Yi, this is my daughter, Gong Yuxiao, currently a sophomore in the capital. Perhaps you two young minds could converse, Ms. Gong Jihua cheerfully introduced a young woman who bore a striking resemblance to her. Gong Yuxiao, approximately 20 years of age, donned an elegant evening gown, exuding an aura of grace akin to a blooming lotus, her youthful beauty accentuated by minimal makeup. Good evening, Miss Gong. Good evening, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi Yunfeng politely shook hands with Gong Yuxiao, delicately grasping only the tips of her fingers before quickly releasing them, demonstrating impeccable decorum. What major are you pursuing at university? He inquired after their introductions. I am studying foreign languages, including English, Japanese, and Russian, she replied with a smile, then curiously asked, which university did you graduate from, Mr. Yi? Did you study finance? Actually, I majored in Chinese literature. My foray into finance and investment is purely a personal passion. I have invested considerable effort into my studies, yielding some modest rewards. Mr. Yi responded with a smile, deftly sidestepping the question regarding his alma mater. Mr. Yi, this is my son, Li Yi. He tends to neglect his job and is also interested in investments. Perhaps you two could share insights, said Mr. Li Shuyan, introducing his son to Mr. Yi. Regardless of Mr. Ye's youth, his status as a black card VIP at a commercial bank warranted equal regard from those present. Naturally, the realms of industry and investment diverge in their philosophies, yet this should not hinder their camaraderie, for one never knows when such connections may prove beneficial. Greetings, Brother Yi. Mr. Yi Yunfeng initiated warmly. Hello, Brother Yi, Li Yi, in his mid-20s, responded, already exhibiting some worldly sophistication. Though clad in a tailored suit, he wore his collar open, presenting a somewhat irreverent demeanor. May I inquire, how much capital did you invest to achieve such remarkable returns? Was it around 5 million? After shaking hands, Li Yi leaned in conspiratorially with Mr. Yi. You may be mistaken, Brother Li. I am not a second-generation wealthy individual. My family hails from the countryside. The capital I invested is merely a small sum I earned myself. I could hardly possess the amounts you suggest, Mr. Yi replied with a chuckle, avoiding a direct answer to Li Yi's query. Upon hearing that Mr. Yi lacked even 5 million in capital, Li Yi's expression shifted to one of slight disdain. After a brief exchange, he returned to his father's side. How was your conversation? Did you find common ground? Mr. Li Shuyan asked his son. Not much. He doesn't even have 5 million in capital. What could he possibly achieve? Li Yi shook his head dismissively. He seems just like someone who has made a bit of pocket money in the investment market. I don't understand why President Zhu holds him in such high regard. Fool. To be a black card VIP at a commercial bank, one must have at least 20 to 30 million in liquid assets. After 3 years in investment, how much have you multiplied your initial 5 million capital? Have you ever attained a black card status at any bank? How can you look down upon him when you lack such fundamental understanding? Consider what right you have to dismiss him. Mr. Li Shuyan chastised his son sternly, eager to impart wisdom to help him grow. Li Yi, upon reflection, found clarity in his father's words. As a second-generation wealthy individual, he possessed a broader perspective. Yet his pride clouded his judgment. With newfound understanding, he turned back to observe Mr. Yi. To his surprise, he noticed Mr. Yi surrounded by 4 or 5 young individuals, all of whom he recognized as affluent heirs engaged in an animated discussion with Mr. Yi. Accompanied by Xie Wanlan, Mr. Yi made further introductions, primarily to other young elites, including Chen Xiaoxin, Wu Xiaowei, Qiu Zhendong, and Lu Chongxiao, all of whom were notable figures among Jiangzhou's wealthy youth, with several exhibiting a keen interest in investments. Brother Yi, did you truly achieve 20 to 30 times returns within a month? May I ask which sector you are involved in? Is there potential for collaboration? Chen Xiaoxin eagerly proposed. In truth, while the claim of 20 to 30 times returns may have been somewhat exaggerated, the reality of achieving 5 times returns in a month was certainly plausible. I have recently established Fengyun Investment, which can absorb your idle funds. After each operation settlement, deducting various service fees and taxes, half of the profits will belong to my company, while the other half will be distributed among you. I can make a solemn promise. Within 6 months, regardless of the amount you invest, you will receive at least 4 times the profit. Alternatively, we can directly agree that after 6 months, you will receive your principal back along with 5 times the interest, or enjoy a profit-sharing arrangement. This is entirely up to your discretion and is valid only for the upcoming 6 months. Yi Yunfeng nodded and smiled at the few young talents present. Upon hearing his commitment, their eyes sparkled with interest, and they began to ponder their options. In Chapter 31, with a 2 million investment, Yi Yunfeng presented them with 2 cooperative models, one offering a fixed return, wherein after 6 months, the principal plus interest would be returned at 5 times the original investment, effectively yielding 4 times the profit. The other model involved a 50-50 profit-sharing arrangement, yet the final profit was inherently uncertain. With favorable circumstances, the profits could soar to tenfold. Conversely, poor luck might result in the total loss of capital. Thus, for investors, it was imperative to rely on their judgment as well as their trust in Yi Yunfeng. After all, the profit-sharing model entailed substantial risks for the investors, who would share the burden of risk with the investment company. A profit margin of 400% is indeed a rare find in today's investment landscape. Consequently, some considered the prospect of investing with Yi Yunfeng with earnest contemplation, while others harbored skepticism, fearing it to be a mere illusion. Nevertheless, for Yi Yunfeng, regardless of the investment model chosen, it would significantly benefit him by augmenting the capital he could operate with, coupled with the leverage effect. Even modest profit margins could yield substantial returns given a large enough base. Particularly in the next 6 months, Yi Yunfeng, well-versed in the fluctuations of the international investment market, held a strategic advantage, ensuring profits while minimizing losses. If investors opted for the profit-sharing model, Yi Yunfeng's company would not only earn half of the pure profits, but also benefit from the net gains derived from leverage. Conversely, should investors choose the fixed profit model, Yi Yunfeng could potentially earn even more, as a single operation might yield profits exceeding 4 times the initial investment. Brother Yi, may I inquire about the investment threshold and limit? A young man named Wu Xiaowei ventured. The minimum investment begins at 1 million, with a cap at 10 million. Anything below 1 million complicates settlement, while amounts exceeding 10 million may raise concerns, so an investment between 2 to 5 million is most suitable. Yi Yunfeng's approach was not one of greed, which only served to bolster the faith of his audience. Had he claimed any amount could be invested, doubts might have lingered in their minds. His stipulated range appeared rational within the investment sector. Minimal investments could seem trivial, while excessive amounts might evoke caution. I am willing to befriend Brother Yi. Let us discuss further at a convenient time tomorrow. I can invest approximately 4 million. Qiu Zhendong, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke up, becoming the first young man to express his willingness to invest. Thank you, Brother Qiu, for your trust. Let us delve deeper into the details tomorrow. Yi Yunfeng acknowledged with a nod. Brother Yi, I apologize for stepping away earlier. I would like to obtain your contact information, as I intend to follow your lead. At that moment, Li Yi approached, holding 2 glasses of red wine, and handed one to Yi Yunfeng with a smile. Brother Li, you are too kind. Here is my contact information. Let us discuss further soon. Although Yi Yunfeng was unsure of the reasons behind Li Yi's earlier behavior, he suspected it was related to his father, yet he chose not to probe further. Instead, he accepted the wine and exchanged business cards. The annual meeting of the commercial bank was lively, and although it was Yi Yunfeng's first attendance, he sensed the bank's considerable investment in the event, featuring numerous performances and interactive segments. Xie Wanlan introduced Yi Yunfeng to many prominent figures across various industries, although they did not have a distinct impression of him. Upon learning he was a recent VIP black card holder of the commercial bank, they graciously shared their contact information. Yi Yunfeng also connected with several young heirs who were eager to invest, having heard of his impressive track record and his establishment of an investment firm. As the annual meeting concluded, Xiao Wanlan accompanied Yi Yunfeng as he departed, arranging transportation to take him to Beihu Park near Jiangzhou University. "This will suffice. I shall alight here for a stroll." Yi Yunfeng exited the vehicle at the park's entrance and observed that his shop was already under renovation. Attending the commercial bank's annual meeting had expanded Yi Yunfeng's network, particularly as several young heirs expressed their intent to discuss investment opportunities with him. In the following period, Yi Yunfeng successfully negotiated investment agreements with 5 or 6 young heirs, totaling an investment of 20 million, 8 million of which was under the fixed profit model, promising 5 times the principal and interest after 6 months. The remaining 12 million was under the profit-sharing model, though this would not account for profits derived from leverage, focusing solely on the profits from their principal investment. Nevertheless, even under these terms, the returns Yi Yunfeng provided after 6 months would likely far exceed 4 times the original investment, potentially reaching 7, 8, or even tenfold profits. Without hesitation, Yi Yunfeng transferred the secured investments into the Fengyun Fund's investment account, employing a tenfold leverage to short the Indian rupee, confident that within a month, remarkable results would emerge. The Lunar New Year fell on February 6 this year, and Yi Yunfeng returned home for the festival on January 22. Xiao Wanlan kept a close watch on the situation, sending Yi Yunfeng daily updates on the Indian rupee's exchange rates following the market's closure. Although it had only been half a year since he left home, for Yi Yunfeng, it felt as if decades had passed, invoking a sense of nostalgia and trepidation as he approached his hometown. However, reflecting on his previous life as hardships, where his parents struggled to afford medical treatment in their old age, weighed heavily on him. Yet in this life, his fortunes had changed, and he could afford to provide a better life for his parents and sister. Yi Yunfeng purchased down jackets for his parents and sister, a rare luxury in the countryside, where most still wore cotton-padded jackets. Additionally, he brought back various festive treats from the city, such as pastries, candies, and liquor, even gifting his father 2 packs of fine cigarettes. However, he was careful not to overindulge, being mindful that he had only been away at university for half a year. Any ostentatious display of wealth might raise suspicions among the villagers. "You previously insisted on not having the family send living expenses. Now you return with so many items. Where did the money come from?" Upon his return, his father, Yi Dahong, furrowed his brow in concern over the gifts, fearing his son might be straying down an improper path. "Indeed, Xiaofeng, you are studying in the city, not working, if you're not receiving support from home. How could you afford these things?" His mother, Zhang Wenqin, inquired. "Mom and Dad, I believe my brother has not done anything wrong. He must have earned this money himself." His sister, Yi Lanyan, supported him while munching on pastries. Chapter 32, The Opportunistic Sister-in-Law. "Dear Mom and Dad, there is truly no need for concern. I assure you that I am diligently pursuing my studies and have not engaged in any nefarious activities. During the evenings when I have no classes, I have been collaborating with my dormitory classmates to trade in various small items. For instance, during the initial days of the semester, we ventured to the wholesale market to procure buckets, basins, towels, hangers, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. These goods are significantly cheaper at the wholesale market compared to the school store, where they are sold at a markup of over 10 yuan. We successfully sold these items to other new students, and our business thrived. I must tell you, within just the first 2 or 3 days of the semester, I managed to earn over 2,000 yuan, which is more than sufficient for a semester's living expenses. Later, during military training, we learned that new students from another school had just started, so we seized the weekend opportunity to purchase more items to sell, resulting in another profit of over 1,000 yuan. Besides buying some festive items for you, I have set aside 500 yuan for you to manage household expenses. You need not worry about me. I still have a few hundred yuan left, enough to cover 2 months of living expenses for the next semester. I will find ways to continue earning, so you need not fret about my university tuition and living costs in the future. I suggest that the money Dad earns from his work be saved for my sister's education. As a girl, it is essential for her to receive a good education to secure a proper job and find a suitable partner, which is far easier than toiling in agriculture at home." Yi Yunfeng explained to his parents the details of his small business endeavors at school, providing enough specifics to convince them. He even presented 500 yuan to his parents for household expenses. It was not that he wished to give less, but rather that he feared if he offered more, they would not only be displeased but also worry excessively. Yi Yunfeng intended to gradually inform them of his ability to earn money, slowly increasing the amounts he gave them to build their trust in him. The following day, his parents and younger sister donned their down jackets and went out to visit neighbors. Upon their return, to his surprise, the neighbor's sister-in-law followed them home. "Yunfeng," she inquired, "how much did you pay for that jacket?" His mother, Zhang Wenqin appeared slightly displeased. Did I not mention it to you yesterday? It was merely a few dozen yuan. I did not spend much, Yi Yunfeng replied, perplexed. Yunfeng, I work in Yangqing, and I have seen these down jackets priced at over 200 yuan each. Where did you buy it? Could you bring one back for me? I will give you 100 yuan, and the rest can cover transportation costs, the sister-in-law offered, pulling out a 100 yuan bill. I cannot assist you with that, Yi Yunfeng replied. When I bought my down jacket, the store was clearing out stock due to the end of their lease, hence the low prices. It was precisely because it was inexpensive that I purchased it for my family. Otherwise, how could I afford such an expensive item? Such opportunities are rare. If I encounter similar luck next year, I will bring one back for you, and you can pay me then. Yi Yunfeng understood that this sister-in-law was someone who enjoyed taking advantage of others. She likely thought the jacket he had brought back was exceptionally cheap and was eager to seize the opportunity. I knew it. A down jacket priced above 200 yuan. How could a child like you afford it? It appears your family has simply been fortunate. However, if such luck does occur again next year, remember me, Yunfeng. I will certainly cover the transportation costs then. The sister-in-law's expression shifted slightly as she grasped the situation. Nevertheless, adhering to the philosophy of making the most of the situation, she continued to engage with Yi Yunfeng. Do not worry when you are home. Help my mother with chores when you can. Next year, I will be sure to keep an eye out for you. Not only down jackets, but there are also various beautiful clothes and skirts in the provincial capital. If I encounter a stroke of luck, I can bring those back for you as well. Yi Yunfeng smiled, knowing that with such individuals, it is best not to sever ties, as they might spread unfounded rumors later. Instead, he could offer her a glimmer of hope, painting a picture that would encourage her to assist with household tasks, thus alleviating some of his mother's burdens. As the new year approached, there was not much work to be done at home, mostly just some cleaning. His mother and sister, Yi Lanyan, took the lead, while Yi Yunfeng helped his father with manual labor. His sister, Yi Lanyan, in her third year of junior high at Billionaire, would soon be facing her high school entrance examination. At 15, she was quite capable of assisting their mother with numerous household chores. The family busied themselves until the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, when they went to Billionaire for the market, needing to purchase additional New Year items such as firecrackers, paper money for ancestral offerings, and other necessities. As the New Year neared, young people returning from work flooded back home, making the market in Billionaire exceptionally lively, resembling a sea of heads bobbing about. Various vendors were present, some with stalls while others peddled their wares from carts or baskets, calling out to attract customers. The most vibrant scene was at the small square outside the junior high school, where the government had set up a booth to sell scratch-off lottery tickets, drawing in many young people eager to join the excitement. In 1998, larger cities already had lottery ticket sales. However, small towns and counties had yet to catch up. Therefore, the government occasionally organized sales of instant win tickets, which the common folk referred to as scratch-off fun. As these tickets only required scratching off the designated area to reveal if one had won, the anticipation during the scratching process brought joy, making it a delightful experience even if one ultimately did not win. Yi Yunfeng recalled that every year, starting from the beginning of the 12th lunar month, the government would arrange for these lottery sales on market days, continuing until after the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Upon arriving at the market, the Yi family procured the necessary items and traversed several streets in Billionaire town, occasionally stopping to chat with familiar faces. Is this your son, Yunfeng? I heard he is attending university in the province. How impressive. You two are truly fortunate. Your son is in university, and your daughter is so lovely. They will surely honor you in the future. Yunfeng, I am your sixth aunt. I held you when you were a toddler. Do you remember? Although some of the conversations made Yi Yunfeng feel a bit embarrassed, he patiently accompanied his parents, wearing a smile as they greeted acquaintances. Yi Lanyan giggled quietly at her brother's childhood misadventures, relishing the joy it brought her. Had this been the old Yi Yunfeng, he might have awkwardly pulled his sister aside, unwilling to endure such idle chatter. However, having been reborn, he now cherished familial bonds deeply and happily accompanied his parents, which clearly brought them immense satisfaction and joy. The market experience before the Spring Festival was not merely about hastily buying a few items and rushing home. It was about relishing the process of the market and enjoying brief conversations with familiar faces. As the clock approached 10:30, Yi Lanyan tugged at her mother, playfully requesting, Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat some rice cakes. We can cook when we get home. Why spend money now? Zhang Wenqin chided her daughter with a stern gaze. Mom and Dad, today let's dine out on the street. It's the new year, and we must celebrate joyfully, allowing your beloved daughter to indulge her cravings. Yi Yunfeng urged, tugging at his parents. He understood that due to their limited circumstances, his parents never treated themselves to meals outside. In the past, they would occasionally bring him and his sister some steamed buns, dumplings, or snacks, But those days had faded as they grew older. Perhaps next time. Yi Dahong instinctively thought to decline, but upon seeing his daughter's eager expression, the towering figure of his son beside him, and the glimmer of anticipation in his wife's eyes, he finally relented with a firm nod. Thus, the family cheerfully made their way from one end of the street to the other, entering a modest eatery adjacent to a small square in Belan town. Boss, for steamed buns, 8 snacks, and 4 bowls of noodles, and a plate of pickled vegetables for free, please, Yi Yunfeng called out boisterously upon entering. Let us not order too much that we can't finish. Zhang Wenqin cautioned her son repeatedly. Mom, little sister, eat your fill. If it's not enough, I'll order more. Today I'm treating, Yi Yunfeng said with a smile to his parents and sister. Despite everyone feasting heartily, when Yi Yunfeng went to pay, the total was just over 10 yuan, which made Zhang Wenqin wince for quite a while. As the family exited the eatery, most of the market-goers had returned home, with only a few remaining, including a cluster of people around a stall selling scratch-off lottery tickets. Congratulations to this friend for winning 100 yuan. Someone shouted from a nearby platform, just as Yi Yunfeng's family passed by. They then saw a man in his 50s being led onto the stage, joyfully accepting a large check from a leader-like figure, his smile wide enough to reveal his delight. His luck is incredible. I want to scratch a couple too. Maybe I can win. Someone shouted, rushing towards the sales counter. Yi Lanyan, captivated by the scene, halted, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Yet she knew that the 2 yuan per ticket would be a luxury her parents would hesitate to spend. Mom, you and my sister should each try a ticket. What if you win the grand prize? Yi Yunfeng encouraged, pulling his mother and sister forward. Don't waste money on that. Zhang Wenqin quickly shook her head. Exactly. 2 yuan each. I can't afford that, Yi Lanyan echoed, though she continued to move forward. Trust me, Mom. Just 2 tickets, for yuan. It's for fun. Yi Yunfeng insisted, guiding them through the various lottery stalls until they found the one in the corner. How many do you want? I only have 2 left. If you want more, go to the next stall, the middle-aged woman behind the counter said, a dark mole on her face. If Yi Yunfeng remembered correctly, this was the same woman from his dream the previous night, where he ended up buying the last 2 tickets and winning 30,000 yuan. We'll take just 2 for fun, nothing more, Yi Lanyan quickly replied. Here you go. If you hadn't come, I would scratch them myself, the woman said, handing the tickets to Yi Lanyan. Wait, let me pay first before you scratch, Yi Yunfeng exclaimed, stopping her as he realized one of those tickets held a grand prize. He swiftly pulled out 10 yuan and handed it to the woman, raising his voice, Sister, give us 6 yuan back. His loud voice attracted the attention of nearby ticket buyers and several bystanders. The woman muttered under her breath, why shout so loudly? It's not a quarrel. Do you think I'm deaf? All right, we've paid. You can scratch now, Yi Yunfeng said, feigning excitement as he received the 6 yuan change. TCH, unsophisticated bumpkin. Shouting like that, do you think you can win the jackpot? Scoffed a young man nearby. Country folks are like this. They scrimp on food but splurge on lottery tickets. As if they're mad for money, another chimed in. Mom, little sister, each scratch a ticket. Who knows, maybe one of you will hit the jackpot. Yi Yunfeng ignored the jeers, aware such people existed everywhere. Yi Lanyan eagerly scratched her ticket, revealing only the words thank you, which caused her face to darken in disappointment. The siblings then gathered around their mother, Zhang Wenqin, as she scratched her ticket. Perhaps it was her first time. She hesitated until the middle-aged woman guided her to begin. Wow, there's a circle. Yi Lanyan exclaimed excitedly. What circle? You're about to start high school. Don't you know what a 0 is? Yi Yunfeng teased, tapping his sister's head. Did we really win? People around them started to react as Zhang Wenqin revealed a 0. Given the prize structure of scratch-offs, which primarily included denominations of 5 and 10 yuan, any appearance of zeros was promising. Isn't it just 10 yuan? One person shrugged. What if it's 100? Yi Lanyan shot back. Just because the old man won 100 doesn't mean the grand prize is easy to come by, someone else remarked. What if it's 1,000? Yi Yunfeng chuckled, as Zhang Wenqin scratched another section, revealing yet another 0. Wow, 2 circles, no 2 zeros. At least we won 100. Yi Lanyan squealed with excitement. Chapter 34, Mother hits the jackpot. Did we really win? Yi Dahong, who had been standing nearby, rushed over at his daughter's exclamation, his face filled with anxiety. Yes, Mom's luck is incredible. 2 zeros mean at least 100 yuan. Yi Yunfeng exclaimed, knowing the outcome, yet choosing to feign excitement. Dear, be gentle. Let our son scratch. Don't ruin the ticket. Yi Dahong urged, equally caught up in the excitement. Yunfeng, you do it, Zhang Wenqin said, her hands trembling as she passed the ticket to her son. All right, I'll help Mom scratch the remaining bits. Let us see just how lucky she is. Could it be a 10,000 yuan grand prize? Yi Yunfeng laughed heartily. He took the ticket, scratching along the back. And lo and behold, Yet another zero appeared. Ha ha, 3 zeros. That's at least 1,000 yuan. Yi Lanyan leaned closer, watching her brother reveal yet another zero. Bursting into laughter. What? They won 1,000 yuan jackpot. By now, a crowd had gathered around, some shouting inquiries. I heard 3 zeros were scratched. That's at least 1,000 yuan. It's definitely a grand prize. Nearby spectators eagerly relayed the news to one another. Could the staff please maintain order? With so many people crowding, I can hardly breathe. Yet, Yi Yunfeng paused, turning to the staff members who were pushing through the throng, including someone who appeared to be a leader. Everyone, please step aside and allow the winners to claim their prize without disturbance. Upon hearing Yi Yunfeng's words, the leader was compelled to intervene, signaling to several staff members to clear the area, urging the crowd to step back. Let's scrape off the remaining sections at the prize claim station. Yi Yunfeng refrained from continuing to scratch, instead addressing the leader while gesturing towards the already revealed area. With a third of the tickets still untouched. Very well, please follow me, the leader replied after a moment's contemplation. Yi Yunfeng, accompanied by his parents and younger sister, entered the prize claim area, which was cordoned off from the outside. The onlookers could only observe from a distance, unable to approach them. They've won a significant prize and are here to claim it, declared a staff member resembling a leader to the crowd. How much did they win? Did they really win 1,000 yuan? Yi Yunfeng shook the lottery ticket, addressing the onlookers. Everyone, remain calm. I've only revealed 3 zeros so far. The rest is still to be uncovered. Let me see if I can unveil 4 zeros. Brother, if there are 4 zeros, doesn't that mean 10,000 yuan? Can we really win 10,000? Yi Lanyan tugged at Yi Yunfeng's sleeve, whispering, I've heard the highest prize is 30,000 yuan. Little sister, do you think mom's luck could bring forth such a grand reward? If so, your expenses for high school would be well covered. Yi Yunfeng teased, playfully pinching his sister's nose. Wow, really? Yi Lanyan exclaimed in astonishment. Ahem, the bond between you siblings is truly heartwarming. The leader remarked, little brother, you should scrape the rest to see what awaits us. It's almost mealtime, and everyone is quite hungry. All right then, let us unveil the miracle, Yi Yunfeng said, swiftly scraping a bit more, and to everyone's astonishment, yet another zero appeared. Could it truly be 4 zeros? Is it really 10,000? Yi Lanyan murmured in disbelief. My goodness, it's truly a grand prize exceeding 10,000. This is simply unbelievable, exclaimed a nearby staff member. Old man, what are they saying? Could we really win such a substantial prize? Zhang Wenxin nearly lost her balance, gripping Yi Dahong's hand, only to discover it trembling as well. Phew. Despite being aware of the outcome, Yi Yunfeng feigned excitement, taking a deep breath and flushing his face to appear genuinely thrilled, lest others grow suspicious. What could it be? 1, 2, or 3? He murmured, deliberately trembling his hands. Brother, the minimum prize is already 10,000. A staff member exclaimed excitedly. No, it must be 3. It absolutely must be 3, without a doubt. Yi Lanyan shouted, her voice quivering, reflecting her fears of their family's financial struggles. In their village, many girls of Yi Lanyan's age had ceased their education, either working or caring for younger siblings at home. Moreover, with her elder brother now attending university, it was indeed a time of financial strain. Yi Lanyan had dreamt that their parents would compel her to return home and work, saving money for her brother's education. Thankfully, dreams often stand in stark contrast to reality. Just days after one such dream, her brother had written home, informing them that he was earning his own living expenses and that they could reserve their funds for her education. Yi Lanyan cherished her brother's letter, understanding the hardships he must endure to support himself and prevent her from dropping out. If today, their mother's lottery ticket could yield a 30,000 yuan prize, even if their parents had to cover her brother's expenses, there would still be ample funds for her to complete high school. By the time she applied for university, her brother would have graduated and secured a job. Such a scenario would offer her the hope of pursuing higher education, as she aspired to attend university in the provincial capital, to experience the broader world, and eventually bring her parents to the city for a better life. All right, little brother. We all wish for you to win the 30,000 yuan prize. Scrape it off and see. The leader urged, loosening his collar as sweat began to bead on his brow. Yi Yunfeng nodded, inhaled deeply, and then slowly scraped away the final section, revealing the leading digit as a 3, rather than a 1 or 2. Signifying that this lottery ticket had indeed won the grand prize of 30,000 yuan. Upon seeing the 3, Yi Lanyan shrieked with excitement, followed by Yi Yunfeng's jubilant cry, which was echoed by the surrounding staff members. The 30,000 yuan prize has been claimed right here in Billionaire town. Unbelievable. They truly won 30,000. What? 30,000? How could that be possible? I heard the highest prize lately was only 1,000. As the staff members gasped in astonishment, the crowd that had gathered gradually learned of the family's monumental win. Some were skeptical, while others' eyes glistened with tears of joy. Instantly, The crowd surged towards the remaining lottery tickets, swiftly purchasing the few that were left. At this moment, the leader, accompanied by excited staff members, began to record the winner's information. Only Yi Yunfeng had his identification card and thus registered his details. Chapter 35. Let me find you a few sisters-in-law. As per regulations, 20% of the prize amount is withheld as personal income tax. Thus, after taxes, you will receive a total of 24,000 yuan. Would you prefer to collect this in cash or deposit it into a bank account? The staff member explained after completing the registration. Let us deposit it. Carrying cash is too risky, Yi Yunfeng replied promptly. Please split it into 2 accounts. One for a 1-year fixed deposit and another for 2 years, each with 10,000. And the remaining 4,000 in a savings account. Before long, bank staff were summoned to the scene to facilitate the transaction. Ultimately, Yi Yunfeng's family was invited onto the stage, adorned with bright red flowers, where the leader publicly announced their 30,000 yuan win, showcasing the fixed deposit slips and tax documentation. Quick, come and see. I heard a family just won 30,000. I know that family. They're Yi Dahong from the Dia Mountain area. I heard it was his wife who scratched the winning ticket. Speaking of Yi Dahong, I've heard about him too. His son got into a university in the provincial capital last year and was even honored in town. I can't believe Billionaire town has produced a 30,000 yuan winner. Next market day, I'll have to try scratching a few tickets myself. If only I could win a grand prize. Originally, the crowd at the lottery station was modest, only numbering 20 or 30. However, as news of the 30,000 yuan prize spread, many townsfolk rushed to witness the spectacle. Yi Dahong, has your son gotten engaged yet? Called out a familiar voice from the crowd. Old Ye's family, my daughter is in high school, and quite pretty. Perhaps she might catch your eye? A bold woman shouted while pulling a teenage girl forward. Young man, I heard you're a university student. My niece is a primary school teacher in town. You youngsters could get to know each other. An elderly man chimed in from the back of the crowd. Leader, considering this situation, could you arrange for a vehicle to escort us part of the way? I fear I might be robbed of my family. Yi Yunfeng turned to the leader beside him. That is no problem. By the way, young man, are you studying at Jiangzhou University? Which one? The leader inquired with a smile. Yes, Jiangzhou University. Does your family also have daughters or nieces around your age? Yi Yunfeng responded playfully. My daughter is still quite young, just in middle school. You shouldn't get your hopes up. The leader comprehended Yi Yunfeng's intentions and responded with a smile. Once all the formalities were completed, the leader indeed arranged for a small vehicle to transport Yi Yunfeng and his family. However, to reach their home in Day Village, they would have to traverse an additional 5 to 6 kilometers of farm road that wound around the base of Day Mountain, as the national highway only skirted the outskirts. When the vehicle arrived at the junction of the national road and the farm road, Yi Yunfeng instructed the driver to halt, and the family proceeded to walk the remainder of the way home, for the path was rather muddy, making it easy for the vehicle to become ensnared in the potholes. Thank you, driver, Yi Yunfeng said politely. I apologize for delaying your meal. Please take care on your way back. He gestured for his father to hand the driver a cigarette, expressing his gratitude. The driver nodded in acknowledgement, uttering no further words, and turned the vehicle back towards town. The Yi family exchanged glances, each struggling to grasp the reality of their situation. Zhang Wenqin's legs felt somewhat weak, Yi Dahong's hands trembled slightly, and Yi Lanyan's teeth chattered in disbelief. Well, it's just a grand prize, isn't it? In the future, I will earn far more than this. And you will be counting money until your hands cramp. Let's head home. We'll soon get accustomed to it. Yi Yunfeng reassured his parents and sister. Elder brother, that's a staggering 30,000 yuan. How could you possibly earn that much? Yi Lanyan exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. It must be due to excessive taxes. We lost 6,000 right off the bat, she muttered, resembling a little money grubber. Yunfeng, once the new year passes and you return to school, take 10,000 yuan with you for living expenses. Study diligently, and don't fret about your daily costs. The remaining funds will suffice for Xiaolan to complete her high school education, Zhang Wenqin advised. As they made their way home, Yi Dahong and Zhang Wenqin gradually regained their composure. It was only upon entering the village that Yi Dahong spoke to his son. Indeed, your father and I are still in good health and able to earn a living. Regardless of the circumstances, we will ensure Xiaolan continues her education. So you need not worry about finances. Zhang Wenqin chimed in promptly. Yes, elder brother, you are still growing. I've heard that university expenses can be quite hefty. If you are overly frugal, others may look down upon you, not to mention finding a sister-in-law for me, Yi Lanyan added, nodding earnestly. Now free of worries regarding tuition, she contemplated how to ease her brother's burdens, hoping his university life would be less arduous. The thought of him having to juggle studies and work brought her a sense of injustice for her elder brother. Are you not concerned that I might find a sister-in-law who treats you poorly? Haven't you heard the tales of elder sisters-in-law tormenting their younger sisters-in-law? Yi Yunfeng teased, playfully provoking his sister. Brother, is that true? Yi Lanyan, being a rather innocent young girl, became anxious at once. I cannot say for certain. It is merely something I heard from our parents' stories during my childhood, Yi Yunfeng replied, passing the burden onto their parents. Elder brother, I can cook and do laundry. I will assist you with household chores. Surely, my sister-in-law would not mistreat me, the young girl mused, thinking that by helping with chores, she could endear herself to her future sister-in-law. Are you a masochist? Why not adopt a fierce demeanor to instill some fear in your sister-in-law? Haven't you heard that in some tales, the younger sisters-in-law are quite malicious and delight in tormenting their elder sisters-in-law? Yi Yunfeng continued to jest with his sister. Elder brother, if I were unkind to my sister-in-law, she would undoubtedly vent her frustrations on you. What if you two were to quarrel? I fear you would be upset. The little girl said earnestly, shaking her head. With such a wonderful little sister-in-law as you, I shall surely find several more sisters-in-law for myself, and they must treat you with kindness. Otherwise, they shall not be permitted to enter the Yi family home. Yi Yunfeng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, his heart filled with nostalgia. In his previous life, his sister had ultimately been unable to attend high school, later working away from home and marrying someone from a neighboring village, leading a rather ordinary life. Nevertheless, she often thought of her elder brother, frequently bringing home the grains, vegetables, fruits, and even the chickens and ducks she raised. However, in his past life, Yi Yunfeng's wife, a primary school teacher with a rather irritable temperament, would often complain about the items his sister brought, while simultaneously calling to request more. Yi Yunfeng could only offer quiet solace to his sister, discreetly providing her with some of his private savings, which he had saved from his smoking habits, to support her family. After traversing several kilometers of mountain trail, it took the family half an hour to reach home. Nevertheless, Yi Yunfeng acquiesced to his parents' and sister's suggestions, agreeing to take 10,000 yuan as living expenses when school commenced. However, he intended to invest this amount, with the future earnings destined to be returned to his sister manifold, honoring her unwavering support for him as her elder brother. Chapter 36, The Vision of a National Alliance. The Yi family returned rather late, finding that most villagers who had attended the market were already back. Thus the news of their grand prize remained unknown for the time being. It was only 2 or 3 days later that villagers began to catch wind of the event, with the third sister-in-law being the first to inquire. Aunt, I heard you won a substantial sum in the scratch-off lottery, several tens of thousands of yuan. Is that true? Who told you that? Who witnessed it? Yi Yunfeng countered. My brother from my maternal side mentioned it. He saw it while attending the market in town. He had visited our home before and recognized your family, the third sister-in-law responded. Indeed, my mother was fortunate enough to win the grand prize of 30,000 yuan. However, it is regrettable that we had to pay 6,000 in taxes, leaving us with only 24,000, Yi Yunfeng said with a grin. One portion of that sum is earmarked for my university living expenses, while the remainder is for my sister's high school and university education, all securely saved. Yi Yunfeng reasoned that such news would eventually circulate through the village, rather than allowing speculation to run rampant, potentially escalating to absurd figures like 100,000 or more. It was prudent to clarify the matter at once. He decided to let the third sister-in-law, known for her loose lips, spread the word, ensuring that everyone would be informed. Furthermore, Yi Yunfeng had meticulously arranged the purposes of the funds, conveying that they had been allocated wisely, and that those seeking to borrow would be out of luck. Indeed, news spread swiftly throughout the village, prompting numerous inquiries. The Yi family did not shy away from the truth, reiterating their story repeatedly. Though a few individuals expressed interest in borrowing money, only to be rebuffed by Yi Yunfeng. Even Yi Dahong's siblings and Zhang Wenqin's relatives heard of the news during the New Year celebrations, extending their congratulations without any requests for loans. While 30,000 yuan was still a considerable amount at that time, most families managed to get by, provided they were not caring for someone gravely ill. During the New Year, Yi Yunfeng's high school classmates gathered for a reunion, several of whom had studied in Jiangzhou and participated in a promotional event for socks, each earning over 1,000 yuan. Yunfeng, I heard you made a fortune selling socks with Lu Jun and the others. Are you treating us today? One classmate jested. Oh, I made a little money, just enough for living expenses. There's no surplus for treating anyone, Yi Yunfeng replied. Moreover, today's gathering was initiated by the class monitor. Let us not steal the spotlight, or I may incur their wrath. Yi Yunfeng had no intention of playing the role of the benefactor, though he could afford it. Now was not the time. The class monitor, He Hongyu, chimed in with a smile. Today we agreed to go Dutch. No one is treating anyone. We are all still students, relying on our family support, and there's no need to squander our parents' hard-earned money. Of course, it's commendable that Yi Yunfeng has managed to earn money while studying, and he has even helped his classmates cover a few months' living expenses. Let us raise our glasses to him later. Yi, could you share your insights with us? How did you come up with the idea of earning money while studying? A female classmate, Wang Yuanxiong inquired. In our dormitory, some students also earn money on weekends, primarily through tutoring, charging 30 yuan per hour, working 2 hours a day, which amounts to 480 yuan a month, as Liang, a student studying in Shoqing, cheerfully remarked. I have a classmate who is an excellent dancer. She performs at bars every night and is said to earn over 100 yuan each evening, accumulating several thousand yuan a month, shared Lu Xinlan. Another classmate studying in Modu. University life permits students to engage in part-time work as long as it is legitimate, allowing them to earn some income and gain societal experience. Yunfeng calmly stated. Yunfeng, could you disclose how much you have earned in the past 6 months? During mealtime, as everyone exchanged snippets of university life, Yunfeng briefly mentioned his ventures, including a series of side businesses and later, a sock business, prompting Lu Xinlan's curiosity. But these are small-scale enterprises. How much can you really earn? Perhaps just enough to cover tuition and living expenses for 4 years of university? Yunfeng shook his head in response. My goodness. How much could that be for 4 years of tuition and living expenses? Let me ponder for a moment. It must be in the range of 30 to 40,000 yuan, Wang Yuanxiong exclaimed, counting on her fingers. Indeed. With the sock-selling frenzy sweeping through over a dozen universities in Jiangzhou, there are likely over 100 participants. It seems that nearly all 40 or so classmates in the Madman S class are involved, and everyone is reaping considerable profits, Lu Jun remarked, sipping his drink and laughing. My dear classmates, if you come up with any brilliant ideas in the future, do remember to share them with us. Just a hint would be enough for us to benefit as well. Class leader He Hongyu chuckled. To be frank, I have recently established a new club at school called the Self-Reliance Society, with the mission of promoting independence and self-sufficiency, encouraging everyone to study while engaging in part-time work to alleviate their family's burdens. He then expressed his intention to contact various universities in Jiangzhou to establish branches of the Self-Reliance Society, aiming to form a coalition of clubs, envisioning that if successful, they could eventually create a national university alliance. Suddenly, Yunfeng felt a spark of inspiration and shared his initiative regarding the Self-Reliance Society with everyone, vividly describing his vision, which excited all present. This idea is simply splendid. Madman, if you aim to develop this at our school, do remember to reach out to me, Liang quickly responded. Yes, our classmates are spread across universities in over 20 cities. If we can successfully develop this, it could serve as a foothold for universities everywhere, eventually encompassing all institutions and forming a vast university alliance. Class leader He Hongyu added enthusiastically. Let us first connect all the classmates, maintain communication, and hopefully gather again next year for the new year. I aim to establish the university alliance here in Jiangzhou within this year, consolidating our experiences to promote it across our respective universities afterward. I believe that by then, we shall all be founders of new clubs in our cities, and if we can ultimately establish a national university alliance, the achievements will be monumental, greatly benefiting our future employment prospects, Yunfeng elaborated, painting an even grander picture that stirred the enthusiasm of his classmates. However, to expand the Self-Reliance Society across universities nationwide, there exists a lack of essential communication channels and corresponding opportunities for students to engage in part-time work. Yunfeng began to contemplate that perhaps in a year or two, with the rise of the internet, they could develop a specialized software or establish a dedicated website to create a headquarters for the Self-Reliance Society and generate more opportunities. Chapter 37. A dinner invitation for Xia Wanlan. Yunfeng recalled that in 1998, internet cafes began appearing in certain areas of Jiangzhou, and by 1999, numerous internet cafes emerged around the university campuses. During this era, the country had begun nurturing a group of computer professionals, although many of them had yet to find their paths, with numerous graduates taking up jobs as network administrators. On the bus ride home after the gathering, Yunfeng contemplated another entrepreneurial idea. The Fengyun investment company would not be undertaking major moves after September of this year, allowing him to allocate some funds to establish a chain of internet cafes. Additionally, Yunfeng thought about engaging some wealthy second-generation individuals from Jiangzhou, which could provide lucrative opportunities for several years. He could invest in acquiring storefronts, purchasing equipment, hiring network administration talent, and managing operations, while the affluent individuals could handle dealings with relevant authorities, enabling him to earn passively. Furthermore, the network administrators could later join his technology company, contributing to software development and website management, thereby building a talent pool for future entrepreneurial endeavors. In the event of a gaming boom, he could even invest in establishing a gaming company and team, embarking on global competitions with skilled players. The more Yunfeng envisioned, the more exhilarated he became, leading to a sleepless night filled with dreams of possibilities. If he could amass substantial funds in the investment market, he would be able to strategically position himself in various industries. On February 12th, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Yunfeng bid farewell to his family and returned to school, as February 14th marked the day government employees officially resumed work, and the stock market would reopen that day. With only 2 to 3 days remaining until the deadline for shorting the NIN dollar, Yunfeng needed to return to oversee the situation personally and witness the miraculous moment. He had initially leveraged 40 million yuan in capital, employing a tenfold margin to short the NIN dollar. On January 18th, he again utilized 20 million yuan in raised investment capital, also employing a tenfold margin, and was soon to see results. After dropping off his luggage, Yunfeng's first task was to check on the store adjacent to Beihu Park to assess the progress of the renovations. Lifting the rolling shutter, he peered through the transparent glass door and found the interior immaculate, with tiled flooring, pristine white walls, and sunlit fluorescent tubes affixed to the walls. The store was designed according to Yunfeng's specifications, with an office at the front, a small lounge in the middle, and a modest bathroom near the back equipped with a shower head, allowing Yunfeng to occasionally bathe there. A small table could be set up near the wall, and with minimal effort, he could convert the space into a simple kitchen for occasional meals. Once furnished with office furniture, it would be ready for operation. Satisfied with what he saw, Yunfeng nodded approvingly. In the afternoon, he paged Xia Wanlan, who promptly returned his call. Mr. Yi, Happy New Year. Have you returned to Jiangzhou? Happy New Year, Manager Xia. Are you free for dinner tonight? Yunfeng inquired cheerfully. Sure, I'll be out shortly, Xia Wanlan replied hurriedly. Oh, then please come to the east gate of Beihu Park, Yunfeng said, momentarily surprised that it was only 4 o'clock. Did she not have lunch? Half an hour later, Xia Wanlan arrived in a taxi and smiled upon seeing Yunfeng. Mr. Yi, thank you for rescuing me. Otherwise, I would have been utterly bored. What happened? You seem to be fleeing from something. Did you encounter an issue? Yunfeng asked out of curiosity. My mother is matchmaking me, but the guy is completely dull. I was sipping tea for so long that I nearly filled up. Thankfully, your page arrived, and I told him a significant client needed me, allowing me to escape. Xia Wanlan giggled. Would you care to take a look at the shop? With time still on their side, Yi Yunfeng led Xia Wanlan to the store. His initial intention in inviting her for a meal was to enlist her assistance in procuring various office supplies. Is this Mr. Ye's establishment? What type of business do you plan to open here? The decor is truly exquisite, far more pristine and orderly than my own home, Xia Wanlan remarked, her admiration evident. In this era, many homes still featured cement flooring, with only a select few opting for tiled floors, and the prevailing styles often appeared antiquated. Unlike the modern and minimalist design of Yi Yunfeng's shop, I intend to establish the office of Fengyun Investment Company here, yet I still need to acquire various office furnishings. Are you familiar with the office furniture market in Jiangzhou? Yi Yunfeng inquired directly. Mr. Yi, if you trust me, simply share your requirements, and I shall select a few options for you to choose from, Xia Wanlan promptly offered, instantly grasping the true purpose behind Yi Yunfeng's invitation for a meal. That would indeed be a great assistance. Not at all. I am in need of something to occupy my time. Otherwise, I would merely be at home listening to my mother incessantly nagging me about finding a partner. Moreover, I happen to be free tomorrow and can venture out to ensure the office furniture is well suited, Xia Wanlan replied with a smile. In truth, whenever Yi Yunfeng sought her aid, regardless of her schedule, she would always carve out time for him, as he was her esteemed client and the cornerstone of her standing at the bank. Subsequently, Yi Yunfeng articulated his requirements for various office furnishings, while Xia Wanlan diligently took notes from her bag, occasionally offering her insights. She meticulously recorded everything, including the bed and bedding needed for the break room, toiletries for the restroom, and utensils for the kitchenette. Mr. Yi, if the kitchen is not frequently used, it would be safer and cleaner to utilize an induction cooker rather than a gas stove, Xia Wanlan suggested regarding the kitchen tools. Very well. Let us proceed with your recommendation, Yi Yunfeng agreed after a moment's contemplation. Once the various details were finalized, it was already past 6 o'clock, and the two made their way to a nearby snack street outside Jiangzhou University, where they found a small hot pot restaurant to dine. Manager Xia, please refrain from calling me Mr. In the future, it feels rather awkward. You may simply call me by my name, or like my friends do, Madman works as well. The hot pot meal served to bridge the gap between them, and Xia Wanlan shared numerous tales about Jiangzhou's attractions and her mother's relentless matchmaking efforts. Eventually, Yi Yunfeng chuckled and replied, Then I shall use the formal address during work, but privately, I shall refer to you as Fengzi. Chapter 38. Harvesting the Nin Shield. As they parted ways, Yi Yunfeng handed Xia Wanlan a key to the shop, entrusting her with its management. The following day, he rose around 7, jogged a few laps around the playground, and after freshening up, he visited a rice noodle shop named Jalixiang at the school gate. By the time he leisurely arrived at the store, it was around 10 o'clock. At that moment, the contractor responsible for the shop's renovations had already arrived. having made arrangements with Yi Yunfeng prior to the new year to meet that morning. Mr. Yi, the renovations are complete. Are you satisfied with the results? The contractor, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a receding hairline, greeted Yi Yunfeng with a cigarette. Yi Yunfeng accepted it, lit it for him, and they began to converse amidst the swirling smoke. Old Joe, the renovations look commendable, and I am pleased with the craftsmanship. However, I am curious about the quality of the materials used. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, all materials are of the highest quality. You have invested generously, and we certainly would not undermine our reputation. Otherwise, how could we continue operating in Jiangzhou? Old Joe assured him. Well then, let us commence the house renovations. Adhering to the same requirement, top quality materials. Please provide me with an estimate of the budget needed. However, I have different specifications for the house compared to the shop. We shall discuss this in detail once we enter the property. I hope this collaboration proves fruitful, and I will seek your services again for future renovations. Yi Yunfeng nodded in agreement. He then guided Old Joe into the new house, elaborating on the renovation plans from the moment they entered, and Old Joe meticulously took notes. After concluding their discussions, it was already noon. Yi Yunfeng summoned Xiao Wanlan, requesting her to occasionally oversee the house renovations when she had the time, before leading both of them out for a meal. Fengzi, now that you've purchased both a home and a shop, do you plan to settle down in Jiangzhou after graduation? Xiao Wanlan inquired, realizing for the first time that Yi Yunfeng had bought a property. I suspect that I will spend a majority of my time in Jiangzhou, as I still have several years of study ahead. If I were to pursue a graduate degree, my time here would likely extend even further. As for settling down, I can hardly contemplate that so far ahead, just as you cannot imagine what Jiangzhou will be like in 10 years. I too am uncertain about where I will be a decade from now, Yi Yunfeng replied enigmatically. In the afternoon, the office furniture ordered by Xiao Wanlan began to arrive for installation, and the company sign that Yi Yunfeng had commissioned from a nearby advertising firm was also ready. Brought in for display, the sign, emblazoned with Feng Yun Fund Investment Company, limited in bold black characters against a white backdrop, gleamed invitingly, signaling to passers-by that a company resided within this establishment. Furthermore, the sign included details about the company's business scope, crafted on a vertical billboard designed by the advertising company, which had consulted with Yi Yunfeng multiple times to finalize the design. As the various office furnishings, beds, kitchenware, and so forth were arranged, the shop began to take on an organized appearance, particularly in the front office area, which boasted computer desks, a cozy tea corner, a magazine rack, and decorative plants. However, computers had yet to be installed, as the current operating systems did not meet office requirements, necessitating the use of paper and pen for the time being. Additionally, in one corner of the office area, Yi Yunfeng had installed a large, old-fashioned metal safe, heavy and cumbersome, with a complicated locking mechanism, designed to securely store important company documents. Once everything was set in place, Yi Yunfeng opted against a grand opening ceremony. Instead, he invited the affluent investors of the Feng Yun Fund to visit, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the space, as he intended to conduct future discussions here. Madman, today marks the opening of the shop, does it not? We cannot forego some form of ceremony. We should at least place several flower stands at the entrance. Otherwise, people might think our company is a shell operation. Li exclaimed as he arrived. Let's keep it simple. We, as investors, need not be ostentatious, Yi Yunfeng replied with a smile. Madman, you should heed our advice. We must create some buzz. Otherwise, no one will believe in our company. Duan Zihui concurred with Li Yi. We'll arrange for someone to handle these matters. Just wait for the commotion, Chen Xiaoxin chimed in, eager to join the excitement. Before long, they made a few calls, and soon enough, a dozen flower stands were delivered and positioned on either side of the shop entrance, followed by the arrival of firecrackers that were set off for over 10 minutes. Bang, bang, bang. As the sound of firecrackers echoed, the surrounding crowd began to notice the grand opening of a shop, which turned out to be an investment company, eliciting little interest from the ordinary onlookers. Naturally, a few curious souls approached to inquire about the nature of the investment firm, only to learn that it required entrusting spare funds to the company, with promised dividends to be disbursed when profits were realized. Most common folk scoffed at the notion, dismissing it as implausible. That evening, a few friends invited Yi Yunfeng out to celebrate with a feast, subsequently escorting him to a club where one could sing, dance with companions, and indulge in drinks, with the option to continue the revelry at a hotel if the mood struck. However, while Yi Yunfeng participated in singing, dancing, and drinking, he ultimately declined the more extravagant amusements, quietly settling the bill and returning to school, for he had an important matter awaiting him the next day, February 16th. The optimal time for harvesting the Nepalese rupee. The following morning at 9, Yi Yunfeng arrived at the trading room of a commercial bank, where Xiao Wanlan had already prepared tea in anticipation of his arrival. Mr. Yi, In the past 2 days since the market opened, the exchange rate of the Nepalese rupee against the US dollar has plummeted dramatically, even more so than in the past month. Shall we proceed with any operations today? She inquired. Yes, prepare yourself. Half an hour after the market opens, gradually release all of it. We aim to complete all transactions for both accounts today. Yunfeng replied with a nod. Understood, Xia Wanlan said, her excitement palpable. She had calculated that at the current exchange rate of the Nepalese rupee, if all trades from Yunfeng's 2 accounts were executed, it would yield profits exceeding 100%, a sum not to be underestimated, amounting to tens of millions. Doubling in a mere month and a half, a notion almost too good to be true, though the profits were not hers. She felt a sense of joy for Yunfeng, as her own bonuses from the trading commission would increase, allowing her to continue learning from him. Thus she wished for his success. This exemplifies the power of capital, akin to a harvester reaping the economic bounty of various nations, with the unseen puppeteers being the affluent capitalists of the West, while I merely partake in their spoils. Sensing Xia Wanlan's thoughts, Yunfeng smiled and addressed her. Chapter 39. Assets approaching 100 million on this day, after the market opened. The exchange rate of the Nepalese rupee against the US dollar plummeted below the critical threshold of 10,000.1, causing a stir throughout the Southeast Asian foreign exchange market. Subsequently, other Southeast Asian currencies began to exhibit volatility. Yunfeng directed Xia Wanlan to stabilize the operations, gradually releasing the 600 million worth of short positions on the Nepalese rupee. The discreet execution did not disturb the overall market. Yet he had successfully completed his harvesting of the rupee. As the afternoon approached, Xia Wanlan engaged in a tense settlement process, with the results emerging around 5 o'clock. Mr. Yi, after deducting all service fees and taxes, your personal account achieved a profit rate of 13%, while the Fengyan Fund's account saw an 11% profit. In other words, your personal account gained 52 million, bringing your total bonuses to 93 million, nearly surpassing the 100 million mark. Meanwhile, your Fengyan Fund account earned 22 million, now totaling 42 million. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Xia Wanlan took several deep breaths before tremblingly announcing the settlement results. Yunfeng regarded her with a calm demeanor, observing her deep breaths and the flush that crept across her face, reflecting her excitement. Please prepare a report for the Fengyan Fund and transfer 3 million from my personal account to the bank account, he instructed. To Xia Wanlan's surprise, Yunfeng did not exhibit the exuberance she had anticipated. Instead, he nodded serenely before giving his directive. The next day, Yunfeng returned to the bank's trading room, reviewing the overall performance report of the international markets following the previous day's close, before instructing Xia Wanlan to proceed with operations. First, short the Japanese yen using my personal account, leveraging 10 times to purchase 50 million shares, he commanded, utilizing over half of his personal account to short the yen. At this juncture, the exchange rate of the yen against the US dollar had fallen to 128.1, a mere 2 points lower than when Yunfeng had intervened at the end of December, indicating that the yen had remained relatively robust of late. Nevertheless, Yunfeng was acutely aware that significant turbulence lay ahead for the yen, with the most substantial declines expected in May and June, ultimately nearing a rate of 150.1. However, as the waiting period was somewhat protracted, Yunfeng opted not to invest all his personal funds, reserving 40 million, with 10 million earmarked as collateral and the remaining 30 million allocated for shorting other currencies. The dramatic decline of the Nepalese rupee had ripple effects, causing the Singapore dollar, Malaysian ringgit, Thai baht, and Philippine peso to also depreciate. It would not be until April 8th, when an agreement on a new economic reform plan was reached between Nepal and the International Monetary Fund, that the Southeast Asian currency markets would experience a semblance of calm. Thus, Yunfeng intended to deploy the remaining 30 million, along with the 40 million from the Fengyan Fund, to capitalize on the currencies of other nations in the ensuing 2 months, swiftly amassing greater capital, and when April arrived, he would fully engage in shorting the yen, preparing to carve out a substantial portion from Japan's economic landscape. Following this, Xia Wanlan continued to short other currencies under Yunfeng's guidance. Though he was not entirely informed of the fluctuations of other currencies, it was evident that during this period, their exchange rates were consistently declining, ensuring profitability from any currency shorted. However, Yunfeng focused on the currencies of economically weaker nations, as their limited resilience rendered them more susceptible to rapid collapses during unrest, resulting in more significant declines. Upon completing these operations, Yunfeng enjoyed a leisurely period of about a month and a half, allowing him to manage affairs at school, including the further development and enhancement of the self-study association, as well as preparing to venture into the internet cafe industry. Mr. Yi, President Zhu would like to see you in his office, Xiao Wanlan informed him just as Yi Yunfeng was about to depart. Given that Yi Yunfeng had recently executed a substantial transaction, the associated service fees and taxes indicated a considerable profit, prompting Zhu Wanbin to invite him for a meeting. President Zhu, I apologize for the intrusion. Upon his arrival, Zhu Wanbin personally greeted him at the door. Mr. Yi, congratulations. Rest assured, our bank adheres to strict protocols. Aside from reporting relevant matters to me, they will not disclose your affairs externally. At the last annual meeting, due to numerous obligations, I neglected to engage with you in depth, which was rather impolite. Before the new year, I brought back some specially selected tea from afar. And today I would like to invite you to savor it. Zhu Wanbin explained how he had become aware of Yi Yunfeng's dealings, then shifted the conversation to a more casual tone over tea. Yi Yunfeng bore no grievances, recognizing that the bank had its regulations. Reporting critical matters to the president was likely standard procedure. This tea is delightful. Its flavor is remarkably pure, rich, and robust, a fine selection of early spring tea, he remarked as he savored the brew while engaging in light conversation with Zhu Wanbin. They discussed various international affairs, particularly the economic landscape of Southeast Asia. For those living in this era, there remained a lack of clear understanding regarding the financial turmoil of '97, as many merely sensed disruption within the international economic market. However, Yi Yunfeng was distinct. His vantage point had long transcended the confines of this era. A mere few remarks from him left Zhu Wanbin astounded, silently marveling at Yi Yunfeng's astute intellect. Since Mr. Yi enjoys this tea, I have 2 cans here. I shall gift them to you. When parting, Zhu Wanbin insisted on presenting Yi Yunfeng with 2 cans of fine tea. Even in this age, Yi Yunfeng discerned that such tea could be valued at several hundreds to thousands of yuan per can, and it was not readily available for purchase. Nevertheless, given Zhu's insistence, Yi Yunfeng graciously accepted after a brief moment of modest refusal. After all, they shared a close cooperative relationship. Being overly rigid about accepting gifts could lead to discomfort in their interactions. As long as he remained engaged in commercial banking, President Zhu would welcome various requests from him. With a week remaining before the new semester commenced, Yi Yunfeng first visited a driving school, discreetly offering money to secure an immediate examination. Drawing upon his past driving experience, he successfully passed the test and anticipated receiving his license within a week. Subsequently, he meandered near universities in Jiangzhou, searching for suitable premises to establish an internet cafe. The location did not necessarily need to be on a main street, but it was imperative that the space be spacious, airy, and well-ventilated. Over the course of the week, Yi Yunfeng acquired 10 properties, ranging from basements to second floors, each spanning at least 200 to 300 square meters, with the largest exceeding 500 square meters. At that time, these less desirable locations, characterized by their ample size, were primarily relegated to storage use, resulting in remarkably low prices. Averaging merely 700 yuan per square meter, Yi Yunfeng expended nearly 3 million yuan, acquiring over 4,200 square meters of retail space. However, he deemed it insufficient, as he aimed to procure similar properties surrounding an additional 10 universities. Yet, he remained unhurried, planning to transfer a portion of his funds to his bank account following the next transaction before proceeding with further purchases. Chapter 40. Arrangements for the new semester. On February 23rd, the 17th day of the Lunar New Year, the new semester commenced. Brother Feng, I have brought some homemade sausages and cured meats for my family. I hope you all will give them a try. Upon his return, Zhang Buliang presented Yi Yunfeng with a package. When he visited home for the holiday, he shared his experiences at school with his parents. Both Zhang's father and mother were simple, honest rural folk, exceedingly grateful to Yi Yunfeng for resolving a significant issue for their family. Thus, they encouraged him to bring along many items to school. However, Zhang Buliang was aware that certain local specialties were unsuitable, so he ultimately selected some cured meats and sausages. Additionally, he understood the necessity of considering the other dormitory members, so he reserved a small portion for them to sample. All right, we shall find a place to cook it later and enjoy together. Yi Yunfeng, recognizing this as a gesture of goodwill from Zhang's family, accepted it with delight. Madman, I have brought some sweet, juicy kumquats from the old tree in my yard. Zhang Mingliang chimed in, presenting a bag. We have fresh bamboo shoots at home. I've prepared them for immediate consumption or as a side dish, was Yuan added, contributing some homemade bamboo shoot pickles. Our mountains produce walnuts. These are last year's harvest. Enjoy them as snacks, Jiang Yekue proclaimed, revealing a large bag of sun-dried walnuts weighing over 10 pounds. I didn't bring much, but I invite you all to visit my home next time. Wang Su said somewhat sheepishly. His family, residing in Tianhe City, had little to offer, but he planned to buy some snacks later to share with everyone. I returned early and didn't bring anything significant. However, I do have some good news to share. Our recent investment operation yielded a 65% profit. Yi Yunfeng smiled, explaining that, after deducting various fees, the profit for everyone was only 13%, not accounting for the leverage used. The total investment among them was merely over 300,000 yuan, and even if he allocated all profits to them, it would not amount to much. Yet, Yi Yunfeng understood that overwhelming them with generosity might not be wise. Hence, he decided to distribute profits calculated with leverage at 50% instead of the previous method that did not account for leverage. Consequently, those who initially invested 10,000 yuan earned 6,500 yuan, sufficient for an entire semester's living expenses. For instance, Chu Wanxiu, who invested significantly more, accrued over 30,000 yuan, bringing her total capital to nearly 100,000, just half of what Yi Yunfeng had promised her. Brother Feng, did we really earn so much? You aren't just subsidizing us, are you? We wouldn't want you to incur losses, Jiang Buliang expressed, though clearly delighted. Indeed, madman. I believe a few hundred or 1,000 yuan in profits is sufficient for our living expenses. If this continues, will we all be able to buy houses by the time we graduate? Wang Su remarked. Madman, although we are like brothers, you may wish to assist us. But even close siblings must keep accounts clear. You cannot suffer losses, Zhang Mingliang and others added. Rest assured, the reason for this higher profit is due to employing 10 times leverage during operations. Otherwise, the profit would have only been 6.5%. However, this operation was somewhat risky, so future profits will not be as high. We must proceed gradually, Yi Yunfeng clarified. He then realized that for contemporary university students, the prospect of sudden wealth could induce unease, while they were more comfortable with slowly earning modest amounts. Thus, he succinctly explained the rationale and indicated that future profits would be reduced. Moreover, Yi Yunfeng resolved to calculate profits without leveraging in the future, ensuring the distribution remained within their acceptable limits. His intention was to cultivate them into valuable assets for his future commercial empire. Therefore, whether among current roommates or future talents from the Self-Sufficiency Association, Yi Yunfeng had deliberate plans in place. That evening, Yi Yunfeng invited the girls from dormitory 445 to a small restaurant outside the school, where they could process the cured meats and sausages. Along with the specialties the girls brought from their hometowns, they gathered to share a celebratory meal for the new semester. Class monitor, what arrangements do we have for this semester? Wang Hui was the first to inquire. Yes, class monitor, our Self-Sufficiency Association now has over 100 members. We ought to find some activities for everyone, Li Mingming suggested. Should we consider some business ventures to allow everyone to earn a little money? It would enhance our cohesion. Shi Lui, sitting next to Jiang Buliang, quietly proposed. Chu, what are your thoughts? As the executive president of the Self-Sufficiency Association, did you contemplate anything during the break? Yi Yunfeng tossed the question to Chu Wanxiu. She shot him a glance, feeling he was merely passing the responsibility on to her. Yet she was more than willing to respond. I believe our association members should strive for self-sufficiency, which entails continuously enhancing our capabilities and seeking various practical opportunities in the outside world. Certainly, should we be able to earn a modest sum during the practical process to supplement everyone's living expenses, that would be even better. Thus, this semester I plan to organize a series of activities encompassing various skill developments and practical engagements. However, the specifics remain elusive, and I require guidance from our esteemed class leader. I have conceived an idea to establish an advertising agency dedicated to managing promotional activities for shop openings, weddings, and similar events. Our Self-Reliance Association would form a service team, with each member equipped with a bicycle and a red vest to handle the business that the company secures. The rationale behind founding a company lies in the difficulty of attracting business under the association's name. However, the company will only charge a nominal operational fee, with the majority of the revenue distributed among participating members. Typically, such activities would be scheduled for weekends, but should they coincide with regular class times? Only those members without classes would be able to participate, Yi Yunfeng pondered aloud. Chapter 41, The Suitable Candidate. Over a decade later, the streets are filled with drum teams, music troupes, elderly ladies distributing flyers, and promotional teams cycling through the city. It was this vision that inspired Yi Yunfeng to establish the advertising agency, allowing us to directly engage our members for participation, thereby granting them practical experience while earning a little extra income. Nevertheless, managing the advertising company necessitates appointing someone to oversee operations, as Yi Yunfeng cannot devote excessive energy to a venture that is unlikely to yield substantial profits. We could also create a tutoring company to handle various educational services, allowing our association members to conduct classes and earn some additional income, proposed Xiu Shufang, inspired by Yi Yunfeng's earlier plans for the advertising company. Indeed, currently, individuals seeking tutoring often resort to hanging small blackboards on the streets. waiting for parents to select them. This method drives prices down and may pose safety concerns. By operating through a company, we could standardize our approach, rent a venue for classrooms, and consolidate students for instruction, thereby permitting us to charge higher fees. Yes, if we pursue this, we could offer large classes, small groups, and one-on-one tutoring, each with varying fees, enhancing our professionalism. Upon hearing Xiao Shufeng's suggestion, others enthusiastically contributed additional ideas, nearly formulating the structure of the future training school. Certainly, both companies can be established concurrently, and if executed well, they will undoubtedly yield fruitful results, Yunfeng concluded. Having previously navigated the process of establishing a company, Yunfeng readily prepared the necessary materials and first approached the school's student affairs department for signatures and stamps. Yunfeng, if I recall correctly, you recently founded an investment company, and now you wish to establish an advertising agency and an educational training company. Is the investment venture not flourishing? The official responsible for reviewing the documents was a middle-aged woman who surprisingly remembered Yunfeng's prior application for the investment company. Madam, the investment company is currently performing well, having secured 20 million in investments. However, the advertising agency and educational training company are intended to address the work-study needs of our Self-Reliance Association, providing social practice opportunities while also allowing members to earn some extra money. Yunfeng smiled, neither exaggerating nor concealing the truth, although the middle-aged woman seemed skeptical. The so-called 20 million investment appeared to her as mere youthful bravado, prompting her to smile without further comment. Subsequently, Yunfeng proceeded to various relevant departments to complete the necessary paperwork, only to learn that he must wait an additional week to receive the pertinent qualification documents. Xiaoyi, what brings you here? As Yunfeng descended after finalizing the procedures, he encountered two girls, one of whom called out to him. Xiaojia, I'm here to apply for a company. I heard that Ximen Market has been dismantled. What are you currently up to? Yunfeng recognized her as Zhang Yinxia, whom he had met while wholesale purchasing buckets at Ximen Market. I'm accompanying a friend to collect documents. She just opened a clothing store and completed her paperwork. I'm currently at home, not quite sure what to do, she replied. What about you? Is your company hiring? Do you think I could be of assistance? Zhang Yinxia paused to chat with Yunfeng, then jokingly inquired. Her inquiry prompted Yunfeng to seriously contemplate the matter. Although both companies were still in the application phase, preparations must commence, and he found himself in need of assistance. Despite having interacted with Zhang Yinxia for only a brief period during their business dealings, Yunfeng sensed her warmth and capability. She was quite adept at social interactions and would indeed make a suitable candidate. Xiaojia, shall we find a place to sit and discuss the details? Yunfeng suggested. Give me a moment. I'll accompany my friend to collect the documents. And then we can sit at the tea stall by the river, Zhang Yinxia replied, intrigued by Yunfeng's apparent interest in hiring her. Before long, Yunfeng and Zhang Yinxia settled at a tea stall by the Jialing River, while her friend departed due to other commitments. Xiaojia, today I applied for two companies. One is an advertising agency that will manage promotional activities for store openings and weddings, and the other is an educational training company focusing on tutoring from elementary to high school levels, as well as various arts education. Both companies are still in the preparatory stages, and I'm seeking someone to oversee the preparations. Would you be willing to assist me? Yunfeng outlined the basic information about both companies before posing his question to Zhang Yinxia. Hearing this, Zhang Yinxia remarked, both companies sound quite impressive, but I only have a high school diploma. What could I possibly contribute? She did not immediately agree, but instead inquired. Initially, the focus will be on renovating the office space, acquiring various office supplies, and preparing materials. Later on, we will certainly hire individuals to manage specific operations, and you would simply oversee those personnel. Of course, the two companies will eventually operate separately, and you may choose which one to manage, Yunfeng explained. As for the salary, during the preparatory phase, it will be 3,000 per month, with bonuses and other benefits once the companies are operational. I realize this amount may be considerably less than you earned in your previous business endeavors. I'm curious if you would still be interested? He clarified the compensation details. Xiaoyi, if you value my assistance despite my lower educational qualifications, then there is no reason to hesitate. I will join you, Zhang Yinxia exclaimed, slapping the table in agreement. Welcome aboard Yunfeng Media Company and Yunfeng Education Company. We shall be colleagues from now on. Moreover, a diploma is not everything. Individual capability holds significant importance. Additionally, with so many universities in Jiangzhou, you could certainly enroll in an adult college and dedicate some time to self-studying for a diploma or degree. As the company flourishes in the future, with an increasing number of managerial personnel, the demands for competency will undoubtedly escalate. Thus, it is imperative for you to continually enhance your skills and evolve alongside the organization. Yunfeng smiled as he conveyed this to her, encouraging her to enroll in an adult vocational college and pursue self-study for both a diploma and a bachelor's degree. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yinxia's eyes sparkled with newfound possibilities, as if a fresh window had been opened before her. In Chapter 42, a flourishing activity. After Zhang Yinxia agreed to join the company, Yi Yunfeng promptly took her to the street opposite the west gate of Jiangzhou University, adjacent to Beihu Park. He had previously acquired a shop spanning over 500 square meters, located on the second floor of a nearby alley. It had once housed a video hall, featuring simple renovations with tiled flooring and whitewashed walls. Initially, Yi Yunfeng intended to establish an internet cafe there by year-end, but he now planned to utilize the space as the offices for two companies. The Yunfeng Media Company required only a modest office, while the remaining reception and conference rooms could be shared with Yunfeng Education Company. Upon his arrival, Yi Yunfeng summoned Chu Wanxiu and the contractor, Old Zhou, through a pager. The former was to participate in the company's preparatory work, while the latter was tasked with the renovations. Once everyone gathered, Yi Yunfeng inquired about the progress of the renovations at the other site. Old Zhou, is the renovation there busy? Can you spare a few hands to help us renovate this place? Yes, Mr. Yi, the plumbing and electrical work is ongoing, but the other workers are on break. So it's absolutely no problem, Old Zhou replied with a nod. Good, let us brainstorm together. My vision is as follows, Yi Yunfeng said, nodding, and then began to discuss with Chu Wanxiu and Zhang Yinxia. I envision this entrance area serving as a lobby, where a reception desk can be situated. If Yunfeng Media only requires one office, it can occupy this location. We could allocate a corner for a restroom, ensuring it is adequately sized considering the anticipated influx of students. This area could be arranged as a reception or lounge. As parents will likely need a comfortable waiting space for their children, a cramped area would be insufficient. Furthermore, if we divide the space into classrooms, they need not be overly large, as our planned classes will accommodate a maximum of 16 students in large groups and 8 in smaller ones, alongside individual tutoring rooms. It would be ideal to install large windows on classroom doors featuring one-way glass, allowing parents to observe their children without disrupting the teaching inside. The classroom decor should be kept simple, avoiding excessive colors and elements that could distract from the students' focus. Would it be suitable to place art classrooms here? Given that activities like dance and music can generate noise, it may disrupt the learning of students in adjacent rooms. Indeed, we should consider relocating the arts classes to another site, reserving this space entirely for remedial education. I also suggest establishing an additional restroom at this end, as the demand will undoubtedly rise with dozens of students attending classes here. Regarding the windows, a semi-enclosed design would be best to prevent any accidents where students might fall outside during play. Moreover, attention must be paid to the fire escape routes and ensuring clear emergency exits to pass safety inspections. Chu Wanxiu and Zhang Yinxiao eagerly joined in the discussion, collaborating with Yi Yunfeng to propose various suggestions and collaboratively plan the renovations. Once their opinions aligned, they instructed Old Zhou to document everything. In addition to the renovations, it was necessary to procure various office supplies such as small blackboards, desks, and lounge sofas, which Yi Yunfeng entrusted to Zhang Yinxia. Leave these errands to me. I am quite familiar with Jiangzhou, she confidently replied. As for assembling the teaching staff, I will need Chu class leader to compile a list of our Self-Reliance Association members and their respective areas of expertise, creating a statistical overview. We aim to enlist true experts for each subject. Additionally, during training, we can hold competitions for teaching presentations to identify standout instructors, offering higher compensation for the top performers while providing lower rates for regular participants. This approach will enhance both teaching capabilities and competitive spirit, ensuring that competition remains healthy. Furthermore, all selected tutors must achieve a minimum score of 80 in their specialized subjects. Even our top instructors will not be retained if their exam results fall short, as we cannot allow parents to perceive us as lacking in quality. Yi Yunfeng assigned tasks to Chu Wanxiu. Jiangzhou University stands as the premier institution in Hujing Province and ranks among the top 5 universities nationwide. Thus, recruiting tutors from this pool of academic excellence will be more than sufficient. Moreover, Yi Yunfeng aimed to select the most outstanding candidates through competition, ensuring their resumes would be particularly appealing to parents. Naturally, Chu Wanxiu would lead this initiative, with participation from the male dormitory 113 and female dormitory 445. Those willing to serve as tutors could compete, while others would assist Chu Wanxiu with various preparations. Currently, the Self-Reliance Association at Jiangzhou University boasts over 150 members, primarily first-year students, alongside a few upperclassmen from various disciplines. With Yi Yunfeng's directive, the association's training and competition activities flourished. Upon learning that victorious participants would become tutors at Yunfeng Education Training School with a fixed salary, the members enthusiastically engaged. Furthermore, Inquiries from students across all grades wishing to join the Self-Reliance Association surged, though the association's criteria for academic performance and individual talents were stringent. Many upperclassmen were unable to join due to insufficient grades in their previous majors, yet this also attracted more exceptional individuals, including third and fourth-year computer science students. Yunfeng found himself with some leisure time. Aside from attending classes, he occasionally monitored the international market trends at commercial banks, particularly focusing on the exchange rates of the countries he had invested in. Although there were minor fluctuations, the overall decline across Southeast Asia was significant, particularly in the weaker nations where his short positions were placed, as they lacked the resilience to withstand the downturn. Observing the limited impact of his 10 million yuan margin, he transferred an additional 3 million to his bank account, continuing his search for suitable properties. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yinxia offered several suggestions, leveraging her familiarity with Jiangzhou. Prior to engaging in wholesale at the West Gate market, she had conducted small businesses near various universities, granting her considerable insight into the geographical landscape surrounding each institution. In Chapter 43, I can serve as a consultant. Over the next fortnight, under Zhang Yinxia's guidance, Yunfeng acquired 10 additional properties for establishing internet cafes, expending nearly 3 million yuan. Of course, he only publicly claimed to have rented these spaces, as he preferred to keep his wealth discreet for the time being. The motivation behind the acquisition was not solely its affordability. It also promised significant savings on rent in the future. Moreover, he envisioned an alliance of internet cafes, intending to invite the affluent scions of Jiangzhou to partake. At that juncture, he planned to invest by providing the premises while entrusting the procurement of computers and other equipment to these wealthy heirs. Although this approach entailed considerable expenditure for Yunfeng, as long as his outlays did not surpass the speed at which he could generate profit, it was inconsequential. Furthermore, these acquisitions represented fixed assets with immense potential for appreciation. In the event of urban redevelopment, they would yield substantial profits. In addition, Yunfeng purchased 2 storefronts located beneath the company currently under renovation, ultimately deciding to establish the offices of Yunfeng Media directly below. This arrangement would allow the upper floor to be entirely dedicated to Yunfeng Education Company, with an extra classroom available. By the end of March, the Self-Reliance Society had successfully selected 12 outstanding candidates through competitive evaluations, comprising 2 each in the core subjects of mathematics, language, and foreign languages, alongside 1 representative for other college entrance examination subjects. Additionally, numerous exemplary candidates across various grade levels were identified, with a tailored number of faculty prepared according to the distinct nature of each discipline, thereby laying a solid foundation for the forthcoming Yunfeng Educational Training School. Under the umbrella of Yunfeng Education Company, Yunfeng established both Yunfeng Educational Training School and Yunfeng Arts Training School, with the latter strategically positioned adjacent to North Lake Park, near the Fengyun Investment Company. He procured 3 somewhat secluded storefronts in this vicinity, directly facing North Lake Park, ensuring that there were no residential complexes within a kilometer radius to avoid disturbing local residents. However, the renovation here would commence only after the completion of the other site, thus delaying the initiation of operations for the Yunfeng Arts Training School until the Educational Training School was established. During this month, Chu Wanqiu was also industriously mobilizing her classmates, gathering acquaintances from various universities in Jiangzhou who had previously engaged in the sock business to establish branches of the Self-Reliance Society across campuses. To distinguish the various branches, Yunfeng meticulously organized the leadership of the Jiangzhou University Self-Reliance Society, along with the initial members from other universities, into a central governing body for the Jiangzhou Higher Education Self-Reliance Society. Consequently, the Jiangzhou University Self-Reliance Society was automatically rebranded as the Jiangzhou Higher Education Self-Reliance Society Jiangdao Branch, with other university branches adopting similar nomenclature, incorporating their respective university names followed by branch. For instance, Jiangzhou Self-Reliance Society, Jiangzhou Medical University Branch, Jiangzhou Self-Reliance Society, Jiangzhou Finance and Economics University Branch, Jiangzhou Self-Reliance Society, Jiangzhou Normal University Branch, and Jiangzhou Self-Reliance Society, Jiangzhou Electronic Science and Technology University Branch, among others. While the establishment of such branches faced certain hurdles at some universities, the majority exhibited a supportive stance upon understanding the society's mission, with some even providing venues for their activities. By mid-April, the inaugural assembly of the Jiangzhou Self-Reliance Society was convened, selecting several branch leaders from well-organized universities to assume roles as vice presidents and secretaries of the central committee, while leaders from other universities could serve as directors of the central body. At that point, both of their companies were beginning to operate. allowing them to showcase their endeavors to the members from various universities, instilling a sense of hope and encouraging creativity and initiative. As Yi Yunfeng listened to Chu Wanqiu recount the progress of establishing the self-reliance society branches across Jiangzhou's universities, he began to strategize the next steps. Well, all the branch members are eager to meet you, the president of the central committee. They have numerous inquiries for you, Chu Wanqiu remarked with a smile. You've worked hard during this period. I believe you should take on the role of president, Yi Yunfeng suggested to her. What? That is not possible. I can't do it, Chu Wanqiu exclaimed, hastily declining. Should she assume the presidency, it would undoubtedly mark a significant highlight in her personal record, a noteworthy honor that would benefit her future career regardless of the path she chose after graduation. Yet, confronted with such an honor, Yi Yunfeng was willing to relinquish the title. Though Chu Wanqiu secretly desired to accept the role, she shook her head. I'll just act as an advisor, she asserted. You've been tirelessly managing everything, and everyone can see that. I am confident that you would be a respected president. Yi Yunfeng chuckled, noting that he was uncertain how far he would go after graduation, rendering the title of president of the Self-Reliance Society inconsequential to him. Moreover, any mention of the society would forever be linked to his identity as its creator, which was more than sufficient. Thank you, class leader Yi. Chu Wanqiu, a perceptive girl, recognized that Yi Yunfeng's gesture was meant to elevate her standing, prompting her heartfelt gratitude. Rest assured, I will not shortchange those who follow me, whether materially or otherwise. Hard work will always yield rewards, Yi Yunfeng replied with a calm smile. At the beginning of April, both companies were fully renovated. Zhang Yinxia had labored intensely for several days, appearing somewhat thinner yet more spirited, her eyes shining brighter. All office supplies were in place, classrooms were decorated, and the company signs were prominently displayed outside, particularly the Yunfeng Educational Training School, which occupied half the width of the front windows. The Yunfeng Media Company below purchased 20 ordinary bicycles and ordered a batch of red vests emblazoned with Jiangzhou Yunfeng Media Company service team. With all preparations completed, the next step was to promote both companies, aiming to establish Yunfeng Media's presence throughout Jiangzhou. Consequently, the opening date for both companies was set for April 15th, with the establishment assembly of the Jiangzhou Self-Reliance Society scheduled for April 16th, necessitating preparations in the intervening days. Yi Yunfeng convened a meeting where, in dormitories 113 and 445, aside from a few selected tutors, everyone else would serve as part-time managers for the two companies. He assigned individuals to an advertising firm to create banners featuring promotional content that could be worn on backs, which the bicycle team would utilize for citywide promotions. Additionally, a batch of colorful flyers would be printed to be distributed by another group in densely populated areas within the city. Furthermore, Yi Yunfeng instructed musicians within the Self-Reliance Society to form several small bands, who would perform at the train station square, bus station square, People's Park, North Lake Park, and other key locations, drawing crowds before distributing flyers. Chapter 44. The rate of profit accumulation is astoundingly rapid. These promotional strategies, which would become commonplace in a few years, were ahead of their time when Yi Yunfeng introduced them in 1998. Naturally, he had yet to reveal the specific methods to everyone, merely instructing them to prepare the necessary materials and items. Amidst these preparations, on April 7th, Yi Yunfeng visited the trading room of a commercial bank, ready to capitalize on the currencies of several smaller nations. Mr. Yi, here is the report on the international market conditions at yesterday's closing. Particularly focusing on those smaller nations we are monitoring, their exchange rates have experienced notable declines. However, the Japanese yen has only seen a minor decrease, dropping from 128.1 to 133.1, which, while modest, still yields some profit. Xia Wanlan was increasingly competent upon Yi Yunfeng's arrival. She not only brewed tea but also presented the prepared materials and delivered an oral report, omitting her own opinions. Today, we can liquidate all trades except for the yen and proceed to short sell the yen after settlement. Yi Yunfeng perused the documents while sipping tea, simultaneously directing Xia Wanlan in her operations. Understood, he affirmed. Following the market's opening, Xia Wanlan promptly commenced her tasks, gradually placing short positions on the accounts of those smaller nations, clearing them all within the hour. After another half hour, upon settlement of the two accounts' trading results, Xia Wanlan presented the report to Yi Yunfeng. The profits from both accounts were modest, amounting to approximately 8% after deducting service fees and taxes. However, the capital involved was substantial. Yi Yunfeng's personal account held 30 million, while the Fengyun Fund had 40 million, resulting in 700 million with a tenfold leverage, yielding a profit of 56 million. Currently, in Yi Yunfeng's personal account, after subtracting the 50 million from shorting the yen, he had 7 million remaining. With an initial capital of 37 million, he had earned an additional 24 million, bringing his total to 61 million. Meanwhile, the Fengyun Fund's account had increased by 32 million, totaling 74 million. According to their agreement, Yunfeng's profits from both transactions amounted to 37 million. He allocated 4 million for the development of other enterprises. While from the Fengyun Fund's 70 million, he set aside 60 million to short the yen with tenfold leverage. In his personal account of 61 million, he again earmarked 50 million to short the yen, as the exchange rate had just reached 133.1, with significant declines anticipated between May and June. Yunfeng resolved to refrain from further transactions during this period, as by June, the yen's exchange rate was expected to approach 150.1, promising substantial profits from his investments. Nevertheless, he prepared a recent earnings report for the Fengyun Fund, planning to host a dinner for those affluent second-generation investors and present the report to them. "What? In just 3 months, we've already tripled our investment?" exclaimed one. "Brother Yi, you are simply remarkable. This pace of profit is astounding. Tonight, let us raise a glass to Brother Yi and then indulge in some entertainment at the club, returning only when we are thoroughly merry. Brother Yi, encountering you and collaborating with you is indeed a stroke of fortune. Your endeavors are now our endeavors, so do not hesitate to reach out to us for anything. By the way, Brother Yi, I have other friends eager to invest with you. Would that be acceptable?" That evening, Yunfeng reveled with a group of affluent second-generation investors until late into the night. The later it grew, the more attendees arrived, as news of his rapid profit-making spread. Particularly those who had previously questioned him sought to reconnect after learning of his recent successes. Additionally, the invested second-generation investors, each possessing acquaintances within similar circles, rushed to join upon hearing of this rare opportunity for profit. By the following day, over a dozen individuals had come to the Fengyun Fund to confirm their investments, totaling 45 million. Although each contributed only 3 to 5 million, the sheer number made the total investment significant. However, Yunfeng did not provide them with a fixed profit rate. Instead, he opted to distribute half of the profits from each settlement. Subsequently, he leveraged the entire 45 million at tenfold to short the yen, confident that this strategy would yield profits, even if it required some patience. Moreover, after capitalizing on the yen in June, numerous other volatile opportunities awaited in the international investment market, such as the Russian ruble or participating in Hong Kong's resistance against international capital. Yunfeng aimed to accumulate capital through these rare chances, laying the groundwork for expansion into other realms. For the more robust his capital, the easier his future investments would be. Days swiftly passed, and Yunfeng dedicated more time to the impending launch of his 2 companies, ensuring all preparatory materials were in place. Today's training session was intended to coordinate the first promotional activity for Yunfeng Media, while also generating excitement for the impending openings of his 2 enterprises. I have planned a multifaceted promotional campaign. First, a bicycle team will traverse the city, with a steady stream of personnel ensuring continuous coverage while slowing their pace to allow onlookers to take notice of the flags bearing our company's name. Each bicycle will have 2 riders, one male cycling and a female accompanying them. At bustling locations, they will pause to distribute promotional materials, informing passersby of our company's existence and locations. Secondly, a team will distribute flyers, each member armed with 100 paper handouts, stationed at high-traffic areas, particularly along routes frequented by the working class. Thirdly, we will combine entertainment with promotion, arranging several bands to perform at key locations, attracting an audience while simultaneously distributing flyers with the help of accompanying promotional staff. Lastly, at residential complexes, we will distribute complimentary soaps, toothbrushes, toothpaste, lighters, and other small gifts to the elderly, while also handing out flyers and promoting our services. Through these diverse strategies, we aim to ensure that the citizens of Jiangzhou are well aware of our 2 companies' openings and their respective service offerings, so that when they require assistance in these areas, our names will be the first that come to mind. Yunfeng convened all company personnel for training on the promotional strategies, tasking them to gather members of the Self-Help Association for a comprehensive promotional event on April 15th. After several days of training, all preparations were in place, and Yunfeng awaited the day that would astonish the entire Jiangzhou city. On April 15th, both Yunfeng Media and Yunfeng Education officially opened, with vibrant flower displays set up beside the storefronts, creating a lively atmosphere. Shortly after 8 in the morning, several promotional teams set off simultaneously. The bicycle team, equipped with 20 brand new bicycles, featured riders clad in red vests provided by Yunfeng Media, each carrying a colorful flag while accompanied by a similarly attired female companion. The bicycle team departed from the company's storefront, commencing their designated route through Jiangzhou's notable streets and key locations. Their pace was deliberately moderate, allowing onlookers to absorb the messages emblazoned on the flags. Zhang Buliang and Shi Lui jointly oversaw this bicycle team, with Zhang Buliang in the lead, carefully managing their speed and deciding where to pause for breaks and distribute promotional materials. There's a traffic light up ahead. We have 10 seconds to adjust our speed. Or we might miss it, and other vehicles could be delayed, Shi Lui remarked as she wrapped her arms around Zhang Buliang's waist, holding tightly to the backpack strap while glancing ahead to offer her reminder. Dingling. Hearing the sound, Zhang Buliang rang the bicycle bell while slowing down, signaling the trailing riders to do the same, and gradually glided to a stop at the intersection, waiting for the green light. Half an hour later, the bicycle team arrived beside a park bustling with elderly individuals playing with children, exercising on fitness equipment, and engaging in chess and conversation. Here, we can pause for a moment to rest and quench our thirst. Ladies, please take a moment to inform these elderly individuals. Zhang Buliang raised his left hand, forming a fist above his head, signaling the vehicles behind to decelerate. Subsequently, the bicycle service team, adorned with colorful flags, encircled the small park. From the back of the vehicles, over 20 young girls clad in red vests and carrying backpacks leaped down, brandishing a stack of promotional flyers as they approached the elderly gentlemen and ladies. Dear grandfathers and grandmothers, we are from the Jiangzhou University Service Team. Today, we are here to share the joyous news of the establishment of Yunfeng Media Company and Yunfeng Education Company. If you have elderly family members celebrating a birthday, children getting married, or shops opening, you can approach Yunfeng Media Company for publicity and event planning. If you have children in need of tutoring, feel free to enroll them at Yunfeng Education Company, which offers a formal training program with top graduates from Jiangzhou University as tutors, ensuring an enhancement in your children's learning. We kindly ask you, dear grandfathers and grandmothers, to help us spread the word by taking these flyers back home for the younger generation to see. Should they have any needs, they can come directly to the company for discussions. Shi Lui, accompanied by a group of girls, scattered like larks, each approaching an elderly person to enthusiastically promote the services. Everyone, take a moment to hydrate and rest your legs. This is just the beginning of the day. We must learn to conserve our energy. Otherwise, by midday, our legs will feel as if they belong to someone else. Meanwhile, Zhang Buliang sipped from his bottle of mineral water while strolling towards the other members of the bicycle team, engaging in casual conversation and reminding them of some important points. After approximately 10 minutes, the girls had distributed their flyers and chatted with the elderly individuals. Zhang Buliang blew his whistle, and everyone quickly returned to the bicycle team, which then set off once more. Simultaneously, Wang Su and Xiu Shufang led another large group of boys and girls to venture toward areas inaccessible to the bicycle team, such as the farmers market, pedestrian streets, and subway exits. Please be mindful of safety. Boys must ensure the protection of the girls. Let us move as a unified group and keep an eye on one another to prevent anyone from falling behind or straying from the main assembly. Wang Su advised the leaders of each subgroup before their departure. Rest assured, even if we get lost, we will not let the girls stray, they promised. We're counting on you to ensure all the girls return safely. We would be too ashamed to face Fenggu otherwise. The boys, eager to impress and perhaps win the affection of the girls, patted their chests in assurance. Everyone either walked nearby or took public transport to their assigned locations, commencing their promotional endeavors for the newly established Yunfeng Media Company and Yunfeng Education Company. At the same time, Zhang Mingliang, Guiziyuan, and Zhang Yekue each led a small band, accompanied by a group of boys and girls. The boys assisted in transporting various musical instruments, while the girls carried backpacks, chatting and laughing as they made their way to destinations such as the train station square, long-distance bus station square, and the underground square of the subway station. Upon arrival, they sought open spaces to commence their performances, quickly attracting a large crowd, while the girls seized the opportunity to distribute flyers. Throughout Jiangzhou City, on that day, one could observe individuals clad in red vests emblazoned with Jiangzhou University's Self-Reliance Society service team, engaging in various promotional activities. Some encountered the bicycle service team, while others met groups of young boys and girls distributing flyers or received materials during performances, with many experiencing multiple forms of outreach. In just one day, the newly established Yunfeng Media Company and Yunfeng Education Company became known to 60% of Jiangzhou citizens. However, this promotional effort would continue for 2 more days, spanning a total of 3 days, although the riders of the bicycle team would change every half day, as long as Zhang Buliang, the team leader, remained steadfast. Later, Zhang Buliang revealed that after 3 days of cycling, his thighs felt numb, yet he persevered, largely thanks to Shi Lui, who would massage his thighs during breaks to relax his muscles, consequently deepening their bond. Ah, young man, this is a blessing in disguise, someone teased. It doesn't count. It's merely the fortune of a fool, he replied, It was evident that Sir Louis was touched, appreciating his earnestness. By the way, Xiaobu, when she was massaging your thighs, did she take advantage of the situation? A group of friends in the dormitory chimed in, some enviously, others sighing, while some secretly inquired, leading to a burst of laughter as youth exuberantly flourished. Chapter 46. The inaugural meeting of the Self-Reliance Society. April 16th marked another significant day. The establishment meeting of the Jiangzhou University Alliance Self-Reliance Society was held at the auditorium of Jiangzhou University. This event received substantial support from the university's student union and the youth league committee, which not only provided the grand auditorium as the venue, but also invited leaders from the youth league committee to attend. Furthermore, representatives from over 10 universities that had established branches of the Self-Reliance Society were also invited, alongside members from various branches, totaling 500 to 600 attendees at the meeting. After discussions, the leaders from various universities even managed to invite a prominent leader from the Youth League Committee of Hujing Province to attend, thereby elevating the meeting's profile, which attracted several media outlets from the province and city for coverage. As the founder and initiator of the Self-Reliance Society, Yunfeng presided over the entire meeting. Standing on the podium amidst the crowd, he appeared as an ordinary university student dressed in Jiangzhou University's standard uniform. Good morning, esteemed leaders of the Youth League and members of the Self-Reliance Society. I am Yi Yunfeng, a student from Class 97 of the School of Literature at Jiangzhou University, hailing from a remote mountain village in a small county beneath Tianjin City. The arduous journey from my village to Jiangzhou is a tale familiar to many of you present here. Quoting a certain famous individual, it took me 18 years of effort to earn the opportunity to study in the same classroom as urban students. However, even with this opportunity, it does not guarantee that our lives will be the same from this point forward. Completing our university education requires our parents to toil day and night, making tremendous sacrifices to provide us with a few hundred yuan for our monthly living expenses. Moreover, even after we graduate and enter the workforce, the disparities between us will still be vast. Therefore, to transform our lives, we must begin preparing ourselves now. Relying on our parents is limited. It is only through self-reliance that we can cultivate the confidence and resilience needed to face the challenges of life in the future. Upon entering university, I commenced a small business with my dormitory brothers the very next day, sourcing essential goods from the wholesale market at the West Gate and selling them in bundled packages to the newcomers. Thus, after 2 days of diligent effort, my roommates and I managed to earn at least 2 months' worth of living expenses, embarking on the path of self-sufficiency and independence. During military training, we discovered that the freshman orientation at Jiangzhou Medical University would commence later, so we seized the opportunity to sell 8-piece sets to the new students over the weekend. This time, we included a female dormitory, and within 2 days, we similarly accrued a month and a half's worth of living expenses. Subsequently, as the weather turned cooler, some individuals came to our dormitory to peddle socks. However, the quality was subpar and the prices exorbitant. Seizing the opportunity, I reached out to a sock manufacturing factory in the suburbs, purchasing 1 million pairs of socks at wholesale. We employed a bundled sales strategy, ultimately striking gold. Not only did I earn my first pot of gold, but I also enabled 50 classmates, alongside over 100 members of our Self-Reliance Association, to earn living expenses for 2 to 3 months, or even up to a year. We successfully penetrated all universities in Jiangzhou with our sock business, mobilizing students, alumni, and fellow townsfolk to participate, who are now members of our Self-Reliance Association. The Self-Reliance Association emerged at this juncture to convey the message that through our own efforts, we can study while earning a living, thereby alleviating the financial burden on our families. However, the benefits the Self-Reliance Association offers extend far beyond mere financial gain. They encompass the enhancement of various skills, early adaptation to societal dynamics, and the discovery of one's strengths and capabilities. The establishment of the Self-Reliance Association aims to provide a platform and opportunities for students across universities who aspire to change their circumstances through personal endeavor and to lessen their family's load. As students, our individual power remains meager. Finding part-time work in society poses significant challenges, often leading to discrimination and even unsafe situations. Therefore, the Self-Reliance Association seeks to unite all those willing to become self-sufficient, fostering collective strength to help everyone discover pathways to work-study opportunities. To this end, I established Yunfeng Media Company and Yunfeng Education Company, wherein apart from a few managerial staff, the remainder comprises part-time university students, specifically members of our Self-Reliance Association. The profits generated by the companies, aside from a small portion allocated for operational expenses, are predominantly designated as compensation for our part-time members, fostering mutual growth. Concurrently, our association holds a tenet that emphasizes the importance of academic excellence, Members must not fail any courses during semester examinations, or they will be removed from the association. Additionally, members who excel academically will be recognized and rewarded annually, funded collaboratively by both companies, with no limitations on the scope of the rewards available to qualified members. Furthermore, we will also acknowledge and reward those who receive various accolades, join prestigious organizations, or win competitions. Our Self-Reliance Association rejects mediocrity while embracing excellence, aspiring for every member to evolve into valuable assets for the nation and society. Now, I invite the leader of the Youth League Committee of Fujian Province to deliver an important speech and announce the establishment of our Self-Reliance Association for the Fujian Province University Alliance. Let us welcome him with a round of applause. Standing at the podium, Yunfeng spoke eloquently without a manuscript, sharing his entrepreneurial journey in university. The motivations behind founding the Self-Reliance Association, its objectives, and the rationale for establishing two companies, inspiring fervor among the members below. Finally, as per the agenda, Yunfeng invited the senior leader from the Youth League Committee of Fujian Province to address the audience, and the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. 500 to 600 Self-Reliance Association members donned red uniforms emblazoned with the words Self-Reliance Association of Jiangzhou University, Fujian Province, appearing exceedingly vibrant and full of spirit. Comrades from various university youth league committees, esteemed members of the Self-Reliance Association, I am delighted to attend today's meeting, as I sense the vigor and aspiration of the young university students. Once, a beloved elder of our nation remarked that the youth are the future of our country, akin to the rising sun, and the future of our nation lies with you. Today, China stands at a pivotal juncture of reform and opening up, poised to enter the new millennium, with rapid advancements in both the economy and society, necessitating a plethora of talented young individuals. You represent the young talent our country seeks. It is your zeal and spirited determination that offer hope for our nation's future. Today, I witness in you the courage of self-reliance and self-sufficiency, coupled with action, which signifies hope for the development of our country and nation. I am confident that with the efforts of Yunfeng and all of you, the Self-Reliance Association will undoubtedly evolve into a nationally renowned brand, serving as a model for university students across the country. Fujian Province and Jiangzhou City will take pride in having exemplary university students like you, and I hope that as you step into your future careers, you will carry forth this spirit of striving, becoming the backbone of our nation in various fields. I hereby declare that the Fujian Province University Alliance's Self-Reliance Association is officially established today, having received registration from the Provincial Civil Affairs Department and robust support from all universities in Jiangzhou City. I hope that our Self-Reliance Association can thrive and inspire other universities in Fujian Province to join, thereby establishing a genuine university alliance that lays a solid foundation for influencing universities nationwide in the future. The senior leader from the Provincial Youth League Committee, highly esteemed and without a script, directly took to the stage, extolling the Self-Reliance Association with confidence and anticipation. Chapter 47. Let us explore further. Subsequently, the Youth League leader from Jiangzhou University addressed the assembly, followed by a speech from a representative of the association members and an announcement of the association's bylaws, which took over an hour to conclude. After the founding ceremony, the senior leader from the Provincial Youth League Committee shook hands with Yunfeng, saying, "Young Yi, you have great ideas and vigor, lead everyone well, and we look forward to seeing your achievements." Leaders from various universities' youth league committees also expressed their commitment to providing robust support for the Self-Reliance Association's branches, hoping that it can flourish and genuinely assist impoverished students in need. Unbeknownst to Yunfeng, as the leader of the Provincial Youth League Committee departed, he remarked to the other university leaders, "I genuinely believe this University Alliance Association is a pioneering initiative on a national scale. If it truly gains traction, it will become a brand that catches the attention of higher authorities, benefiting all of Fujian Province and your universities. Upon returning, all should reflect earnestly and extend help, striving to establish this brand. Young Yi has indeed founded two companies. Let us leverage whatever resources we have to support this endeavor, ensuring that the enthusiasm of young entrepreneurs is not diminished. Rest assured, we will report back to our school leaders immediately and proactively undertake further work." Indeed, the Self-Reliance Association, in both its principles and actions, serves as a model for young university students. If it can truly evolve into a national brand, it would be remarkable. Reflecting on my university days, I endured considerable hardships and disdain in pursuit of part-time work for living expenses. Had there been such an organization, my journey would undoubtedly have been far less arduous. Leaders from various university youth organizations expressed their sentiments, subsequently making their respective declarations. Some indicated their intention to report back to their university leaders. Others proactively introduced business opportunities, while some offered to facilitate connections with other entities. Upon my return, I shall also report to the relevant provincial authorities and inform the leaders of the upper-level youth organizations. If, by the end of the year, our Self-Reliance Association achieves notable successes, I will apply to the higher authorities for Yunfeng to be recognized as a national outstanding figure. While each university will also be awarded titles of advanced collectives, the provincial youth organization leader remarked with a smile. After bidding farewell to these leaders, members of the various branches departed. Some continued with promotional activities, while others returned to their respective universities to prepare for upcoming tasks. Only the over 100 members from the General Assembly remained. Under the stewardship of Yunfeng, the first organizational structure election of the Self-Reliance Association commenced. Initially, Yunfeng intended to merely serve as an advisor, hoping to elevate Chu Wanqiu to the position of the inaugural president. However, during the nomination process, Chu Wanqiu took the lead in opposing this notion, insisting that Yunfeng must assume the role of the first president, otherwise she would decline the position herself, claiming that no one else possessed the requisite qualifications. Very well, I shall take on the role of the inaugural president, but beneath the president. We shall establish a position for an executive vice president responsible for the daily operations of the association, consulting with me only on particularly significant matters, Yunfeng conceded. Reluctant to devote excessive energy to the management of the association, his proposal was accepted, and Chu Wanqiu was elected as the executive vice president. Additionally, 5 vice presidents were appointed from several prestigious universities in Jiangzhou, each tasked with overseeing the daily organizational management of various branches. The other vice presidents would report their work solely to the executive vice president, seeking Yunfeng's counsel only in extraordinary circumstances, while Chu Wanqiu was to provide regular updates to Yunfeng. Subsequently, all branch presidents from the universities became council members, and positions for a secretary general and a deputy secretary general were established at Jiangzhou University, all dedicated to serving the association. With today's procedures concluded, Yunfeng invited all vice presidents, branch presidents, and secretaries to accompany him to visit 2 companies, which would serve as the operational headquarters for the association. Yunfeng proceeded to guide everyone through Yunfeng Media Company and Yunfeng Education Company, elucidating the business operations of both firms, as well as the part-time opportunities available to association members therein. At present, our Self-Reliance Association has just been established and already boasts over 500 members. With expectations for further growth, these 2 companies alone cannot possibly accommodate the needs of all members. Therefore, if anyone has connections, they are encouraged to seek out enterprises or organizations in Jiangzhou to provide work-study opportunities for our members. In the absence of suitable positions, we should organize more training activities and competitive events to enhance the members' skills, qualities, and abilities, thereby assisting them in adapting to society. Yunfeng addressed the assembly, acknowledging his limited personal capabilities and emphasizing the necessity of mobilizing collective strength, as the social connections among attendees could be invaluable. Yunfeng. This name has been circulating everywhere these days, both in media and education. What exactly is it all about? An elderly woman pondered aloud to her husband upon returning home with groceries. Have you encountered those student kids? They are promoting 2 newly established companies. One is Yunfeng Media, which focuses on advertising and event planning. The other is Yunfeng Education, which offers academic tutoring for students ranging from elementary to high school, all facilitated by university students from Jiangzhou. Moreover, I inquired with those students, and they mentioned the establishment of a Self-Reliance Association, seizing weekends and free time to engage in work-study opportunities, thereby alleviating some financial burdens from their families. It turns out that these 2 companies were initiated by a student from the Self-Reliance Association and will primarily be managed by students from the association, creating income opportunities for their peers. The husband, well informed, elaborated to his wife. I see. These kids have it tough. It seems these 2 companies are indeed doing commendable work. Our eldest grandson is about to enter the 9th grade. Didn't our daughter-in-law mention looking for a tutor? I think we should consider enrolling him in their training school for extra lessons. The elderly woman quickly became an advocate. Not so fast. I heard they won't start classes until the May Day holiday, as this period is primarily for recruitment. This afternoon, let us visit their school to assess it. And if it suits us, we can discuss enrollment with our son. The elderly man remained composed. Such situations abound, as yesterday's promotions had already acquainted most citizens with the 2 companies, and today's follow-up advertising further solidified their impressions. The emphasis of today's promotion was on the establishment of the Self-Reliance Association, its mission, and the relationship between the 2 companies and the association, essentially serving as a platform for students to engage in work-study opportunities. Chapter 48. The young man is indeed impressive. In the afternoon at the training school, Yunfeng participated in welcoming visiting parents. Thanks to the recent promotions, the influx of inquiries was particularly high, with many being elderly couples, and only a few were young families. Dear parents, although our school is newly established, our faculty is exceptionally robust, comprising outstanding students from Jiangzhou University, specializing across various disciplines, all serving as tutors for elementary, middle, and high school students. Among them are many top scorers from county high schools and the top 10 of citywide college entrance examinations. Additionally, we have organized competitive sessions to select those who excel in tutoring, Yunfeng reassured the parents. Please take a moment to view the wall showcasing our faculty's credentials, their awards, and photographs from their competitive teaching sessions. You can rest assured in trusting your children to our institution. Furthermore, we offer various tutoring formats, including large classes with 16 students, smaller classes with 8, and individualized one-on-one sessions. Let us also take a look at our classrooms. They are remarkably clean and tidy, devoid of any unpleasant odors, and the soundproofing is excellent, providing a conducive environment for learning. Additionally, the classroom doors are made of one-way transparent glass, allowing parents to check on their children's learning progress at any time, while our patrol personnel ensure that all operations adhere to established regulations. Our tutoring sessions primarily occur on weekends, evenings, and holidays, ensuring that they do not interfere with your children's regular studies or disrupt their daily lives. The curriculum includes ongoing tutoring aligned with school progress, specialized sessions for addressing gaps, and comprehensive preparation for final examinations. Given our limited capacity, the number of available spots is also limited. We urge you to thoughtfully consider and discuss with your family, ensuring timely enrollment, as once we reach full capacity, you will have to wait for the next batch. As Yunfeng addressed the parents while simultaneously attending to inquiries, many expressed their satisfaction with nods, though they needed to discuss it further at home, given that the fees were relatively substantial. In this day and age, hiring a university student as a private tutor typically costs around 20 to 30 yuan per hour, depending on the student's academic level. However, at Yunfeng Education's training school, the fees for elementary students are set at 20 yuan per session, 30 yuan for middle school students, and 40 yuan for high school students. Nonetheless, these rates apply to large classes. Fees for smaller classes increase by an additional 10 yuan per session, and one-on-one tutoring doubles the costs based on the large class rates. Some parents, upon observing the tuition fees, exhibit hesitation. However, a select few deem the investment worthwhile, leading to immediate enrollment after their visit. At that moment, an elderly couple, presumably in their 50s or 60s, approached. Noticing that others were preoccupied, Yunfeng took the initiative to attend to them. Good sir, good madam. Are you here to enroll your grandson? He inquired. You may first tour the premises to familiarize yourselves with the fundamental aspects of our training institution. Should you find it satisfactory, enrollment can follow. The elderly gentleman nodded, replying, Thank you for your assistance. Yunfeng responded, It is no trouble at all. Your presence here signifies your trust in us, and it is my honor to serve you. He presented them with a brochure detailing the school's offerings, including faculty qualifications, course offerings, and class schedules. On this wall, you will find information regarding our faculty. All tutors are distinguished graduates from Jiangzhou University, selected through a competitive process. He guided them further. Ahead are our classrooms. This large classroom accommodates 16 students, while this smaller one seats 8. We also provide one-on-one tutoring sessions. He continued, Naturally, the fee structure varies according to the different educational resources and faculty available. Please review our fee schedule and select the tutoring model that best suits your needs. Furthermore, he added, our institution serves as a practical venue for the Self-Reliance Association of the Jianghuai Province University Alliance, with all tutors being university students who earn a significant portion of their income here, thus supporting their living expenses. After reviewing the information, the couple expressed their satisfaction and, after a brief discussion, decided to enroll their grandson in a small class for supplemental tutoring. Yunfeng then escorted them to the registration desk. Class leader Yi, President Yi, greeted two young women responsible for the enrollment process, one being Zhao Yana from Yunfeng's class and the other a fellow member of the association. Thank you for your hard work. Please assist these two elders with their registration. Yunfeng smiled, acknowledging them before attending to other parents. As the elderly lady filled out the form, she curiously asked Zhao Yana, Is that young man both the class leader and the president? Is he in your class? Indeed. He is our class leader and also the president of our Self-Reliance Association, which is why we address him differently. Zhao Yana responded with a smile. He seems quite spirited. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I think our neighbor, Old Li's daughter, would be a perfect match for him. By the way, what is his name? The elderly lady inquired. Our president's name is Yunfeng, one of the girls replied with a laugh. Yunfeng, that name sounds somewhat familiar, the elderly lady mused. slightly confused. So, this Yunfeng Education Company and the Yunfeng Media Company downstairs were both established by that young man? The elderly gentleman interjected, astonished. Indeed. Zhao Yana confirmed with a smile. Goodness, a young man so accomplished, and he has founded 2 companies? The elderly lady exclaimed, now fully understanding. When they turned to observe Yi Yunfeng again, they saw him engaged in conversation with other parents, his countenance serene and radiant, yet appearing quite ordinary. That young man is truly impressive, the elderly lady remarked as they descended the stairs. Indeed, he is destined for greatness. We can rest assured sending our grandson here for tutoring, the elderly gentleman concurred. On the 3rd day, the promotional activities continued, and by the end of the campaign, over 60 students had signed up, more than 30 for the large classes, and over 20 for the small classes, with only 5 opting for one-on-one tutoring. With such numbers already enrolled, I anticipate that by the time classes commence during the May Day holiday, the count could easily double, Zhang Yinxiao reported to Yi Yunfeng. Let us prepare for 4 large classes and 8 small classes. We should arrange for the tutors to conduct home visits to assess the students' academic standings and parents' expectations, and then return to prepare their lessons. If any tutors feel overwhelmed, we can schedule some trial teaching sessions. The next 2 weeks will be a crucial preparation period to ensure that the May Day classes proceed without a hitch. By the way, Sister Xia, I need to make a trip outside Jiangzhou before the May Day holiday, so I will rely on you to oversee matters here. Yi Yunfeng organized the tasks after careful consideration. Chapter 49. Are you here for stock trading too? Although managing 2 companies simultaneously could be challenging, Yi Yunfeng focused on the Yunfeng Media Company, which currently lacked significant business. However, he had arranged for some young women from the Self-Reliance Association to assist with reception duties, ensuring that any business inquiries would be directed to Zhang Yinxia. This arrangement allowed operations to continue smoothly for the time being. Yi Yunfeng had resolved to recruit additional managerial staff upon his return, establishing a foundational structure for both enterprises, thereby allowing him to adopt a more hands-off approach. During the May Day holiday, Yi Yunfeng planned a trip to Hong Kong, a venture he had previously arranged, but he needed to apply for a travel permit a week in advance. On April 19th, he visited the trading center of a commercial bank, both to observe the recent international market trends and to consult with President Zhu regarding certain matters. While in the trading hall, he encountered an acquaintance. Little Yi, is that really you? The individual exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before approaching him. Are you here for stock trading too? Sister Yi, have you finished processing the stocks at your factory? It seems you've joined the stock trading scene as well, Yi Yunfeng replied with a smile. The girl was Zhang Yi, from whom Yi Yunfeng had previously purchased stocks at a low price during his foray into the hosiery business, which had led to his initial financial success. I owe you a great debt of gratitude. After settling the workers' wages, I dissolved the factory and managed to sell off the remaining 5 to 6 million pairs of socks at discounted prices over the past few months. The factory's land has also been returned to the village, Zhang Yi remarked. Have you become a professional stock trader now? Yi Yunfeng inquired. I've become somewhat of an unemployed wanderer, contemplating what to do next. I've heard whispers that stock trading can be profitable, but after a month of research, I still have no clarity. I invested several hundred thousand and have already incurred losses exceeding 100,000, Zhang Yi lamented with a frown. Sister Yi, follow me, Yi Yunfeng suggested after pondering the situation. Through several interactions with Zhang Yi, he had come to view her as a person of admirable character, possessing managerial experience as a former factory director, making her a potentially valuable asset with some guidance. Where are you headed? I heard the upper floors are occupied by major clients. Are you going to meet someone there? Zhang Yi inquired as she followed him. Mr. Yi, welcome. Upon arriving at his designated client suite, Xia Wanlan greeted him with a smile. This is my friend, Sister Zhang Yi. I invited her to tour the client suite. Yi Yunfeng explained, nodding as he ushered Zhang Yi into the room. Little Yi, you're quite the big client here? I heard it takes at least 10 million to qualify as a major client. Have you really amassed such wealth? Zhang Yi asked in astonishment. Manager Xia, please show Sister Yi our smallest recent transaction for her to see, Yi Yunfeng requested without answering her question directly. Xia Wanlan displayed a transaction settlement to Zhang Yi. Profits exceeding 13 million? Good heavens, how much did you invest to earn such a return in a single transaction? Zhang Yi could scarcely believe her eyes. Moreover, the implication of Yi Yunfeng referring to this as the smallest transaction made her realize that his earnings were likely much greater than she had initially perceived. Sister Yi, I have a few matters to discuss with President Zhu. Please chat with Manager Xia about stock trading for a while, and let her assist you in reviewing the stocks you purchased. We shall have lunch together shortly. Yi Yunfeng did not respond, but instead addressed her directly. Until his departure, Zhang Yi felt somewhat dazed and incredulous, prompting her to inquire of Xia Wanlan. How long has Xiao Yi been trading stocks? How did he amass such wealth? Zhang Jia. Mr. Yi is not trading stocks. He is engaged in international futures trading. In this realm, one can leverage their capital, multiplying their initial investment by 10, 20, or even more times. For instance, if you possess 1 million in capital, with a 20-fold leverage, it becomes 20 million. Or if you start with 10 million. With 10-fold leverage, it amounts to 100 million. Stock trading, on the other hand, is quite different. The rationale is rather simplistic, essentially buying low and selling high. Yet one must remain vigilant to avoid being trapped. In international futures trading, the risks are considerably greater. Should one encounter adversity, they may lose everything. However, Mr. Yi has always demonstrated exceptional insight and has never suffered a loss. Xia Wanlan did not respond explicitly. Manager Xia, I would appreciate your assistance in reviewing these recent stock purchases. Zhang Yi promptly requested Xia Wanlan's guidance regarding her selected stocks. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfeng had already arranged to meet with President Zhu, and thus he directly knocked on the door. President Zhu welcomed him personally. Mr. Yi, what have you been up to lately? I've heard you haven't visited in several days. I recently launched 2 small companies just a few days ago, one in media and the other in education. If you have children or know anyone who requires tutoring, feel free to refer them to me for a discount. Yi Yunfeng replied with a smile. Mr. Yi is venturing into industry now? Indeed. While the financial market offers rapid returns, it also harbors significant risks. Conversely, engaging in industry may yield slower profits, yet if one identifies the right avenues, substantial wealth can still be attained, Zhu Wanbin remarked with a grin. These 2 companies are not intended to generate profits in the short term. Rather, I aim to provide opportunities for students at Jiangzhou's universities to earn a living while studying, Yi Yunfeng explained. He had resolved to reveal his true identity to President Zhu, as it would not take much for a discerning individual to uncover his student status, particularly since he would require Zhu's support for future endeavors. Mr. Yi, you embody noble principles. It is truly admirable, President Zhu expressed with surprise. To be candid, President Zhu, I am also a student at Jiangzhou University, which is why I established a student organization called the Self-Reliance Society, comprised entirely of academically gifted yet financially disadvantaged students. By engaging in some business ventures, I hope to provide them with work-study opportunities, with the hope of discovering talent for future use. Hardly an act of nobility, Yi Yunfeng replied, shaking his head with a smile, and proceeded to share some of his thoughts with Zhu Wanbin, leaving him momentarily speechless. Mr. Yi, you are indeed still a student? A student of Jiangzhou University? After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure and inquired further. Is it so unusual? Can students not engage in business? Surely, students can earn money as well. Yi Yunfeng stated nonchalantly. I never would have imagined. I thought Mr. Yi had returned from abroad. However, your exceptional talent renders all endeavors conceivable, Zhu Wanbin remarked with admiration. President Zhu, I would like to ask for your assistance with something. In a short while, during the May Day holiday, I intend to visit Hong Kong, where I may require funds. I am curious about the relationship between commercial banks and banks there. Could you assist me in securing a loan of 10 million US dollars from a local bank? Yi Yunfeng did not linger on this topic, but instead straightforwardly articulated his request. As a major client of the commercial bank with substantial cash flow, this request was not unreasonable. Given Mr. Ye's current asset status, our bank can provide a guarantee and facilitate contact with the banks. The banks we closely collaborate with in Hong Kong are mainly Hang Seng Bank and Huaxing Bank. Do you have a preference for either? Zhu Wanbin promptly shifted from astonishment to business mode, providing Yi Yunfeng with information about the potential banking partners. After contemplation, Yi Yunfeng replied, Huaxing Bank has foreign affiliations and maintains close ties with certain countries. I would prefer to avoid it. Let us proceed with Hang Seng Bank, as I have heard its owner is a patriotic Chinese individual. Very well. I shall promptly arrange for someone to contact Hang Seng Bank in Hong Kong and provide them with the necessary loan guarantee documentation. We may require some of your information, such as transaction records, so I wanted to inform you in advance. Zhu Wanbin nodded in agreement. Indeed, I hope President Zhu can keep my student status confidential. I have not even disclosed this to Manager Xia. Yi Yunfeng nodded and then offered a reminder. Upon returning to the trading room, Yi Yunfeng observed Zhang Yi excitedly consulting Manager Xia regarding stocks, akin to a novice fervently absorbing knowledge. Manager Xia, how do you assess the prospects of the stocks purchased by Sister Yi? Yi Yunfeng inquired after lighting a cigarette. Not particularly promising, especially this energy stock. It is likely to decline further. If not addressed promptly, it may lead to substantial losses, Xia Wanlan responded with a shake of her head. Alas, I too am not well versed. I merely followed the discussions of the older gentlemen and ladies in the hall before making my purchases, Zhang Yi admitted sheepishly. Sister Yi, lunch is approaching. Let us dine and return this afternoon to manage your stocks, Yi Yunfeng suggested as the morning trading session drew to a close. Very well. I shall return this afternoon to continue learning from Manager Xia, Zhang Yi agreed with a nod. when Yi Yunfeng invited Xia Wanlan to join them for lunch. She politely declined, saying, "I have some matters to attend to. I shall dine at the cafeteria to avoid interrupting your discussion." Xia Wanlan discerned that Yi Yunfeng had matters to discuss with Zhang Yi. Thus, she wisely abstained from intruding, adhering to the professional ethics of her role. Their dining locale was a modest restaurant adjacent to Beihu Park, appearing dark and unkempt. Yet the food was surprisingly delightful, and Zhang Yi relished the meal. She posed numerous questions to Yi Yunfeng, who succinctly replied, "Sister Yi, I owe you my gratitude. Through your business of 150,000 pairs of socks, I earned my first bucket of gold. Subsequently, I ventured into the investment market last December, and, through several high-leverage international futures trades, have accumulated some wealth." After lunch, Yi Yunfeng took Zhang Yi to see Fengyun Investment Company, stating, "This is an investment firm I established to raise capital for investment. The profits are split evenly. We have raised over 60 million thus far. Additionally, I have opened 2 companies near the west gate of Jiangzhou University, a media company and an education company, which recently commenced operations. I wonder if Sister Yi has seen our promotional team?" "Huh, you established those 2 companies? I've encountered your promotional team daily over the past few days, some on bicycles, others distributing flyers, and even performing while handing out promotional materials. I was puzzled by the coincidence of the company names resembling yours. When I mentioned it to my parents, my father speculated whether you were involved, but after discussion, they dismissed the idea. Had you not mentioned it today, I would have found it hard to believe you accomplished so much in such a short time. It is simply astounding," Zhang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. "Sister Yi, although our acquaintance has been brief and our interactions limited, I perceive you to be a remarkable individual, endowed with capabilities to accomplish great endeavors. I would like to propose that you assist me. I wonder what your thoughts on this matter are?" Yi Yunfeng finally articulated his intentions. "Assist you? What could I possibly contribute? To be candid, I find myself idly passing my days, which not only leaves me feeling unsettled, but has also alarmed my parents, who have been urging me to seek employment. However, considering your ventures in establishing a company and making investments, I truly cannot fathom how I might be of assistance." Zhang Yi expressed her surprise, then turned to Yi Yunfeng and inquired, "You have previously managed a factory, so you possess some managerial experience. With a bit of guidance from me, it wouldn't be implausible for you to oversee a substantial company in the future. If you are willing, you could invest your stock trading profits into my company. Rest assured, doubling your investment within 6 months should pose no challenge, allowing you to earn a swift profit. Furthermore, I am planning to establish a foreign trade company in Xiangjiang around the May Day holiday, and I require a trustworthy individual to manage it while I remain occupied with my studies. Should you be amenable, you can discuss it with your parents, and I will take you to Xiangjiang, where I can even assist you in obtaining residency, allowing you to return as a Hong Kong businessman. If Xiangjiang does not appeal to you, then you may join my media company to assist in management, while I find someone else for the Xiangjiang position." Yi Yunfeng laid out his proposals, igniting a spark of excitement in Zhang Yi. She had completed a college education, her cultural background was respectable, and she had experience running a factory and managing workers, demonstrating her competence, particularly with Xiangjiang, which had only recently returned to the motherland on July 1st last year. It was said to be flourishing, far more modern than the mainland, and a place many young people yearned to be. Upon hearing Yi Yunfeng's words, Zhang Yi felt her interest piqued, yet she refrained from immediately agreeing, opting instead to discuss it with her parents that evening. However, she resolved not to engage in stock trading any longer. In the afternoon, Yi Yunfeng accompanied Zhang Yi back to the trading center, where they sought assistance from Xia Wanlan to liquidate all of Zhang Yi's stocks. Her initial investment of 500,000 had dwindled to 420,000, resulting in a loss of approximately 80,000. "Then I shall invest this sum into your company, seeking to earn some modest profits alongside you." Zhang Yi, with her forthright nature, promptly signed an investment agreement with Yi Yunfeng's Fengyun Fund Investment Company, committing the entirety of her remaining 420,000. "You dare to invest such a substantial amount in the stock market. I assume you have managed to recuperate some funds from those stock transactions?" Yi Yunfeng inquired, smiling as they departed. "Indeed, I have some remaining, set aside for my parents' retirement, and I have also reserved a bit for my younger brother, who is still in school," replied Zhang Yi with a nod. "If you trust me, now would be an opportune time to purchase several properties in desirable locations within Jiangzhou, taking advantage of the current low housing prices. This could provide your parents with a steady rental income, allowing them to live comfortably," suggested Yi Yunfeng. Chapter 51. Embracing 2 Golden Bricks. Yi Yunfeng merely spoke offhandedly, leaving the decision of trust to Zhang Yi and her parents. Should they heed his advice, they would undoubtedly rejoice when property values appreciate. If not, their money would still remain intact. On her way home that afternoon, Zhang Yi purchased some marinated meat and peanuts, and during dinner, She opened a bottle of wine to share with her parents. In her household, both parents enjoyed drinking, and Zhang Yi, having developed a strong tolerance, could consume half a liter without consequence. Thus, the three of them shared a bottle of wine as if rinsing their mouths. Mom and Dad, guess whom I encountered today? While sipping wine, Zhang Yi engaged her parents in conversation, suddenly posing a mysterious question. You encounter so many people daily. How could we possibly guess? Was it an old classmate or perhaps someone who once pursued you? Her mother inquired with curiosity. Surely not. Did you run into one of your aunts? Her father shook his head, speculating further. None of those. I bumped into Yi Yunfeng at the stock trading center. Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Little Yi. The student who previously came to buy stocks? Didn't I hear that 2 companies with names similar to his opened recently? Is he also involved in stock trading? Her mother recalled immediately. Having shared a meal with Yi Yunfeng and witnessed his assistance in settling the workers' wages at her factory, their family held a favorable impression of him. I must tell you, those 2 companies are indeed founded by him. Moreover, he has another company called Fengyun Fund Investment Company, and I have visited his office before. Zhang Yi confirmed. That young man. I suspected he was no ordinary student. In such a short span, he has established 3 companies. He is undoubtedly someone destined for greatness, remarked Zhang Jinzhong while enjoying his drink. Is little Yi also trading stocks? Does he understand it well? If you could assist him, you should do so. He is genuinely a down-to-earth young man. Her mother expressed her concern. Mom, let us not dwell on that. If you continue, I might just want to find a hole to hide in. I sold all my stocks today, incurring a total loss of around 70 to 80,000. But do you know? Yi Yunfeng is now trading international futures, dealing with foreign currencies, and he recently made a significant profit. Can you guess how much? Zhang Yi said, slightly frustrated. A loss of 70 to 80,000 is quite manageable. It's fine not to trade stocks anymore. Little Yi must have earned over 100,000, right? If that is the case, he truly knows how to trade stocks. You should let him mentor you, her mother suggested. Your perspective is rather limited, Zhang Jinzhong interjected, gesturing with his pinky finger towards his wife. He continued, if our daughter can speculate such an amount, it must exceed 10 or so million, right? Little Yi likely earned some money from the stocks he procured from us. Even if he made a modest profit, it would only amount to around 60 or 70,000. And he wouldn't invest all of that into the stock market. Therefore, he probably invested around 500,000, similar to what you did. I estimate he might have earned around 2 to 300,000 recently. Otherwise, our daughter wouldn't be so astonished, Zhang Jinzhong analyzed. Oh dear, what limits your imagination? Yi Yunfeng is now a major player in the trading center, equipped with his own trading room and dedicated managers. He showed me a recent transaction profit of over 13 million, which surpasses the earnings from all those stocks combined. Zhang Yi asserted, raising her chin towards her parents. Good heavens, over 1 million? Not just a mere 1,000? This young man truly possesses a gift for making money. Her mother exclaimed in astonishment. How could this be possible? Although I am not well versed in stock trading, I have gleaned some knowledge from listening to the old-timers. To earn such a sum, one must possess a substantial principle. Zhang Jinzhong questioned, his face filled with disbelief. Dad, I've mentioned this before. Yi Yunfeng is currently trading international futures, which allows for leveraging through banks. For instance, if he invests 1 million and leverages it 20-fold, it's equivalent to having 20 million in principal. Even if the profit is merely 10%, that would yield 200,000. He has been in the stock market for over 5 months. Who knows how much he has earned during this time? Moreover, beyond his personal account, the Fengyun Fund Investment Company manages another account funded by others seeking assistance in making profits. He mentioned raising over 60 million in capital. Zhang Yi explained, my goodness, little Yi is indeed engaged in monumental ventures. Transactions in the tens of millions. I have only heard of such figures in conversations about tycoons. Little Yi, since you are already acquainted, why not invest your money with him and let him help you earn? Her mother exclaimed, suddenly struck by inspiration. After I sold my stocks, I invested the remaining 420,000 entirely into his company. Yi Yunfeng assured me that within a few months, my money would surely double. Zhang Yi immediately chuckled. What? Double? That would mean a profit of over 400,000. Daughter, can we truly trust this? Upon hearing of such staggering profits, Zhang Jinzhong felt a twinge of concern. Father, haven't you always had faith in Yi Yunfeng? You've only ever spoken highly of him. Have you begun to doubt him now? Zhang Yi retorted. I do not doubt the young man's character. I have faith in his integrity. However, when it comes to an investment of several 100,000, one must exercise caution. But if you believe in it, then so be it, Zhang Jinzhong replied, taking a moment to ponder before downing a glass of liquor. Additionally, Yi Yunfeng has invited me to join him in Hong Kong during the May Day holiday. After a brief silence from the parents, Zhang Yi dropped another bombshell. Little Yi wants to take you to Hong Kong? For what purpose? Sightseeing? Xiaoya, honestly, what is your relationship with him? Is he attempting to court you? The mother perked up, bombarding her with questions. That can't be possible. Yi is 5 or 6 years younger than our daughter. Surely, that cannot be the case. Zhang Jinzhong frowned. What is impossible about it? A woman 3 years older can still secure a golden future. If our daughter is 5 or 6 years older, that is akin to holding 2 gold bricks. I find little Yi quite admirable. He is tall, a university student, and capable of making money. If Xiaoya were to date him, it might be worth exploring, the mother mused, drifting off. All right, can you both stop straying so far? Am I destined to remain unmarried? Whenever a man appears, you both conspire to link us, regardless of age. Yi Yunfeng mentioned that he intends to open a foreign trade company in Hong Kong and wishes for me to be the manager. Since he'll be attending school and cannot stay in Hong Kong for long, he needs someone trustworthy to help manage the company. Furthermore, he indicated that if necessary, he could assist me in obtaining Hong Kong residency, and should I return, I would be recognized as a Hong Kong merchant, with government officials eager to host me for meals. Yet, I find myself torn. I do not wish to be too far from you, fearing I may not be able to care for you. However, there is a part of me that longs to go to Hong Kong, as it is currently the most developed region in our nation and a forefront of international engagement. Zhang Yi conveyed Yi Yunfeng's invitation to her parents, along with her own considerations and conflicts, and upon finishing, she noticed her parents' eyes widen in surprise. Hong Kong, you must go. How could you pass up such a rare opportunity? Moreover, you are a woman. If you marry in the future, your household registration will need to be transferred. If you secure residency in Hong Kong now, we'll treat it as if you've already married, and when you return, everyone will envy us. Go. Zhang Jinzhong urged. Daughter, your mother supports your decision as well. Look at your father and me. Our health is splendid, and we can still manage a bottle of baijiu. Besides, your brother is already in high school. In a few years, he will graduate from university and enter the workforce. By the way, if you go to Hong Kong, make sure to work closely with little Yi on significant matters, and if you encounter someone suitable, consider your own future. Otherwise, if you remain with him for too long, I worry others might say you are being kept by him. The mother raised her hands in agreement with Zhang Yi going to Hong Kong, but she also offered some advice. Oh, it's not that complicated. It's merely work, and you all can visit Hong Kong as well. Once your brother finishes his college entrance exams, the whole family can enjoy a trip together, Zhang Yi shyly suggested. However, her mother's words brought to mind Yi Yunfeng's sunlit smile. If he truly had intentions of keeping her, would she acquiesce? After dinner, Zhang Yi sent a message to Yi Yunfeng's pager. Boss Yi, after a family meeting, I have received approval to follow you to Hong Kong. The next day, without needing Yi Yunfeng to summon her, Zhang Yi made her way to the trading center in search of him. However, Yi Yunfeng was not there, so she proceeded to the Fengyun Fund Investment Company. Yet, it was temporarily closed, as Yi Yunfeng had not yet found a suitable manager and would only open the doors when he was present. Zhang Yi paged Yi Yunfeng and learned he was at Yunfeng Education Training School, so she hurried over and discovered that while Yunfeng Media Company downstairs was somewhat quiet, Yunfeng Education Company upstairs was bustling with activity. You've arrived just in time. Help Sister Xia with overseeing both companies for the next few days, and then assist me with visa matters. Of course, remember to take care of your own visa as well, Yi Yunfeng instructed upon her arrival. Once Zhang Yi was there, Yi Yunfeng quickly enlisted her help with the operations of both companies. The education training company was busy with parents consulting and enrolling their children. To Yi Yunfeng's surprise, the media company received a considerable number of business inquiries, including events for birthdays, wedding celebrations, and promotional planning for store openings. Yi Yunfeng promptly selected a group from the Self-Help Association for training, personally conducting workshops on event hosting, encouraging everyone to brainstorm creative ideas for various activities. Each event had to align with its theme. Birthdays should emphasize joy, weddings should highlight happiness and festivity, while store openings must focus on publicity, and promotional planning should captivate customers. After several days of training and eliminating unsuitable hosts, Yi Yunfeng selected 6 hosts to form their own teams, each comprising around 20 members, with specific duties assigned by the hosts. Tasks would be organized and evaluated based on team performance, directly linked to their compensation. Having completed these arrangements, the May Day holiday approached. Zhang Yi had finalized all necessary procedures, even purchasing tickets to Shenzhen, albeit under the name of Fengyun Fund Investment Company. Originally, the May Day holiday spanned only 3 days, but Yi Yunfeng secured an additional 2 days off from school, extending the break to 7 days. On the eve of leaving Jiangzhou, Yi Yunfeng visited the Commercial Bank Trading Center to review the recent international market trends, particularly noting the yen's depreciation to an exchange rate of 138.1, which appeared to have no chance of recovery. Subsequently, he returned to President Zhu's office to confirm the loan arrangements with Hang Seng Bank, which was the crux of this trip. Mr. Yi, rest assured, I have already contacted Hang Seng Bank and submitted the necessary documents. When you arrive, they will send someone to meet you. The responsible party is Vice President Chen Shirong, who will assist you with the loan process, Zhu Wanbin assured him. Thank you, President Zhu. Yi Yunfeng nodded in acknowledgement, before leaving a cigarette on the desk as a token of gratitude. Mr. Yi, you are too kind, Zhu Wanbin smiled, placing the cigarette into the drawer below the desk. Upon my return from Hong Kong, I will bring you some local specialties, Yi Yunfeng replied with a smile and waved as he departed. Boss, my parents have invited you to dinner at our home tonight to express their gratitude, Zhang Yi messaged shortly after leaving the bank. All right, I will come by, Yi Yunfeng replied. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Yi Yunfeng arrived at Zhang's home with 2 bottles of liquor, a pack of cigarettes, and a bag of fruit. Feeling it was only right to acknowledge the parents of the daughter he was about to accompany. Little Yi has arrived. You child, why bring anything? Just your presence is enough. When Zhang's mother opened the door, she beamed with an effulgent smile, as though she were welcoming her own son-in-law. Yi, come in and sit for a while. The perch will soon be ready, she said. Zhang Jinzhong, donned in an apron, was bustling about in the kitchen, only poking his head out to greet him. Uncle Zhang, you've worked hard, Yi Yunfeng responded. Annie, I am here to express my apologies. I acted without your consent in persuading Sister Yi to accompany me to Xiangjiang, and I sincerely regret it. Oh, don't be so modest. It's fortunate for her that you have taken a liking to this girl, Zhang's mother replied with a smile, only to realize her words could be misconstrued. She quickly added, such an opportunity to work in Xiangjiang is indeed a rare one. Without you, Xiao Yi might never have encountered such a chance in her lifetime. During dinner, Zhang Jinzhong and his wife insisted on treating Yi Yunfeng to several drinks, while Zhang Yi abstained. Although Yi Yunfeng had a decent tolerance for alcohol, he was no match for the combined efforts of the couple. Uncle and auntie, let us consider this cup a grand reunion toast, but we must not drink excessively, lest it jeopardize tomorrow's flight, Yi Yunfeng said, having consumed more than half a gin of liquor and preparing to call it a night. Don't worry. If you get drunk, you can sleep here tonight, and I'll wake you early tomorrow, Zhang's mother said, her cheeks flushed, casting a glance at her daughter, as if contemplating ushering Yi Yunfeng directly into her daughter's room. Mom, Dad, please don't push it any further. If my boss misses the flight tomorrow, it will jeopardize our trip to Xiangjiang, and you wouldn't want to bear the consequences, Zhang Yi finally intervened. Your parents can really hold their liquor. As Zhang Yi called a taxi to take Yi Yunfeng home, she arranged to pick him up the next day. Yi Yunfeng shook his head, but as the taxi drove away, he suddenly felt quite sober. In the months since his rebirth, Yi Yunfeng had noticed some peculiar changes in his body. Firstly, his physical condition far surpassed that of his previous life. His energy was consistently abundant, and his spirit was robust. Not only could he handle alcohol exceptionally well, but during a recent outing with his dormitory mates, he had consumed over 10 bottles of beer and remained remarkably clear-headed. He had also tried liquor a few more times, discovering that he could easily drink more than a gin without much effect, just a slight flush to his face. Additionally, Yi Yunfeng found that his cognitive abilities had significantly enhanced. His memory was remarkably sharp, allowing him to gradually recall many long-buried past events. Occasionally, he would dream of events that perfectly aligned with reality, which he regarded as a form of predictive ability that had previously aided him in amassing wealth. On the night before departing Jiangzhou for Xiangjiang, Yi Yunfeng had another dream that foretold certain occurrences upon his arrival in Xiangjiang, prompting him to adjust his plans accordingly. On the morning of April 30th at 10 o'clock, Yi Yunfeng flew to Pengcheng with Zhang Yi, arriving around 5 in the afternoon, and proceeded directly to the checkpoint leading to Xiangjiang. After passing through security, they smoothly entered the city. Are you Yi Yunfeng? A young man and woman approached, pushing suitcases, and respectfully inquired. Yi Yunfeng did not respond immediately, but scrutinized the pair. Both clad in black suits resembling professional attire, with small name tags displaying the insignia of Hang Seng Bank. Were you sent by Mr. Wang Qirong? Yi Yunfeng queried in return. The two young individuals appeared taken aback. The girl quickly regained her composure and replied, Our vice president is Mr. Chen Qirong, not Mr. Wang. Perhaps you've misremembered? Oh, how forgetful of me. It is indeed Mr. Chen. I am Yi Yunfeng, having come from Jiangzhou in the mainland. The commercial bank there should have been in contact with you. Yi Yunfeng chuckled, patting his head. Even Zhang Yi noticed that Yi Yunfeng was merely putting on an act, deliberately testing the two, and they seemed to understand, yet maintained their respectful demeanor. Welcome to Xiangjiang, Yi. Mr. Chun has arranged everything for you. You'll be staying at our Hang Seng Bank's flagship, the Bauhinia Hotel, the young man nodded. This is my companion, Zhang Yi. May I ask how you two are addressed? Yi Yunfeng inquired. I am Zhou Xingbin, and everyone calls me Ah Ben. This is Lu Wanling, known as Ah Ling. During your stay in Xiangjiang, we will be at your service. Please don't hesitate to ask for anything you need, the young man introduced. Thank you for your assistance during this time. My stay in Xinjiang will be brief, but my companion may remain longer. I would appreciate your help in inquiring about the procedures for transferring a household registration from the mainland to Xinjiang. Additionally, I need to know how to register a foreign trade company in Xinjiang and how to expedite the process. Yi Yunfeng asked candidly, directly assigning some inquiries to the two. Zhang Yi was equally intrigued by Xinjiang, continually engaging Lu Wanling with questions about the uniquely designed skyscrapers passing by the car window, the living standards, the luxury goods market, and even celebrity gossip. As the conversation flowed, the four adjusted their seating arrangements. Zhang Yi moved to sit with Lu Wanling, engrossed in lively whispers, while Yi Yunfeng summoned Bin to pose various unrelated questions. Despite Bin diligently answering Yi Yunfeng's queries, he was also analyzing, trying to discern what Yi Yunfeng truly sought to discover. Ultimately, he realized that Yi Yunfeng seemed interested in everything. After about half an hour, the luxury vehicle traversed a substantial part of Xinjiang and arrived at the Bauhinia Hotel, a lavish five-star international establishment located on a street adjacent to Hang Seng Bank. Soon after the two registered, they were escorted to room 1808 on the 18th floor, a luxurious suite featuring 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and an outdoor swimming pool. Yi Yunfeng had not informed Zhu Wanbin that he would be bringing someone along, so the hotel had arranged a lavish suite for them. Should I book you a separate room, or will you stay here? Yi Yunfeng asked Zhang Yi, considering that she was a girl and might have some reservations. Is there a room with an outdoor pool available? Zhang Yi inquired. Probably not, Yi Yunfeng replied, recognizing that he, as the guest of honor introduced by the commercial bank, was afforded such privileges, while the person he brought along would not receive the same treatment. Then I'll stay here. After all, there are 2 rooms. You won't sneak into my room at night, will you? Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, speaking nonchalantly. However, internally, she grappled with conflicting emotions. Yi Yunfeng's willingness to bring her to Xinjiang and his intention to oversee the company there indicated a significant level of trust. Yet to maintain her position, she needed to solidify her relationship with Yi Yunfeng. First and foremost, she must diligently perform the tasks assigned to her. Moreover, if their relationship could deepen, that would be ideal. Thoughts of becoming Yi Yunfeng's girlfriend or eventually marrying him felt far-fetched. For now, her focus was on obtaining residency in Xinjiang. Even if she were to become Yi Yunfeng's partner and bear his children without marriage, she felt that it wouldn't be a significant issue. Certainly, these were merely fleeting thoughts. At this moment, Zhang Yi's heart was brimming with excitement, for it was her first visit to Hong Kong, and she found herself ensconced in such a lavish and opulent suite. Were it not for the absence of a smartphone, WeChat, Weibo, or other social platforms, it is likely that Zhang Yi would have been compelled to share updates, capturing the exquisite decor of her room and the towering skyscrapers outside, perhaps accompanied by a caption declaring, "This is Hong Kong. Please keep the door closed tonight. Otherwise, if I happen to wander into the wrong room in the middle of the night, you cannot hold me accountable," Yi Yunfeng jested. Zhang Yi discerned the playful tone in his voice and shot him a sidelong glance before wheeling her luggage into the guest room. After indulging in a warm bath and changing into a fresh outfit, she emerged with renewed vitality. Upon exiting her room, she noticed that Yi Yunfeng had also refreshed himself and was busy jotting down notes, presumably making some plans. Thus, she opted not to disturb him, instead gravitating towards the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze at the magnificent skyline, a sight seldom witnessed back home, which would not be replicated for over a decade. Chapter 54, Wasting 2 Fine Opportunities. Following Yi Yunfeng's arrival, Zhou Xingbin and Lu Wanling promptly set out to inquire about the matters at hand, primarily to assist Zhang Yi in transferring her household registration to Hong Kong and to navigate the procedures for establishing a company. Given that Yi Yunfeng's stay in Hong Kong was limited to 7 days, it was imperative to expedite all arrangements to avoid unnecessary delays. Around 7 o'clock, Bin arrived to escort the trio to a renowned private dining establishment in Simsha, where Chen Shirong would host an evening banquet for Yi Yunfeng and his party. "Mr. Yi, Miss Zhang, Mr. Chun has just arrived. Please follow me." Lu Wanling greeted them upon their arrival and led them to the 3rd floor. "Mr. Chun, Mr. Yi has arrived," she announced, gently knocking on the door of a private room before ushering them inside. "Please, Mr. Yi, come in," a deep voice resonated from within. As the door swung open, Yi Yunfeng was met by a middle-aged gentleman impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back with precision, glistening with pomade. "Mr. Chen, I appreciate your hospitality." Yi Yunfeng smiled as he extended his hand to shake Chen Shirong's. The latter, nearing 50, was in the prime of his career, a prominent figure within Hang Seng Bank's upper echelons. "Mr. Yi, I never anticipated you would be so youthful. Truly, you are a remarkable talent," Chen Shirong remarked, surveying Yi Yunfeng with a sense of admiration. "Miss Zhang, welcome to Hong Kong." After Yi Yunfeng introduced Zhang Yi, Chen Shirong warmly welcomed her as well. The dinner table was set for just the four of them, with Lu Wanling primarily attending to their needs while occasionally enjoying a bite and engaging in hushed conversation with Zhang Yi. The main focus of Chen Qirong's attention remained on Yi Yunfeng, as they casually discussed a myriad of topics, ranging from international affairs to market trends, from investments to real estate. As their conversation unfolded, Chen Qirong found himself increasingly astounded by the depth of knowledge and insight possessed by Yi Yunfeng, far exceeding what one would typically expect from someone of his age. In moments of casual discourse, Chen Qirong often forgot Yi Yunfeng's youthfulness, treating him as an equal peer, which made their interaction exceedingly enjoyable. Indeed, some of Yi Yunfeng's perspectives opened Chen Qirong's eyes, presenting ideas that were novel yet undeniably sound upon reflection. When the conversation shifted to the financial turmoil sweeping Southeast Asia, Chen Qirong inquired about Yi Yunfeng's views on the future of the Hong Kong dollar. With a knowing smile, Yi Yunfeng replied, "Hong Kong today is a far cry from its former self, bolstered by the strength of our great nation. I firmly believe the Hong Kong dollar will remain resilient. It shall not suffer the same fate as those of smaller nations. Should international capital dare to plunder our city, they will face dire consequences. Given this, Mr. Yi, might we expect some movement on your part?" Chen Qirong's heart raced, for as a senior executive at Hang Seng Bank, he was privy to certain insider information. An expert team had been dispatched from the mainland, determined to safeguard Hong Kong's economic prosperity. "It's still early. I may return in July," Yi Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. Chen Qirong was further astounded. He began to suspect that Yi Yunfeng might possess a more enigmatic background on the mainland. For how else could he be aware of such information, known only to a select few? Even Chen Qirong himself had only caught wind of snippets from his superior that very day, as experts predicted that Hong Kong's investment market would see fierce competition from international capital giants by July. If Yi Yunfeng had discerned this solely through his own deductions, then he was indeed extraordinary, destined to become a figure of great influence. Consequently, Chen Qirong's demeanor softened, treating Yi Yunfeng as an equal friend, and their conversation took on a more relaxed and intimate tone. Meanwhile, Lu Wanling, while engaged in conversation with Zhang Yi, kept a keen eye on the exchange between Chen Qirong and Yi Yunfeng, refilling their drinks, and grew increasingly astonished by the transformation in Chen Qirong's attitude. She understood well the caliber of Chen Qirong and his lofty perspective. While he was hosting Yi Yunfeng that evening, it was primarily due to their business banking relationship. However, when Chen Qirong casually draped his arm over Yi Yunfeng's shoulder and embraced him like a true friend, Lu Wanling realized that Chen Qirong had genuinely accepted Yi Yunfeng as a companion. Come, let us raise another glass," Chen Qirong exclaimed. "Truth be told, I haven't encountered a friend I could converse with so easily in ages. You, my brother, have my recognition." He poured drink after drink for Yi Yunfeng, and after their meal, he spontaneously suggested continuing the festivities at a bar. "I think I'll pass. I'm a bit tired from the flight and prefer to rest." Zhang Yi responded thoughtfully, aware that men often engage in other activities at such venues, and felt no need to accompany them. "Miss Zhang, allow me to escort you back to the hotel," Lu Wanling offered graciously, immediately stepping in to ensure Zhang Ye's comfort. As for the matter of Zhang Ye's household registration transfer to Hong Kong, they had already gathered information indicating that it could be facilitated through local connections, though the processing time might be lengthy. Conversely, establishing a company appeared straightforward. Regardless of one's household registration, finding the right agency would expedite the process, albeit at a nominal cost. Yi Yunfeng accompanied Chen Qirong to the Nightingale Bar in Causeway Bay, reputed to be a favored venue of the local underworld, known for its excellent order, where no one dared to cause a disturbance. "You all ensure my brother has a good time. If you can get him into a private room, I'll double your tips," Chen Qirong instructed, securing a private room and summoning four beautiful hostesses. He embraced two himself, ushering the other two to sit beside Yi Yunfeng. "Handsome, today whether these ladies earn double tips hinges on your support," one of the young women cooed, while the other chimed in, "Brother, let us drink." Both pressed against Yi Yunfeng, unabashedly showcasing their curves, as if eager to captivate his attention. "If you accompany me well for drinks, I'll also reward you with double tips," Yi Yunfeng replied with a smile, not opposed to the drinking, though he remained reluctant to partake in anything beyond that. After a short while, Chen Qirong succumbed to the allure of the two hostesses and led them upstairs, leaving Yi Yunfeng to his own devices, hinting that he should not squander the opportunity presented. "Enjoy yourselves for a bit. I'll step outside for a smoke," Yi Yunfeng noted, glancing at the time, sensing that the moment had arrived, and withdrew from the private room. As he proceeded down the corridor and paused beside the restroom, Yi Yunfeng ignited a cigarette, quietly awaiting the event that had transpired in his dreams 2 nights prior. Chapter 55. Thus, it is equitable. Approximately 5 minutes later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, as a girl clad in black hip-hop attire, her hair disheveled, rushed towards him. Upon realizing she had reached the end of the corridor, she unexpectedly threw her arms around Yi Yunfeng. "Handsome, please help me. There are gangsters chasing me," she pleaded softly in his ear. "All right," Yi Yunfeng replied, and without hesitation, he pressed his lips against hers. The girl stiffened, taken aback by his audacity, yet just as she prepared to struggle, the sound of footsteps and shouts emerged from behind. "Have you seen that annoying girl? She seems to have run this way, but I don't know where she went. Look around. Tonight I'm going to make her pay. Hurry, once Fij is satisfied, we can enjoy her too." As someone approached, the girl instinctively wrapped her arms around Yi Yunfeng's neck, making a soft, sizzling sound, seemingly oblivious to the world around her, fully immersed in the moment. Indeed, the two gangsters, upon seeing a couple engaged in a kiss, harbored no suspicions and turned to knock on the door of a nearby private room. Once they departed, the girl hurriedly released Yi Yunfeng, panting heavily, partly from fright and partly due to her earlier involvement, which had left her breathless. "Who are you to dare kiss me?" she asked, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "I was merely assisting you," Yi Yunfeng retorted quickly. "Initially, I only kissed you once. The rest was your initiative. I merely wanted you to hold me. Who gave you permission to kiss me?" she protested, still somewhat aggrieved. Though playful by nature, it was indeed her first kiss, and she had bestowed it upon a stranger. "If I hadn't kissed you, they would have grown suspicious, and if we were discovered, we'd both be in trouble," Yi Yunfeng explained. "That is no excuse." Just as she finished her retort, another person approached, prompting her to once again clutch Yi Yunfeng and, without a word, lean in to find his lips. "This time, it was your initiative. Let us consider ourselves even." After the group departed, the girl finally released Yi Yunfeng, who shrugged his shoulders and said, "Humph, you've gotten off easy." The girl, somewhat helpless yet acknowledging her own initiative this time, snorted softly, cast a cautious glance outside, and then dashed away. After a while, Yi Yunfeng returned to the private room, tipped the two girls, and then left the bar, with all expenses charged to Qin Shirong's account. As he stepped out of the bar, a taxi pulled up beside him, and he was whisked away. However, being unfamiliar with the roads of Hong Kong, he let the driver take the lead. "What is this place?" "This isn't the Zijing Hotel I intended to go to." "Is it?" He feigned surprise as the taxi halted in front of a bustling food stall. "Of course not. We're taking you to meet our young lady. She's waiting for you over there at the food stall," the taxi driver replied. Yi Yunfeng had no choice but to get out and walk over, where he indeed found a group of young men and women gathered, drinking and skewering food, with the girl he had encountered at the bar seated among them. "Come over." Upon spotting Yi Yunfeng, the girl stood and waved him over, instantly drawing the attention of those around. "Young lady, who is this guy? Is he your new fling?" Someone joked. Doesn't he look like a gangster, more like a scholar? He seems a bit too refined. Can he even drink?" "Young lady, if you're looking for a partner, you could choose from among us. This guy looks like he couldn't handle it in bed." The young crowd erupted in laughter, their banter laced with crude language that was quite unbecoming. "Hello everyone, I am Yi Yunfeng, just arrived from the mainland. It's a pleasure to meet you all." He introduced himself, standing beside the girl. "You're from the mainland?" The group's curiosity piqued at Yi Yunfeng's introduction. "What's the matter? Aren't Hong Kong and the mainland one family now? Haven't you ever met anyone from the mainland before?" Yi Yunfeng shrugged. "We've all been to Pengcheng, but the vibe there isn't quite as liberating as here. Can people from the mainland even afford to eat? I've heard it's quite impoverished there." "Is that true? This year, many from the mainland have come to Hong Kong seeking fortune. What brings you here? Is it for tourism or business?" The questions flowed, revealing their ignorance about the mainland and their curiosity about Yi Yunfeng. "Let us sit down and drink first, and then we can chat," the girl beside him interjected. "By the way, I'm Zheng Qi, and these are my friends." "Then it seems we've become friends through this unexpected encounter. I'm glad to meet you," Yi Yunfeng said, clinking his glass with Zheng Qi's, discreetly omitting any mention of their earlier awkwardness. "Speaking of which, I owe you thanks. But I suppose we're even now." Zheng Qi's face flushed, hinting at her recollections, but then she engaged in a drinking contest with Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng understood the psychology of these young people well, leading to pleasant exchanges filled with laughter, and he welcomed all who wished to drink, keeping their glasses full. Just as the revelry reached its peak, a van pulled up outside, and 7 or 8 men jumped out, the leader pointing at Zheng Qi and shouting, "You little brat. You run fast. Let us see where you can escape to." Someone asked after the young lady. "Everyone grab your weapons. Young lady, you should run. We'll hold them off." However, Zheng Qi had her own group of 7 or 8 companions, who quickly rallied, pulling out various weapons from beneath the tables and charging at the encroaching men. "We should leave. They can handle this," Zheng Qi said without hesitation, pulling Yi Yunfeng along as they fled. Meanwhile, the surrounding youth, armed with an array of makeshift weapons, rushed in to assist, quickly driving the gangsters away. Both sides suffered injuries, yet they all sought treatment at nearby clinics, for fighting was a commonplace occurrence for these gangsters, and injuries were merely part of their lives. Moreover, they usually fought with restraint, avoiding fatal strikes, as any loss of life would invite the authorities and provoke retaliation, the consequences being too great to bear. At that moment, Zheng Qi led Yi Yunfeng through a series of alleys and into a residential building, reaching the third floor, where she opened a door and pulled him inside. I want to sleep with you. Chapter 56, Chasing Down the Streets with Knives. The following morning, when Yi Yunfeng awoke, he found himself having experienced a dreamlike sequence, much like the one he had in his sleep. However, the girl beside him, entwined around his arms, was undeniably real. Gently, he disentangled Zheng Qi's arm and carefully got out of bed, noticing the vibrant bloom of youth upon the sheets. He retrieved his clothing and tiptoed to the bathroom, washing up before fully awakening, bewildered at his impulsiveness the previous night, having offered no resistance to her advances. What does this even mean? Did I just get bedded by a girl? Yi Yunfeng shook his head in disbelief. After emerging from the room, Yi Yunfeng proceeded to inspect the other chambers. Upon discovering there was no one else present, he let out a sigh of relief. He then ventured into the kitchen, only to find it devoid of any ingredients. As he pondered his options, he noticed a set of keys resting on the table by the door. Grasping the keys, he gently unlocked the door and stepped outside. However, unbeknownst to him, once he departed, Zheng Qi in the room opened her eyes. She had awakened when Yi Yunfeng got up, but felt too embarrassed to open her eyes fully. Humph, does he think he can simply walk away after sleeping with me? Zheng Qi mused silently, contemplating how to handle Yi Yunfeng, but soon drifted back to sleep. The previous night, she had been quite proactive, yet when it mattered most, she found herself at a loss, relying on Yi Yunfeng's initiative to navigate their intimate encounter. Moreover, Yi Yunfeng's exceptional stamina had allowed him to persist through multiple rounds, leaving Zheng Qi feeling utterly exhausted. When she finally roused from her slumber, the delightful aroma wafting from outside captivated her senses. She hastily donned a nightgown and ventured out to find Yi Yunfeng seated at the table, enjoying breakfast, her portion included. Did you go out to buy this? Zheng Qi's heart warmed at the thought, though she feigned nonchalance as she sat down to eat. Well, considering how hard you worked last night, I took the liberty of fetching some char siu buns and congee. I hope it suits your taste, Yi Yunfeng remarked between bites. Zheng Qi blushed at his words, shooting him a glare before burying herself in her bowl of congee, reflecting on the incredulity of the previous night's events. Despite her usual social circles, she was accustomed to being treated with deference as a young lady. However, the night prior, while seeking information at Haonan's bar, she found herself nearly caught when someone recognized her. Yet, she knew that revealing her identity would deter them from causing her harm. To her surprise, she encountered Yi Yunfeng, a somewhat mischievous character, who, when asked for assistance, ended up kissing her. When he was brought to her home, he displayed no fear whatsoever. This stirred an inexplicable impulse within Zheng Qi, compounded by her inebriation, leading her to initiate their intimate encounter, despite it being her first experience. After breakfast, Zheng Qi, her legs bare, strolled back to her room. Her tall, statuesque figure and elongated limbs ignited a fervor in Yi Yunfeng, compelling him to follow her inside. What are you doing coming in? I need to get dressed, Zheng Qi asked in a slight panic, clad only in her nightgown. You slept with me last night. Today, it's only fair that I sleep with you. This way, we're even, Yi Yunfeng replied playfully, and before she could react, he playfully tugged at her nightgown. And soon they found themselves entwined once more, reliving the previous night's escapade. With your prowess, you must have women back in the mainland, right? Zheng Qi inquired, tracing circles on Yi Yunfeng's chest afterward, a hint of jealousy lacing her tone. You were a novice, and so was I. Neither of us is at a disadvantage. Yi Yunfeng teased. Are you here on vacation? How long can you stay in Hong Kong? Zheng Qi asked. I'm combining travel with business, but I only have a week of leave. I'm a student at Jiangzhou University and must return to my studies, Yi Yunfeng disclosed, not concealing his identity from her. You're still a university student? I truly didn't lose out. I ended up sleeping with a mainland university student, Zheng Qi laughed. By the way, what does your family do? I heard them calling you young lady. You must belong to some wealthy family, right? Yi Yunfeng questioned. My father is the head of the Hong Shitang, a figure in the underworld. This area is under their influence, so they naturally refer to me as young lady, Zheng Qi replied proudly. Goodness, I slept with you. Will your father send his men after me? Yi Yunfeng feigned shock. Hee, I initiated it. My father wouldn't care. He has many women himself. Why would he concern himself with how many men I have? Zheng Qi dismissed the thought. Wait, you have other men on the side? Yi Yunfeng asked, giving her a playful twist, feigning displeasure. Hee, you're not going to marry me, so can't I find other men? Or you could take me back to the mainland, and we could live together. Then you can have your way with me. Xingqi laughed, whispering flirtatiously. Don't play with fire. You were begging for mercy just moments ago. And now you're asking for more? Once I stabilize my business, you could help me out, and then you could come to the mainland. I'll be back in July for a 2-month break, Yi Yunfeng suggested thoughtfully. I'll think about it. By the way, is there anything I can assist you with? Some matters are difficult for you mainlanders to handle, but we can manage them swiftly, Xingqi inquired. Actually, there is something. I brought someone over and need her to manage the company here. I want to arrange her residency in Hong Kong, but the proper procedures take half a month, which I cannot afford to wait, Yi Yunfeng explained. That is quite simple. Many from the mainland wish to establish residency here and often resort to finding someone to enter into a sham marriage. Once the paperwork is completed, they can swiftly relocate their residency and then divorce. We just need to find a single individual and offer them some money. If you're willing, we can head to get married right away. What do you say? Xingqi proposed. I'm still in university. I can't arrange for residency just yet. But you should find someone quickly and accompany me to finalize this matter. Only once this is settled can I proceed with my business. Yi Yunfeng insisted as he got up to dress. What kind of business do you plan to establish? My father has several companies, if there's a suitable one. A simple transfer process can be arranged. I'll tell my father that I slept with you and that I'm considering taking over a company as compensation. I assure you he will agree, Xingqi mentioned. I'm looking to set up a foreign trade company to facilitate imports of goods from several Southeast Asian countries. Yi Yunfeng replied, ignoring Xingqi's jesting, aware that her boldness had only intensified since their encounter. Chapter 57, A True Monster. I'll make the call immediately, she declared. Once they were ready, they descended the stairs, stepping into a residential area before emerging onto the main street. There, public phones awaited, and they each notified their respective contacts. Xingqi arranged for someone to bring her identification and simultaneously sought out connections for the necessary paperwork. Yi Yunfeng dialed Zhang Yi, who, upon answering, expressed some discontent. Boss, you've only just arrived in Hong Kong, and already you're off gallivanting, leaving your assistant stranded at the hotel. Is that how it's supposed to be? What? Can't you manage to sleep alone? Were you hoping for me to warm your bed? Yi Yunfeng retorted. Hee, I'm just looking out for you, boss. Did you have a good time last night? Was the bar girl entertaining? Zhang Yi inquired with a chuckle. I didn't spend the night at the bar. I ran into a fierce girl on the street whose father is a local gangster. She thought I was handsome and took me home to sleep with her. Yi Yunfeng recounted, half-jokingly. You have quite the imagination. Typically, the female leads in movies are stars. If you had the chance, wouldn't that just be a bargain for you? Zhang Yi scoffed, still skeptical of Yi Yunfeng's tale. I'm at the intersection of XX Avenue. But I need to ask for your opinion first. The process for transferring residency through Hang Seng Bank takes a standard half-month, Yi Yunfeng relayed. I possess a swift solution. However, it necessitates finding an individual to enter into a faux marriage with you. Once the domicile registration is completed, the union can be dissolved immediately. All within a single day, Yi Yunfeng articulated. Although the ultimate aim is to assist Zhang Yi in relocating her household registration, such an approach may be unacceptable for certain young women. Thus, Yi Yunfeng had prepared himself for potential rejection. After all, entering into matrimony only to subsequently divorce would leave Zhang Yi with the stigma of having been married in Xinjiang, branding her as a divorced woman, an association that most women would find undesirable. Boss, I now suspect your intent is to sell me off to Xinjiang. Is the person for this sham marriage handsome? Surely, he won't impose any outrageous demands? Zhang Yi jested, though her tone was laced with melancholy after a moment of silence. Rest assured, you will merely be wed to an identity card, and you shan't even meet the card's owner, Yi Yunfeng reassured her. A sum will be provided to the individual, and he will have no reason to pursue you thereafter. I shall come over immediately. A half-hour later, a business vehicle arrived to collect the two. At that moment, someone presented a certain identity card to Xingqi. This is my assistant, Zhang Yi. She will remain in Xinjiang to assist me in managing the company. If you are willing to undertake some tasks at the office, you will heed her directives henceforth. Her name is Xingqi. She is a woman of the streets, yet she possesses a commendable character and is grateful to those who aid her. Albeit her methods of gratitude may be somewhat antiquated, Yi Yunfeng introduced the two women to one another. Your assistant is quite lovely. Have you shared a bed with her? Xingqi inquired brazenly. Of course, we have. Otherwise, how could I expect you to take my instructions? Zhang Yi interjected with urgency. Humph. I was the one who shared the bed with him, Xingqi retorted immediately. Ahem, she aims to emulate ancient traditions, offering herself entirely. I had indulged in too much drink, rendering me unable to resist or struggle. Thus I acquiesced, Yi Yunfeng replied, spreading his hands in mock resignation. Zhang Yi was uncertain of the veracity of their words, yet she paid little heed. Since she had accepted Yi Yunfeng's arrangement to transfer her household registration through this sham marriage, It would provide a convenient explanation for any future circumstances. Even if she were to return home with a child, she could claim to have been divorced, as she had indeed undergone the formalities of marriage and divorce in Xianjiang. Zheng Qi's acquaintances swiftly facilitated the marriage registration, and upon securing the certificate, they immediately proceeded to a nearby police station to manage the domicile transfer. By the time Zhang Yi emerged, she was already equipped with the necessary identification and introductory letter, ready to register her household in this locale, followed by sending a notification letter to the mainland. After acquiring the Xianjiang household registration certificate, the trio promptly returned to the registration office to finalize the divorce proceedings. The entire process spanned merely half a day, with the recorded date of the divorce reflecting 2 days hence, ensuring that even if inquiries were made later, no discrepancies could be detected. That evening, the three dined together, and the rapport between the two women blossomed into a camaraderie akin to that of close friends, whispering amongst themselves. However, Yi Yunfeng's countenance darkened upon overhearing their conversation, as they were discussing his attributes, including endurance and speed, among other things. Zheng Qi had first-hand experience, but Zhang Yi was merely trying to fit in. Zhang Yi indeed attempted to maintain a facade, her cheeks flushed as she spoke, despite lacking personal experience. Nevertheless, she had clandestinely viewed relevant recordings and was somewhat aware of certain details. Knowing she would be alone in Xianjiang, she deliberately sought to befriend Zheng Qi, engaging in discussions of a rather risque nature. Tonight, I shall inquire with my father to see if there are any suitable companies for transfer to you. I shall return tomorrow, she stated after an evening of dining, singing, and drinking, impressively refraining from pestering Yi Yunfeng about his earlier promises. Thank goodness I was clever enough to devise an escape. Otherwise, this evening could have been dreadful. This Yi Yunfeng is truly extraordinary. How could he possess such prowess? She mused as she departed from his presence, realizing her initial trepidation had been unfounded. Yet, recalling their exchanges from the previous night and that morning, her heart raced with excitement. Upon returning to her hotel, Yi Yunfeng emerged from the shower to find the atmosphere somewhat charged, as Zhang Yi donned an alluring sheer camisole in the living area. From his observation, it appeared she wore nothing beneath, deliberately flaunting her figure before him. The flush on her cheeks indicated she harbored certain thoughts. Yi Jia, are you attempting to tempt me into a crime? Your physique is enchanting, and dressed so provocatively. Are you unaware of your allure? Yi Yunfeng inquired, recognizing Zhang Ye's reluctance to initiate the conversation, and thus he guided the dialogue in that direction. Really? Yet you seldom seem to notice me. I had thought your preference lay with girls like Qi, Zhang Yi replied, her cheeks aflame. The events of last night were indeed unforeseen. I had never anticipated being so unfortunate as to be seduced by a street girl on my first night in Xianjiang. He remarked, Yi Jia, our relationship has evolved. It would be inappropriate to take such liberties. Moreover, having brought you to Xianjiang for work, how could I explain to your parents if I were to cross certain boundaries? I have already become a divorced woman for your sake. Who would want me now? I have resolved never to marry again, to remain by your side for eternity, even if it means lacking any formal recognition. Besides, I am a stranger in Xianjiang. If I do not surrender myself to you, how can I trust you to care for me? I even wish to bear your child and establish a home here, such that you may always have a place to return to in Xianjiang. Under Yi Yunfeng's guidance, Zhang Yi mustered the courage to express her desires. Blushing as she nestled beside him, her long, fair legs barely concealed by her nightgown. Tonight, we shall be together, the three of us. Yi Jia, when I initially invited you to Xianjiang, it was not with ill intent. However, since you harbor such concerns, I shall not hold back. Nonetheless, matters of procreation can wait. There are numerous tasks awaiting your attention at the company. We can devise our plans when I return in July or August. Of course, while we may delay the prospect of children, there are certain things we can initiate. Let us leave a mark upon each other. Perhaps that will put your mind at ease, he suggested, as he began to draw closer. Although Zhang Yi had braced herself for this moment, the reality of it left her bashful. She whispered into his ear, let us do this inside. It is too bright outside. And if someone in the opposite building were to see. Yi Yunfeng lifted her up and carried her into the room, and they remained within for the entirety of the night. Despite their labors the previous evening and that morning, he felt no fatigue. Indeed, youth has its advantages. An unexpected encounter with Zheng Qi transformed his relationship with Zhang Yi, and in the days that followed, Yi Yunfeng's life blossomed with newfound vibrancy. On the third day in Xianjiang, he visited Hang Seng Bank, officially meeting with the bank's expert team, and subsequently secured a loan project, instantly obtaining a loan of 10 million US dollars. In the afternoon, through Zheng Qi's introduction, he met with Zheng Hongwei, spending 1 million US dollars to transfer a foreign trade company into Zhang Ye's name. However, Zheng Hongwei did not demand payment. Instead, he he retained 10% of the shares, transferring the remainder to Zheng Qi. This company holds little value for me. Should you manage to develop it, it will serve as a safeguard for this girl. Yi Yunfeng did not expect that Zheng Qi had indeed confided this matter to her father, and that the latter showed no signs of disapproval. However, he was equally shameless. Uncle Zheng, I shall not stand on ceremony with you. In the future, I will need your people to keep an eye on my company over here in Shanjiang. Of course, I am a shareholder of the company. Who would dare disrespect me? I could summon a few trucks of men to deal with them, Zhang Hongwei replied. But before he could finish, Zheng Qi interjected, playfully admonishing, Child, business is not about violence. One must cultivate good relations to prosper. In this regard, listen to Brother Yi. If anyone from the underworld gives you trouble, just let me handle it. You, as a young lady, should focus on your work in the company. Zheng Hongwei's expression darkened as he spoke. During the signing of the agreement, Yi Yunfeng granted Zhang Yi 10% of the shares, establishing the three of them as the controlling shareholders of the company. Even as the company expanded and grew stronger in the future, their combined shares would allow them to maintain complete control. Subsequently, Yi Yunfeng renamed the foreign trade company to Baiyun Foreign Trade, and the three docks and warehouses previously owned by the former company were transferred to Baiyun Foreign Trade. Furthermore, in Zhang Yi's name, he purchased a residence near the company, ensuring she would not have to live in a hotel indefinitely and providing a place for himself during his future visits to Shanjiang. The company account held 5 million US dollars, which would be utilized to aggressively acquire various goods across Southeast Asia, with an emphasis on negotiating steep discounts. Currently, the economic climate in those nations is tense, and with severe material shortages, they would be willing to trade at cost, or even lower. However, precautions must be taken to prevent inferior goods from being passed off as quality products. Stringent quality inspections would be essential. Yi Yunfeng then provided Zhang Yi with a list of necessary supplies, including blankets, tents, instant noodles, and other essential goods, as well as life jackets, flashlights, generators, water pumps, inflatable boats, and hovercraft. These supplies are primarily for flood relief. Will there be a major flood this year? Zhang Yi inquired, surprised after reviewing the list. There is no doubt about it. However, we are not looking to profit from national disasters. Rather, we aim to capitalize on the economic crisis in Southeast Asia by acquiring these supplies in bulk. We will establish storage facilities in key cities along the rivers domestically and preemptively transport these goods in. They will prove invaluable at critical moments, and if executed well, this could bestow a favorable reputation upon the company, greatly benefiting our future business endeavors back home, Yi Yunfeng elaborated. Listening to Yi Yunfeng, Zhang Yi felt a deeper admiration for him. The man she had fallen for was not one driven solely by profit. He exuded positive energy that made her feel secure. Indeed, the original company had trading connections with Southeast Asian nations. I believe that once Qi's sister joins the company, those individuals will earnestly commit to their tasks. And we will certainly manage this matter well, Zhang Yi affirmed with a nod. I've already spoken with Chun Sheng at Hang Seng Bank. If there are any issues that you and Zheng Qi cannot resolve, you may seek his assistance. We currently owe them 10 million US dollars in loans, and they are our patrons. Chun Sheng will assist us, Yi Yunfeng continued. As you say, it seems that those in debt truly hold the power, Zhang Yi chuckled, her laughter light and carefree. I will certainly return to Shanjiang in July. I will assess the situation in the interim. If anything arises, I can come back at a moment's notice. With 2 days to spare, let us move in now. I will accompany you to purchase what you need. While Yi Yunfeng was helping Zhang Yi with her move, Zheng Qi arrived, claiming she was merely familiarizing herself with the area and offering to accompany them shopping, as she was more familiar with Shanjiang. However, to Yi Yunfeng's astonishment, within a day, Zheng Qi had purchased the apartment directly across from Zhang Yi and swiftly relocated. I initially intended to move in with Sister Yi, but I worried it might inconvenience her, so I bought this place instead. Now I can stay here and keep an eye on Sister Yi, Zheng Qi said with a mischievous grin. This is wonderful. How considerate of you, Qi sister. From now on, we can commute together and manage the company effectively, Zhang Yi exclaimed, embracing Zheng Qi with a smile. It was not until the afternoon before Yi Yunfeng's departure that the two women finished arranging their respective homes, acquiring a variety of household items, although their tastes differed. With Yi Yunfeng set to return to the mainland the following day, the three gathered at Zhang Ye's place that evening for a homemade hot pot, accompanied by chilled beer, indulging in their feast until midnight. Sister Yi, Brother Feng, is leaving tomorrow. Let us all sleep together tonight, the tipsy Zheng Qi boldly suggested, her cheeks flushed. How generous of you, Zhang Yi replied, her face equally rosy, casting a playful glare at Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng was elated. He had never anticipated such an invitation. He quickly ushered both women into the room, and they remained occupied until dawn broke. At just past 10 the following morning, an alarm clock roused Yi Yunfeng from sleep. After a hurried wash, he was escorted by Zhou Xingbin and Lu Wanling to the checkpoint, before returning to the mainland. As for Zhang Yi and Zheng Qi, after a night of exertion at the hands of Yi Yunfeng, they found it impossible to rise that morning, prompting Yi Yunfeng to suggest they rest at home. Chapter 59, A Gift for You. On the evening of May 7th, Yi Yunfeng disembarked at Jiangzhou Airport and promptly hailed a taxi to the Fengyun Fund Investment Company's storefront. After a brief wash-up, he settled in for the night. Brother Feng, when did you return? Crazy, you're back from Shanjiang? How was it? I heard the beauties there were very little, true or false. The next day, upon his arrival in class, Yi Yunfeng was immediately surrounded by his dorm mates, all eager to inquire about his trip. I got back around midnight last night and went straight to the shop to manage things until morning. Xiangjiang truly lives up to its reputation as our nation's most prosperous locale. It's remarkably entertaining. I'll take you all there in the future, he replied with a smile. During the May Day holiday, the Self-Reliance Society had around 500 to 600 members participating in various activities, with an average income of about 150 yuan each. Additionally, they had negotiated with various universities to secure 120 positions within their cafeterias, allowing members to assist during lunch and dinner hours in exchange for complimentary meals. After consulting with the branches at each school, the quotas were allocated accordingly, and they planned to conduct unified training, with performance assessments scheduled for the end of the year. Chu Wanxiu's arrival at Yi Yunfeng's side prompted the others to return to their seats, as the classmates believed the two class leaders were a well-matched pair. However, Chu Wanxiu proceeded to brief Yi Yunfeng on the progress of the Self-Reliance Society, noting impressive achievements, particularly during the May Day period, where they had leveraged the businesses of two companies to help hundreds of members earn some pocket money, compared to the opportunities available to university students seeking work independently. The Self-Reliance Society provided a structured organization that ensured the safety of its members. As for the revenue situation of the two companies in recent days, Yi Yunfeng had yet to receive a report from Zhang Yanxia, so he was unaware of the specifics but presumed that even if they couldn't earn a fortune, it would suffice to sustain company operations. This is a gift for you, though I'm uncertain if you will like it. Yi Yunfeng discreetly retrieved a small box from his pocket and passed it under the table to Chu Wanxiu. Chu Wanxiu's eyes widened in surprise, her ears flushed and her cheeks warming as she hastily lowered her head to conceal her reaction from those nearby. However, her heart was filled with sweetness. Although there had been no verbal confession between her and Yi Yunfeng, the mere act of him gifting her something stirred a profound excitement within her, even causing a flutter of nervousness. Thank you, Chu Wanxiu whispered, refraining from opening the box. It may not contain anything extravagant, but the fact that it was a gift from Yi Yunfeng sufficed to bring her joy. Yi Yunfeng, on the other hand, did not dwell on it too much. He had brought gifts for many upon his return, including his dormitory mates, as well as Zhang Yanxia, Xia Wanlan, and Director Zhu. The morning class was a large one, comprised of several grades coming together, yet every student who spotted Yi Yunfeng greeted him with utmost respect, some calling him Brother Feng, while others referred to him as President. Among these students, many had already joined the Self-Reliance Society, diligently working while studying, acquiring skills, and earning some living expenses. The large class concluded at 11. But Yi Yunfeng did not return to the dormitory immediately. Instead, he tossed his backpack to Wang Su, saying, "Inside are the gifts I brought for the brothers. Please distribute them in the dorm. Aren't you returning for lunch?" Wang Su inquired. "I plan to check on matters at the school. I won't be back for lunch." Yi Yunfeng waved his hand and departed. First, he headed to the Fengyun Investment Company to collect the gift for Zhang Yanxia, before proceeding to the office, which was not particularly busy. Besides Zhang Yanxia, there were two members of the Self-Reliance Society assisting at the company. With the society encompassing numerous universities and numbering around 500 to 600 members, students frequently came to help watch over the company during their free time. "Welcome back, boss," Zhang Yanxia exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yi Yunfeng enter. "This is a gift I brought back from Hong Kong for you, a set of internationally renowned brand apparel. Now that you are a manager of two companies, it's time to elevate your fashion sense." Yi Yunfeng handed her the gift. "What do you mean by fashion sense?" Zhang Yanxia asked, having never heard the term before. While she grasped its meaning to some extent, she still inquired further. "It refers to the taste in clothing, which should align with one's profession, identity, and social status," Yi Yunfeng elucidated. "I'm just a mere secretary. Does it really matter what I wear? You're the boss, and you don the same uniform. Shouldn't you be more meticulous about your fashion sense?" Zhang Yanxia retorted with a roll of her eyes. "You are a manager, not a secretary. The tasks that a secretary can perform, you are not yet capable of handling," Yi Yunfeng quipped, recalling a famous saying from later years. "Moreover, my current identity is that of a student at Jiangzhou University. Wearing the uniform seems quite appropriate, doesn't it?" he added. clarifying that he had no intention of flirting with Zhang Yinxia to avoid a repeat of previous misunderstandings involving Zhang Yi. How has the company been faring lately? After some light banter, Yi Yunfeng entered Zhang Yinxia's office and nonchalantly took a seat at her desk. Here are the recent reports. Following your previous instructions, 20% of the revenue is allocated for company operations, 10% for rent and initial investment costs, another 10% reserved for development funds, and the remaining 60% designated as salaries for the university students. Currently, the company's operating capital has reached 65,000 yuan, while the initial investment of 32,500 yuan has already been transferred to your personal account. The remaining 32,500 yuan is reserved for development, and the total salary for the students amounts to 195,000 yuan. However, the media company still has several upcoming events for which only deposits have been collected, and the education company's training courses must continue, promising additional income in the future, Zhang Yinxia reported with clarity, without needing to glance at the reports. Disregarding the company's initial investment costs, the revenue generated in recent days indicated that the company was still profitable. Furthermore, as the company's reputation grew, the potential to open more branches and expand the training programs would likely enhance revenue further. Yi Yunfeng merely glanced at the report, nodding in agreement. Everything was as he had anticipated. He understood that in a few years, Jiangzhou's educational training market would burgeon, involving billions in financial flows, and his early investments would position him advantageously for the future. I have great confidence in the company. However, we are currently short-staffed. The other individuals are merely temporary help, and I believe every company should have at least one dedicated staff member to assist me in managing affairs. Zhang Yinxia nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed to recruit 2 individuals, preferably younger, of any gender, but at least possessing a high school education and willing to work hard and learn, Yi Yunfeng decided. Not only did they need to hire for this branch, but the Fengyun investment company also required a dedicated staff member. Although he had some ideas, the timing was not yet right. Chapter 60. If you are willing, give it a try. However, they could start recruiting for the media and education companies, especially with the summer vacation approaching at the end of June, marking the peak season for training schools. Zhang Yinxia would likely be overwhelmed throughout the entire holiday, so finding 2 assistants to help her was only reasonable. Of course, during the vacation, as long as his roommates and the girls from 445 did not return home, they could be arranged to assist as needed, alleviating concerns about staffing. Subsequently, Yi Yunfeng and Zhang Yinxia discussed matters regarding the media and education companies until mealtime approached. Boss, shall we order boxed meals? Would you like one? Zhang Yinxia inquired. Boxed meals? Are they palatable? I noticed several small restaurants nearby. Could we contact one to deliver meals daily? Or perhaps they could prepare meals in advance, and you could go eat at designated times? Yi Yunfeng suggested. The boxed meals come from a neighboring eatery, featuring 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, along with a portion of vegetable soup. I find them acceptable, Zhang Yinxia replied. Then I shall try them here today. Yi Yunfeng nodded. Half an hour later, 4 boxed meals arrived, with 2 students each taking theirs to eat, while Yi Yunfeng and Zhang Yinxia dined in a small conference room. Upon opening their meals, Yi Yunfeng discovered the rice and dishes were separated. Each portion contained a box of rice, alongside half a box of stir-fried shredded meat with green peppers and mapo tofu, plus a small box of vegetable soup with just a few leaves. Yi Yunfeng sampled the food. The rice had an odd flavor, likely due to being old, while the dishes tasted mediocre, akin to typical home-cooked meals from a small eatery, far inferior to his own culinary skills. Nevertheless, having worked hard in Hong Kong for the past few days, he quickly finished his meal, while Zhang Yinxia had barely consumed a third of hers. Boss, if you're still hungry, I haven't touched my half of the rice and dishes. Would you like to share? Zhang Yinxiao asked, recalling her younger brother as she watched him eat, her heart softening. Are you unable to finish? Yi Yunfeng inquired. I've never finished. The portions at home are always generous. Zhang Yinxiao replied. Then please share some with me. It would be a waste otherwise. Yi Yunfeng nodded. Zhang Yinxiao then scooped the untouched half of her rice and offered it to him, while Yi Yunfeng poured the oily soup from the dishes over his rice, mixing it thoroughly as he devoured it. Why aren't you eating? Why do you keep staring at me? Once Yi Yunfeng finished, he sipped the tasteless soup and wiped his mouth, only to find Zhang Yinxia gazing at him with a smile. Her expression struck him as peculiar, as it radiated a maternal warmth, reminiscent of a mother watching her child eat heartily, filled with happiness. Watching you eat reminds me of my brother when he was young. Due to the modest circumstances at home, there was little in the way of delectable food, and at every meal, he would invariably compete with me for what was on the table, relishing it heartily. Oftentimes, I would deliberately allow him to have a little more, after all. Boys need sustenance to grow, Zhang Yinxiao remarked with a smile. What is your younger brother up to these days? Yi Yunfeng inquired. He did not finish high school and enlisted in the military. However, He returned home a few months ago after completing his service and was assigned to the security department of a local middle school, a position he is rather discontented with. Zhang Yinxia replied with a wry smile. Can he drive? Yi Yunfeng pondered and asked. Indeed. He drove vehicles during his time in the army and even had the opportunity to chauffeur a superior officer. Zhang Yinxia nodded. Then why not ask him? My investment company is looking to purchase a vehicle and is in need of a driver. If he is interested, he could give it a try. The salary along with bonuses would be around 5,000 a month. Yi Yunfeng had long harbored thoughts of acquiring a car. He had also spoken to Zhang Yi and Zheng Qi, as it was considerably easier to purchase imported cars in Xiangjiang. He had suggested they procure 2 vehicles when the time was right, one for the company in Xiangjiang and the other for his personal use in the mainland. It turned out Yi Yunfeng already possessed a driver's license. He initially envisioned driving himself, but upon reflection, with 4 companies under his belt, it seemed prudent to employ a chauffeur. I will inquire with him, Zhang Yinxia mused, believing her brother would likely agree, given that his monthly earnings at school barely amounted to 2,000, leaving him with little to spare. Well, once the company flourishes, I shall provide you with a vehicle as well, Yi Yunfeng casually mentioned, to which Zhang Yinxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. This prospect filled her with renewed vigor. At noon, Chu Wanqiu, accompanied by her roommates, fetched lunch and returned to the dormitory. Instead of immediately eating, she first opened the gift box that Yi Yunfeng had presented. Inside lay a silver hairpin, resembling a delicate butterfly, adorned with tiny stars. As she held it in her palm, the butterfly's wings seemed to shimmer and flutter, exuding an enchanting beauty. Wow, what a beautiful hairpin. When did you buy this, Wanqiu? Wang Hui, ever observant, immediately spotted it and exclaimed as she set down her lunchbox. It is truly exquisite. This hairpin must have cost a pretty penny. Dong Xiaojun joined in, marveling at the piece. Wanqiu, this wouldn't happen to be a gift from squad leader Yi, would it? I saw him giving you something just earlier. Sure, Louis inquired with a smile. Ah, how unfair of squad leader Yi to gift only Wanqiu while neglecting us. Xiao Shufang pouted. Humph. If he ever asks us to be bridesmaids, just wait and see how we deal with him. We will not allow him to easily take Wanqiu away, Li Mingming joked. Isn't it a bit too ostentatious? Sure, Louis helped Chu Wanqiu adorn her hair with the pin, and the group gathered around the mirror, watching as the silver butterfly danced gracefully. Chu Wanqiu blushed and asked, is it too much? Perhaps I should just give it to you. Wang Hui chuckled. If you dare wear it out, I bet squad leader Yi will ask for it back. Do you believe me? Then forget it. It looks better on Wanqiu. I can't even imagine how it would look on me. Wang Hui shook her head in self-deprecation. These days, her feelings towards Yi Yunfeng had evolved into a mixture of admiration and reverence, especially as she recalled his earlier advice that had gradually helped her temper her impulsive remarks. However, being associated with Yi Yunfeng had proven financially rewarding, and she had already amassed a considerable sum, leading her to resolutely seize the opportunity. She envisioned the future. Yi Yunfeng, having already established 2 companies while still a freshman, was destined for greatness. By maintaining a good rapport with him, she might secure a position in his company upon graduation, which promised a bright career ahead. Chapter 61. Let them be. After lunch and a brief respite, Yi Yunfeng made his way to the trading center of the commercial bank. Upon entering his large account room, he assessed the recent international market conditions. Indeed, the exchange rate of the yen was in a continuous decline, currently reaching a ratio of 141, nearing the peak of this downward trend. Nevertheless, Japan remained one of the 4 Asian tigers and had experienced rapid development in recent years. Thus, the nation was actively addressing the situation, and it was estimated that it would take about a month to reach the lowest point of this decline. This is a small gift I brought back from Xiangjiang. I hope you don't find it lacking, Yi Yunfeng said as he handed a present to Xiao Wanlan, describing it as a modest token, though it was worth over 1,000, a price that would soar even higher if purchased in the mainland. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Xiao Wanlan acknowledged, knowing well that Yi Yunfeng was a lucrative individual. During his recent trip to Xiangjiang, he had secured a $10 million loan from Hang Seng Bank and acquired a company. Faced with such a prominent figure, it would seem impolite to decline his gift, and accepting it evidently pleased him further. By the way, I have another gift for Sister Gu. Could you kindly deliver it to her? Yi Yunfeng added, presenting another box to Xiao Wanlan. When Yi Yunfeng first visited the commercial bank to conduct deposit transactions, it was Gu Qiuyan who assisted him, and it was thanks to her recommendation that Xiao Wanlan became his account manager. Thus, upon returning from Xiangjiang with gifts, he had not forgotten her. Though the present for Gu Qiuyan was relatively less extravagant than that for Xiao Wanlan, given that Xia was currently serving him, he then proceeded to President Zhu's office, where he presented him with a pair of watches, one for men and one for women, both from prestigious international brands, each costing several thousand in Xiangjiang and at least over 100,000 in the mainland. Ah, Brother Yi, you are too kind. I've just acquired a batch of fine tea. Take a couple of boxes back with you to try. Zhu Wanbin, recognizing the value of the gifts, was delighted, knowing that Yi Yunfeng would not bestow him with counterfeit items. The pair of watches, if resold, could fetch 200,000 to 300,000, which brought him immense joy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhu Wanbin accepted the watches, but also presented Yi Yunfeng with 2 exquisitely packaged boxes of premium tea from a renowned domestic brand. Honoring the tradition of reciprocity, Brother Zhu's fine tea has tempted me for quite some time. The last batch I took home was consumed in no time. This is indeed timely, Yi Yunfeng playfully remarked. Both were aware that the values of prestigious watches and fine tea were not commensurate. And given that Zhu Wanbin had significantly assisted Yi Yunfeng in securing the loan from Hang Seng Bank, this pair of watches served as a token of gratitude. They continued their conversation for a while, but as Zhu Wanbin had other commitments that evening, they arranged to dine together another day, and Yi Yunfeng took his leave. Upon returning to the Fengyun Fund Investment Company, he grabbed a large bag and hailed a taxi to Zhang Yi's residence. The bag was filled with items he had brought back from Xiangjiang, including gifts for Zhang Yi's family, as well as his own purchases. However, it could be said that the majority were indeed Yi Yunfeng's offerings, as he had funded them, although some were chosen by Zhang Yi, who knew her parents' and younger brother's preferences well. The gifts Yi Yunfeng selected were considerably more extravagant, for as Zhang Yi was now in a relationship with him, her parents were effectively his future in-laws, warranting his generosity towards them. Yet, they had agreed to keep their relationship under wraps for the time being, as Zhang Jianzhong and his wife had only recently learned of their bond. Revealing it now might lead them to believe Yi Yunfeng had ulterior motives. Thus, Zhang Yi contemplated waiting until she could invite her parents to visit and, ideally, until she was expecting a child with Yi Yunfeng before revealing the matter to them. Oh dear, has Xiao Yi returned? We shall have dinner here tonight. Auntie has bought yellow croquer for you, Zhang Yi's mother exclaimed, her joy evident upon seeing Yi Yunfeng. Thank you, Auntie. I shall enjoy it, Yi Yunfeng replied with a smile. Yi, my daughter is unfamiliar with Hong Kong. Where is she living? I hope she isn't being taken advantage of. Zhang Jianzhong, her father, expressed his concerns, asking numerous questions. Uncle Zhang, there's no need to worry. I have purchased an apartment for Yi Jia in Hong Kong and arranged for a young lady to accompany her. They both work at the same company and can look after each other, Yi Yunfeng reassured him. By the way, here is the contact number for Yi Jia's company in Hong Kong. If you have any matters or miss her, feel free to call her occasionally. When Zhang Yang has a break, you can also take him to Hong Kong for a visit. Accommodations will be provided at home. In the future, when Zhang Yang attends university, if you wish to stay in Hong Kong for an extended period, that can be arranged as well. Yi Jia will surely be delighted to enjoy the meals you prepare for her. Yi Yunfeng briefly discussed their plans in Hong Kong, including a mention of the company, and then presented various gifts from his bag. Oh my, how extravagant! Zhang's mother exclaimed immediately. It's not extravagant. These were chosen by Yi Jia for you. And I simply picked a few things at random. Unsure of your preferences, Yi Yunfeng explained. Still, you're spending your money. Zhang Yi has only just arrived. She probably hasn't even received her salary yet. How could she afford these? Zhang Jianzhong lamented. My company provides meals and housing, and I have already advanced 3 months' salary to Yi Jia, so these truly are her own purchases, Yi Yunfeng quickly clarified, concerned they might misunderstand. However, after Yi Yunfeng departed post-dinner, Zhang Jianzhong and his wife looked at the array of gifts, still somewhat hesitant. Dear, these items clearly possess considerable value. Yet Yi has chosen to buy them for us. Is there truly no connection between him and our daughter? One can only hope there is, his wife responded. Regardless, I think he is quite admirable. If our daughter were to be with him, it would undoubtedly be a positive development. Do you not appreciate Yi? In the past, Yi was merely an ordinary college student, and we liked him for that reason. But now he has become a successful businessman. What if our daughter is not well off being with him? Zhang Jianzhong voiced his concerns. Now that our daughter has relocated to Hong Kong and changed her residency, who would dare to speak ill of her? Besides, when it comes to matters of the heart, as long as they are willing, what business is it of ours? Zhang's mother replied, displaying her understanding. Indeed, if our daughter is willing, we shall let them be. However, I still find Ye's character commendable. He would not mistreat our daughter. Zhang Jianzhong conceded after some thought. Unbeknownst to Yi Yunfeng, although he had not disclosed the truth to the elderly couple, they sensed something from his smile when he spoke of Zhang Yi and had begun to speculate about their connection. Chapter 62. Then I shall do it. That evening, Zhang Yinxiao returned home to find her mother had prepared dinner. Her father, Zhang Wanhua, was smoking on the sofa, while her younger brother, Zhang Lin, was playing video games in his bedroom, having finished work early. Zhang Lin, your sister is back. Come out for dinner. Their mother called as she busied herself serving the dishes. Dad, dinner is ready, Zhang Yinxiao said after washing her hands and stepping out to greet her father. Sister, have you bought new clothes again? Does your company pay so well? That outfit doesn't look cheap, Zhang Lin remarked, noticing the clothing beside her. It's not mine. It was a gift from our boss who returned from Hong Kong, Zhang Yinxia clarified, shaking her head. Your boss? Is he the college student who used to wholesale buckets at your market? Has he made it all the way to Hong Kong now? Zhang Lin exclaimed in surprise. When Zhang Yinxia began working for Yunfeng, she had shared details about him with her family, but when they learned he was a college student, they were somewhat apprehensive about her job. Yes, my boss mentioned that during the May Day holiday, he acquired a foreign trade company in Hong Kong and even took someone to manage it, Zhang Yinxia nodded. Sister, could he be deceiving you? You said he was just a college student last year, involved in wholesale buckets, and now he's suddenly running companies? Is that believable? Zhang Lin questioned skeptically. I can't speak for others, but I currently manage 2 companies, which is indeed true. He also has a fund investment company near Beihu Park, which operates a storefront. Zhang Yinxia replied. By the way, our boss mentioned he plans to buy a car soon and is looking for someone to drive for him. I recommended you. And he said you could give it a try if you're interested. Zhang Yinxia's current company was one her parents had visited to ensure it was suitable, and they had been reassured by the number of people enrolling and inquiring. Indeed, hasn't your sister mentioned that the training school's premises belong to the boss? Just those properties alone must be worth hundreds of thousands, Zhang Wanhua supported. Our training school is about to open a branch. I heard the boss has already found several locations in Jiangzhou, all purchased outright, and they are currently being renovated for a grand opening during the holiday. With 3 branches launching simultaneously, Zhang Yinxia confirmed. These locations were initially purchased by Yi Yunfeng for a future internet cafe project. But given the promising development of the educational training school, he decided to renovate suitable sites for branch openings. Concurrently, he continued to scout for locations near universities, ready to purchase any that met his criteria, as the internet cafe plan remained a priority for the year-end. Sister, do you think I could drive for your boss? Zhang Lin pondered, feeling uncertain. His current salary was indeed low, barely exceeding 1,000 after deductions, but leaving that job without securing another would risk him becoming unemployed. He felt conflicted, as the current position was somewhat stable, but the low pay and the stigma of being a school security guard made it difficult to find a girlfriend. That depends on yourself. However, if you choose to pursue this, I hope you will take the time to learn how to be a good driver. For instance, you need to be discreet, speak little, and know your limits. Gossiping is not an option. If you can't manage these, I would advise you to stay put and pass the time at school, Zhang Yinxiao advised her brother. Indeed, driving for the boss means you will be privy to many of his secrets. Failing to meet his expectations would spell the end of the line for you. Zhang Wanwan nodded in agreement. Isn't your cousin's husband a driver for a government official? Perhaps we could invite them over for dinner. And Zhang Lin could seek his guidance? Their mother suggested, recalling a relative. Let us plan for this weekend then. My cousin's husband is usually free then. Yinxia, has your boss mentioned when he intends to buy the car? Zhang Wanhua inquired thoughtfully. It is estimated that it will be quite recent. But Xiao Lin can certainly finish his work this month, receive his salary, and then resign. During this period, he can also take the time to contemplate thoroughly. Ultimately, the decision is yours to make. Do not emerge later on and regret that school was better, for then we cannot be blamed, Zhang Yinxiao mused. Sister, tell me the truth. How much would I earn driving for your boss? Zhang Lin inquired. If I could make around 3,000 yuan, then I would take the job. After pondering, he asked. Our boss is quite generous to his own people. Last month, he paid me 5,000. I estimate he would offer you around 3,005. At the very least, Zhang Yinxiao replied. However, I cannot guarantee the specifics. Nevertheless, if you earn his trust, he will likely take you along on business trips, entrusting you with certain tasks. If you handle those well, he will not treat you poorly, for drivers and secretaries are his most trusted allies, she continued. Then I shall accept the offer. I will complete my schoolwork this month and submit my resignation by the end of the month. Dad, please invite my uncle over for dinner this weekend. I will take care of the groceries, Zhang Lin stated thoughtfully. The matter of their son changing jobs was significant for the Zhang family. Thus Zhang Wanhua and his wife regarded it with utmost seriousness, beginning to discuss which dishes to prepare to entertain their cousin-in-law. After all, they aimed to seek his counsel. In the following days, amidst his classes, Yi Yunfeng enlisted the help of Xie Wanlan to traverse the furniture and appliance markets in Jiangzhou, procuring various furnishings and household necessities for the newly renovated home. Comparatively, Xie Wanlan, being a local, was well acquainted with the city, and her work schedule was relatively flexible. She was not overly burdened as long as it was not a trading day. On May 12th, gazing at the array of furniture and appliances in his home, along with bedding supplies, Yi Yunfeng exhaled in relief. After more than half a year of rebirth, he had finally set up his new abode in Jiangzhou. However, he did not plan to move in immediately, as the newly renovated house and the new furnishings emitted a strong odor, including formaldehyde. Thus he intended to let it ventilate for a while, at least until the summer passed. Suddenly, The sound of rain pattered outside. This weather phenomenon had become frequent, with sudden downpours occurring intermittently and lasting for extended periods, causing the water levels in the rivers across Jiangzhou to rise. Chapter 63. Contemplating the establishment of a security company. Indeed, through Yi Yunfeng's observations, he noted that since April, torrential rains had been a common occurrence across the nation of Daxia, leading to rising river levels. Yi Yunfeng understood that this marked the commencement of this year's unprecedented floods, a once-in-a-century event. Fortunately, the government had likely recognized the signs and was inspecting and repairing riverbanks across various regions. However, the predictions regarding the severity of the floods were still insufficient, and the inconsistency in flood prevention measures contributed to the catastrophic floods of 1998 that affected numerous cities along the rivers. Amidst the nationwide mobilization in Daxia, the vigorous flood relief efforts ultimately triumphed over the disaster, although the losses and sacrifices among the rescuers and military personnel amounted to tens of thousands. Currently, Yi Yunfeng aimed to stockpile various relief supplies through the Baiyun Foreign Trade Company in Xiangjiang, strategically positioning them in major cities along the river, ready to provide assistance to local governments at critical moments. I have successfully contacted 8 Southeast Asian countries, negotiating to purchase various supplies from them. Although we have pressed the prices down significantly, there are numerous companies willing to sell, and the competition is fierce, he communicated to his associates. Every 2 days, he would converse with Zhang Yi and Zheng Qi in Xiangjiang. Despite the high costs of these calls, the knowledge gained about the Baiyun company was worth every penny. Alright, Zheng Qi can be responsible for acquiring various supplies in Xiangjiang. You can return to the mainland and establish offices in some cities along the river, renting warehouses to ensure timely delivery of supplies, Yi Yunfeng instructed. Over the weekend, Zhang Yinxiao brought her brother Zhang Lin to meet Yi Yunfeng. Boss, my brother is willing to drive for the company. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Zhang Lin, he introduced himself, recalling his uncle's advice to listen more and speak less in front of the boss. Which unit did you serve in? For how many years? What was your military branch? Yi Yunfeng inquired, offering Zhang Lin a cigarette to spark conversation. I served in the Capital Armed Police Corps, Special Forces Division, for 6 years, Zhang Lin replied honestly. Brother Lin, did many of your comrades retire? Do you still keep in touch? Yi Yunfeng asked, struck by a sudden thought. Most of my batch of hundreds have retired, and many from earlier cohorts have also left. However, I only keep in touch with those from our province. I have lost contact with most from other provinces. Zhang Lin explained. If I were to establish a security company, could you reach out to your former comrades and see if any would be interested? Yi Yunfeng inquired. This idea was indeed spontaneous. Creating a security company felt somewhat premature, and many business avenues were not yet within reach. Nevertheless, with the Baiyun Foreign Trade Company in Xiangjiang potentially requiring personnel for protection and the need to safeguard offices and rented warehouses in major cities along the river, this notion emerged upon meeting Zhang Lin. Is what you say true? Many of my comrades who returned home after retiring are unemployed, mostly resorting to labor work. Particularly our old squad leader, who was a champion in military competitions. His family is from a rural area below Jiangzhou, and I heard he has not found a job after retiring. His child fell ill, and last month he called me. I sent him all the 5,000 yuan I had saved over the past 2 years, Zhang Lin said, visibly agitated. Oh, if your old squad leader is interested in joining, would he be willing? Yi Yunfeng asked, intrigued upon hearing about the champion. I cannot say for certain, as I believe his daughter has a congenital illness requiring expensive treatment. When he retired, I heard the instructor offered him a position as a bodyguard for a wealthy boss in Yansheng, with an annual salary of 200,000, but the squad leader declined. Zhang Lin shook his head. How about this, Brother Lin? Accompany me to purchase a vehicle, and after we acquire it, we can visit your old squad leader to assess the situation. Yi Yunfeng decided promptly, sensing that the old squad leader might be a rare talent. Sounds good. Zhang Lin readily agreed. The two then headed to the Jiangzhou Auto City, which boasted a variety of car brands, including imports. Yi Yunfeng had a clear objective, directly selecting an off-road vehicle worth over 300,000. Once Zhang Lin tested it and found it satisfactory, Yi Yunfeng promptly completed the paperwork, paying in full, and took possession of the vehicle, letting Zhang Lin drive it away. The old squad leader, named Peng Song, resided in Qingyuan County, about 200 miles from Jiangzhou, which would take over 3 hours to reach. Zhang Lin was elated, not only for acquiring a new car, but also in anticipation of reuniting with his old squad leader. They set out at 2 in the afternoon and arrived in Qingyuan County by 4. The road to the old squad leader's home was still unpaved. Thus the pace was slower. By the time Zhang Lin, relying on his memory, drove into a mountain village, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Before them stood a modest earthen house, where a 5-year-old girl quietly sat at the entrance. Daddy, Mommy, a big vehicle has come, she called out in a soft voice. lacking in strength. As the two stepped out of the car, a booming voice inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "Old squad leader, it's me," Zhonglin exclaimed, turning around with tears of excitement in his eyes. He quickly stepped forward and grasped the hand of a middle-aged man. Yi Yunfeng approached slowly, observing the man closely. He appeared to be around 30, with a square face, thick brows, and deep-set eyes that exuded a sense of gallantry. Yet his brow was lined with the burdens of worry, clearly indicative of a long-standing preoccupation. "Zhonglin, what brings you here so suddenly? By the way, that large sum of money you sent last time, was that all your savings?" Peng Song asked, visibly moved, as he punched Zhonglin playfully in the chest, and then embraced him warmly. "Old squad leader, let me introduce you. This is my current boss, Mr. Yi." Zhonglin then introduced Yi Yunfeng. "Squad leader Peng, I am Yi Yunfeng. My friends call me Madman. However, I am not really a boss. I am currently a student at Jiangzhou University, while also engaging in a small business on the side." Yi Yunfeng shook Peng Song's hand, noting the strength and restraint in his grip. Despite Yi Yunfeng's modesty, Peng Song's gaze fell upon the unplated SUV nearby. Clearly a new vehicle worth at least several $100,000, prompting him to regard Yi Yunfeng with respect. "Then I'll take the liberty of calling Yunfengzi as a guest. Please come in." Peng Song, without inquiring about Yi Yunfeng's purpose, warmly invited them inside. Yi Yunfeng and Zhonglin retrieved their gifts from the car, 2 bottles of local white liquor, a bag of fruits, and a bag of pastries, all modestly priced. Yi Yunfeng surmised that someone of Peng Song's soldierly character would not easily accept extravagant gifts. Hence he chose items that were more thoughtful, yet unpretentious. The local white liquor was a staple among locals, and if he had brought high-end liquor, it would likely have been refused. The fruits and pastries would surely delight women and children, especially Peng Song's daughter, Peng Ran, who, at 5 years old and often ailing, would have a particular fondness for such treats. Upon entering the Peng household, it became apparent that aside from the essential furniture and appliances, there were no superfluous decorations. The family of 3 was cramped into 2 rooms, one of which served as a kitchen and storage area. Typically, rural homes have ample space, with even moderately affluent families possessing extra rooms for kitchens, pigsties, and storage. However, the absence of such facilities in the Peng household revealed the sacrifices made for the sake of treating their daughter, evoking a sense of discomfort in both Yi Yunfeng and Zhonglin. Nevertheless, it was evident that Peng's wife was a capable and diligent woman, keeping the household impeccably tidy and organized. Yi Yunfeng observed closely. She embodied the archetype of a hard-working farmer's wife, wholly devoted to her family and radiating maternal warmth despite her unassuming appearance. "Dear, you chat with our guests. I'll run over to my parents' place for a moment," she said, hastily heading to borrow some cured meat upon noticing the visitors and her husband's comrade. "Let us help out as well," she suggested. Upon learning of their son's comrade borrowing 5,000 yuan for their granddaughter's treatment, her in-laws quickly brought over a hen and some cured meat along with a few vegetables. "Fengzi, are you from Jiangzhou?" Peng Song inquired as the 3 sat beneath a large tree, engaging in casual conversation. "No, I study at the College of Arts at Jiangzhou University. My home is in Belan Town, Zhochuan County, under Tianhe City. I've simply been fortunate. After entering university, I discovered some business opportunities and earned a bit of money with my classmates," Yi Yunfeng replied candidly, recounting briefly how he earned his first pot of gold after entering university. The 2 men listened, astonished, even Zhonglin hearing Yi Yunfeng's story for the first time, filled with admiration. "Boss, are you saying that in just a few months since entering university, you earned $1 million? Zhonglin asked in disbelief. "Indeed. Later, to assist classmates who also needed to work their way through school, I founded the Self-Reliance Society of Jiangzhou University Alliance, which now boasts over 2,000 members across a dozen or so universities in Jiangzhou. Subsequently, I established a media company and an educational firm, primarily to support these students in their endeavors, so those companies are not particularly profitable. However, I invested the initial earnings into the international investment market, which yielded some returns, leading me to open an investment company located next to Behu Park. Recently, I visited Shangjiang and acquired a foreign trade company, currently engaging in the large-scale procurement of various flood relief materials from Southeast Asian countries." Yi Yunfeng continued. "However, the environment in Shangjiang is quite complex. It requires trustworthy individuals to manage operations and provide security. Furthermore, the flood relief supplies acquired through the foreign trade company will be transported to key cities along the river in the mainland to assist the country at critical moments, necessitating reliable personnel in those regions." Although he did not explicitly state it, Peng Song understood Yi Yunfeng's intention. He was likely seeking his assistance for a venture. Had it not been for his daughter's illness, he would have been eager to accept. "Brother Fengzi, our daughter, Ran, suffers from congenital pneumonia. She is susceptible to colds, fevers, and coughs with the slightest neglect, and each episode is perilously dangerous. Frankly, I cannot leave her side, Peng Song lamented. Old squad leader. Have you taken Ran to the major hospitals in Jiangzhou for an examination? Is there a way to completely cure her? If Jiangzhou cannot, what about the capital or Xiangjiang? Yi Yunfeng asked. We have been to the Provincial People's Hospital in Jiangzhou, and they said surgery is possible, but the cost is at least 300,000. How could a family like ours possibly gather such a sum? So, we are left to endure. The doctor suggested that perhaps as Ran grows stronger, her symptoms may diminish. And we can only hope for that, Peng Song replied with a bitter smile. Even though he was a soldier of great honor, even a hero could be stymied by a lack of funds. Furthermore, Peng Song held his pride and integrity dear, refusing to burden his superiors or comrades, silently enduring the torment of his circumstances. Old squad leader, we cannot afford to delay in treating your child. Here is my proposal. I will take full responsibility for Ran's treatment, regardless of the cost, whether in Jiangzhou, the capital, or even Xiangjiang, I will cover it. However, I do have a condition. Once Ran's health is restored, you will come work with me to establish a security company that exclusively hires veterans, ensuring no illicit activities are undertaken. What do you think? Yi Yunfeng exhaled, relieved that the matter of finances was resolvable. Old squad leader, this is wonderful news. Ran is still so young. No one can bear to see her suffer during her illness. Once she is well, she can attend school and enjoy a joyful childhood like any other child, Peng Song replied, his heart lifted. At merely 30 years of age, you still have a wealth of time ahead of you. Why should you worry about the opportunity to repay this debt? We could gather our fellow veterans and embark on new ventures together. How splendid that would be. Zhang Lin interjected excitedly from the side. Old squad leader, there is no need for you to rush your response. You may discuss it with your wife, or take some time to contemplate. If you both agree, prepare to join us in Jiangzhou tomorrow, and I will promptly arrange for the finest hospital and the most skilled doctors to perform the surgery for Ran. Ran, now 5 years old, will require over a year of gradual recovery post-surgery, and by the time she reaches 7, she should be able to attend primary school alongside her peers, Yi Yunfeng remarked with a smile, yet he added fuel to the fire, striking at Peng Song's heart. Chapter 65. He is willing to exchange his life. Peng Song nodded but then inquired, Fengzi, you mentioned acquiring a significant amount of flood relief supplies to be distributed to major cities along the river. Does this imply that a great flood is imminent this year? For the residents of riverside cities, flooding during July and August has become a common occurrence, albeit the severity varies each year. The term Great Flood refers to those instances of more grave calamity, yet this year's situation is anticipated to be an unprecedented deluge. Though Yi Yunfeng felt unable to express this directly, this month has seen an increasing number of rainy days, with rainfall intensifying, arriving nearly a month earlier than in previous years, leading me to surmise that a significant flood is indeed forthcoming. Furthermore, Southeast Asian nations are grappling with an economic crisis, putting various industries at the brink of bankruptcy. Thus, I have instructed the Foreign Trade Company to procure substantial amounts of flood relief materials in these countries. Even if we sell them to regional governments below market value, we can still yield some profit while assisting those in need. Yi Yunfeng nodded in agreement. Both Peng Song and Zhang Lin merely nodded in response. Recognizing that Yi Yunfeng's ability to predict this year's impending flood from the early rainfall and to prepare various supplies in advance would indeed yield substantial profits. Boss, no wonder you earned $1 million as soon as you entered university. Such commercial acumen is truly remarkable, Zhang Lin exclaimed, solidifying his resolve to follow Yi Yunfeng's lead. Indeed, achieving profit while simultaneously aiding the government and the populace marks the true conscience of our merchants in Great Xia, Peng Song concurred. During dinner, the Peng family welcomed Yi Yunfeng with great warmth. Grandpa Peng and his son continually toasted him, as Peng Song had already informed them of Yi Yunfeng's intentions to assist Ran's treatment, thus viewing him as a benefactor. That evening, Peng Song and his wife decided to accompany Yi Yunfeng to Jiangzhou the following day to seek treatment for Ran, aiming to completely heal her ailment. Due to space constraints at the Peng residence, Yi Yunfeng and Zhang Lin opted to stay at Grandpa Peng's house, which, although it had 3 rooms, was more spacious than the quarters of Peng Song's family. On the morning of May 18th, a rugged vehicle carried the Peng family directly to Jiangzhou, though Yi Yunfeng surmised that they would likely not return for quite some time. As they passed through the county seat, Yi Yunfeng stepped out to make a few phone calls, one to Zhu Wanbin, requesting assistance in reserving a single patient room at the Provincial People's Hospital, and another to Zhang Yanxia, asking her to rent a ready-to-move-in apartment near the hospital, ensuring that the conditions were suitable, as rental costs were not an issue for the Peng family's future accommodation. Upon their arrival in Jiangzhou over 2 hours later, Zhang Yinxia was already waiting for them at the entrance of the neighborhood adjacent to the Provincial People's Hospital, having secured the keys to the rental. Brother Peng, sister-in-law. This is my sister, Zhang Yinxia, Zhang Lin said as he disembarked, helping to carry luggage while making introductions. Squad leader Peng, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. During our time in the army, I owe you my gratitude for looking after my brother. Otherwise, how could that rascal have excelled? Zhang Yinxia greeted Peng Song and his wife, playfully teasing about her brother. Brother Peng, sister-in-law, I arranged for Sister Xia to rent a place here for you. You can rest this afternoon, and tomorrow we will head to the hospital, where I have already scheduled an expert consultation. Yunfeng informed the Peng couple with a smile. Afterward, he had other matters to attend to and departed, leaving Zhang Lin and his sister to assist in acquiring some daily necessities. Although Zhang Yinxia had already prepared the essential supplies. Squad leader Peng, you said that you need not worry about any expenses at the hospital. Here is 10,000 yuan for your immediate needs. We can discuss the rest once Ranran's health is restored, Zhang Yinxia conveyed, handing over an envelope. Brother Feng is truly a remarkable person. Our Ranran encountering him is indeed a stroke of immense fortune, Peng's wife said. Her voice choked with emotion as she embraced her daughter. Ranran, remember that Uncle Yi Yunfeng is your savior. You must study diligently and grow up to become a valuable person to repay Uncle Yi. Peng Song remained silent, merely nodding. Yet he resolved that having promised Yi Yunfeng to come to the provincial city for his daughter's treatment, he had also committed to working alongside him. He understood that the only way he could repay Yi Yunfeng was with his own life. That evening, Yi Yunfeng hosted the Peng family for dinner, inviting along a deputy director and an expert from the Provincial People's Hospital, whom Peng Song recognized as the one who had previously examined Ranran. Brother, I warned you last year that the child is still young. The sooner the treatment, the better the recovery. Now you finally see the light. Rest assured, we will consult with experts from the capital and Haidu. The surgery has a 90% success rate, the expert assured, taking Peng Song's hand to alleviate his concerns. As everyone learned about Peng Song's prior commendation, they expressed their admiration, with the deputy director deciding on the spot to arrange for the best nursing staff to provide round-the-clock care for the child. The next day, the Peng family checked into the special care ward at the Provincial People's Hospital, where dedicated nursing staff provided meals thrice daily, allowing the couple to alternate returning home to rest, leaving one to stay with their daughter. Following various examinations and consultations, the surgery was scheduled for a week later, with 2 experts flying in from the capital and Haidu, making for a total of 3 of the nation's leading specialists to collaborate on the procedure, ensuring the utmost chance of success for the child. Lindsay, here is the list of comrades I could contact within the province. I've been busy at the hospital these past days, but could you take some time to reach out to them and see if they would be interested in joining me in Jiangzhou? However, Peng Song did not wait for his daughter's surgery to take action. That very afternoon, he handed a list to Zhang Lin, instructing him to initiate contact with these fellow veterans. Though the list contained only about 20 names, Peng Song was confident that at least a good number would be willing to join him, especially considering that finding work post-service has proven challenging for many. These comrades and brothers he wished to bring along were individuals he could trust implicitly. He resolved that, regardless of what Yi Yunfeng might ask of him, as long as it did not harm the nation or its people, he would willingly sacrifice his own life if it meant ensuring his daughter's recovery. Chapter 66. No longer burdened by the heart. Fengzi, I am returning to Yunzhou. In the evening, Yi Yunfeng received a page from Zhang Yi, which included a mobile number. When he returned the call using a landline, Zhang Ye's voice resonated through the receiver. Have the supply channels in Xianjiang been fully established? How much merchandise can we procure? When will it arrive in Kunqing? Yi Yunfeng inquired in rapid succession. Zhang Yi reassured him that the supply channels were indeed fully operational. And with Chi-Chi monitoring the goods in Xianjiang, the procurement was assured to proceed smoothly. Currently, they had negotiated with manufacturers across Southeast Asia, agreeing to pay 30% of the goods value up front, with the remaining payment scheduled as per Yi Yunfeng's instructions to be settled by the year's end. Thus, they anticipated receiving merchandise valued at $30 million over the next month, while only needing to expend $8 million, with initial payments totaling less than $3 million. I will traverse along the river in Yunzhou, renting warehouses in crucial cities such as Wuqing, Yicheng, and Liuzhou, with Kunqing being the final destination. Zhang Yi, aware of Yi Yunfeng's concerns, gradually provided updates on their operations. Yunzhou, being a significant city downstream of the Yangtze River, also served as a pivotal transit point for goods entering the mainland from Xianjiang, necessitating the establishment of a large warehouse there. Considering Yunzhou's strategic location, if a suitable property is available, we should purchase a large storage facility, as it will be beneficial for future endeavors. This applies to provincial capitals like Wuqing and Kunqing as well, if we find appropriate locations. We should not merely lease a warehouse, but proactively prepare to establish our storage facilities. Alternatively, if Baiyun Foreign Trade lacks sufficient funds, I can initially provide capital to acquire and set up a logistics company, which Baiyun Foreign Trade may then rent from us, Yunfeng contemplated. He recognized that with the rapid advancement of the internet in the coming years, logistics companies would become a burgeoning sector, making this an opportune moment for early investment. However, since most of Yunfeng's funds remained in international investment markets, he was not inclined towards large-scale initiatives at present, yet. He acknowledged the necessity of laying the groundwork for future endeavors. Moreover, establishing a logistics company would require extensive networking, prompting him to think deeply about how to effectively launch such an enterprise, though he felt no urgency with time on his side. After a while, their conversation continued, with Yunfeng expressing concern for Zhang Ye's well-being, knowing that her solitary existence in Xiangjiang was likely uncomfortable. Fortunately, she had Zheng Qi accompanying her, providing companionship amidst their busy work schedules, which diverted their attention from romantic entanglements. When you arrive in Kunqing, I will come to see you, Yunfeng concluded, reflecting on the joy amidst the toil of recent times in Xiangjiang. Now back in Jiangzhou, Yunfeng found himself alone once more, occasionally pondering the presence of the two women, wishing one were by his side. Nevertheless, the renewed vigor of life had not led him to succumb to carnal desires. Rather, he remained steadfast in knowing what he wanted and what he ought to pursue, believing that as long as he managed the present well, the future would unfold favorably. On May 26th, Peng Ran successfully underwent surgery, a procedure conducted by a team of 3 esteemed specialists who worked tirelessly for 18 hours, rotating amongst themselves to avoid the need for multiple operations. The following evening, after 26 hours of unconsciousness, Peng Ran awoke, gradually regaining her health under the care of professional nursing staff. How are you feeling, Ran? Peng Song and his wife had been vigilantly by their daughter's bedside, only exhaling a sigh of relief once she awakened. It hurts, but the tightness in my chest has eased, and I feel stronger when I speak. Little Ran initially frowned, but soon expressed joy. Ran, rest well. Your surgery was a success. The doctor said you'll be a completely healthy child once you recover. Peng Song reassured her, wiping away tears. Ran, sleep well. Your father and mother will be right here with you. Whatever you want to eat, your mother will make it for you tomorrow. Peng's wife wept joyfully. When I get better, I want to go to kindergarten, Ran declared, having yet to attend due to her illness, enviously listening to her village friends talk about it. All right, I promise you, once the doctor says you're fully recovered, you can go to kindergarten. Peng Song nodded in agreement. After their daughter fell asleep, the couple stepped outside to converse. Peng Song took a moment to smoke a cigarette before saying to his wife, once Ran's health improves a bit, I will need you to take care of her while I assist Brother Feng. Don't worry, I'll take good care of our daughter, she replied without hesitation. Brother Feng has helped us tremendously. He is truly our family's savior, so you must support him well, she added, a simple woman from the countryside, unwavering in her promise. The next day, Yunfeng and Zhang Yinxia visited Ran, bringing her several picture books and small toys to keep her entertained, knowing children would delight in such gifts. Brother Feng, Ran's full recovery will undoubtedly take some time, but once she is discharged and back home, I can come out to assist you. Peng Song conversed with Yunfeng in the smoking area outside the restroom. That is fine, but first we need to use your ID to apply for the security company. Zhang Lin mentioned the comrades you asked him to contact will arrive by the end of the month. Yunfeng planned for Peng Song to be the legal representative of the security company, while he himself would be the investor, holding 80% of the shares and granting Peng Song 5%. The remaining 15% would be allocated for the company's development and as rewards for exemplary personnel within the security firm, along with establishing a substantial insurance fund. Given the inherent dangers associated with the employees' work, Yunfeng intended not only to offer them a competitive salary, but also to provide high-level insurance and allowances. All right. Peng Song readily agreed, already placing great trust in Yunfeng. After obtaining various documents from Peng Song, Yunfeng instructed Zhang Yinxia to handle the procedures for establishing a Yundun security company, though it would take several days to finalize. Other than the final review requiring Peng Song's signature, he need not be present for the rest of the process, as he needed to remain by Ran's side, watching her gradual recovery. In the following days, Peng Song had Zhang Lin reach out to the dozens of comrades he had contacted, and soon more than 10 arrived in Jiangzhou. Some had been working at home, while others were in the vicinity of Jiangzhou, all rushing to respond to the call. Old squad leader, sister-in-law, Ran, you can sit up and read now. Upon hearing from Zhang Lin that Ran's surgery had been immensely successful and that she would fully recover, they were overjoyed. Indeed, with the old squad leader leading the way for us, everyone is excited, they echoed. Yes, we'll follow the old squad leader and do whatever he says. I heard he is starting a security company, so we can return to our old profession. Chapter 67. This mission is also a test. After the arrival of his comrades, they all visited Ran Ran in the hospital. Days passed, and her health continued to improve. Although she could not yet be discharged, she was able to move about her hospital bed. Brothers, I am thrilled that you all wish to join me in this venture. However, I must clarify some matters in advance to prevent any misunderstandings later on. He addressed them. The cost of Ran Ran's treatment alone amounted to 300,000. And with additional expenses, it will total at least 500,000. This money was lent to me by brother Yunfeng, and he is the one establishing the security company, appointing me to lead the initiative while we manage the specifics ourselves. Brother Yi has invested 5 million in our security company, acquiring 80% of the shares, while I hold 5%, with the remaining percentage allocated for the company's development. Brother Yi remarked that our security work entails a certain degree of peril, warranting a basic salary that exceeds that of other professions by 1/3. Additionally, there will be allowances for field work, and every individual shall be provided with insurance coverage amounting to 1 million. The company will also establish a compensation fund. Any employee who sacrifices or sustains injuries while serving the company will receive substantial compensation. For me personally, assisting Brother Yi in establishing this security company is not merely an act of gratitude, but also a means of repaying a debt. However, dear brothers, your circumstances differ. If you are willing to accept these terms, then join me. If you perceive the risks and choose not to proceed, I will not compel you, and we shall remain brothers regardless. Nevertheless, for those who choose to stay, I assure you that I will not treat anyone unfairly, and I will ensure that we all lead prosperous lives in the future. You all know my temperament. If you agree to follow me now but wish to depart later, simply express your intentions. However, if anyone betrays us during our work or fails to fulfill their duties, resulting in losses for the company, do not blame me for being uncompromising. Peng Song has managed these individuals for many years and knows how to instill obedience in them. Certainly, operating a company is not identical to military life, but since we are all brothers bound by loyalty, this approach remains effective. As for me, I am still single, and I am counting on working alongside you to secure a wife and a good life. Rest assured, whatever direction you point, we shall follow. There will be no hesitation. Indeed, working under the leadership of our squad leader, even if it merely involves food and accommodation, should anyone dare to betray us, we will deal with them without needing the squad leader's intervention. To be honest, if we were to work outside, the wages are meager, and due to a lack of skills, we often face disdain. Yet, this boss sure is offering us such generous salaries and insurance. We ought to be grateful. Yes, this boss Yi saved Xiao Ran Ran. He is not only a benefactor to the squad leader's family, but to us all. Squad leader, just tell us how to proceed. We are all your soldiers, and we will unwaveringly obey your commands. Subsequently, Peng Song appointed Wang Jingjun, a comrade around 30 years of age who has previously served as a squad leader, to lead everyone in settling down. Jingjun, Brother Yi has acquired a small factory. Some rooms can be converted into dormitories, and the original factory space can be transformed into a training ground. In a few days, Brother Yi will assign us a task, and after its completion, we will procure various training equipment and commence genuine training, Peng Song outlined. Following this, Zhang Lin guided everyone to the small factory, which happened to be the very site where Zhang Yi had operated a sock factory. Recently, it had been listed for rent or sale, and upon seeing the announcement, Yi Yunfeng purchased the entire expanse of over 10 acres for 180,000. Now, Yi Yunfeng has registered this small factory under the capital of Yundun Security Company, marking it as part of his investment, conveniently providing the company with a temporary venue. However, a fully functioning security company requires an abundance of equipment, and he is merely setting up the framework for now, planning to invest further when funds permit. Goodness, such a large factory, and they call it small? Indeed, it could accommodate a battalion, couldn't it? Although our security company currently has few personnel, it is destined for growth. And this space is ample for housing hundreds of individuals. Let us first arrange our living quarters, then gradually tidy up the other factory spaces. Since this will be our workplace, we ought to put in our best efforts. Upon arriving at the sock factory, the crew was pleasantly surprised to find the conditions far better than they had anticipated, igniting their enthusiasm. Under Wang Zhengjun's leadership, a motivated group set to work clearing out existing offices and duty rooms, locating over 10 military beds for immediate use as dormitories. However, this is only a temporary solution. The security company will ultimately ensure proper accommodations, with at least each person having a single bed. On June 3rd, the formalities for the security company were completed, and Yi Yunfeng, along with Peng Song and others, obtained various licenses, after which they officially opened for business. This is the first contract I secured for the company, deploying 10 security personnel for Xiangjiang Baiyun Foreign Trade Company to guard warehouses in Yunzhou, Wuqing, Liuzhou, Yicheng, and Kuanqing. Of course, I will not conceal from you all that this Baiyun Foreign Trade Company is also one of my investments. Its director will arrive in Kuanqing tomorrow, and I plan to meet her. Although this deployment to other cities is temporary, salaries can be paid a month in advance, while allowances for field work will be dispersed upon returning to the company. If 2 personnel find the workload overwhelming, the company will send additional support. Consider it. Those willing to undertake field work should report to Captain Wang and prepare for my instructions to depart. After meeting with everyone, Yunfeng addressed this first contract. According to our security company's regulations, during the execution of tasks, all orders must be followed. Do not inquire about any extraneous information, and do not disclose anything related to the mission, including your whereabouts. I hope everyone will remember this. It will be the foundation for our company's future development. Peng Song also attended this meeting, imparting a serious tone to his address. I volunteer. I wish to participate in the field work. Count me in. Consider it a trip to another location. Soon, 10 individuals signed up for this mission, prompting Yunfeng to have Wang Xingjun form groups, optimizing individual capabilities and ensuring that impulsive personalities are not paired together. This assignment also serves as a test for everyone, as they may encounter challenging situations. Yunfeng concluded. While completing the mission, please prioritize your safety. If the situation becomes untenable, ensure your own preservation. Chapter 68, Mutual Back-Rubbing. On the afternoon of June 4th, after his class, Yunfeng set off for Kuanqing at 5 o'clock. The journey from Jiangzhou to Kuanqing takes approximately 3 hours, so by the time he arrived, darkness had already descended. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had provided the details of a hotel for Yunfeng, allowing him to head directly to Hongya Hotel and check into a room. However, after securing his room, Yunfeng did not go there, but instead proceeded to the room Zhang Yi had left for him. Upon knocking, Zhang Yi pulled Yunfeng inside. Without allowing Yunfeng to catch his breath, Zhang Yi eagerly undressed him, and the two ignited a passionate encounter. Thankfully, despite having driven for 3 hours, Yunfeng, invigorated by Zhang Yi's enthusiasm, rose to the occasion and emerged victorious in their fervent encounter. After several rounds, he remarked, "I haven tea." Even the two headed straight for the food street, slowly strolling from one end to the other. Yunfeng ate 7 or 8 different snacks before finally letting out a satisfied groan. "I'm full. Can you still eat?" "I'm full too," Zhang Yi said, patting her slightly bloated stomach. Afterwards, she suggested going to a midnight movie. Yunfeng agreed to her request, but he hadn't expected midnight movies in Kuan City to be so popular, and the majority of the audience were young men and women. Moreover, the midnight movie was a somewhat ambiguous romance film. As they watched, the young couples around them began embracing, some kissing, some burying their heads, and others merging together in the darkness. Even though Yunfeng had just had a passionate encounter with Zhang Yi not long ago, in such an atmosphere, he couldn't possibly lose to the other young men. So, he also pulled Zhang Yi into his arms, whispering sweet nothings while his hands wandered. By the time the movie ended, Zhang Yi's body had trembled several times. She was as soft as putty, almost unable to walk. Yunfeng took her back to the hotel. The first thing she did was rush into the bathroom to shower, as she had become thoroughly soaked again during the movie. "Let's shower together. We can scrub each other's backs." With a thick-skinned, shameless grin, Yunfeng also pushed open the bathroom door. Then the two of them dawdled for over an hour in the shower before finally returning to bed, eventually falling asleep in each other's arms, utterly exhausted. Over the next 2 days of the weekend, Yunfeng took Zhang Yi to enjoy playing to her heart's content at various major scenic spots around Kuan City. He didn't mention work, because after Sunday, he had to return to Jiangzhou. However, Zhang Yi didn't plan to go home this time. She needed to quickly establish warehouses in these 5 riverside cities. Then, via a transit station in Yunzhou, she would transfer the large quantities of flood control materials purchased from Southeast Asian countries to these 5 cities. This work had to be completed within June, because once June arrived, rainy weather in the middle and upper reaches of the Yangtze River would become more frequent and rainfall would increase. Around late June, the first wave of floods was expected to hit, but this first wave would only reach the peak levels of previous years, leading everyone to mistakenly believe this year's flood peak would be similar. However, the real, true major flood disaster would arrive in July and August, and its duration would be long. But during these few months, Yunfeng had a lot to do. After returning over the weekend, he would start trading the Japanese yen. After that, according to schedule, Yunfeng would also participate in shorting the ruble and saving the Hong Kong dollar, taking another big bite out of the Western capital giants. How much he could eat and how large his future commercial empire could become depended on this operation. "The people I arranged will arrive tomorrow, 10 in total, all demobilized, ex-military. You can leave 2 in each city. If more manpower is needed later, I'll send more people to help." On the last day of the weekend, around 3 p.m. After getting dressed, Yunfeng kissed Zhang Yi on the cheek and gave instructions about the upcoming work arrangements before driving back to Jiangzhou. Ran, how are you feeling today? Does the surgical wound still hurt? After returning, Yunfeng went to the hospital to visit Peng Ran and also to find Peng Song. Thank you, Uncle Yi. I don't think the wound hurts anymore. The doctor said I can go home in another 2 or 3 days. Peng Ran was already able to get out of bed and walk around. Holding the Barbie doll Yunfeng gave her, she said happily, Listen well to the doctors in the hospital and listen to your mom after going home. You'll recover faster that way. Yunfeng chatted with Peng Ran for a while, then walked outside the hospital room with Peng Song. Fengzi, the comrades I've gathered already number 38. The training ground and dormitory are basically ready. Besides assigning 10 people to go out of town to other places tomorrow, the others are currently undergoing recovery training. Peng Song first briefed Yunfeng on the company's situation, its status. Brother Peng, I won't be involved in the specific, concrete details of the company's operations because I don't understand them well either, and you all are the professionals, experts in this field. I'll just share some ideas. You can discuss whether they're feasible. The security company's future business might be divided into 2 major parts. The first is ordinary, regular security work, like helping banks transport cash, serving as bodyguards for wealthy individuals, and so on. The other aspect will require a group of elite security personnel. Each should possess relatively high-level skills. Approximately, probably 3 to 5 people could form a team, group to accomplish various high-difficulty tasks. This part of the business, we could even eventually expand, develop overseas. That means they might truly have to fight with people overseas in the future, so, therefore we must prepare in advance. Yunfeng said. Fengzi, I understand what you mean. In the future, we'll train security personnel separately as regular security personnel and special forces type security personnel, providing different levels and types of training. To prepare early as you said. Peng Song thought for just a moment, then summarized Yunfeng's requirements using terms he knew. Weren't those so-called special security personnel similar to special forces soldiers? Exactly, Brother Peng. Your way of putting it is more professional. Regular security personnel just need relatively good physical fitness and some combat skills to be competent, qualified. But special security personnel, our talents are hard to come by. So, on one hand, we need to actively recruit ex-military special forces soldiers, and on the other hand, discover good promising youngsters from sports schools to train. Cultivate. My idea is, for security personnel undergoing special projects department training, let them form teams freely, fully respecting the bonds between teammates, while also emphasizing the team's coordination ability. Yunfeng nodded, then discussed training special security personnel with Peng Song. Finally, the two discussed and decided that the future security company would be divided into ordinary projects department and special projects department, with separate training and management, and of course, different salary and treatment benefits. Chapter 69. The Best Family Setup. June 7th. Morning classes were from 8:30 to 10 o'clock. Yunfeng wasn't in a hurry. He calmly, with peace of mind, went to class. You're too irresponsible as a hands-off boss, someone who delegates everything. You don't bother with the society's matters at all. I was looking for you over the weekend to discuss things, but couldn't even find your shadow. As soon as Yunfeng sat down, Chu Wanqiu came over and sat beside him. She shot him a glance, resentfully saying, her tone exactly like that of a resentful wife. In the future, call me if there's something. I went to Kuan City over the weekend. A friend from Hong Kong brought me the latest model Motorola mobile phone. Yunfeng pulled out a black phone the size of a palm from the bag under the desk. It was thick and heavy, like a small brick. At this time, most people in mainland China were still using pagers. A very small number of wealthy individuals used brick phones. Early mobile phones. Only those with overseas connections could get their hands on new-style phones like Motorola. In comparison, the new-style phone was half the size of a brick phone and 2/3 lighter, just the right size for a palm, easier to hold and use. However, this new model phone hadn't yet circulated, become available widely in the mainland. Occasionally, a few were brought in, but they incurred high taxes. But Yunfeng's phone was registered under Zhang Ye's name in Hong Kong. She directly gave it to Yunfeng to use. And she paid the phone bill from Hong Kong. Oh my God, you actually have a mobile phone? Even our school's principal doesn't seem to have one, you local tyrant. Nouveau riche. Chu Wanqiu exclaimed in a low voice. In at most 2 years, you'll be able to afford one too. Right now, it's just that the mainland's mobile phone industry isn't developed, advanced yet. In a few years, everyone on the street will have one. Yunfeng looked at her with a "you've never seen the world" expression to poke fun at, tease her. How do you know? Chu Wanqiu asked. Unconvinced. Because I saw it in Hong Kong. Over there, everyone has a phone now. In a mere 2 years, it is anticipated that smartphones will gradually permeate our mainland, and their proliferation will only accelerate, remarked Yunfeng. However, he began to reminisce about this time, pondering what the revered national enterprise, Huaxing Group, which enjoyed widespread admiration and support in the future, might be engaged in at present. It seems that 1998 was indeed a pivotal year for Huaxing Group as it embarked on a vigorous expansion overseas. A thought struck Yi Yunfeng. With Huaxing's fruitful collaborations across the harbor, would there be a chance to forge a partnership with them later this year? Yet, Huaxing Group had not gone public, rendering it impossible to acquire its shares. To partake in the anticipated future dividends, he would need to devise alternative strategies. The Self-Reliance Society now boasts over 13,000 members, and its branches extend beyond all second-tier universities in Hujing Province. With additional branches established in over 20 universities across 3 other provinces, Chu Wanqiu softly reported the accomplishments of the Self-Reliance Society to Yi Yunfeng, who was astonished by the significant progress made in just over 2 months under her leadership alongside the executive team. Indeed, it appears you possess a natural aptitude for leadership. A political career may well await you, Yi Yunfeng remarked with a smile. Is that so? What do you intend to pursue in the future? A prominent businessman, perhaps? Inquired Chu Wanqiu. I aspire to be a conscientious and patriotic entrepreneur, dedicated to advancing our country's industries to rival those of more developed nations, fostering a robust technological landscape, and improving the living conditions of our people, all while ensuring ample financial success, Yi Yunfeng replied with a grin. Do you know? My mother once said that the ideal pairing for a family consists of either a politician and a businessman, a politician and a doctor, or a politician and a teacher. Chu Wanqiu quietly added, her cheeks flushing slightly. Oh, are you suggesting that you have numerous options while I am confined to a singular path? Have you not heard that many prominent figures across the harbor maintain multiple romantic entanglements, whether they be politicians, teachers, doctors, or stars? Yi Yunfeng leaned closer to her ear. Teasingly. At that moment, Chu Wanqiu felt a rush of warmth envelop her ear, accompanied by an intoxicating male presence that sent a shiver through her. Consequently, she instinctively disregarded Yi Yunfeng's words, only catching the mention of politics, which led her to believe he was playfully teasing her. Flushing even deeper as she hastily lowered her gaze. As the Self-Reliance Society's membership swells, the quality of its members will inevitably vary, necessitating enhanced management from the top down. The regulation regarding academic performance, particularly the prohibition against failing exams, must remain stringent. Furthermore, the headquarters will establish a supervisory department and create oversight teams within each branch, which will operate independently under the direct supervision of the headquarters oversight division, potentially led by Jiang Buliang. The headquarters must strengthen its ties with the student unions of various universities, leveraging their channels to secure more work-study opportunities. By next year, I will devise means to unify all Self-Reliance Society members, creating additional work-study positions to promote self-sufficiency. However, at this juncture, Yi Yunfeng swiftly redirected the conversation to matters concerning the Self-Reliance Society, leaving Chu Wanqiu feeling both a tinge of disappointment and a sense of relief as she began to document Yi Yunfeng's directives. I will convey your recommendations. Establishing the headquarters supervisory division is an excellent idea, as it will more effectively monitor the branches, preventing any from devolving into havens for unscrupulous ambition, Chu Wanqiu promptly affirmed. The two continued to discuss various issues, with Yi Yunfeng even seeking Chu Wanqiu's counsel on several academic matters, as he had missed some classes and found himself struggling with a few concepts. Consulting Chu Wanqiu, the academic prodigy, was sure to provide clarity. By the way, with finals approaching, please notify all members of the Self-Reliance Society to diligently prepare for their exams. Following the final assessments, we will reach out to universities to obtain the academic results of all members. Any member who fails will be counseled to withdraw, and we will no longer accept them into the society. Let them take responsibility for their choices, Yi Yunfeng advised. Is such a measure truly necessary? I understand that a few members who have secured work-study positions are diligently working, which may hinder their studies. If we deny them any opportunity, I fear they may suffer significant setbacks, Chu Wanqiu inquired after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, the paramount task for everyone now is to acquire knowledge. We assist some in balancing work-study with their studies to earn a bit of income to ease their living expenses and lighten their family's burdens. However, our original intention is not for anyone to forsake their education, as it is the foundation of their future. The income from work-study is insufficient to sustain anyone. If we prioritize only the meager earnings from work-study over academic pursuits, we risk losing sight of the larger picture. If any member fails to graduate, what will become of their future? Will their lives improve or worsen? Yi Yunfeng spoke gravely. I understand, Chu Wanqiu acknowledged solemnly. Chapter 70. Complete liquidation after classes. Yi Yunfeng tossed his books to a roommate for safekeeping, as they often assisted him in transporting them to the classroom, before swiftly exiting the school grounds. Brother Feng. At the corner, a short distance from the school, Zhang Lin awaited him. Although Zhang Lin was a few years older than Yi Yunfeng, he had taken to addressing him as Brother Feng since returning from Peng Song's home. Let's head to the commercial bank's trading center, Yi Yunfeng replied with a nod. Typically, the journey from school to the trading center would take around 30 minutes, but with Zhang Lin's assistance, they arrived in just 5 minutes. At this moment, it was only 10:20, with over an hour remaining before the morning trading session concluded, and Yi Yunfeng had already contacted Xia Wanlan the previous night, instructing her to prepare for action today. President Yi, the exchange rate of the yen has fallen to 149.325, 1. Everyone is speculating whether it will dip below the 150 mark today, Xia Wanlan remarked, smiling as she served hot tea and handed Yi Yunfeng the relevant reports. Let us disregard others' opinions and commence our operations. Gradually place all orders at 149.31. If we cannot complete them this morning, we will continue in the afternoon. Aiming to liquidate everything within today, Yi Yunfeng stated, shaking his head. He recalled that the yen was expected to bottom out tomorrow, approaching but ultimately failing to breach the 150 threshold before gradually recovering due to the Japanese government's market interventions. Understood, I will begin immediately, Xia Wanlan affirmed, following Yi Yunfeng's directives without hesitation. To avoid unsettling the market, she refrained from placing large orders, instead opting to split them into 1,000 orders at a time, alternating between the two accounts every 3 minutes. While this method was slower, it proved stable, as earlier orders were typically consumed by others before the subsequent ones were placed. Yi Yunfeng observed quietly, offering no guidance but secretly nodding in approval. Xia Wanlan had matured rapidly on her path to becoming a professional manager. Yi Yunfeng's personal account had opened short positions on the yen, totaling 100 million, which, when leveraged tenfold, amounted to 1 billion. Meanwhile, the Fengyan Fund Investment Company's account had invested 105 million, also leveraging 10 times to reach 1,500 million. As the colossal sum of 2 billion was completely executed, merely half an hour remained before the afternoon market closure. At this juncture, the exchange rate of the Japanese yen experienced a slight fluctuation, adjusting to 149.305, 1, showing a modest rebound. However, this was of no concern to Yi Yunfeng, who awaited the settlement report from Xia Wanlan while contemplating the next steps in his operational strategy. Nonetheless, the monumental investment of 2 billion yen into the international market did attract the attention of some astute observers, particularly the Western capitalists poised to capitalize on the situation. They noted the substantial order aimed at extracting profit from the yen, as a significant player began to withdraw from the market. Preliminary estimates suggested an outflow of approximately 20 billion, primarily executed through 2 accounts, with trading volumes nearing that same figure. Some Western capitalists took their first notice of Yi Yunfeng's substantial transaction. However, by this time, Yi Yunfeng had completely extricated himself, having harvested the profits he sought. He resolved to bide his time, waiting until the yen dipped below the critical 150 mark before finalizing his exit. Nevertheless, the Western financial titans remained largely indifferent to Yi Yunfeng's modest fortune, as their typical transactions spanned hundreds of billions, rendering his 2 billion a mere drop in the ocean. Commencing the following day, they planned to gradually withdraw according to the prevailing yen exchange rate, no longer waiting for a breach of the 150 threshold. Yet, some capital controllers acutely sensed the shifting tides and began to mobilize their teams in preparation for a sell-off. It was clear that those who lingered too long would suffer losses. Mr. Yi, in the recent short selling of the yen, your personal account's initial investment of 50 million yielded a remarkable profit rate of 16%. Resulting in a total gain of 80 million. The funds invested subsequently achieved a profit rate of 12%. Thus your personal account garnered an additional 60 million, while the Fengyan Fund accumulated 70 million. The Fengyan Fund's final investment of 45 million, having been delayed by a day or two, only realized a profit rate of 10%, yielding a profit of 4.5 million. In total, Mr. Yi, your personal account has profited 140 million, and your account now holds 250 million. Excluding the funds previously transferred to your bank account. Meanwhile, the Fengyan Fund's account now totals 232 million, of which approximately 150 million belongs to the company, as per the partnership agreement. Half an hour later, Xia Wanlan produced the settlement report. Despite having witnessed Yi Yunfeng's rapid profit accumulation previously, her voice trembled slightly today. Given the involvement of nearly 500 million in funds, you have worked hard during this period. However, we shall only need to toil for another 2 or 3 months before we can find respite. By the way, I have been lacking a managerial candidate for the Fengyan Fund. If you are willing to consider it after this period, I sincerely invite you to oversee the fund. Yi Yunfeng nodded, his demeanor betraying no sign of excitement. This left Xia Wanlan both impressed and perplexed. How could someone so young maintain such composure in the face of substantial funds? However, Yi Yunfeng's subsequent words rendered her momentarily speechless, even instilling a sense of astonishment as he influenced her thoughts involuntarily. Please transfer 10 million from my personal account to the bank account. I have several immediate expenses. Additionally, I shall take a 2-day break before proceeding with the next steps on Thursday. The investment report from the Fengyun Fund can be prepared at a leisurely pace and presented to me on Thursday. The reason behind Yi Yunfeng's transfer of 10 million to his bank account stemmed from various financial obligations, including preparations for 3 branches of a training school and the procurement of equipment for a security company. Furthermore, Zhang Yi had established storage bases in 5 key cities. Identifying suitable locations, Yi Yunfeng had suggested that she explore acquisition opportunities for these sites, necessitating a considerable sum of money. Additionally, Yi Yunfeng had dreamt of a lucrative opportunity requiring at least 5 million in funding, which could materialize within the upcoming days, promising returns exceeding 20-fold within about 6 months. In the eastern suburbs of Jiangzhou, a newly developed residential community had been initiated by a developer who had relocated from Hainan 3 years prior, having profited immensely during the real estate boom there. Eager to replicate that success, the developer sought to acquire land in various inland cities for new developments. However, the current economic climate in the mainland had yet to flourish, and consumer spending remained dismally low. Consequently, the developer had only laid the foundation for the Jiangzhou project, only to find the market response tepid, leading to a halt in the project. Chapter 71. A modicum of spare capital. This newly developed community sprawled over 70 acres, with the land having been purchased for nearly 5 million and initial investments amounting to approximately 2 million, ultimately resulting in the project becoming a stalled endeavor. Presently, the developer required substantial funds for other ventures and began offloading these unfinished developments. Despite listing the community for 8 million, it had garnered no interest. The developer aimed to recover both the land purchase and the initial investment, yet local enterprises, recognizing the land's potential, had offered counteroffers that fell short of the original purchase price. While it is true that Jiangzhou's land prices had not seen significant appreciation in recent years, particularly in suburban areas, the 70 acres still held a value of 5 to 6 million. However, the affluent residents of Jiangzhou deliberately suppressed the developer's pricing, as the developer was an outsider. Moreover, due to the community's relatively remote location, there was no pressing need for most wealthy individuals in Jiangzhou to acquire it. Yet, should it be possible to secure it for around 4 million, it would certainly not be a loss. On June 8th, the Bank of Japan announced a series of interest rate cuts and reductions in reserve requirements, concurrently entering into numerous economic cooperation agreements with Western nations, injecting substantial funds to stabilize the market. Following the announcement of these favorable policies, the exchange rate of the yen against the U.S. dollar promptly began to ascend. By the afternoon market closure at 3 o'clock, the yen's exchange rate had rebounded to 141, continuing to rise in the days that followed, leading to significant losses for Western capitalists who had not yet managed to withdraw. Nonetheless, these capitalists remained unperturbed, executing their exit strategy with composure, albeit without attaining their anticipated outcomes, as they prepared for dual operations. With Hong Kong having been reclaimed by the Daxia Empire less than a year ago, there remained an air of apprehension among certain individuals. A calculated operation could undoubtedly precipitate a total collapse, rendering it a hunting ground right for their exploitation. In stark contrast, the economy of the Ross nation had begun to recover since last year. They could lend their support, simultaneously operating on 2 fronts to elevate the Ross economy, thereby reaping substantial future benefits. For international capital, the pursuit of self-interest was paramount, with nary a thought given to other considerations, including politics, which served only to facilitate their ends. On the evening of June 9th, Zhu Wanbin invited Yi Yunfeng to a private banquet, claiming he wished to introduce him to a friend visiting from afar, involved in the real estate industry. Good fortune was at hand. Yi Yunfeng, fully aware of the underlying motives, gladly accepted the invitation. Indeed, among the attendees were several affluent individuals from Jiangzhou, as well as Li Xianqi, a deputy general manager from the company behind the abandoned community. Everyone, this is Mr. Li from Hainan Hengtai Real Estate Company. The community awaiting development in eastern Jiangzhou is under Mr. Li's purview. Zhu Wanbin introduced the guests to one another. Amidst the gathering, Yi Yunfeng stood out as the youngest and least influential in terms of industrial prowess. Thus, Li Xianqi's focus was not on him, but rather on the wealthier industrialists present. Esteemed executives, today, I have convened you not only for acquaintance, but also to solicit your assistance. As part of our strategic realignment, we intend to withdraw from the real estate sector in Jiangzhou, and therefore, we are looking to sell the residential complex in the eastern part of the city. Are there any interested parties? To put it plainly, We initially acquired the roughly 70 acres of land for over 4,800,000, and now this parcel should be valued at over 5 million. Given your respective capabilities, should you take over and develop this complex, it could yield substantial profits in the coming years. I trust that each of you possesses sufficient liquid assets for such an investment. As the evening progressed, and the atmosphere became increasingly convivial, Li Xianqi broached the subject without reservation, offering an enticing low price to his peers. However, he did not direct his gaze towards Yi Yunfeng, perceiving him as merely a young novice. Had it not been for Zhu Wanbin's endorsement of Yi Yunfeng's exceptional talents, he might not even have clinked glasses with him. Unperturbed, Yi Yunfeng leisurely savored the delectable delicacies of the banquet, featuring exquisite natural ingredients that were quite delightful. President Zhu, it seems Hung Tai is in a hurry. They must be in urgent need of funds, no? And is it true that Mr. Li sought your intervention? Could they possibly have a loan with a commercial bank nearing its expiration? Seizing a moment to excuse himself to the restroom, Yi Yunfeng casually inquired of Zhu Wanbin, who merely nodded in astonishment, taken aback by Yi Yunfeng's astute deductions concerning Hung Tai real estate situation. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize, but our company has no intentions of venturing into the real estate sector at this time, and I fear we must disappoint you. However, I hope we may explore collaboration in other areas in the future. Mr. Li, to be frank, the area of your complex is quite substantial. If the price is right, we could consider acquiring it for establishing a branch. However, given that you have already laid considerable groundwork, the complete clearance would require significant manpower and capital. Therefore, if you could lower the price a bit further, we would be more inclined to consider it. Mr. Li, I do trust in the capabilities of Hung Tai Real Estate. I was initially looking forward to purchasing several units once the complex was completed, but alas, it has now stalled. I find myself unable to assist at this juncture. Mr. Li, although our company appears somewhat sizable, it is simply infeasible for us to allocate 4 to 5 million in idle funds at this time. However, if we could negotiate closer to 300 million, we might be able to entertain the idea. Currently, the real estate market in Jiangzhou is indeed lackluster. Nevertheless, do not lose hope. Perhaps in a few years, the landscape will transform dramatically. As Yi Yunfeng had anticipated, the affluent individuals of Jiangzhou exhibited no intention of taking over Hung Tai Real Estate's project. They either outright declined or offered significantly lower bids, proving unwilling to present a high purchase price. Mr. Li, I do have some liquid assets. If Hung Tai can accept 4,800,000, I would be willing to acquire it. Once all others had declined and made their excuses to leave, Yi Yunfeng finally spoke with a smile. Mr. Yi, 3 years ago when we acquired this land, it was indeed 4,800,000. Not to mention the rise in land value since. We have also invested 1 to 2 million in surrounding infrastructure. Could we not negotiate a higher price? Li Xianqi's spirits lifted immediately at this prospect. Mr. Li, since Hung Tai's investment in this project has faltered, surely there must be some losses incurred? Recovering the cost of the land would allow you to rid yourselves of this burdensome asset, and I believe that would lighten the load for both you and your company. If you cannot decide at this moment, please take the time to consider it, or discuss with your colleagues, and should you find interest, feel free to reach out to me. Yi Yunfeng smiled and prepared to depart. Mr. Yi, I apologize for overlooking you today. However, your straightforwardness has solidified our friendship. There's no need to consult others. I will take the lead in this cooperation. Li Xianqi hastily pulled Yi Yunfeng back to his seat, pouring him a drink as a form of self-punishment, then shared another toast with him. Reflecting on his earlier neglect of Yi Yunfeng during the feast, he felt fortunate that the latter was still willing to collaborate. Although 4,800,000 was indeed the bottom line for Hung Tai, Li Xianqi nonetheless felt a sense of relief at the prospect of disposing of this stalled project. The following day, Yi Yunfeng and Li Xianqi visited the relevant authorities to finalize the transaction, with the land transfer tax amounting to 200,000, precisely exhausting the 5 million budget. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your generosity. Should you return to Jiangzhou, do let me know. I shall treat you to a drink, Yi Yunfeng said, transferring the funds to Hung Tai's account with a smile as he shook Li Xianqi's hand. Mr. Yi, should you wish to invest in Hainan, feel free to contact me, and I will extend a preferential rate, Li Xianqi replied with a grin. Is that so? Does Hung Tai have any villa developments in Sanya? I am indeed considering a purchase. Yi Yunfeng inquired. The project in Sanya is progressing, with seaside villas expected to launch in approximately 2 years. If you are interested at that time, I can inform you in advance, Li Xianqi replied thoughtfully. At present, the tourism industry in the Great Xia has yet to flourish, and both Hainan and Sanya remain underdeveloped in this regard. Consequently, Sanya is still somewhat remote, necessitating a few more years until an airport is established and the tourism sector booms, causing property prices to soar. However, before such an increase in prices, Yi Yunfeng, possessing idle funds, would not hesitate to acquire several villas, expecting to reap 2 to 3 times his investment within a few years. Declining Li Xianqi's invitation for dinner that evening, Yi Yunfeng spent the afternoon at the transaction center, where Xia Wanlan awaited his directives, prepared to execute several operations that day. After careful consideration over the past few days, Yi Yunfeng decided against immediate action regarding the ruble, as the policy upheaval in Russia occurred on August 17th, leaving a 2-month window until then. Should he initiate a short position on the ruble now? Any significant movements from international capital moguls during this period could destabilize the ruble in the global investment market, rendering his strategy precarious. Upon analyzing the recent international market trends, he observed that the US dollar itself was in turmoil, particularly over the next 2 months, during which it was likely to depreciate considerably. Thus, Yi Yunfeng ultimately resolved to refrain from focusing on the Hong Kong dollar and the ruble until August, opting instead to channel his funds into the international futures market for the US dollar. Employing a tenfold leverage, he allocated $200 million from his personal account and another $200 million from the Fengyun Fund account to short the US dollar. Ultimately, Yi Yunfeng issued the directive while retaining several tens of millions in his account for emergencies. Recognizing that he only had a general direction and that the dollar market was prone to unforeseen fluctuations, it took Xia Wanlan 2 full days to finalize the operations, acquiring futures with a transaction volume of 40 billion. Following this, Yi Yunfeng emphasized the necessity for her to monitor the fluctuations of the US dollar in the international market closely on a daily basis. Moreover, he himself made it a point to visit frequently, keeping a watchful eye on the market trends while simultaneously reviewing his textbooks in preparation for his final examinations. As the founder of the Self-Reliance Society and a principal architect of its regulations, failing to pass his finals would be a considerable embarrassment. Hence, Yi Yunfeng devoted every available moment to diligent study. On the afternoon of June 12th, Yi Yunfeng received a call from Zhang Yi. Yunfeng, I have returned to Shanjiang. I just passed the checkpoint. Chi came to pick me up. Thank you for your hard work, Yijia. How are the few people I sent over? Are they competent? Yi Yunfeng first offered some words of comfort before inquiring further. I feel they are quite remarkable, all rather upright, and capable of fulfilling the tasks we have assigned. Zhang Yi replied. Next, we need to transport various supplies from Xianjiang to 5 key cities in the mainland. I am not worried about Xianjiang, with Chi-Chi's team assisting. But Yunzhua is our largest transshipment station, and 2 people might be overwhelmed. If they cannot manage, I can arrange for more personnel to assist. The Yundun Security Company has been established and has over 20 individuals currently in training. By the way, if necessary, I can also send some security personnel to Xianjiang to ensure the safety of your company and its assets, Yi Yunfeng said, still somewhat concerned for Zhang Yi. After all, she was a woman, an immigrant from the mainland, managing such a large company, and now acquiring vast amounts of valuable supplies at low prices from Southeast Asia. Not for the time being. Our company is still small, and although this procurement is considerable, most of it will be shipped to the mainland promptly. So there should be no issues, Zhang Yi reflected. What's wrong with you man? Why aren't you worried about me? With me here, who would dare offend Yijia? At that moment, Zheng Chi snatched the phone, humming as she spoke, while also seeking to take credit. Chi, your Yijia's safety is equally important. So take good care of yourself. When I come over, I will bring you some delicious local specialties from the mainland as a token of gratitude, Yi Yunfeng reassured her. I miss you so much. Zheng Chi was a girl who could easily be appeased. With just one sentence from Yi Yunfeng, she complied obediently. It has been pouring heavily lately, and it is expected to worsen next month. Once we have procured all the supplies on our list, perhaps Yijia can bring you to the mainland to participate in the subsequent work, and we can finally meet. Moreover, after the end-of-term exams at the end of this month, I will likely spend some time in Xianjiang during the holidays in July and August. So do not worry about us not having time together, Yi Yunfeng said with a smile. We will wait for you. If you do not come, we will come to the mainland to see you, Zheng Chi replied obediently. Yunfeng, we have contacted all the manufacturers for the supplies on your list. Most of them are being procured at their cost price, and we have assigned dedicated personnel to conduct quality inspections. Currently, 1/3 of the supplies have already been transported to Xianjiang, and tomorrow we will begin the transfer to Yunzhua, then simultaneously distribute from Yunzhua to Wuqing, Yicheng, Liuzhou, and Kunqing. The rest of the supplies are mostly en route to Xianjiang, and as long as we pass the quality inspection there, they will be immediately dispatched to the 5 cities. We expect to have 90% of the supplies in place by the end of the month, Zhang Yi stated as she took the phone again. Good. Next, let's arrange to order a batch of instant noodles, 8 treasure porridge, and other ready-to-eat foods at low prices from either the Korean or Japanese markets. As long as their shelf life is before September of this year. The economic crisis in these countries is severe, so let us press down the prices as much as possible. The total amount of food should be around 10 million at normal market prices. Subsequently, Yi Yunfeng assigned Baiyun Foreign Trade Company to consolidate this batch of food to Liuzhou and Yicheng, as these two cities were the hardest hit by the flooding. Chapter 73. I now have 5 companies. No problem. You should have special arrangements for this batch of food, right? Zhang Yi agreed and then asked. Yes. I plan for Baiyun Foreign Trade Company to take the lead in donating it free of charge to the 2 cities most severely affected by the disaster, to help the victims through this tough time. Yi Yunfeng naturally did not conceal his intentions from Zhang Yi. I understand. You are aiming to establish a good image for Baiyun Foreign Trade in the mainland, facilitating its future entry into the mainland market. Zhang Yi immediately grasped Yi Yunfeng's thoughts. I have seen a prediction from an expert that this year's major flooding is expected to conclude by August. So we need to start preparing new imported goods in July and August, focusing more on foreign electronic products, and if possible, we can also import automobiles, pharmaceuticals, and so on. Yi Yunfeng roughly discussed the future trade direction of Baiyun Foreign Trade with Zhang Yi. But some matters were not convenient to discuss over the phone and would be better addressed in person later. Yi Yunfeng's establishment of Baiyun Foreign Trade in Xiangjiang was accompanied by other ambitions, envisioning the expansion of Baiyun Foreign Trade to Western countries in the future, importing various high-tech equipment, whether for immediate investment and profit or gradually entering the real economy. Yi Yunfeng's core idea was not merely to make money, but to strategically position himself in certain high-tech fields, accelerating the competitiveness of Daxia in the international forefront of technology. Currently, among the entrepreneurs in Daxia, few can see this vision. Only a handful, like Rin from Huaxing, have that insight, but even fewer possess the capability to execute such a strategy. In the evening, Yi Yunfeng went to Peng Song's home for dinner. This morning, Peng Ran had been discharged from the hospital and would only need to visit the hospital for regular checkups twice a week for his recovery, allowing him to rest and recuperate at home. Peng Song had specifically invited Zhang Lin to ask Yi Yunfeng to dinner that evening to express his gratitude, but Zhang Yinxia, along with several team leaders from Yundun Security Company, Wang Xinjun, Jin Yi, Feng Xinyong, and Shanghai, also attended the dinner. Due to the large number of comrades in the security company, it was impossible to invite everyone to dine at home. Peng Song had already informed them that he would treat them to a meal at a restaurant the following evening. Fengzi. The training progress at the security company is going smoothly. Everyone's physical condition has improved, and some lads are eagerly awaiting assignments. Yi Yunfeng handed a gift to Peng Ran and greeted everyone. Peng Song then handed him a cup of warm water while discussing the company's matters. Yunjua may be busier soon. The 2 individuals we initially arranged may not be sufficient, so let us send 2 more over. Next month, I plan to take a small team to Xiangjiang. The best trained team will have the opportunity to go, Yi Yunfeng announced in front of the team leaders. Instantly, the atmosphere among the team leaders shifted, each looking at one another with a competitive spark. Yi Yunfeng believed that the upcoming training period would ignite fierce competition among the teams. According to company policy, there would be special allowances for outdoor assignments. And Xiangjiang was a dream destination for everyone. Accompanying the boss to Xiangjiang would be a significant opportunity, and failing to seize it would be a tremendous loss. Well, I will intensify the training efforts going forward, develop comprehensive training plans, and conduct regular assessments and phase evaluations to select the most suitable team to accompany you to Xiangjiang. Peng Song quickly added, confident that the news would excite the team members, who would undoubtedly give their all in training. Only Zhang Lin was not anxious at all. Secretly grinning to himself, he felt certain that the boss would take him along, so he did not need to compete with the others. Tomorrow night, I'll treat our comrades from the security company to hot pot. Fengzi, will you come if you have time? As they left, Peng Song accompanied Yi Yunfeng downstairs and offered him a cigarette. I won't be able to make it. We have finals coming up soon, and I need to make the most of my study time. From now on, I want to be directly involved in the security company matters. It will all rely on you, Brother Peng, to lead them. Yi Yunfeng smiled, intentionally maintaining a certain distance from the employees. After all, familiarity could diminish their sense of reverence, complicating future interactions. Having decided to entrust the security company to Peng Song's management, Yi Yunfeng intended to retain control over financial matters while allowing Peng Song and the management team to exercise their own capabilities in other areas. As time passed, Yi Yunfeng anticipated an increasing number of tangible enterprises under his command. Thus, it was impractical for him to oversee every detail personally, akin to the legendary strategist Zhuge Liang. He understood that a true behind-the-scenes leader excels in recognizing and utilizing talent. By delegating responsibilities to the right individuals, he could effectively oversee these managers. Currently, it was promising to have Baiyun Foreign Trade entrusted to Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yinxiao was overwhelmed with the media and education companies, necessitating the swift recruitment of another individual to assume leadership of one of these enterprises. Yi Yunfeng planned to allocate the Fengyun Fund Investment Company to Xie Wanlan, leaving it to her to seize this opportunity while granting her ample time to contemplate her decision. In total, Yi Yunfeng had established 5 companies and intended to dedicate the upcoming period to diligently preparing for his final examinations, prioritizing his academic responsibilities as he was still a student. Following the conclusion of his exams, he would immerse himself in the international investment market for the following 2 months. After the investment activities paused at the end of August, he aimed to initiate the establishment of a logistics company and an internet company. The initial focus of the internet enterprise would be a chain of internet cafes. Yet Yi Yunfeng's motivation extended beyond mere profit. He aspired to cultivate a network of skilled professionals through these establishments. Over the coming years, the domestically trained computer talent, stifled by the underdeveloped internet, faced limited opportunities, often relegated to roles as network administrators. However, this cohort of specialized computer professionals, once organized effectively, would undoubtedly evolve into adept figures in the realm of internet technology, with their current positions merely transitional means of subsistence. Aware of this potential, Yi Yunfeng sought to harness this opportunity, aiding them in their livelihoods while simultaneously forming his own internet research team, providing them with meaningful tasks and income prospects. His strategy involved meticulously preparing a reservoir of talent and technical expertise, awaiting the emergence of the internet boom, at which point he would be poised to seize the moment and distinguish himself. Furthermore, he had recently begun engaging with undergraduate graduates from the computer science department of Jiangzhou University, particularly targeting exceptional students, in pursuit of establishing agreements for overseas study sponsorship. Chapter 74. Interested parties may contact me. A torrential downpour persisted throughout the day, leaving Yi Yunfeng feeling thoroughly drenched. In preparation for his final exams, he had been frequenting the university library each evening post-dinner, studying until after 10 o'clock before returning to his dormitory. However, this evening, as the library neared closing at 10:30, a violent rainstorm erupted, trapping him and a group of students inside. Fortunately, the supervising librarian did not expel them but instructed them to gather on the first floor to wait. Once the fierce storm subsided, they could venture back to their dorms with umbrellas. As their time at Jiang University drew to a close, none had anticipated the night would leave such an indelible impression. Witnessing the rain cascade outside like a river, a bespectacled male student chuckled, joining a group of familiar faces, all of whom appeared to be mature fourth-year students nearing graduation. Indeed, in just a few days, they would part ways from Jiang University, likely forfeiting the chance to convene in such a manner again. Xinyu, have you finalized your plans for studying abroad? Inquired a nearby female student, addressing the previous speaker. I've received an acceptance letter from Harvard University, but my family has yet to agree. The expenses for studying abroad are quite substantial, and our financial situation is modest. I fear my family would have to make significant sacrifices to afford tuition, Xinyu replied, shaking his head. John Curson, I heard you're heading to Cambridge for a master's in business administration. Congratulations. Another male student remarked to the female. Thank you. However, I'm still in a state of indecision. I may not finalize my choice until next month, she replied. Huang Shueisher, you're studying power engineering. I've heard job prospects in that field are not too favorable domestically. Are you not considering pursuing further studies abroad? Zhang Curson glanced at Xun Yu before shaking her head. Not particularly. In comparison, Xun Yu's major in computer engineering and chip design appears to have even fewer opportunities, as I've heard only a few electronics factories are hiring, Huang Shueisher advised. Xun Yu, I encourage you to pursue studying abroad by any means necessary, as foreign nations are far more advanced in computer and chip technology. Only then will you find ample opportunities. Huang Shueisher urged. You all have it better than I do. My major in computer network communication leaves me uncertain about my prospects abroad. If given the chance to study overseas, I would seize it without hesitation, another male student lamented. Yang Yujun, do not lose hope. While our country's computer networks may still be developing, I have heard that some companies in Hong Kong have begun to make inroads. Within the next 7 or 8 years, our nation's computer networks are sure to experience significant growth, given our vast population and the expanding market, Xinyu reassured Yang Yujun. Yi Yunfeng, listening to their conversation, began collecting information, and a thought emerged. His future enterprises would require a diverse array of talent, and beginning to cultivate them now would allow him to selectively choose the individuals he would need later. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Western nations have historically imposed technological embargoes on Daxia, particularly concerning cutting-edge technologies, aiming to reduce Daxia to a mere manufacturing base rather than allowing its technological prowess to flourish. Thus, if he could identify a group of outstanding individuals to train abroad now, he could later bring them back to the company as elite talents. With these reflections in mind, Yi Yunfeng listened for a while longer before approaching the group. Dear seniors, I just overheard your plans for studying abroad, and I envy you all. I have a relative who recently immigrated to Hong Kong, and she mentioned a few things about studying abroad. It seems she could help secure sponsorship. If you're interested, feel free to contact me. Really? Your relative can assist in obtaining sponsorship for studying abroad. What are the requirements? Yang Yujun inquired eagerly, gripping Yi Yunfeng's arm. Yang Shixiang. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. If you genuinely wish to study abroad, let's wait a few days. After my final exams, I can help inquire further. Of course, if any of your friends also wish to study abroad, they should prepare a personal profile. And I can reach out to my relative in Hong Kong to see if there are possibilities for assistance. Yi Yunfeng refrained from claiming he would fund their studies. Mindful of the other students present, recognizing that such a statement would likely be met with skepticism from his seniors. Thus, he initially feigned that relatives in Hong Kong could assist in stimulating these individuals' interests. As long as they genuinely harbored intentions of studying abroad, they would inevitably seek him out in a few days. Of course, Yi Yunfeng would engage in detailed discussions with them later, but by then, it would certainly be a one-on-one dialogue. Furthermore, he needed to take these few days to carefully contemplate the contents of the agreements to be signed, meticulously outlining responsibilities, obligations, and constraints. Yi Yunfeng aspired for these individuals to acquire various advanced technologies abroad, with the hope that they would return to the company to assist him for several years. Whether they chose to remain thereafter would depend on the offered remuneration. However, the conditions for sponsoring their overseas education would strictly mandate that they return to work at his company for a few years, with any further arrangements to be determined later. At this juncture, his junior brother inquired, "What is your name? How can we get in touch with you?" Xin Yu approached to ask. Yi Yunfeng replied, "You can jot down my pager number. Once my final exams conclude in a few days, feel free to reach out." He shared his pager number, and all the seniors meticulously recorded it. As the torrential rain subsided slightly, everyone greeted each other, opened their umbrellas, and hurried to their respective dormitories. Laughter echoing amidst the rain. By the time Yi Yunfeng returned to his dormitory, his trousers were soaked halfway, and water had seeped into his sneakers. As the school's pathways had accumulated considerable water, while the streets of the city outside were already submerged beyond ankle deep. This was still Jiangzhou. Located in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, and with the incessant heavy rain of late, the water levels had continually surpassed warning thresholds. Several significant cities in the middle and lower reaches, along with vast rural areas surrounding them, had transformed into a deluge. Currently, in places such as Wuqing, Yicheng, Kunqing, and Liuzhou, a large number of citizens had been relocated to higher ground, as local governments launched comprehensive rescue and flood relief operations, with various supplies rapidly depleting. Simultaneously, the transport fleet of the Hong Kong Baiyun Foreign Trade Company braved the rain to deliver substantial goods to various cities, stocking warehouses across the region. Chapter 75, Is There Still a Need for Face? In the days that followed, up until June 30th, the light rain persisted, occasionally giving way to showers and downpours, enveloping the entire world in a misty rain haze. On the morning of June 30th, at 11 o'clock, Yi Yunfeng emerged from the classroom, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The 4-day final examination had finally concluded, encompassing 9 mandatory subjects. "Class monitor, how did you fare?" Chu Wanqiu approached him with a smile. "I must achieve at least 80 points. Yi Yunfeng confidently replied. "I believe the class monitor has certainly excelled. I've heard that during this period. You've been diligently studying in the library until 10:30 every night. Truly commendable. You deserve the title of our president," Wang Hui chimed in. "Oh, I initially intended to merely serve as an advisor, but you insisted I take on the role of president. Do you not think I feel pressured? If I don't study earnestly and end up failing a subject, what will become of my old face?" Yi Yunfeng lamented, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Wanqiu. Chu Wanqiu merely smiled, choosing not to respond, as she understood he was jesting. She would rather be a vice president, even if all the work fell on her shoulders, than see Yi Yunfeng sever ties with the Self-Reliance Society. "What are everyone's plans for the holiday? Are you returning home? However, I have been contemplating a matter. It is likely that greater floods will erupt along the Yangtze River during this holiday. Can our Self-Reliance Society participate in flood relief efforts?" At this moment, members from 2 dormitories gathered, standing beneath the teaching building, as Yi Yunfeng addressed them. "Do you have any specific ideas? Please provide some guidance, and we can refine it further." Chu Wanqiu, understanding Yi Yunfeng well, recognized that he already had a plan in mind. Through the Self-Reliance Society, they could connect with universities nationwide, particularly those in Wuqing, Yicheng, Yunzhou, Liuzhou, Kunqing, and other major cities along the Yangtze River, initiating a campaign for work-study assistance in flood relief efforts. When necessary, volunteers could participate in activities such as assisting with the resettlement of disaster victims, providing psychological support, tutoring students, and maintaining order, thereby aiding local governments in manageable ways. Although such activities might not offer compensation, they would serve as a profound spiritual cleansing for all involved, helping to establish the values of university students, which would undoubtedly benefit them in the future. Yunfeng nodded, sharing his general thoughts with everyone, then entrusted them to reflect on it and reconvene for a collective discussion, pooling their ideas to ultimately formulate a plan of action for execution. He intended to refrain from further involvement in subsequent work, believing that these classmates, who also held senior positions in the self-reliant society, were capable of successfully organizing this endeavor. Since the president has spoken, let us convene a meeting at 3 o'clock this afternoon to discuss the tasks outlined by the president, Xu Wanqiu remarked, aware that Yunfeng preferred to delegate responsibilities. However, President, once we finalize our results and develop a plan, we will need to report back to you. So don't try to evade us then, she added, hoping for an opportunity to converse with Yunfeng. Absolutely. You can reach out to me once you have your plan. As long as I remain in Jiangzhou, I will certainly treat everyone to a meal, Yunfeng nodded. Having taken a step back from direct involvement, he understood the importance of occasionally providing incentives to his classmates, such as treating them to meals or drinks, to keep morale high. As June came to a close, ushering in the summer vacation, Yunfeng Education Company's training school began to flourish. With all 4 branches in Jiangzhou simultaneously commencing classes, each day was meticulously scheduled for morning, afternoon, and evening sessions, and the influx of registrants was overwhelming, leading to an early closure of admissions. According to the arranged courses, over the 2-month summer break, they could accommodate more than 3,000 children, comprehensively covering all grades from elementary to high school. The 4 branches operated from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening, with classrooms rarely unoccupied, fully booked with courses rotating among different grades and subjects. A total of over 500 teachers were involved, primarily comprising outstanding students from more than 10 universities in Jiangzhou. They were undoubtedly masters in their respective subjects. Preliminary estimates indicated that these university students could each earn around 2,000 yuan over the summer, while the company anticipated a net profit exceeding 800,000. In the afternoon, Yunfeng visited the education company, where Zhang Yinxiao excitedly reported on the recent enrollment situation at the training school and the projected income for the 2-month summer period. Well, I'll leave this in your capable hands. During the sweltering summer, please ensure that precautions against heat stroke are taken, especially with so many children congregating in classes. We cannot afford for anyone to suffer from heat exhaustion. Besides the fans in the classrooms, we must also ensure proper ventilation and fire safety in the corridors. It would be wise to keep some cooling and heat prevention medications on hand, and kindly inform parents that children should not arrive too early for classes. Otherwise, the waiting area will be overwhelmed. Additionally, we must have parents sign a pick-up and drop-off agreement, emphasizing the importance of the children's safety, particularly during transit, to prevent any incidents. Yunfeng was very satisfied with the operational status of the education company, but still reminded Zhang Yinxiao of several precautions. Although public awareness of safety was not yet robust, Yunfeng felt compelled to be proactive in addressing these matters to avert any issues that could negatively impact the company. Subsequently, he arrived at the media company, where the person in charge was a young woman named Hao Li, who happened to be Yunfeng's senior. Recently graduated from Jiangzhou University, Hao Li had come to the company for an internship and discovered her profound passion for the media industry. Recognizing the promising prospects of Yunfeng Media, she resolutely resigned from a previously signed contract with a large enterprise to join Yunfeng Media as Zhang Yinxiao's assistant. However, both Yunfeng and Zhang Yinxiao were keen on nurturing Hao Li for a managerial role at Yunfeng Media. Consequently, Zhang Yinxiao had been preoccupied with educational responsibilities, leaving the media company largely unattended. Senior Hao, would you like an ice cream to cool down? Upon entering, Yunfeng handed Hao Li an ice cream he had just procured from a nearby convenience store, which the 2 interns at the front desk also received. Oh dear, boss. You personally brought us ice cream? How could we possibly accept such kindness? Since Hao Li was also from the School of Literature at Jiangzhou University, their relationship was genuinely that of senior and junior, allowing for a more casual conversation. Isn't that a bit burdensome for you? Yunfeng casually settled beside her desk, savoring his ice cream as he inquired, how has the media company been faring lately? Well, we at Yunfeng Media have garnered a modest reputation in Jiangzhou. It is said that this is largely due to your advanced promotional strategies, which have made our company known among the citizens of Jiangzhou. We are currently compiling this month's data, but based on the operational insights I have, we should be looking at a net profit exceeding 100,000. Moreover, for next month, we have already received 6 event invitations, and the anticipated revenue promises to surpass our current figures, Hao Li replied, enjoying her ice cream while perusing some documents. By the way, Senior Hao, I have a song copyright agreement that can be transferred to the media company. I would appreciate your assistance in contacting them to ensure we receive our due royalties. Yi Yunfeng suddenly recalled that he still held a song copyright collaboration agreement with Sister Na, which had been pending for over 6 months. It seemed she had incorporated the song into an album release, making it a suitable time to calculate the copyright revenue. Ah, boss, you've written songs? Wait a moment. I remember during last year's freshman gala, a class performed an original song, which I later heard made it to the Spring Festival gala. Could it be the song you wrote? Howley paused, seemingly realizing something, and asked in astonishment. Indeed. It is the very song Sister Na performed at the Spring Festival gala. When I transferred it to her, I only received 100,000 yuan, along with a copyright revenue sharing agreement stipulating that after operational expenses, we would split the earnings 50-50. Yi Yunfeng nodded. However, since the agreement was signed, I have been rather preoccupied. Well, let's just say a bit lazy, so I have not contacted them for over 6 months. Thus, I intend to transfer it to the media company for regular settlements, where I will retain 40% of the income and 10% will go to the company. Haha, that sounds splendid. Not only will I have the opportunity to negotiate with Sister Na, but perhaps this copyright revenue sharing agreement will become the largest source of income for the media company. Howley exclaimed with delight. How about this, senior? Please draft a letter of authorization, allowing Yunfeng Media to represent me in executing this agreement and regularly settle copyright revenues with Sister Na, directly reporting relevant matters to me. Yi Yunfeng suggested after some contemplation. Since we are entrusting the company with this, a formal letter of authorization would lend more credibility when Yunfeng Media approaches them. I suspect that if I were to contact them personally, I might encounter some obfuscation and evasion. However, with the media company representing me, they are likely to weigh the pros and cons more judiciously, given the business implications, which must adhere to legal protocols to avoid potential litigation. Just as they were engaged in discussion, Yi Yunfeng's pager buzzed. Upon checking, it appeared to be from a public phone at Jiangzhou University, prompting him to return the call. Hello, is this Yi Yunfeng, the junior? This is Shun Yu, the one you met at the library that night. I was wondering if you have finished your final exams. A deep voice resonated from the other end. Ah, it's Senior Shun. This is Yi Yunfeng. We just completed our exams this morning. By the way, are you calling on behalf of yourself or along with other seniors? Yi Yunfeng inquired. We have been in contact over the past few days and found that 9 of us are interested in studying abroad, but our families are facing financial difficulties. I'm reaching out on behalf of the group, Shin Yu explained. Very well, Senior Shun. If it's convenient for you, please come to this location, Yunfeng Media, and I will be here waiting for you. Yi Yunfeng replied thoughtfully. As he prepared to meet with them, Yi Yunfeng intended to clarify the situation. Yet he realized that without demonstrating his capabilities, they might not believe in him. He had already communicated with Zhang Yi regarding facilitating their study abroad, even consulting with Chun Shirong from Hang Seng Bank about sending students from the mainland abroad, receiving the response that financial backing was the key. Thus, Yi Yunfeng felt confident in facilitating these seniors' study abroad, as it merely required financial resources. The real challenge lay in ensuring that once they studied abroad, they would remain willing to return and work for his company, without becoming ungrateful or disloyal. These considerations had been on Yi Yunfeng's mind, and while he had some ideas, he intended to present them directly to the group to gauge their thoughts. Half an hour later, Shin Yu and the 9 students arrived at Yunfeng Media and were ushered into a small conference room, each finding a bottle of mineral water in front of them. As Yi Yunfeng entered, he noticed them quietly conversing, but he paid no heed, instead taking a seat beside them and observing. Among the 9, he recognized Zhang Kersen, Huang Shueisher, and Yang Yujun, while the other 5 included 4 males and 1 female, all of whom appeared somewhat anxious as they regarded Yi Yunfeng. Senior Shun, could you kindly introduce these fellow seniors? Yi Yunfeng gestured towards Shin Yu. Certainly. This is Ma Lai, from the Computer Science Information Engineering Department, Wu Dingyan, specializing in mechanical manufacturing. Shi Haitao, focusing on electronic component design. Luo Ling, studying financial management, and Zhang Yi, majoring in international law. Shin Yu promptly introduced the group. Yi Yunfeng listened with keen interest, as several members were involved in computer, internet, and electronic information fields, while finance and law were critical areas for any corporate entity. During Shun Yu's introductions, Yi Yunfeng took the opportunity to observe each individual, who smiled and nodded at him, their curiosity evident. Despite having heard from Shun Yu and others about his connections in Hong Kong that could potentially sponsor their studies abroad, they remained skeptical. They understood that studying abroad for 3 years would incur expenses totaling at least 500,000 yuan, and with so many of them, the total would reach 4 to 5 million yuan. Who would have the means to sponsor them so generously? Most students studying abroad worked various jobs, often taking menial positions. And if anyone were genuinely willing to sponsor them, there would be no need for such arrangements. Dear Junior, do you truly have relatives in Hong Kong who could assist us in sponsoring our overseas studies? It is not that I doubt your words. But with so many of us, the expenses for a 3-year study abroad could amount to several million, I presume? I wonder if there are certain conditions from the benefactor that you are aware of, such as obligations we might have to fulfill in return? Would we need to repay them with interest or assist them in some capacity? Zhang Yi, perhaps due to his eloquent nature fostered by his major, cautiously inquired as Yi Yunfeng turned his gaze towards him after Shun Yu's introduction concluded. Please, senior, allow me to introduce myself first. I am Yi Yunfeng, a freshman at the School of Arts. Yi Yunfeng merely smiled and nodded at Zhang Yi without addressing his question directly, opting instead to present his name first. He sought to maintain control over the negotiation, recognizing that his dual identity provided him with leverage over these soon-to-graduate seniors. If he were merely a first-year student from Jiangzhou University, he would hardly command respect. Thus his other roles were crucial to the dynamics at play. Yi Yunfeng, Yunfeng Media, Yunfeng Education. Zhang Kurson immediately inquired. Are these two companies established by your family? The names are quite similar to yours. The other seniors also looked at Yi Yunfeng in astonishment, recalling the two similarly named companies they had seen earlier outside. My family resides in a small village beneath Tianhe City, where my parents farm, hence these companies are not established by them. Yi Yunfeng paused, noticing their puzzled expressions. Both companies are my own endeavors, having been founded in April of this year. Currently, Yunfeng Education operates 4 training schools in Jiangzhou, expecting over 3,000 students to enroll this summer. Meanwhile, Yunfeng Media has made considerable strides, receiving numerous invitations for event planning and hosting each month, along with a contract for song copyrights with Sister Na. Yi Yunfeng elaborated on the status of his companies, causing the seniors to widen their eyes in shock. By the way, have you heard of the Self-Reliance Society? I am its founder and currently serve as the first president. Yi Yunfeng added with a smile. What, Junior? You are the founder and first president of the Self-Reliance Society? They had heard that many lower-year students were eager to join this society. But the entrance assessment was quite stringent, requiring exceptional academic performance and certain competencies. I have several fellow villagers who joined the Self-Reliance Society, but I've heard that most members come from challenging backgrounds. Indeed, it is said that all members of the Self-Reliance Society have work-study positions, with some being able to fully support themselves, covering both tuition and living expenses. It can be said that the Self-Reliance Society has become the most renowned organization among all universities in Jiangzhou, reportedly receiving high recognition from the Hujing Provincial Youth League, with hopes of becoming a national society. When they heard this news, their astonishment surpassed that of Yi Yunfeng's entrepreneurial achievements, and they began to excitedly discuss it among themselves. During this time, they only knew that the society was led by a junior surnamed Chu, envying her remarkable accomplishments in her first year, unaware that the true founder and first president was Yi Yunfeng. As they conversed, their gazes towards Yi Yunfeng shifted, acknowledging that he had achieved what they deemed impossible. After they concluded their hushed discussions, Yi Yunfeng smiled once more, sharing, when I entered school last year, I had merely a few hundred yuan for living expenses, and my family faced difficulties, with a younger sister also in school. Thus, I sought ways to earn money to support my living and educational costs. Initially, I procured various daily necessities wholesale from Ximen Market, assembling them into 8-piece sets for new students, earning over 5,000 yuan within 3 days. Subsequently, I collaborated with my classmates and fellow villagers from Jiangzhou's universities to venture into the sock business, generating hundreds of thousands within a month. Following that, I established a Fengyun investment fund, raising over 60 million yuan to enter the international futures market, where I have since accrued several tens of millions. After founding the Self-Reliance Society and these two companies in April, I acquired and established a Baiyun foreign trade company in Hong Kong in May, specializing in import-export business. Recently, I recruited a group of veterans to establish the Jiangzhou Yundun Security Company. As of now, I manage 5 companies, employing thousands and overseeing tens of millions in capital. However, my ambitions extend beyond mere profit. For me, earning money is rather effortless. I aim to establish a conglomerate encompassing various sectors, with a particular focus on the burgeoning fields of technology, such as computer science, the internet, electronic communications, and intelligent manufacturing. In fact, I am the one capable of sponsoring your overseas studies, with the condition being that upon your successful completion of studies abroad, you must return to work for my company for a period of 5 years. Naturally, during your time with us, the company will provide you with appropriate compensation, and the expenses for your overseas studies need not be repaid. However, the research outcomes and patents you achieve during your tenure will grant the company preferential rights for utilization. Should the company's circumstances allow, we may also offer equity dividends and create an exceptional working environment, including top-tier laboratories and research centers. Nevertheless, I hold a lingering question. How can we ensure that, upon studying abroad, you will honor our agreement and return rather than forsake it and remain abroad? Yi Yunfeng methodically narrated his journey in business since entering school, culminating in his entrepreneurial ventures while directly addressing the matter of sponsoring their overseas studies. He laid out his conditions and future prospects while voicing his concerns, inviting them to contemplate means of ensuring their commitment. Upon hearing this, the seniors gaped in disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances, unable to fathom the magnitude of what they had just learned. Some scrutinized Yi Yunfeng more intently, as if to truly recognize the significance of his accomplishments. This freshman, having only been at school for a year, not only managed to excel academically, but also founded the largest university organization in Jiangzhou, the Self-Reliance Society, alongside establishing 5 companies, including a foreign trade firm in Hong Kong. Such achievements, they surmised, might seem unattainable to many. Yet this junior had accomplished them within a mere year, reaching heights they could scarcely imagine. Now, the opportunity lay before them. If they could persuade this junior of their intent to return and reciprocate his generosity, they would gain the chance to study abroad. Chapter 78, A Gradated Talent Cultivation Approach. Junior, may we still refer to you as such? After a while, as he seemed to gradually digest Yi Yunfeng's words, Yang Yujun was the first to speak. His voice was somewhat hoarse, and he quickly took a sip of water before gazing at Yi Yunfeng, his eyes filled with admiration. Senior Yang, I will always be a student of Jiangda. This is an unalterable fact. Thus, I will eternally remain your junior, which is equally immutable, Yi Yunfeng replied with a smile. Junior Yi, I am willing to accept all your terms. For instance, we could sign a funding agreement that stipulates a significant penalty for breach of contract, 50 or even 100 times the amount. I yearn for this opportunity and am eager to return to your company after my studies. My family includes 2 younger brothers and a sister. To enable my university education, my second brother dropped out of high school to work. If I were to ask my family for money, it would jeopardize my youngest brother and sister's ability to continue their education. My pursuit of a university degree is not solely for my own benefit. It is for the entire family, to improve our living conditions and to create better opportunities for my siblings. Therefore, regardless of which country I study in, I will undoubtedly return home to work. Since I have decided to come back, securing a position at your company in advance would indeed be a fortuitous arrangement. Yang Yujun expressed passionately. So what you mean, Senior Yang, is that a high penalty for breach of contract is acceptable? Yi Yunfeng nodded, summarizing Yang Yujun's self-imposed constraints. I too am amenable to such terms. For example, if our study abroad expenses amount to 500,000, we could sign a penalty clause for 25 million or even 50 million. We could also have it notarized to enhance its legal efficacy, Shinyu added. Senior Zhangyi, as a law student, do you believe such a funding agreement with a high penalty for breach would be protected by law? Moreover, if any of you were to perform exceptionally well and acquire a green card from another country, would such an agreement still hold? Yi Yunfeng inquired, turning to Zhang Yi. Junior Yi, first and foremost, I am grateful for your generous offer to fund our studies abroad. However, I must point out that the law can only bind those who are willing to be bound. Unfortunately, if one encounters individuals who have lost their moral compass, the law may not be able to restrain them, especially if some choose to settle abroad. In such cases, the effectiveness of domestic laws diminishes significantly. Thus, signing an agreement and notarizing it is merely one aspect of enforcement. There are other methods of constraint as well. For instance, you could retain our university diplomas with the school as a witness. If someone were to violate the agreement and refuse to fulfill their obligations, even if the law could not penalize them, the school could impose consequences, such as expulsion or revocation of diploma eligibility. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Senior Zhang Yi's perspective is commendable, but the school may be reluctant to involve itself in such complications. As long as none of you engage in treasonous activities or publicly oppose the state, the school is unlikely to take drastic measures. However, having the school as a witness is a viable option. After all, we are all educated individuals who value our reputations. Even if the school cannot expel someone, merely publicly acknowledging a breach of contract would likely have some repercussions, Yi Yunfeng remarked with a smile. I understand your concerns, Junior Yi. However, for someone like me who is determined to return to my homeland, I do not require any constraints, yet I am open to any form of obligation, including having my family participate in the agreement. Should I fail to return, they could be held accountable for compensation. I believe that any person with a conscience, who has not completely lost their moral integrity, would not wish to see their family suffer while they enjoy a comfortable life abroad, Zhang Kursin interjected. Indeed, Sister Zhang proposes that each of your families, specifically your parents, act as guarantors. If you fail to return by the agreed time, I could seek substantial compensation from your families, which serves as a form of constraint, Yi Yunfeng acknowledged, realizing that allowing them to devise their own solutions could yield some useful approaches. In truth, Yi Yunfeng harbored more extreme ideas, though he refrained from voicing them. For instance, years down the line, he might become a powerful figure behind a colossal conglomerate, wielding significant influence even overseas. If he wished to deal with a few ordinary individuals, a mere bounty would suffice to enlist numerous international mercenaries to do his bidding. Naturally, Yunfeng understood that among those he funded, some would inevitably turn into ingrates, betraying him and breaching the agreement, yet he could never truly take action against their parents. Nevertheless, Yunfeng's commitment to funding outstanding students for overseas studies remained unwavering. As long as half of them returned to join his company and another half upheld their promises to remain, he would consider it a tremendous success. With this in mind, Yunfeng resolved to select the most exceptional impoverished members of the Self-Reliance Association annually to sponsor their studies abroad, anticipating that upon their return, they would assist him. Since he founded the Self-Reliance Association, its members held a substantial admiration for him, having largely succeeded in their studies thanks to his support. And he believed this would encourage a greater return rate among those he sponsored. Please do not rush. I will organize these conditions and reach out to everyone individually to discuss. We can negotiate what is acceptable, and those who cannot comply need not worry. Yunfeng assured them. Next, I plan to take you all on a tour of my companies in Jiangzhou so you can witness my current capabilities. Though everything is still in its nascent stages, I am eager to invest in each of you, Yunfeng announced as he rose with a smile. Leading them upstairs to tour the training school, he also called Peng Song, instructing him to send a vehicle to pick them up. A few days prior, he had purchased 2 domestic business vehicles for the security company, facilitating their training and attendance. Upon arriving at the training school, they observed numerous students engaged in various classes. With all of the instructors being university students who were members of the Self-Reliance Association, each exuding confidence and vitality. Junior Yi, the members you have cultivated in the Self-Reliance Association will likely become the backbone of your company in the future, Luo Ling remarked, her realization evident after observing the scene. Currently, the members of the Self-Reliance Association are spread across various universities in Hujing province, and we plan to expand to universities nationwide. Naturally, the most outstanding candidates will be prioritized for recruitment into my company, and I will continue to sponsor their studies abroad, thus establishing a genuine tiered talent cultivation system. Yunfeng openly shared his vision. Chapter 79. The elevation of personal perspective. By the time they finished touring the training school upstairs, 2 black business vehicles and a large SUV were parked downstairs, sent by Zhang Lin to collect Yunfeng. Subsequently, he guided them on a brief tour of 3 more training schools, where they encountered a multitude of students and an equal number of parents waiting outside, further validating the value of the training institutions. As for the Fengyun Investment Company, Yunfeng merely had them circle the premises, explaining, "This is merely a facade for the company, as we need a registered office location. In reality, our primary operations occur at the Securities Trading Center. I'm sure you all are familiar with stocks, futures, and options. That is essentially what our investment company engages in. Certainly, the realm of investment is fraught with peril. One could amass a fortune overnight or find oneself utterly destitute in the blink of an eye. It is said that in coastal areas in Hong Kong, many investors have tragically leaped from heights after losing everything in a single night. Yi, my fellow apprentice, you too engage in investment. Do you not fear losing it all?" Luo Ling inquired softly. "Of course, I do not fear, for I am still young," came the reply. "I have managed to earn this money within a year. Even if I were to fail now, is it not possible to regain what I have lost? However, it is worth noting that not everyone is suited for the world of investment. Beyond the requisite knowledge, a certain innate talent or acumen is essential. Personally, I believe I am destined for this path, for it took me merely 3 months to unearth my first pot of gold, a modest sum in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, in just half a year of investing, I have multiplied that wealth exponentially. To be candid, even if I were to cease all endeavors henceforth, the wealth I have accumulated is sufficient to ensure a comfortable life for myself and my family, rivaling that of any affluent individual. Nevertheless, if I were to live in such a manner, would not the coming decades of my life lack meaning? Thus, I must strive, I must pursue my ambitions, and I must establish my own enterprise. Our nation, after all, is not yet formidable. When we venture abroad, we still face the bullying of other nations. Our technological advancements are not yet at the forefront, and we do not rank among the world's most powerful countries. At this juncture, some may perceive me as hypocritical or pompous. Yet I genuinely wish to leverage my intellect to contribute to the nation that nurtured me and to forge a better life for those who are willing to labor alongside me. To all the senior students present, I am not here to evoke sentimentality. You may not fully comprehend my intentions at this moment, but time is on our side. Should you choose to return and join me in the future, I assure you that your efforts will not be in vain. As long as we achieve results, you will surely be among the wealthiest in our nation, living a life that surpasses even that of foreign magnates. And you will find greater solace in knowing that our homeland is one of the safest places in the world. Upon hearing Yi Yunfeng's impassioned discourse, the group fell into a contemplative silence, each pondering the motivations behind studying abroad. Ultimately, Yi Yunfeng led them to the Yundun Security Company, where, although only a modest 20 individuals were in training, their dedication was palpable as they navigated the mud of the courtyard, undergoing exercises akin to those in the military. These are the employees of our security firm. In the future, they will safeguard our lives and property, he explained. I pay them 10% above the current standard for urban residents in Jiangzhou, and I shall continue to do so, allowing them to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the company. Additionally, he shared that at his Baiyun Foreign Trade Company in Hong Kong, efforts were underway to procure various flood relief materials at low prices from Southeast Asia, preparing to assist in the forthcoming disaster. In summary, with great power comes great responsibility. Our aspirations extend beyond merely establishing a company among the world's top 100. We aim to achieve substantial growth for both the firm and its employees while contributing to the advancement of our nation and people, however modestly. I am confident that, in 10 or 20 years, our nation will emerge as one of the strongest in the world. At that time, we will traverse the globe with respect rather than disdain. Listening to Yi Yunfeng's words, the senior students, despite being his elders, felt a surge of inspiration. Yi Yunfeng believed that if his company flourished in the coming years, with sufficient resources, they would undoubtedly choose to return to their homeland. With this newfound clarity, Yi Yunfeng's perspective shifted. During a dinner with the senior students, he sincerely expressed, "In truth, my discourse today, including the earlier discussions regarding our agreement, was merely to leave a lasting impression on you. It was never my intention to burden you with such heavy commitments for studying abroad. I do not wish to exploit your vulnerability to impose an unequal agreement. We should establish a gentleman's agreement. Aside from the quintuple compensation, no additional conditions are necessary. I believe that by the time you graduate, my company will have grown sufficiently strong to accommodate your talents and provide you with ample opportunities. Not only will my company prosper, but our nation will also experience rapid advancement, creating a work environment that increasingly aligns with international standards, allowing returning scholars to fully utilize their skills." Upon hearing these sentiments, the group felt deeply moved. The reality was that if the terms of the agreement were overly burdensome, they might accept them now to study abroad. Yet it would surely weigh on their hearts. Even if they returned to fulfill their commitments, they might not genuinely engage with the company, potentially posing risks. Yi Yunfeng's evolving perspective not only reflected an elevation of his own mindset, but also significantly impacted the others, who realized he did not aim to bind them with harsh conditions, thus increasing their admiration for him. As they sought to study abroad, they too aspired for a better life. If such conditions were available domestically, allowing them to work comfortably and apply their knowledge, they would undoubtedly prefer to return. In truth, it was not only them. Many talented individuals studying abroad faced similar dilemmas. While some chose to remain for the allure of a luxurious life, others found the working conditions abroad unsuitable. What Yi Yunfeng sought was to diligently grow his company, creating favorable conditions and work environments that would naturally entice those studying abroad to return and serve him. He held firm confidence in this vision, for he understood when the tides of industry would shift and believed that participation in any field would yield substantial rewards. In the ensuing days, Yi Yunfeng continued to negotiate with the students, finalizing their study destinations and requisite funding, and formalizing the agreements. Naturally, he established academic requirements within the contracts, mandating that all subjects achieve a minimum grade of B, with at least 1A. Should their performance fall short, he would reduce the financial support accordingly, while rewarding those who excelled to encourage diligence rather than frivolity during their studies abroad. He even planned to liaise with the educational institutions, granting him the authority to determine continued funding based on their academic progress, thus curtailing any notions of idleness. Moreover, he articulated that should they engage in significant experimental projects during their studies and achieve relevant technological advancements or patents, substantial rewards would be granted. However, these arrangements would be conducted through his Baiyun Foreign Trade Company, ensuring that foreign institutions remained unaware of his intentions to cultivate talent for the acquisition of advanced techniques and experiences. Furthermore, Yi Yunfeng successfully identified 5 or 6 academically gifted, yet financially disadvantaged students at Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology and Jiangzhou University of Electronics, who expressed a desire to study abroad and reached agreements to support their educational pursuits. On July 5th, the day before Yi Yunfeng was set to embark on his journey to Hong Kong, Chu Wanqiu, accompanied by a group, intercepted him to present the organization's plans for the Self-Reliance Society's efforts in labor education and flood disaster relief. Following the first wave of floods in June, the water levels had reached historical heights, despite the valiant efforts of cities along the Yangtze River to combat the flood and successfully weather the disaster. Continuous downpours caused water levels upstream to rise further, threatening to set new records and capturing the attention of the entire nation. President, do you believe there are any additional elements that should be incorporated into this proposal? We have several queries that require your decisive input. Chu Wanxiu inquired after elaborating on the extensive plan for a full 20 minutes, navigating through more than a dozen pages. Your efforts are commendable. This weighty proposal reflects the dedication, growth, and compassion for the nation and its people demonstrated by everyone involved. The various activity plans outlined are exceptional, with intricate details that promise effective execution. If we adhere to this framework, our self-reliant society will undoubtedly make a significant contribution to flood relief efforts, setting a precedent for youth across the nation. However, while mobilizing university students in Fujian province, we should also extend an invitation to all universities nationwide, rallying capable students to join forces with military and civilian efforts in disaster relief. Simultaneously, it is imperative to remind all participating students to prioritize their safety, engaging only in tasks within their capacity and leaving specialized responsibilities to professionals. Given our youth, we possess enthusiasm but lack experience. Thus, we should avoid unnecessary sacrifices and focus on supportive tasks. Recklessly rushing to the front lines could endanger lives and disrupt the work of professional rescue teams, which is entirely unwarranted. Moreover, we can organize shifts to ensure adequate rest, preventing any instances of exhaustion among participants. As university students, we must maintain our well-being to contribute effectively to our country and its people in the future. Additionally, when arranging personnel, it is essential to pair male and female volunteers, ensuring that the former assist and safeguard the latter's safety to avert any unfortunate incidents during chaotic situations. It would be beneficial for all volunteers to wear standardized attire, which we can design as a self-reliant society, with red vests emblazoned with student volunteer for flood relief on the back, Yunfeng added, providing further insights as Chu Wanxiu and the others diligently recorded his suggestions. Some of these points had not previously crossed their minds, while others they had not sufficiently prioritized. However, Yunfeng's proposal to issue a nationwide call to action was particularly novel, potentially propelling the self-reliant society into a broader national context. Furthermore, Yunfeng had already contacted his high school classmates across various universities to establish branches of the self-reliant society in numerous provinces. The momentum generated by the central organization would undoubtedly rely on their support and participation, ultimately transforming into a widespread movement through the proposed initiatives. I have just contacted the leaders of the school's youth league. This afternoon, a few of you will accompany me to report to them. It is crucial to keep them informed about this initiative, preferably briefing them before engaging with higher authorities, Yunfeng stated as the discussion concluded. Although both dormitories housed senior members of the central organization, it was impractical to bring them all to meet with the youth league leaders, so ultimately, Yunfeng selected only Chu Wanxiu, Wang Su, and Zhang Buliang to accompany him. During lunch, Yunfeng treated everyone, informing them of his impending trip to Hong Kong. While dining, they collaboratively drafted the two proposals, leveraging the literary talents within the group. Yunfeng, I've heard you've started several companies. Has that interfered with your studies? A leader casually joked while shaking hands with him later that afternoon. Rest assured, our self-reliant society places great importance on academic performance. Here is my transcript, which I am presenting to you. Yunfeng replied confidently, producing a transcript that left the three accompanying him astonished, unsure of when he had prepared it. Impressive. All 9 subjects above 80, with half exceeding 90. Clearly, your studies have not suffered, the leader exclaimed, laughing heartily in approval. Moreover, I would like to report that, according to our statistics, none of the over 5,000 members of the Self-Reliance Society in Fujian Province failed their courses this semester. All achieved passing grades or higher. Additionally, we have arranged for over 3,000 members to participate in summer training programs, catering to the educational needs of parents and students while promoting self-reliance. Lastly, in light of the potentially greater flooding anticipated in July and August, our Self-Reliance Society will initiate a volunteer service campaign and extend an invitation to all universities and students nationwide, urging young scholars to unite in the face of national adversity and contribute their youthful vigor, Yunfeng concluded, maintaining a balance of respect and casualness as he humorously reported on 2 matters before unveiling the activity proposal and the 2 initiatives. Ah, you never fail to surprise me, the leader exclaimed, beaming at Yunfeng after glancing through the plan and proposals. We seek your guidance, as our perspectives may be limited. Additionally, since this initiative pertains to youth volunteer activities, it must be formally documented within the school's youth league, Yunfeng remarked with a smile. Currently, The Self-Reliance Society is actively engaged in various initiatives across universities, exerting significant influence. And the leaders of Fujian Province's Youth League have identified it as a focal point for the year. If this activity proposal and initiatives are submitted, recognition for the Self-Reliance Society by year-end is assured, the leader candidly informed the group. Following this, he placed a call to the Provincial Youth League's leadership. Hello. We have a detailed proposal for participating in flood disaster relief that requires documentation with the Provincial Youth League. I would like to know when the leaders would be available for a briefing. Once he hung up, the school's Youth League leader expressed his delight. The provincial leaders are quite interested. You must accompany me to report to them in person. You all return and await further news. Some preparatory work can commence in the meantime, and I will reconvene with you shortly, he indicated, clearly deeming Yunfeng sufficient representation for the meeting with the Provincial Youth League. As they reached the school entrance, just as the leader was about to summon a taxi, Yunfeng interjected, Sir, I have a friend nearby who can drive us. He then called Zhang Lin, Brother Lin. I'm with the school leaders headed to the Provincial Youth League's building. Could you give us a lift? Understanding Yunfeng's desire for discretion regarding his identity and the car, Zhang Lin nodded. I have no plans at the moment. It's a quick trip. Let us go. Thank you. May I ask what line of work you are in? The leadership of the school's Youth League committee did not harbor any suspicions. Once seated in the passenger seat, they initiated a conversation with Zhang Lin. Clearly, someone who could afford such an extravagant off-road vehicle was no ordinary individual. I work at an investment company, the leader graciously responded. Zhang Lin, affiliated with the Fengyun Fund Investment Company, introduced himself as such, stating that even the vehicle belonged to the company. Thus he consistently presented himself in that light. Nowadays, those engaged in investments are typically affluent and possess considerable intellect. Brother Zhang is indeed a man of hidden talents, the leader chuckled, while Zhang Lin merely forced a smile, pondering that the true mastermind was waiting outside. Upon arriving at the Provincial Youth League Committee, the two headed straight to the office of the provincial leaders. To their surprise, upon knocking and entering, they found 3 individuals inside. The school committee leader recognized only the provincial leader and was unfamiliar with the other 2. You've arrived just in time. These 2 are officials from the Central Youth League sent to inspect our work. Having heard of the remarkable achievements of our Fujian Province University Alliance's Self-Reliance Society, they wish to learn about your proposed activities, the provincial leader nodded. Esteemed leaders, this is Yunfeng from the School of Arts at Jiangzhou University. He is the founder and first president of the Self-Reliance Society. I invite him to present the details of our upcoming initiative. The school committee leader offered the opportunity to showcase Yunfeng. After all, should the Self-Reliance Society succeed, the school committee leader would undoubtedly receive credit. And he was eager to advance his own position, thus he had no need for the limelight. The initiative was originally proposed by Yunfeng, who had familiarized himself with the detailed activity process earlier that morning and had co-drafted the proposal, making him well-versed in the plan. Rather than reading verbatim from the proposal, Yunfeng articulated his thoughts, beginning with the rationale behind the initiative, the advantages of the Self-Reliance Society, and the social responsibilities of young university students. He concluded by elaborating on various aspects of the activity. Honorable leaders, the youth are the future of our nation. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. For us young university students, it is imperative to emphasize ideological education and spiritual nurturing, ensuring that every young individual comprehends their sense of responsibility and mission. Young students must not only acquire knowledge and skills, but also learn gratitude and dedication, embracing the spirit of ownership and shouldering the nation's construction, while instilling confidence in society and assuring our country that it can rely on us, Yunfeng summarized. Indeed, a strong nation has me is a resounding slogan that contemporary university students should vocalize. It could serve as a guiding principle for our new generation. One of the officials from the Central Youth League exclaimed with enthusiasm, "A strong youth equates to a strong nation." This phrase can become the theme for all our youth activities this year. The Self-Reliance Society must bring this initiative to fruition, and the proposals can be disseminated to foster an atmosphere of a strong youth leads to a strong nation throughout society, another official added, equally animated. On behalf of the Provincial Youth League Committee, we pledge our unwavering support for this initiative, providing significant backing in terms of personnel, funding, and policy, the provincial leader declared. Comrade Yi, this task is entrusted to you. Should you successfully orchestrate this activity and create a profound impact among young university students nationwide, the Provincial Youth League will recognize the Self-Reliance Society as an outstanding group and award 3 individual accolades by the end of the year. Witnessing the interest of the 2 officials from the Central Youth League in the initiative, especially as Yunfeng's words resonated with them, the provincial leader expressed his elation, directly promising a series of benefits to Yunfeng. Our youth activities rely heavily on the robust support from the central and provincial youth leagues and the various university committees. Otherwise, even our best ideas would remain unrealized. Thus, on behalf of the over 8,000 members of the Self-Reliance Society nationwide, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. We shall undoubtedly uphold the glorious traditions of our revolutionary predecessors, striving to contribute our youthful vigor wherever possible, Yunfeng proclaimed, feigning excitement, as he energetically thumped his chest before the leaders, while also ensuring to flatter them. As they departed, the provincial leader accompanied Yunfeng to the staircase and explicitly stated that the Self-Reliance Society should draft an application for 100,000 yuan in activity funds, which the provincial committee would support. Although 100,000 yuan would hardly suffice to cover the entirety of the event, securing financial backing from the provincial committee was an unexpected delight for Yunfeng. Chapter 82. The streets are full of tough guys. Upon returning, I promptly reported this matter to the principal. Our university, being the birthplace of the Self-Reliance Society, must offer corresponding support. As the school committee leader disembarked at the school gate, he nodded at Yunfeng. Encountering the leaders from the Central Youth League and engaging in cordial discussions was a tremendous surprise for the school committee leader. Furthermore, due to the Self-Reliance Society's endeavors, he had garnered the admiration of the two officials from the Central League, who specifically advised him to ensure that the school provided various forms of support to the Self-Reliance Society and Yunfeng. Although the various youth league committees oversee youth-related work, the majority of these leaders are destined to ascend to higher positions in the future. For the school committee leader, establishing connections and leaving a positive impression on these leaders would undoubtedly pave a smoother path ahead. What? President, you secured 100,000 yuan in activity funds from the provincial committee? President, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you are our president. Even the provincial committee is impressed by you. With this funding, our event is now more secure. Recently, with increasing rainfall, many areas have experienced flooding, and several villages along the lower reaches of the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers have been submerged. We must take action promptly. Upon returning to school, Yunfeng gathered the higher-ups of the Self-Reliance Society and briefly recounted his meeting with the provincial committee. Upon hearing about the 100,000 yuan in activity funds he had secured, they erupted in excitement. Yes, this funding is a support from the provincial committee for our society. I suspect that the school will additionally provide us with some financial assistance. However, we must ensure that every penny of this funding is directed towards volunteer activities, benefiting the volunteers themselves. Therefore, we will establish a youth affairs department within the society, enlisting several senior finance majors to oversee financial matters. Ultimately, we will report the use of this funding transparently to the relevant leaders. Thus, although we have secured some funding for our activities, we must not squander it. We should continue to embody a spirit of simplicity and hard work, showcasing the noble character of our young university students to society. Simultaneously, as our initiative has received the endorsement of the Central Youth League, it is imperative that we execute it with vigor and flair. I believe we can enhance certain aspects of the event. Initially, Yunfeng intended to let Chu Wants You fall in line to lead the activity while he managed it from behind the scenes. But after meeting with the leaders from the Central Youth League, he reconsidered. Since the provincial committee leaders promised that the Self-Reliance Society would receive an Outstanding Group Award and 3 individual priority nominations this year, the Central Youth League would likely bestow some honors as well. For Yunfeng, gaining accolades was crucial for his future aspirations, as these honors could provide a degree of protection for him moving forward. As such, Yunfeng began to rapidly churn his thoughts on the journey back, swiftly infusing some impassioned details into the event, believing that once these embellishments were perfected, the entire occasion would shine even brighter. Everyone, do consider whether the addition of these elements is appropriate in these areas. Are there any superior measures that could amplify our event's influence? Perhaps even galvanizing the youth of society as a whole to participate? Should this event culminate in resounding success, I shall certainly commend our school's Youth League and even the Provincial Youth League on your behalf. At the year-end recognition ceremony, a commendation for at least one group of outstanding individuals will be inevitable. After conferring with everyone, Yunfeng painted a vivid picture of success to inspire enthusiasm, which immediately ignited excitement among the group. Contemplating the enormity of such an event, which could potentially sweep across the nation and impact millions of young college students and youths, the very thought that it would be initiated and propelled by them was exhilarating. Rest assured, President, we will not disappoint. We shall strive to ensure the event's success. Indeed, even if it means sacrificing sleep and sustenance, we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to this endeavor, knowing that we can boast of it for the rest of our lives. Most importantly, our event will undoubtedly play a proactive role in combating floods and providing aid to those affected by disasters. The president aptly stated that the youth are the future of our nation. A strong country is built upon the vigor of its youth. I firmly believe that this sentiment will rally countless young people to forge ahead with determination, while the others fervently engaged in preparations according to their assigned roles. Chu Wansu fell behind to walk alongside Yunfeng towards the dormitory. Though her expression bore a hint of fatigue, her eyes sparkled brightly. "President, do you feel the weight of pressure?" she inquired. "I feel an immense burden. Without your presence, I could scarcely fathom participating in such a colossal event," Chu Wansu admitted. "Indeed, for us, this grand undertaking is indeed daunting. Yet what do we, the youth, have to fear? The greater the pressure, the more we must rise to the challenge. For I believe in the power of our youth to overcome all obstacles," Yunfeng passionately replied. "You must not abandon us. There are many decisions we are uncertain about, and we will certainly seek your guidance. If you were to leave, how would we manage in critical moments?" Chu Wansu gazed at him with a hint of vulnerability. "Rest assured, I will not depart. Whenever you need me, I shall be readily available," Yunfeng reassured her with a smile. With that, he retrieved a Motorola phone from his pocket, freshly delivered from Hong Kong that very day, and placed it into Chu Wansu's hands. "I do have some matters to attend to in Hong Kong tomorrow, but I specifically arranged for this phone to be brought back for you, ensuring you can reach me anytime," he continued. "Once the funding application report is prepared, have Jiang Bullion go directly to the school's Youth League leadership for signatures and seals, then approach the Provincial Youth League for funds, while also preparing a bank account specifically for the Self-Reliance Society's expenses. Within 3 days, let us dispatch both proposals, starting with all universities in Hujiang province, before extending to other provinces and municipalities, ultimately sweeping across the nation. At that point, other universities will proactively reach out to us." Yi Yunfeng indeed needed to visit Hong Kong, as Zhang Yi and Zheng Qi had encountered minor troubles there, and the final batch of supplies had yet to reach the mainland. "Do take care. I've heard that Hong Kong has been rather chaotic, rife with gangsters," Chu Wansu whispered. "Fear not. I shall be accompanied by personnel from a security company. A dozen retired security officers shall be by my side. There will be no cause for concern," Yi Yunfeng replied. While others were unaware of his business dealings, his closest dorm mates were in the know, as he had not concealed this from them. Having spent a semester together, Yi Yunfeng deemed his classmates to possess commendable character. Thus he intended to cultivate their talents and integrate them into his company. Hence he had not hidden certain matters from them. Chapter 83, Betrayal from Within. The following day, Yi Yunfeng set off for Hong Kong, accompanied by Zhang Lin, Wang Zhengjun, and a party of 9, flying directly from Jiangzhou Airport to Shenzhen Airport, and subsequently entering Hong Kong territory through the checkpoint. "Finally, you have arrived." Upon his arrival, a beautiful girl rushed towards him, embracing him in front of everyone. "Chi, there are others present," Zhang Yi remarked, though she too wished to express such affection. Her shyness, or perhaps her maturity, held her back, especially upon witnessing the astonished expressions of Zhang Lin and the others. "Sister Yi, you did meet with Fengzi in the mainland last time. I haven't seen Fengzi in ages, so I'm not concerned about that," Zheng Qi boldly stated. All right. Let us head back for now." We've endured several hours of flight, followed by over an hour's drive from the airport, and I'm utterly exhausted," Yi Yunfeng said, patting Zheng Qi's shoulder. They then boarded several vehicles, with Zhang Lin taking charge of the one Yi Yunfeng was in, following the convoy while observing the surroundings. "Is this Hong Kong? So many skyscrapers. Look, why do all the women here dress like that? Wow, they're so fair. The boss is impressive. Even in Hong Kong, women are flocking to him. If you have money, it can be the same for you. I think I'll pass. Better to work diligently alongside the boss, earn some money, and then marry a wife." In the vehicles behind, a group of security personnel engaged in various discussions, some gazing out the window, others closing their eyes indifferently, while some looked on with yearning. "What is the situation?" Yi Yunfeng, seated in the back, held both Zhang Yi and Zheng Qi around the waist as he inquired. Zhang Lin, astonished, caught sight of the two women leaning intimately against Yi Yunfeng's shoulder, provoking a mix of envy and alarm. Would witnessing the boss's private affairs lead to dire consequences? It's a gang called the Triads. Recently, while Chi-Chi's father was negotiating with another gang, they blocked our dock, demanding $30,000 to allow our convoy to pass through their territory. Zhang Yi explained. "It seems relying on others is less effective than relying on ourselves. I shall keep this entire security team in Hong Kong to establish a gang to secure our company's periphery, preventing any further troubles," Yi Yunfeng pondered aloud. "Fengzi, I apologize. This situation arose because my father failed to handle it properly. He has now offended Scarface and is preparing to seek the Dragon Head for mediation," Zheng Qi expressed with genuine remorse. After all, she had once confidently asserted that her father would ensure Baiyun Company's safety. only to find herself relying on Yunfeng to intervene. What are you saying? Your father has already shielded us from numerous challenges during this time. Fear not. My visit is not solely to address the triad issue. I will also assist your father in resolving his problems. Yunfeng consoled her, gently ruffling Zheng Qi's hair. Upon arriving at the company, Yunfeng treated everyone to a hearty meal before sending them off to rest. Resolving issues could wait, as everyone was fatigued from the journey and needed to recharge their energy for the challenges ahead. Yet, he himself felt no weariness. He directly returned to Zhang Yi's quarters, with Zheng Qi following him in. Having shared a bed with both before, her longing for Yunfeng was overwhelming. From dusk until midnight, Yunfeng nearly exhausted himself, ultimately rendering both women incapable of rising from bed. After a struggle to freshen up, he sought out some food to replenish his energy before returning to rest between the two. However, on the following morning, Yunfeng awoke promptly, feeling invigorated and entirely rejuvenated. As he gazed at the two women, who had not altered their position since the previous night, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Once he had prepared breakfast, the enticing aroma finally roused the two women from their slumber, though they walked with a slight awkwardness, a remnant of the wild revelry they had indulged in the night before. Fortunately, being youthful, their spirits and stamina gradually returned after the meal. Yunfeng then escorted them to the company, where Wang Xingjun had already assembled the security team for training. This was a concept that Yunfeng had instilled in them through Peng Song. Regardless of their surroundings or the arduous conditions, as security personnel, they must always be prepared to enter a state of readiness, with no moment of complacency allowed in their training. Within the company, Zheng Qi had 7 or 8 underlings, who typically relied on their numbers to engage in rowdy antics. However, when confronted with the foreign gang from the triad, they were woefully outmatched. Today, you will investigate the situation. We will take action tonight. These supplies must be swiftly delivered to the mainland. Yunfeng instructed Wang Zhengjun after the training concluded. He then directed Zheng Qi's underlings to lead the way, dispersing several team members to gather intelligence on the triad's whereabouts and their backers. Meanwhile, Yunfeng remained at the company, poring over financial records and documents regarding the import and export of goods, currently sourced from Southeast Asian countries for export to the mainland. In the afternoon, as Wang Zhengjun and his team returned one by one, Yunfeng summoned them to the conference room, instructing Zhang Lin to guard the entrance. Only Zhang Yi and Zheng Qi were permitted to enter, while all others were prohibited from approaching. Boss, through our reconnaissance, we have discovered that this triad is composed of a group of outsiders from Malaysia, with some local thugs on the periphery. At the helm are 5 Malaysians, all quite formidable in combat. Their main operations are centered around a casino and a night venue, the latter of which conveniently obstructs our intended route with barricades. Wang Zhengjun reported. This evening, we will act simultaneously. The supplies over there will be loaded onto the vehicles quietly, awaiting orders to traverse the intersection, while you ascertain the movements of the 5 Malaysians and eliminate them, Yunfeng said coldly. He would not tolerate anyone daring to extort money from him. While he did not intend to resort to murder, incapacitating a few individuals in accordance with the local underworld's rules was entirely acceptable. My people can assist as well. Zheng Qi interjected. Disperse your men to monitor the Malaysians, and instruct them that for the next couple of days, the focus is on observation. We will engage the Malaysians only after we have confirmed their positions, Yunfeng cautioned Zheng Qi. Fengzi, are you implying that there might be a traitor among my men? Zheng Qi asked, her brow furrowed. Uncertain, but better safe than sorry. If the Malaysians catch wind of our plans, they may strike first, Yunfeng replied. Zheng Qi nodded, understanding that bribery or coercion to place spies within rival gangs was a common occurrence in their world. Chapter 84. Let us strike first. After the meeting concluded, Zheng Qi summoned her lieutenant, Turkey, assign our brothers to keep a close watch on the triad for the next few days. We need to ascertain their movements before we take action. Sister, are we really going after those Malaysians? We've wanted to deal with them for ages. But are we capable of it? Can those mainlanders handle it? Turkey responded, his eyes lighting up. Focus on your responsibilities. Refrain from prying into matters beyond your scope. The boss has come to resolve the Malaysian issue, and once we do, the triad's territory will be ours. There will be greater rewards for everyone in the future. So remember to be diligent and avoid letting others gossip recklessly, Zheng Qi instructed firmly. Don't worry, sister. Anyone who dares to speak out of turn will find themselves with broken legs, Turkey replied eagerly as he departed. However, news of their plans had already reached the triad, as Yunfeng and his team had not concealed their movements. In fact, during the reconnaissance earlier that morning, Wang Zhengjun and the others had been spotted. Boss, we've heard that the mainlanders are planning to take us down. Perhaps we should strike first? Several Malaysians gathered in the casino, drinking and discussing their strategy. Have we received any updates from our informants? When are they planning to make their move? asked the tallest of the Malaysians, who bore a scar on his forehead. It seems they have sent underlings to spy on us, intending to ascertain our location before making their move, one of them replied. Damn it. These mainlanders are getting bolder now that they have reclaimed Hong Kong. Gather the brothers tomorrow, let us rest well in the afternoon, and strike them tonight. I hear their business is thriving, and they recently purchased several million worth of goods from us at a low price. Let us seize their company for ourselves. The Malaysian leader declared fiercely. Indeed, the boss is right. Guarding a shabby casino and a night venue is hardly sufficient for our expenses. Acquiring their company will yield faster profits. Who knows, perhaps we could become the richest in Hong Kong. Another Malaysian chimed in with a grin. Boss, the management of that mainland company consists of 2 women, one of whom is the daughter of Zheng Jinya from Hongshitang, and the other hails from the mainland. We must capture this woman. She may help us extract a fortune from the mainlanders, one of the Malaysians shouted excitedly while drinking. Eastsea speaks true. I've seen that mainland woman from a distance, and she is stunning, her fair skin dazzling to behold. Boss, once we capture her, we can let the brothers have their fun, another chimed in, their excitement palpable. As the conversation turned to women, the Malaysians grew animated. With one particularly exuberant Malaysian with dyed, yellow hair jumping up and down, gesticulating wildly. Though those mainlanders wish to deal with us, they remain unaware that we have already established a firm foothold here, surrounded by our own men. Giving them a few more days, they will never uncover our positions. However, we must all remain cautious and steer clear of mixed locales to avoid giving the mainlanders an opportunity to catch us off guard, the Malaysian leader advised, nodding in agreement. That evening, Yunfeng observed the security team of 8, now clad in attire indistinguishable from that of the locals, and nodded to Wang Zhengjun. It's all entrusted to you. Everyone, exercise caution. Having witnessed the training of these security personnel, Yunfeng was confident in their combat abilities, knowing they hailed from a particularly fierce military background. Thus, he harbored no concerns about dispatching the Malaysians, save for the well-being of his team. Moreover, he had learned through Zheng Qi's contacts that these Malaysians had never wielded firearms, generally relying on knives, which afforded him a measure of comfort. Furthermore, through his connections at Hang Seng Bank, he had procured 8 sets of advanced security equipment, including tactical clothing, night vision goggles, communication earpieces, crossbows, and mini-stun guns. Rest assured, boss, we will complete the mission and return safely, Wang Zhengjun affirmed with a nod. They concealed the equipment on their persons, draping colorful outer garments over them to blend in with the gangsters as they stealthily departed from Baiyun Foreign Trade Company. Fengzi, everything is ready at the dock. All supplies have been loaded onto the vehicles and are poised for departure, Zheng Qi reported, having quietly arrived at the dock with several underlings, ensuring that all goods were secured in the trucks. Await my signal, Yunfeng said calmly. Subsequently, he escorted Zhang Lin to a hotel not far from the Triad's territory, entering a pre-reserved room where they could observe the streets occupied by the Triad through the window. Boss, shall I assist? Zhang Lin, initially eager to join Wang Zhengjun and the others, inquired with a hint of anticipation, though Yunfeng had not consented to his involvement. Since the establishment of the security company, whenever Yunfeng did not require a vehicle, Zhang Lin preferred to remain there, frequently training alongside his comrades, thus maintaining his readiness. You must leave. What if they discover my presence here? Yunfeng shot him a stern glance. Surely not. How could they possibly know you are here? Zhang Lin responded in astonishment, believing their disguises rendered them undetectable. You should remain at the entrance. Should they uncover your presence, it would prevent them from stealthily approaching. Yunfeng felt that Zhang Lin still required further training. As night descended, the vibrant nightlife began to flourish throughout Hong Kong, while the 2 streets of the Triad saw an influx of idle individuals, though none paid them any mind. The Triad's henchmen had received instructions from several Malay individuals to be vigilant of unfamiliar faces and other gangs, yet no mention was made of the mainlanders. The casino and nightlife venues were naturally bustling with patrons, comprising both familiar locals and strangers drawn from afar. Given the intelligence that the mainlanders would not take action for several days, the Malay individuals, except for their leader who returned home, continued to revel in the casino and nightlife. Team Zero had successfully infiltrated the casino, identifying 2 target individuals. Wang Zhengjun, accompanied by 3 team members, dispersed into the nightlife venue, seated in a corner while ordering a drink, feigning consumption as he orchestrated the evening's operations. Seize the opportunity when they are isolated or amidst fewer patrons, Wang Zhengjun commanded. As midnight approached, the 2 teams finally found their moment. Capitalizing on the Malay individuals' trips to the restroom or upstairs, they swiftly launched their assault, efficiently neutralizing 4 Malay henchmen by incapacitating their tendons. Boss, only 1 Malay remains. Wang Zhengjun's report came through, prompting Yunfeng to instruct the dock to expedite the shipment. making haste towards the triad's domain.